The emperor has meticulously orchestrated a grand strategy that envelopes the realm. The youth, as a crucial piece on the chessboard, was destined to meet a tragic end. However, the family strives to preserve his fragile life. Secretly disguising himself as a dandy, he mingles within the world of wanderers. Later, this general, destined to become renowned throughout the world, emerged as a remarkable figure. Now he has become a daily debauchee, a wandering libertine of the maple and willow, until the day of the return of the Langya king, who pacified the western regions. Only then did people come to realize his terrifying nature. At this moment, the area near the West Gate has been completely surrounded by a throng of people. Most of them have gathered here, drawn by the illustrious name of the Wang of Langya, solely to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure's unparalleled charisma. Wang Quan, serving as the Minister of Rights, is diligently leading the officials and soldiers in their unwavering efforts to uphold order at the scene. Soon, the wind-breaking army approached the city gates. What can be categorized as an appetizer is not the renowned Langya Wang that everyone anticipates. She is a valiant female general, Wang Shangshu. My father encountered the bandits of the Seven Mountains while returning home through Jiangnan. In order to ensure the peace of the people, my father led a contingent of his subordinates to eliminate the bandits. I shall convey the details to His Majesty in my report. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan seemed to be lost in thought, yet he did not hesitate. He turned around and gestured to the crowd behind him. Since it is thus, I humbly invite you all to accompany me to the palace. As the grand army advanced towards the capital, the surrounding populace began to murmur. Truly, the young general is remarkable, yet one cannot help but wonder who among the generals of our capital, the major general or she, possesses greater prowess. At that moment, an elderly man spoke sternly. You have become a mere fool, uttering such nonsense. And you, general, are nothing but a product of your ancestors' achievements, merely a dandy of the capital. The words were overheard by the young general beside her. Curiously, she inquired of her two subordinates, is it true that the so-called young general is the grandson of the Duke of Beibei? The Rose nodded at 7 o'clock. Indeed, my lady. Yet it is a pity. I have heard that although that fellow bears a title, he possesses no cultivation whatsoever, spending his days in frivolity, and is referred to by many in the capital as the foremost among the four great dandiers. The flowers beside me chuckled, saying, You're only aware of his shortcomings. Yet I have heard that he is the most handsome young gentleman in the capital. I wonder, though, if he is as dashing as General Xia. Subsequently, the grand army arrived at Camp 7 in the southern region. The young general ascended to the walls of Camp 7. Observing the soldiers engaged in their routine training, they're diligently practicing their horse-riding stance. Not far away, two individuals clad in armor were engaged in conversation. Why are they not undergoing training? A welcoming instructor elucidated. That individual is the young general, accompanied by his uncle, the major general, and the esteemed coach Chu Yunxiang. Upon hearing this, the three individuals curiously stepped forward, eager to discern the appearance of the other. Regrettably, Chu Gu remained with her back turned towards them. Seeing no hope, they began to wander and explore on their own. However, just after their departure, both Chu Gu and Chu Yun coincidentally directed their gaze toward the spot where they had previously stood. Who, pray tell, is that individual over there? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yunxiao replied, If I am not mistaken, the rather attractive young lady in question is the daughter of the Langya king, known as Lin Ku. She, like you, possesses a title and is referred to as the Little General. Upon hearing this, Chu Gu could not help but furrow his brows. Beside him, Chu Yunling seemed to see through his thoughts and raised her hand to pat his head. You mischievous little rascal, she remarked. What nonsensical ideas are swirling in that head of yours? Do you truly expect the emperor to bestow a marriage upon the two of you? Chu Gu clutched his head, ostensibly displaying agony, yet deep within, his thoughts wandered to other matters. He was 8 years old a decade ago. It is known that the illustrious General Zhou, a paragon of merit, was annihilated along with his family by the emperor's decree. Witnessed soldiers mercilessly slaying an innocent elderly woman. Chuj cannot comprehend why Yang Kong, after dedicating many years of loyalty and service to the Hao dynasty, has met with such an unfortunate fate. Later, Father Chu Patian summoned him to the study in private. Inside, he encountered his grandfather, Chu Yuan, whom he had not seen for a long time. Chu Yuan gently lifted Chu Gu, his face brimming with reluctance. You are remarkably astute, so much so that those in higher positions regard you with trepidation. However, do bear in mind that the family of General Zhua is synonymous with rebellion. At that moment, Chuj tilted her head slightly, signifying her understanding. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yuan, seemingly having made a profound resolution, gently touched Chu Gu's face and smiled. From tomorrow onwards, you shall assume the role of the villain, embodying the essence of pure malevolence. This is the pact between you and grandfather, a secret that must remain concealed from all others. Upon recalling this, uncertain of what thoughts emerged, Chu Gu pouted slightly. Uncle, just you wait. I shall go tell father. With that, she departed with her guards. However, it wasn't long before Lin Kuer and her companions arrived here. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yunxiang promptly rose to her feet and respectfully performed 7 military salutes. There is no need for such formality. Lin Kuer glanced around, and upon noticing the absence of those she wished to see, she could not help but inquire, why are there no others present here? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxiao, though somewhat intrigued, maintained his respectful demeanor and inquired, Young General, may I ask whom you seek on this occasion? The nearby rose was about to interject, was covered by the nearby flowers and willows. Lin Kuer, having found no success in her search, decided not to linger any longer. There's no need to concern yourself with such trivial matters, Coach Chu. Please, continue with your affairs. We shall take our leave for now. Chu Yunxiang clasped her hands in response, gazing at their receding figures, her heart filled with contemplations. On the way back to the residence, Chu Gu lowered his head and spoke to the woman beside him. Ziqing, could you please visit the military camp? I believe I have misplaced my jade pendant there. What kind of jade pendant is this? It seems, young master, that you do not possess a jade pendant, do you? After some coaxing and persuasion, the individual was led away. The path that should have been straightforward. Yet, Chu Gu unexpectedly turned and entered the alley. He gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself, how intriguing. The Langya king has not arrived, yet he claims to be subduing bandits. What utter folly. It seems he has fallen victim to the dark shark. Who seeks the shark of Langya? Allow me a moment to ponder. As Chu Gu muttered to herself, she continued her walk. Uncertain of how long he had walked, a magnificent pavilion emerged before his eyes. Upon entering the grand doors of Qinxiang building, he made his way to a private room, merely gesturing lightly with his hand. A beautiful woman, cradling a guqin, approached from outside the door. Chu Gu listened to the melody, seemingly captivated by the enchanting sounds of the maple and willow. However, beneath this tranquil exterior, his mind was racing with thoughts of various matters. The esteemed Wang of Langya commands an army of 300,000 valiant soldiers. Should Lan fall, who might be the most likely candidate to assume control of this formidable force? Could possibly be General Xiahou Jing of the Xiahou clan? It is intriguing that his son, Xiahou Changkong, serves under the wind-breaking army of Wang Langya. This certainly piques one's curiosity, especially considering his clandestine interactions with the third prince, Lin Zixuan. There must be some undisclosed dealings between them, which adds an element of fascination. Yet, just as Chu Gu was lost in thought, the melodious strains of the qin abruptly ceased. Only then did he regain his senses. He found himself under the gaze of a woman, her expression one of utter disbelief, as if she were mocking his recent lapse in composure. However, Chu Gu felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he laughed heartily, acknowledging that the young lady played exceptionally well and deserved a generous reward. As he finished speaking, he casually pulled out a heavy pouch of silver from his bosom and tossed it directly to the woman. She swiftly picked up the silver that lay upon the ground. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, and in an instant, the entire room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, as if the sounds from the outside world had been utterly isolated. The woman toyed with the silver coins in her hand and smiled. Young master, what is it that you wish to do? The expression on Chu Ji's face is as still as water, completely devoid of the earlier charm reminiscent of the maple and willow. Are you aware of the affairs concerning the king of Langya? Upon hearing these words, the woman's expression darkened significantly, fully aware of her grave lapse in composure. She immediately adopted a serious demeanor, as her subordinates possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the assassination attempt on King Langya. Who dares to launch a surprise attack? Understood. However, how should we handle matters concerning Third Master? Uncle San has ceased to concern himself with your affairs. Do you still require his endorsement? Chu Gu replied with irritation, and then promptly retrieved a token from his bosom. Upon the sign, 2 grand characters were inscribed. Shadow. It turns out that this shadow is a formidable force secretly organized by the Northern Duke. Now, Chu Patian has become the head of the family. The second son, Chu Yunxian, holds a significant position at the academy. Lao San Chu Yunling has assumed the role of the 7th coach, simultaneously wielding power as the ruler of the shadows. From a young age, Chu Gu had already been the Shadow Lord. The woman turned away upon encountering the completed hand. Before long, 7 affluent young gentlemen entered the room. They were the same companions who had been causing trouble alongside Chu Gu for the past decade. General, what brings you here so early? The playful remark comes from a member of the Chu family's maternal lineage, who is, by generational reckoning, Chu Ji's elder brother. Beside them, the Minister of Rights, Wang Quan, jested, "Why has the young general not gone to welcome the Langya army today, yet has come running here instead?" The Grand Inspector, young Master Chen Sun, was equally unreserved. In response, Chu Gu remained silent, instead summoning the long-awaited delicacies. At that moment, he seemed to transform once more into the young general of Maple and Willow. Wang Chung, I have heard that Lin Kuer has shown disrespect toward your father. Is there any truth to this matter? Wang Chung let out a long, helpless sigh. It is indeed true. The Wang family of Langya is a brother of the current sovereign. My father is also powerless in this matter. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 4 individuals became thoroughly intoxicated. They supported each other as they stumbled out, and along the way, not a single word was exchanged. Unbeknownst to them, they ventured into a dimly lit alley. A chilling aura pervaded the surroundings, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. Not far away, 2 figures stood quietly, each holding a long object in their hands. The 4 individuals, upon realizing the situation, instantaneously regained their composure and turned to sprint towards the alleyway. The man on the right inquired of his companion, "Should we deal with those 3 fellows as well?" No need for that. Although the 3 of them are rather inconsequential, the influence behind them holds some utility for us. Just incapacitate them. Avoid causing any fatalities. The man on the right received the instructions with a soft grunt. In the next instant, he vanished in a blur, appearing before the 4 like a specter. Major General, where are you headed? Upon hearing this, Wang Chung and the others simultaneously turned their gaze towards Chu Gu. It seems I have come to seek you out. Chu Gu, I will hurry to summon reinforcements. You must hold on. After saying this, the 3 of them turned and fled. Only a smiling Chuj remained. He gazed at the man in black before him and inquired, "Are you from the Sharkan organization, or are you a product of someone's cultivation within the court?" The person of the orchid. Let me be clear to you, we are the people of the Rakshasa, known as the Sharkan. Then, the man in black swiftly brandished his blade, striking down with precision. Yet, in the face of the present desolation and despair, there is not a trace of fear. Instead, I find myself conversing with the void, musing that the organization of the Rakshasas is indeed quite reasonable. Given my own state of utter helplessness, the Emperor has no justifiable reason to target me. Unbeknownst to me, the distance between my face and Chuj's is merely 1 centimeter. At that moment, he uttered a word. A girl wields a sword with one hand, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of 7 adversaries in a mere second. The man in black suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He hastily retreated, his expression darkening as he regarded the woman before him, who was clearly no match for his strength. It was evident that you were fully aware nothing would transpire, intentionally probing for my words. Chuj waved his hand, dismissing the notion of engaging in conversation with fools, as it would only diminish one's intellect. The 2 individuals had both succumbed to folly. After speaking, he turned and departed. Ziqing gazed at the retreating figure. A wave of irritation surged within her heart. Just moments ago, she had been deceived into retrieving a jade pendant, and now she was being summoned to act as an enforcer. At that moment, another man emerged from the shadows, casting a gaze upon the one wielding the long blade, and in a low voice inquired, "What has transpired? Why has it not yet been resolved?" The man gestured towards Ziqing, his tone tinged with a hint of panic. She was the protector accompanying that young lad. Upon hearing this, the man in the attire proceeded in the direction indicated. However, no matter how diligently they observed, they were unable to discern the true prowess of Ziqing. Your Excellency, we are members of the Rakshasa organization. We sincerely apologize for any offense caused by our actions today. We humbly implore you to show mercy. The Rakshasa owes you a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ziqing displayed a look of disdain. Unfortunately, this meager compensation is utterly insufficient. As she spoke, she gave her wrist a slight flick, and her long sword was instantly drawn from its sheath. The two men barely had a chance to utter a cry of despair before they met their untimely demise. Ziqing sheathed her long sword, cast a glance at the two headless corpses on the ground, and turned away. At this moment, Chu Gu leisurely strolls along the bustling street, deeply pondering who might wish to harm him. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he seemed to sense something, and in the next moment, he vanished from the street. Within the northern Marquis' residence in Ebai County, Chu Patian stood in the courtyard alongside his servant Nanbo, both bearing expressions of utmost gravity. Before me stand three individuals who have just intruded. The Rakshasa Shark Hand, composed entirely of martial masters at their zenith, has been dispatched to safeguard the forces of the Langi King. Without a shadow of a doubt, this moment marks the utmost vulnerability of the Northern Guardian's residence. With a resounding whoosh, three formidable streams of genuine energy surged forth from the bodies of the three individuals, hurtling toward the multitude of masters within the manor. Confronted by the formidable Master Shark, a multitude of onlookers succumbed, falling to the ground as if struck by a torrent of crimson snow. One of the elderly men observed this with a hint of smugness on his face. Under such clear circumstances, what cards does the Cavalry General have to reveal? Upon hearing this, Chu Patian furrowed his brow tightly. Yet, before he could utter a response, laughter and mockery echoed from the rooftop behind. In an instant, all present were taken aback, and several individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Only then did Chu Gu sit upon the rooftop, a fragrant chicken wing held in hand. Though savoring each delectable bite with great relish, his gaze was nonetheless imbued with a profound disdain. You, unexpectedly, are a Major General. This is simply inconceivable. Are you not a mere waste? We were utterly oblivious to your presence. The elderly man squinted his eyes, as if suddenly recalling something of great importance. With a cheerful demeanor, he spoke. Indeed, the Chu family lives up to its esteemed reputation truly. They outshine one another in their remarkable capabilities. Let today's matters be set aside. With that, he departed without hesitation, accompanied by his subordinates. After a brief moment, Chu Patian let out a wry smile and shook his head. You little rascal, having concealed yourself for a full decade, how could you possibly reveal yourself today? Chuj blinked her eyes, feigning an expression of bewilderment. From where does this statement arise? Was it not you who displayed great prowess and drove those people away? Chu Patian gazed deeply at his enigmatic son. After a lengthy period, a deep sigh escaped. Indeed, it was my father who intervened to repel them. However, following this incident, your true nature has been utterly laid bare. Before he could finish his words, Chu Gu turned and departed without looking back. Rest assured, they will not escape from my grasp. As his figure gradually receded into the distance, a tinge of bitterness inevitably arose in Chu Potion's heart. He found himself pondering the true extent of his son's current realm, for he was utterly unaware of the profound depths his son had reached. Meanwhile, three individuals were leisurely strolling down the street. Although their mission remained unaccomplished, the significant news they had received rendered their journey worthwhile. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces abruptly froze. As a figure emerged ahead, a man wielding a long sword and donning a conical hat stood silently, gazing intently at them. The elder wore a vigilant expression. May I inquire your esteemed name? The man's voice possessed a slight rasp. Shadow. Upon hearing that name, the woman beside me let out a soft laugh. So, you are indeed a person of the shadows. It appears we are fellow travelers in this realm. You have obstructed our path. What, pray tell, is your intention? However, the bird let out a cold snort in disdainful response, exclaiming how utterly absurd it was. Isn't it exceedingly tedious to thwart you? It would be far more efficient to simply eliminate you directly. As he spoke, he swiftly waved his arm, and the long sword in his hand was instantly drawn from its sheath, astonishing all with its remarkable speed. Upon witnessing the profound change in the old man's countenance, he realized he was merely half a step away from the martial sovereign realm. At this moment, his sole desire was to hastily flee from this place. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly pushed his two subordinates forward and swiftly fled. Before the two could steady themselves, they felt as though their bodies were pierced by some unseen force. Looking down, they were astonished to discover that their chests had already been penetrated. At that moment, a black bird circled in the sky, its keen gaze fixed intently upon the figure of the old man. The sole aim of the shadows is but one outcome: demise. Do you truly believe you can evade this fate? In a fleeting moment, the bird's form flickered and vanished from the very spot. Before long, Chu Ge gradually made his appearance at the scene. He approached the two lifeless bodies with an impassive expression, reaching out to lift the veils that shrouded their faces. Upon discerning their features, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had anticipated the familiarity of known souls, only to find instead two utterly unremarkable visages. Upon the return of the Wong of Langia to the capital, an ominous shadow closely followed. This string of events seems to intentionally or unintentionally direct the blame towards both the Duke of Zhenbei's residence and the Wong of Langia. Chuj, perplexed, shook his head and proceeded towards the Qinxiang Tower. Before long, the bird that had departed earlier returned to this place once more, clutching the old man's body in its talons. On the other side, within the palace, there sat a man adorned in a dragon robe upon the imperial throne. He is none other than the esteemed Emperor Suyo of Haowu, Lin Suyo. Before him stood the venerable eunuch Li, his trusted attendant. The patrolling soldiers uncovered the lifeless body of the fearsome demon, known as the Shark Hand, in a narrow alley. The method of execution was exceedingly brutal. However, Lin Suyo appeared to possess an innate understanding of the situation. With a delicate smile, she remarked, "Indeed, it seems that the Rakshasas are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. If the northern town Marquis' residents were truly so incompetent, there would be no need for such incessant worry. Inform that group of useless individuals that there is no need for them to take action. My brother has returned, and the northern town Marquis cannot stir up any trouble." With a nod of acknowledgement, Eunuch Li performed a respectful gesture and then turned to depart. Lin Suyo gazed at the flickering candlelight and murmured, "Ah, the king of warriors? Ultimately, he is but a source of trouble." The following morning, Master Li escorted a man clad in magnificent golden armor into the emperor's back garden. "The Prince of Langia has returned." Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuyao turned around, a smile gracing his face. "I, Lin Jinyu, hereby pay my respects. Long live your majesty. May you reign for eternity. Long live your majesty. May your glory shine forever." Lordly signaled for the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw, while he stood alone at the entrance of the garden to keep watch. After the crowd had dispersed, Lin Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "Jinyu, it has been a full 8 years since we last met. If it weren't for the support of the Wong of Langia back then, I fear he would not have ascended the throne so smoothly." Lin Jinyu discerned a deeper significance. "What is it that you require of your servant?" Lin Suyo turned his head and smiled, saying, "I recall that your daughter is betrothed to the young master of the Beiho family, isn't she?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyu remembered that at that time, Chu Patian married the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Wan, while he himself was the second daughter, Zhou Yu. At that time, Chu had 7 sons, and his wife bore a daughter. They shared an exceptionally close bond, which led to the engagement. Indeed, such an event did occur. Please carry out this task, as per the directive. Upon uttering these words, Lin Jinyu furrowed his brows. He had heard of this person, Guan Shuk, before, and it was impossible for him to overlook the underlying implications. The emperor was deliberately placing him in a predicament, one fraught with insurmountable difficulties and no clear path forward. Should he accept this marriage proposal, his daughter would gain the opportunity to govern the future of the Duke of Zhenbei's household. Conversely, if he were to refuse, it would be tantamount to openly humiliating the Duke's family. In such a scenario, not only would both parties become adversaries, but could also potentially provoke a series of grave repercussions. Upon contemplating this, Lin Jinyu could only muster the courage to respond, I intend to return and inquire about Kuer's opinion first. Lin Suyo shook his head. For him, both types of clear weather were actually favorable. I shall not impose upon you. You may return now. In the evening, a celebratory banquet will be held in your honor. Upon returning home, Lin Jinyu led Lin Kuer into the study. Chapter 11. The Authenticity of a Dandy? At the Langyao Wang Fu, a crowd had already gathered outside to welcome the return of the Langyao Wang. As he alighted from the carriage, the people joyfully exclaimed, "Welcome back, Your Highness." The Langyao Wang responded with a faint smile, then his deep, piercing gaze slowly shifted toward a delicate figure in the distance. There stood a young woman, gently holding Lin Kuer's hand, her lips slightly curved into a faint smile, reminiscent of the rumored beauty, Zhou Wan. With a warm smile, the Langyao Wang approached with measured steps, softly saying, "You must have endured much during my absence." His voice was gentle and caring, akin to a soft spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's eyes instantly glistened with tears, her voice trembling with emotion. "As long as the Marquis returns safely, I'm already content. How could I feel any hardship?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Lin Jinyu, standing by, quickly extended his hand to gently wipe away her tears, soothingly encouraging, There, do not cry anymore. Let's go inside." His tone was as warm as the sun on a winter day, bringing comfort to all present. Zhou Yu nodded lightly, and after responding, she entered the residence with the others. Upon entering, a sumptuous feast filled with steaming dishes greeted them, the aroma wafting through the air. Lin Jinyu gazed at the table laden with delicacies, unable to resist the urge to affectionately touch Zhou Yu's nose, his face breaking into a doting smile as he praised. "Look at this splendid array of colors and fragrances. It must be your handiwork. It smells divine, and I'm quite fond of it." Zhou Yu, flattered by his praise, could not help but smile through her tears, playfully retorting, "You haven't even tasted it. How can you know if it is good?" "Ha ha!" Lin Jinyu laughed heartily before adding, "My wife's culinary skills are renowned far and wide. Even without tasting, I can imagine the deliciousness." How did you know?" Zhou Yu feigned annoyance, yet her eyes betrayed her uncontainable joy. "Ha ha! It is evident at a glance." Lin Jinyu chuckled as he took Zhou Yu's hand, and they exchanged smiles, a sweet atmosphere enveloping the entire room. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer, unable to bear their public display of affection, quickly sought an excuse, saying, "Oh dear, my parents are so engrossed in each other. I must go and play." With that, she dashed out like a cheerful little bird. However, Lin Jinyu called after her, "Not so fast. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Kuer tilted her head, looking dejected. "Oh." Zhou Yu furrowed her brow, asking, "What is it?" "Nothing. Come and eat." After their meal, having concluded their cheerful conversation, Lin Kuer was gently led by her father, Lin Jinyu, into the study. Upon entering the study, Lin Kuer cast a gaze full of curiosity towards her father, eagerly inquiring, "Father, why have you brought me here with such an air of mystery? Is there something of great importance?" Lin Jinyu slowly closed the door, then let out a heavy sigh as he made his way to the desk and seated himself, his deep and affectionate eyes fixed upon his innocent and lovely daughter. He gently spoke, "My dear, have you ever heard of the young master from the Zhenbei and Marquis family?" Without hesitation, Lin Kuer nodded, a hint of disdain appearing on her face as she replied, "Of course, I know him. Isn't he that spoiled brat who relies on the glory of his ancestors, causing trouble and behaving recklessly everywhere he goes?" Lin Jinyu slightly nodded in agreement with his daughter's assessment before continuing, "Indeed, I share your sentiments. However, are you aware that there exists a betrothal between our families?" These words struck Lin Kuer like a thunderclap, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? Why have I never heard of this before?" It dawned on her that as the sole cherished daughter of the Langyao Wang family, if such a betrothal were true, it would undoubtedly pertain to her. Observing his daughter's astonished and discontented reaction, Lin Jinyu hurriedly clarified, "My child, when I was away on campaign, I was so overwhelmed that I completely forgot about this matter. Thus, it is understandable that you were unaware." Yet, before Lin Jinyu could finish his explanation, Lin Kuer, her face flushed with anger, stamped her foot and retorted, "No. I absolutely refuse to marry Such a scoundrel. I'm going to annul this engagement right now. With that, she turned on her heel, prepared to leave haughtily. Witnessing her distress, Lin Jinyu let out another resigned sigh and called after her, as if I wish for you to endure suffering in such a household. But this matter involves His Majesty. At this point, Lin Jinyu hesitated, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. Lin Kuer was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, my father has met with you and has returned to inform me. She was exceptionally astute, which had earned her commendable achievements, ultimately leading her to the position of a young general. The emperor wished to facilitate this marriage. However, her father had declined, seeking her counsel instead. My daughter, I am reluctant to entangle you in the tumult of court politics yet. The emperor has begun to harbor reservations regarding the Duke of Northern Defense. Alas! Lin Jinyu felt a heavy heart. As the emperor's own brother, he wished to alleviate his burdens, yet at the cost of his daughter's happiness, he was tormented. Lin Kuer pondered deeply, glancing at her father's graying hair. He had fought for the court for decades. Would adding to his troubles be? Lin Jinyu smiled gently, caressing her cheek. My dear, do not overthink it. If you are unwilling, I shall help you annul the engagement. Rest assured, I am still his brother. He was about to leave the study when Lin Kuer's voice rang out. Father, I am willing. Lin Jinyu paused, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Daughter, I too do not wish for you to wed a scoundrel. I came to inform you of this matter. You need not worry. I will handle it. Do not concern yourself with my feelings. Lin Kuer replied cheerfully. Father, since this is a betrothal arranged in childhood, my marriage should indeed heed my parents' wishes. Besides, he may not be as dreadful as rumored. I am willing. Lin Jinyu understood his daughter well. She spoke thus to spare him worry. He sighed. Very well. I will refrain from further discussion for now. You may interact with that young man from the Chu family. Should he prove to be different from the rumors, do let me know. Lin Kuer nodded in agreement. I shall follow father's arrangements. Only then did Lin Jinyu leave the study. In a whisper, Lin Kuer mused, Chu Luobei. Are you truly the scoundrel of which they speak? Chapter 12. A promise for 2 days. The Wan Jin Gambling House. An imposing establishment located in the eastern part of Kyoto stands as the most grandiose gambling den in the region. Countless affluent nobles from various locales flock here. Today, a magnificent auction is being held within its walls. However, there exists a unique set of regulations. Only those possessing an invitation may enter, and all attendees must don masks. This stipulation not only enhances the mystique and allure of the auction, but also safeguards the privacy and security of the bidders. At this moment, Chu Luobei sits comfortably in the back row, adorned with an exquisite fox mask that artfully conceals his features. Beside him is Ziqing, who wears a mask shaped like an adorable kitten. Presently, she anxiously surveys her surroundings, feeling uneasy amidst the exuberant and raucous crowd. She instinctively shrinks into her seat, leaning closer to Chu Luobei, whispering in a hushed tone, Young master, perhaps we should leave quickly. This place feels like a den of bandits. Upon hearing her words, Chu Luobei is momentarily taken aback before turning to regard the somewhat timid young woman beside him. A confident smile graces his lips as he gently reassures her. Oh, do not be afraid. I am here to protect you. What is there to worry about? You must know, I am a distinguished young general. Despite his efforts to keep his voice low, his declaration resonates clearly through the surrounding throng. In an instant, the previously boisterous atmosphere falls into a brief silence, with all eyes turning toward the audacious young man. Faced with this sudden attention, Ziqing feels a surge of panic. She tugs at Chu Luobei's sleeve, anxiously imploring, Young master, could you please lower your voice? Now everyone knows who you are. Yet, Chu Luobei remains unfazed, responding nonchalantly. So what if they know? Does it matter? Am I to fear them? With that, he brazenly scans the crowd, his gaze radiating an indomitable spirit. Soon after, the proprietor of the establishment emerges, standing upon an elevated platform, adorned with a mask, flanked by 2 young women who carry a modest object. Silence, everyone, the proprietor proclaims, and the crowd falls quiet, knowing well that in a gambling house, disobedience could lead to expulsion. First and foremost, welcome to the Wan Jin Gambling House's grand auction. Without further ado, I shall outline the rules. The highest bidder wins, no price raising, and if you lack the means, remain silent. Should anyone be found disregarding these rules, I shall not concern myself with your background. Now, let us unveil the first auction item. Subsequently, two young ladies opened a cabinet, revealing a lustrous golden pearl. Known as the luminous pearl from the Eastern Sea, it is said to possess the ability to nurture the soul and enhance one's sensory perception. A remarkable treasure indeed. With an opening bid set at 3,000 silver coins, the crowd began to fervently raise their bids. 3,005, one called out. I bid 3,009. Another chimed in. 4,001. Chuluo Bei gazed at the luminous pearl and remarked to Ziqing, "Do you think if I present this pearl to my mother, she would allow me to stay away from home for 3 days?" Ziqing, wearing a look of exasperation, elicited a soft chuckle from Chuluo Bei as he continued. "Actually, 2 days would suffice. It just feels a bit unfair." Unbeknownst to them, the bidding for the luminous pearl had escalated to 5,000 silver coins, which Chuluo Bei considered its true worth. He then declared 5,005. "I shall take it." Some bidders hesitated, noticing the young general from earlier, who quietly withdrew his hand. In the capital, this gentleman was not to be trifled with. Dare to snatch his possessions, and he might very well rob your home the next day. He was quite ruthless. The final price was settled at 5,700 silver coins, and Chuluo Bei successfully claimed the luminous pearl, which he held in his hands with great affection. Ziqing shook her head in disbelief, pondering why he would spend over 5,000 silver coins for a mere pearl. They remained oblivious to the luxurious private room on the second floor of the bustling gambling house, where a finely dressed couple observed the scene below through half-drawn curtains. The woman, adorned with a sword at her waist and an elegant figure, spoke softly, "My lord, that individual down there is none other than the grandson of the Northern Guardian Marquis, Chuluo Bei." Her gaze remained fixed on him. The man, composed and leisurely, lifted a cup of fragrant tea, taking a gentle sip before casting a casual glance at Chuluo Bei below. A slight smile graced his lips as he murmured, "He still retains that innocent charm of his youth, doesn't he?" However, this golden gambler's house is not as simple as it appears. There was a hint of depth in his words. The woman hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "Your Highness, in light of this, do you intend to descend and engage him in conversation?" The man set down his teacup with a cold smirk, saying, "Umph. My elder brother has the Yun family from the northwest as his backing. As for the third brother, he is closely allied with that old fox, Xiahou Jing." He paused briefly, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, "Interestingly, neither of them seems willing to forge a closer relationship with the powerful Northern Guardian Marquis. One must understand that securing the Marquis's favor would make reaching the pinnacle of power a trivial matter." With that, he resumed sipping his tea, appearing quite at ease. Yet, this seemingly enticing Northern Guardian Marquis's estate was, in truth, akin to a hot potato, fraught with its own taboos. The maid nodded in agreement, reflecting thoughtfully, "However, I do recall that I once shared a certain camaraderie with Chuluo Bei. If we could entice him to our side, it would undoubtedly alleviate many obstacles in our future endeavors." The man scoffed with disdain, pulling closer. "Surely you do not believe that the prodigy praised by our master at the age of 7, the one who instilled fear in the princes of the academy at 8, is merely a debauched scion? Yet, the truth has proven him to be little more than a dissipated young lord." The woman, perplexed, inquired further. The man chose not to respond, merely observing him with a cheerful demeanor, before adding with a smile, "You are indeed correct. We may engage with him, and perhaps he could truly be of use to me. Your insight is remarkable, young master." Meanwhile, the auction continued with fervor, time slipping away unnoticed as 6 items had already passed. Yet, Chuluo Bei remained seated, quietly surveying the unique madness and clamor of this era. Beside him, Ziqing, noticing her master's continued inaction, gently tugged at his sleeve and softly suggested, "Young master, if there is truly nothing of interest here, might we consider returning early?" Upon hearing her, Chuluo Bei did not respond immediately. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he extended a finger towards the final item soon to be presented. Turning to Ziqing, a glint of mischief danced in his eyes as he playfully proposed, "If you can procure that item for me, I shall grant you the privilege of being my master for 2 days. What say you? Chapter 13. Bullying the Weak. Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed the direction indicated by Chu Bi's finger. As she discerned the so-called final auction item, her eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she lowered her head quietly, glancing at the sleeve of Chu Bi's garment that she had just tugged, her heart seemingly wavering. After a brief moment, Ziqing raised her head and shot Chu Bi a sharp glare, her expression clearly communicating, "If you do not wish to leave, just say so directly. Why resort to such roundabout methods?" In the face of Ziqing's reproach, Chu Bi merely smiled faintly, appearing unaffected as he spoke to himself. "Here it comes." Before he could finish his sentence, the auctioneer's voice rang out. "Next, we present the final item of this auction. Please welcome." At the auctioneer's command, an assistant carefully approached, cradling an object in his hands. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discovered an exquisitely designed guqin. The instrument was meticulously crafted from premium mahogany, its shape deviating from the traditional guqin's uniformity, instead arranged in an artfully haphazard yet ingeniously creative manner that rendered it unique. Above the body of the guqin, several shimmering silver strings, possessing remarkable flexibility, spanned across like meteors streaking through the night sky, dazzling in their brilliance. At that moment, the auctioneer, with a proud expression, began to introduce esteemed guests. This guqin is named Millennium Crimson, personally forged by the renowned guqin master, Marquis. This instrument is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but it also possesses some astonishing and unexpected functions. As for the specifics of these functionalities, well, allow me to keep a bit of suspense. Now, the Millennium Crimson is officially up for bidding, starting at 30,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 taels. I am a devoted admirer of Master Marquis, esteemed guests. Grant me this opportunity, 31,000 taels. The onlookers smirked disdainfully, with one retorting, 35,000. Do you think you're in a position to bargain? If you lack the funds, then be gone. You. 38,000. 39,005. Ziqing stood there, utterly speechless. Was this not just a guqin? How could it fetch tens of thousands of taels? Then she glanced at her young master. Why did he appear so enamored with the instrument? This was perplexing. Chu Bi had no skills whatsoever. What purpose would it serve? Merely as an ornament? Meanwhile, the two individuals upstairs observed the scene, the man smiling faintly, while the girl curiously inquired, "Young master, now that we have secured our item, why do we linger here?" Subsequently, the man gazed at the girl, who cradled a sword in her hands, the very item that had been auctioned earlier. He chuckled, suggesting that perhaps they could indeed establish a connection with the Duke of Northtown. The girl frowned, her expression revealing her understanding as she looked at Chu Bei. "Young master, this zither has already reached 40,000 taels," she exclaimed. "Wealth is but a trifle in the face of power," the man replied with a smile. Realizing the situation, the zither's price escalated to 49,000 taels. Chu Bei, feeling quite helpless, settled into his seat and remarked, "This zither is worth at most 45,000. Never mind, I shall pass." "Then, shall we take our leave, young master?" she inquired. "Yes, let us return and present the beads to mother," he replied. With that, the two rose and departed from the auction. Observing this scene, the girl quickly informed the young master, "Young master, they have left." The man nodded, saying, "No matter." "Raise the bid." "By how much?" came the reply. 50,000 taels, he stated. Upon returning to the Duke of Northtown, Chu Bei found his father, wielding a whip, resting with his eyes closed in the main hall. Chu Bei quietly attempted to slip away, only to hear his father, Chu Patian, call out, "Boy, are you itching for a beating? I instructed you to welcome the Langya King's troops at the West Gate, and yet here you are gallivanting about. Oh, but the Langya King has you, why should I go? It would be better to let." A teacup suddenly flew towards him. Chu Bei glanced at it, a smirk gracing his lips as he did not dodge. It struck him squarely on the forehead. "Ouch, that hurt. Old man, just you wait. I shall inform mother," he retorted defiantly. "Humph, you think I'll let you off with just that? Today, I shall thoroughly correct your mischief." With that, he rose and swung the whip in pursuit. Thus, this father-son duo engaged in a comical chase, one brandishing a whip in pursuit, while the other ran ahead, cursing. "You old fool! You bully me with your authority. Whose authority am I using? Stop right there. Not a chance, you tyrant, always picking on me." Meanwhile, Zicheng hurried towards the back courtyard, navigating through winding paths and lush flower beds. In the distance, she spotted Madame Zhou Wan, seated on a stone bench, engrossed in a book. She quickened her pace, approaching respectfully, and bowed slightly, murmuring, "Madam." Zhou Wan looked up slightly and acknowledged her with a soft then gestured for Zicheng to step forward and speak. Just as Zicheng was about to recount the events that had transpired, Zhou Wan interjected, "You, my girl, usually show great skill. Why do you appear so dull and stiff? With such talent, you ought to have simply captured that troublesome boy and brought him back. Would I then hold you accountable? Why else would I have sent you to accompany the young master, instead of letting Nanbo go? He is far too old and frail to manage that mischievous rascal." Zicheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head, admitting, "Yes, Zicheng acknowledges her mistake." Zhou Wan waved her hand dismissively, continuing her admonishment. "Do not plead for leniency here. He is simply asking for a beating. Only after a few thrashings will he realize that there are elders to discipline him at home." At this moment, Zicheng wished to explain further, but before the words could escape her lips, she was sharply admonished by Zhou Wan. Silence. Zicheng had no choice but to obediently close her mouth and nodded softly in acknowledgement. Soon after, a chilling scream echoed from outside the hall, reverberating through the air as if the entire residence trembled in response. This agonizing cry persisted for a full half-hour. Standing aside, Zicheng could not help but stifle a laugh, pondering inwardly. Only the esteemed general could possibly subdue this unruly young general. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhou Wan slowly rose, preparing to investigate. Observing this, Zicheng hurriedly reached out to steady the lady's arm, carefully accompanying her towards the front hall. Upon arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. Chu Luobei was tugging at a whip, engaging in a contest of strength with his father, both appearing disheveled as if they had rolled on the ground several times. Zhou Wan furrowed her brow slightly, parted her lips to speak gently, yet with an undercurrent of authority. "Chu Patian, Chu Luobei, what on earth are you two attempting to do?" The two, caught in their playful scuffle, immediately ceased their antics upon hearing that familiar voice. Chu Luobei, resembling a wronged little kitten, scampered over to Zhou Wan, pitifully exclaiming, "Mother!" Chapter 14. The feeling of heartbeats. Zhou Wan fixed her gaze and beheld her son, who had transformed into a little kitten, his face smeared with dust and grime, and his hair in delightful disarray. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, my little rascal, look at the state you're in. Do you even realize the mischief you've caused?" Chu Luobei pouted, indignantly murmuring, "Humph, mother, that detestable old man actually dared to strike me." Zhou Wan found his adorable yet comical expression utterly amusing and promptly inquired, "Which old man could possibly have the audacity to provoke our little tyrant?" Chu Luobei blinked his large eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, before stammering air. "He's just a wicked old man. I don't care. You must teach him a lesson for me." Zhou Wan shook her head in exasperation, playfully scolding, "All right, enough of your nonsense. You two have already caused quite a ruckus for half an hour. If this continues, others will think there's a lack of upbringing in the Duke of Zhenbei's residence." With that, she turned her attention to Zicheng and instructed, "Zicheng, please take the young master to tidy up, change into clean clothes, and take a bath." Zicheng respectfully replied, "Yes." Chu Luobei, clearly reluctant to leave, nonetheless followed Zicheng for a few steps. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he dashed back to Zhou Wan, presenting her with a sparkling night pearl, grinning widely as he said, "Mother, this is a special gift I prepared for you." Zhou Wan accepted the night pearl, momentarily taken aback. It was smooth and round, emitting a soft yet brilliant glow, clearly of considerable value. At that moment, Chu Poxiang approached with curiosity, glancing at the night pearl before teasing, Well, our little rascal has grown up and knows how to give things to win his mother's favor. Let me take a look." As Chu Poxiang reached out to touch it, Zhou Wan swiftly slapped his hand away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, husband! This is a gift from my son. How dare you touch it? You should be educating him instead. Look at him. After all, he is a general." With a disdainful glance at Chu Poxiang, Zhou Wan walked away. Chu Poxiang, bewildered, muttered to himself, "What on earth? It's your precious son. If I strike him, I'll be banished to sleep on the couch. If I don't, you still scorn me. This is so difficult." Half an hour later, in Chu Luobei's room, Ziqing gently applied ointment to Chu Luobei's face, noting that the scar indeed marred his appearance. "Oh, Ziqing, be gentle." "Okay," Ziqing replied. "How about you become my bodyguard?" Chu Luobei proposed. "Oh, I will pay you 100 taels a month, on the condition that if the old man strikes me, you assist." "No way. Make it 300 taels. Would that suffice?" Nightfall. Dressed in splendid ceremonial attire, Chu Poxiang grasped Zhou Wan's hand, waiting for an extended period until Chu Luobei finally emerged. Upon noticing the scar adorning Chu Luobei's face, Zhou Wan promptly released her grip, her expression laden with resentment. "Don't you know? One ought not to strike the face. How will my Luobei face the world henceforth?" "Indeed," Chu Luobei chimed in cheerfully. All right, it is my fault. Let us proceed to the banquet. It would be impolite to keep His Majesty waiting." With a huff, Chu Poxiang observed the mother and son ahead, feeling a sense of exasperation, and quickly hurried to catch up. Inside the carriage, he incessantly admonished Chu Luobei to behave with propriety. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the surroundings, a beautifully adorned carriage came to a gentle halt before the palace gates. The door was softly opened, and Chu Luobei's family disembarked in succession. They gazed up at the resplendent palace, awash in a luminous glow, and were momentarily awed by its grandeur. The structure was festooned with vibrant red lanterns, casting a brilliant light that rendered the edifice almost as bright as day. Excitedly, Chu Luobei tugged at his parents' hands, eager to approach the palace entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, two formidable guards clad in armor approached, bowing respectfully upon recognizing the visitors. "We pay our respects to General Chinchi," they declared. Chu Poxiang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding with a simple and then led his family into the palace. Upon entering, they discovered a considerable gathering of guests, though many had yet to arrive. Chu Poxiang guided his family to a relatively secluded spot towards the back. However, the vivacious Chu Luobei found it impossible to remain still. His curious eyes darted about, taking in the exquisite decorations and the lively throngs nearby. At that moment, a wave of commotion surged through the hall, heralding the arrival of the evening's honored guest, the esteemed Langia king, Lin Zhenyu. Dressed in a magnificent brocade robe, he strode forward with an air of grandeur, flanked by his elegant and dignified wife, as well as a spirited young general. In an instant, the previously seated guests, engaged in lively conversation, rose in unison, hastening to greet the Langia king with beaming smiles, offering their congratulations on his triumphant return from battle. Chu Poxiang, naturally, was no exception. He approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the Langia king, congratulations on your victorious return." Upon recognizing an old friend among the well-wishers, the Langia king broke into a warm smile, replying, "Brother Poxiang, mutual congratulations. You have also attained the esteemed rank of General Chinchi. Truly commendable." The two exchanged smiles, each feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Father, it was this very General Chinchi who came to my aid during the crisis." The speaker was Lin Ke, the beloved daughter of the Langia king, standing demurely to the side as she gazed at Chu Poxiang. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the Langia king was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, haha, is that so? Then I must extend my heartfelt thanks to General Chu." With that, he once again bowed in gratitude towards Chu Poxiang. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, with a light-hearted jest from Chu Poxiang, the air was filled with warmth and mirth. Just as the conversation was flowing, a resounding announcement echoed through the palace. "His Majesty has arrived." The voice was vibrant, reverberating throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly rose, their gazes directed towards the entrance. There, clad in an imperial dragon robe, was Lin Suyo, exuding an aura of majesty as he approached with measured grace. As he ascended the dragon throne and settled into his seat, the court bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." A gentle smile graced Lin Suyo's face as he addressed his subjects. "Rise, my esteemed ministers." The crowd responded in a harmonious chorus, "Thank you, your majesty," and returned to their seats. Subsequently, Lin Suyo continued with a smile, "Today, I host this banquet to celebrate the illustrious victory of the Wang of Langya over the nations of Shiliang. Come, let's raise our glasses together." With that, he lifted his cup towards the Wang of Langya. The guests, inspired by his gesture, promptly raised their cups as well, exclaiming in unison, "Cheers." The clinking of glasses resounded, creating a lively atmosphere. As the banquet commenced, an array of exquisite dishes flowed onto the tables like a cascading river. At this moment, Chu Luobei had already savored his first cup of wine. The exquisite flavor was simply divine, far surpassing the offerings of Qinxiang Tower. This was undoubtedly a rare vintage reserved for royalty. Regrettably, it could not be taken away. Otherwise, he would have cherished a few jars for himself. Thus, with a sigh of longing, he poured himself another glass. Lin Kuker observed him closely, reflecting on the rumors of the capital's most notorious spendthrift. Indeed, he possessed a certain refined charm, though a scar marred his forehead. Strangely, Chu Luobei seemed to sense someone's gaze upon him. He looked up and locked eyes with Lin Kuker. Both were momentarily taken aback. Then Chu Luobei smiled and downed his drink in one go. Lin Kuker, witnessing this scene, felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. Was this truly the notorious spendthrift? He seemed more like a cultivated gentleman. Was this what it felt like to be smitten? Chapter 15. A meeting on the balcony beside him. Lin Jinyu noticed his daughter's unusual demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you? If you cannot drink, then do not force it. Your face is quite flushed." Lin Kuer lowered her head and nodded. "Oh, father, I wish to take a stroll outside for a while." "Very well, go ahead, but do not stray too far. The palace is vast." "Perhaps you can play with Miss Rose," he replied. "All right," Miss Rose said with a smile, and together they quietly exited the room. Lin Shuyao observed this scene and shook his head, choosing to ignore it as he turned his attention to Chu Luobei, asking, "Major General?" Chu Luobei winked at the emperor, seemingly communicating something. At that moment, Chu Patian felt a surge of frustration and quickly nudged Chu Luobei's shoulder, realizing, "Stand up and bow. Your Majesty, I am here." The emperor chuckled. "I once appointed 2 generals, both of whom represent the future of the capital. What do you think of this battle in Shiliang?" Chu Luobei hesitated, sensing the emperor was testing him amid the curious gazes surrounding him. He smiled slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, I am not well versed in such matters." "Ah, what a major general! Such grand rhetoric," praised Xiahou Jing. Chu Luobei cast a sidelong glance at the bearded Xiahou Jing and replied with a smile, "I dare not. Before your Majesty, I can only speak the truth, unlike certain individuals who interject before being addressed, lacking any sense of decorum." Xiahou Jing was taken aback, his expression shifting to anger. "You." Everyone was momentarily stunned, for this was the same reckless youth who often played around without understanding etiquette. Yet he had left General Xiahou speechless. "Luobei, do not be disrespectful," Chu Patian admonished sternly, rising to bow to the emperor. "My son has acted without decorum. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." Lin Shuyao cast a calm glance at Wang Langya, who understood and also bowed. "Your Majesty, the Major General has not attended grand occasions before, so his breaches in etiquette can be understood." Pleased, Lin Xiao nodded. "Since today is the banquet hosted by Wang Langya, I shall not pursue this matter further. General Xiahou, please do not take offense." Xiahou Jing quickly stood and bowed. "Your Majesty, I shall not hold a grudge against a mere young lad." Chu Lubi, feeling disinclined to linger any longer among them, respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Prince Wang Langya, General Xiahou." Indeed, Wang Langya responded with a slight smile and nod. "I find myself somewhat inebriated. I wish to step outside for a moment, if it pleases your Majesty," Chu Luobei stated. Chu Patian was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "You rascal! What are you doing?" Lin Shuyao chuckled, "Very well. Let Eunuch Li accompany you on a stroll around the palace." Eunuch Li, who had been standing behind, nodded and smiled. "Major General, please follow me." Chu Luobei nodded and followed him outside. This night sky was exceptionally bright, as he walked leisurely behind the slightly unsteady old eunuch. His bright and profound eyes lowered slightly, seemingly lost in a labyrinth of intricate thoughts. At that moment, the amiable and cheerful eunuch Li could not help but ask, "Major General, what troubles you? You seem rather burdened." Chobiai let out a gentle sigh and, lowering his voice, replied, "It's not a major issue, but Master Li, are you aware of the recent situation regarding that young Master Xiahou Jing?" Upon hearing this name, Master Li's expression immediately turned grave. Like a startled bird, he quickly glanced around before leaning closer to Chu Obi and whispering, "Oh dear, my young general, such words should not be spoken lightly. This is the Imperial Palace. After all, if they fall into the ears of the wrong people, it could lead to serious trouble." However, Chu Obi remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he pressed on. "What is there to be cautious about? I merely heard that Xiahou Jing shares an extraordinary bond with the third prince, to the point of almost being like brothers. Surely, even you are not unaware of this?" Master Li was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow, responding in a low and serious tone, "Where did you hear this, young general?" Chu Obi smirked slightly, a hint of pride in his smile, and casually remarked, "Oh, what a trivial secret. I travel through various circles every year. Naturally, I hear intriguing tidbits like this." Upon hearing this, Master Li couldn't help but burst into laughter, though it quickly subsided. Shaking his head, he said slowly, "I see. Young general, as the saying goes, hearsay is often deceptive, and seeing is believing. These rumors from mere hearsay might not be reliable." Chuobi shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Oh, perhaps you were right. By the way, Master Li, do you know the best spot in the palace to admire the starry night sky?" After a moment's thought, Master Li replied, "If we're to speak of a place for stargazing, it must undoubtedly be the Tianyang Terrace. It is the highest point in the entire capital, where one can gaze far and wide, taking in the splendor of the starry sky." "Oh, may I go there?" Chu Obi asked with keen interest. "Of course, it is merely a place guarded by soldiers," Master Li assured him. "I see. Then let us go and take a look," Chu Obi exclaimed. "Very well, young general." Master Li thought to himself, knowing well that Chu Obi was merely a playful child, one who only sought amusement. As they reached the Tianyang Terrace, Chu Obi pointed to a bright star, exclaiming, "Mississippi. That star is so beautiful. It's quite large." "That is the Vega," she replied. "Vega? How do you know this?" he inquired. "I read in a book," she explained. "It says that it is the brightest star in the night sky. If there is one, it is Vega. If there are two, then the other is Altair." "Why is that?" Just as Lin Kuer was about to respond, a clear and magnetic voice rang out from below. "Because love, each person harbors their own Vega in their heart, while also waiting for their Altair." Everyone turned to see Choobi approaching, his face radiant with a bright smile, reminiscent of the warmest sunshine in spring, though the slightly raised scar on his forehead rendered him particularly striking. Behind him, the cautious eunuch Li followed closely, and upon seeing Lin Kuer, he hastily bowed and said, "Old servant pays his respects to the young general." Lin Kuer smiled gently, nodding her head slightly, and replied, "Yes, please rise. I did not expect you to be aware of these matters." Her words revealed a hint of curiosity and surprise. Chu Luobei gracefully leaped up the steps and approached the balcony, casually resting his hands on a railing while gazing up at the twinkling stars in the night sky. He softly remarked, "In my idle hours, I enjoy pondering intriguing matters." His gaze was focused and profound, as if he could see through those stars to distant pasts and futures. At that moment, beside them, the anxious Rose was fixated on her young mistress, internally wondering, could it be that my lady is truly a superficial admirer of appearances? How is it that in such a brief span of time, she is unable to resist conversing with this fellow? Moreover, he is notoriously known as a debauched scion. With this thought, Rose instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Kuer's hand. Sensing the pressure in Rose's grip, Lin Kuo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her desire to converse with Chu Luobei stemmed from a wish to understand his character and circumstances better, so that she might eventually dissolve the engagement between them. After all, deep within her heart, she harbored a profound resistance to this sudden marriage. She then pried Rose's hand away and leaned against the railing, just like Chu Luobei, gazing at the stars. "Rose, if there's nothing pressing, you might as well go to the prince," she suggested. "What?" Rose replied, rolling her eyes. "All right, it's true. This girl is indeed a superficial admirer." With that, she silently departed. Eunuch Li seemed to suddenly realize his presence was somewhat inappropriate. With a sycophantic smile, he said, "Since the young general has the young lady's protection, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and hurried away. "What?" Chu Luobei looked bewilderedly at Eunuch Li's retreating figure, and after a considerable time, he finally regained his senses. At this moment, only he and Lin Kuo remained standing face to face. "Is your name Chu Luobei?" Lin Kuo was the first to break the silence. Chapter 16. The emergence of puppetry. Indeed, Chu Luobei replied succinctly. "The foremost dandy of the capital?" Lin Kuo inquired with keen interest. "Yes," Chu Luobei responded once more. Unconsciously casting a glance at Lin Kuo, merely a glimpse of her profile sent a tremor through his heart, nearly overwhelming his composure. He silently cursed that vexing woman. "Do not think to ensnare my resolve with your beauty." He inwardly lamented his uncle, questioning what he meant by merely being somewhat attractive. The person before him was not just slightly good-looking. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "By the way, how did you acquire that scar on your head?" Lin Kuo asked, her curiosity about Chu Luobei seemingly insatiable. "Alas, are you a historian or something? Why so many questions, an endless barrage? How peculiar!" Chu Luobei retorted somewhat impatiently. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Kuo's flower-like smile, his irritation dissipated like mist. Lin Kuo covered her mouth with a light laugh, explaining, "I had not seen you in person before, so I was uncertain of your true nature. From a distance, I thought you possessed a commendable appearance, merely a touch above the ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, I realized I had encountered you before." Chu Luobei furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Miss Lin, clarify. Although I might be somewhat handsome, I'm still renowned in the capital, as a young general. But please, do not become so infatuated with me." Lin Kuo, observing the considerable commotion he stirred, laughed heartily and said, "You indeed possess an attractive visage, yet I disdain such trivialities. There are many handsome faces I have seen perishing in Shiliang. Do you think I would be swayed by your looks?" Chu Luobei instinctively distanced himself from her, a look of grievance upon his face. "We have met at the academy," he stated. "Where?" "At Haowu Academy." Chu Luobei gazed at her face, pondering for a long while before responding, "I do not recall. I have forgotten much of the past." Lin Kuo declared proudly, "Indeed, in the past, you were lauded as a prodigy by our teacher. How could you possibly remember the girl in the corner?" "The corner?" "Do you remember when our teacher posed the question, 'What can women aspire to in the future?' Those princes spoke of virtues, bearing children, and educating offspring. At that moment, you proclaimed, 'To serve in the military.' Everyone, myself included, thought you foolish. Yet your words remain vivid in my mind. I can adorn myself before the mirror, yet don armor that glistens coldly. A woman can possess unwavering loyalty and courage, rivaling that of any man." As Chu Luobei gazed at the girl earnestly recounting that incident, he was reminded of a time when Yang Kun had become his devoted admirer because of it. Astonishingly, this girl, whom he had never truly regarded, had retained the memory for a decade. Indeed, the very words she quoted were those he had proclaimed with pride a few months prior during the military briefing. "Because of your statement, my dream to join the army alongside my father ignited. I must prove that, as you asserted, women are not inferior to men. Thus, I fervently implored my father to take me to the front lines." From that moment, the concept of a women's army emerged. Chu Luobei chuckled, "Congratulations. You have finally demonstrated that women can indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with men." Lin Kuo fixed her earnest gaze upon him, declaring, "You are concealing your true abilities." "Well, perhaps you should reconsider your own words," Chu Luobei responded, still caught up in the fervor of the moment. You, a genius, cannot possibly be reduced to mediocrity. But do you not understand? Time is a curious entity. It can wear away many things, including aspirations. My current ambition is simply to live well and inherit my grandfather's title. Chu Luobei maintained his composure, looking towards the night sky. It is getting late. I must return to rest. Miss Lin, would you care to join me? Lin Ker's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Go away. Chuckling, Chu Luobei replied, Very well. Miss Lin, I shall remember you. Farewell. With that, he departed from the rooftop. Lin Ker stood silently on the terrace, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure below. Softly murmuring, Chu Luobei, at merely 8 years old, you articulate such transcendent ideas and thoughts. What secrets lie hidden within you? Rest assured, I shall unearth them one by one. Meanwhile, as Chu Luobei descended the rooftop, a shadow of gloom suddenly enveloped him. He quickened his pace, lost in contemplation. After determining he had distanced himself sufficiently, he halted and glanced back at the rooftop, where Lin Ker still stood. It was evident she had not left. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly observed her, pondering, This woman is astoundingly astute. Were it not for her special status as the daughter of the Langyi king, I might have discreetly dispatched my subordinates to eliminate her to prevent future troubles. I can only hope she possesses enough wit to refrain from making any foolish decisions. With that thought, Chu Luobei chose not to linger, turning back to continue his journey. Before long, he finally stepped through the gates of the palace. After meandering through winding paths, he arrived at a narrow, secluded alley. At that moment, a peculiar sensation surged within him, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Without hesitation, he strode into a dead end deep within the alley. Approximately after a quarter of an hour, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, with a delicate fox mask obscuring his visage, emerged slowly from the shadowy alley. This individual moved with an ethereal grace, as silent as a specter. However, just a few steps into his journey, another figure, equally shrouded in a black robe and donning a mask, appeared before him. This person wielded a gleaming longsword, exuding an extraordinary and formidable aura. He was the assassin known as Fein Yao. Young master, Fein Yao saluted. What is it that third master requires of me? Chu Luobei replied with a faint smile, the puppet technique. Chu Luobei's expression momentarily shifted, astonished. The puppet technique is regarded as one of the most sinister arts of the Western regions, capable of controlling individuals. It is akin to an illusionary art, yet exceedingly malevolent, for one is often unaware of when they might fall under its influence. Moreover, he continued, the king of Shiliang has suffered defeat and seeks peace through a marriage alliance with Haowu. This union involves the grand princess, along with the puppet technique. Fein Yao spoke solemnly. Oh, when will they arrive? Chu Luobei inquired. They have already set forth. They shall arrive in Jiangnan in 3 days. Thus, we have 3 days to reach Jiangnan? Indeed. Sigh. Very well. Who else shall accompany us? Young master, the bear riders will join us. What about that simpleton? Yes. Chapter 17. Amusing incidents at the city gates. Yuxiong, one of the 4 great guardians, resembled Fania but wielded a massive axe, possessing immense strength. Chu Luobei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping around the surroundings, revealing a hint of perplexity on his face. Returning to the young master, he is outside the city. Third master mentioned that due to his enormous size, he would attract too much attention if he entered the city, so he was instructed to wait outside. Fania swiftly replied, bowing slightly. But why was he summoned alone? Is there some special arrangement? Chu Luobei inquired with keen interest, arms crossed. I'm not privy to that, young master. Third master simply ordered it, stating that he would prove useful in due time. Fania answered cautiously, lowering his head. Very well, since third master has spoken, there must be a comprehensive plan in place. Come, let us go and see for ourselves, Chu Luobei declared. In that moment, an extraordinarily powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping forth like a surging torrent. It turned out that Chu Luobei had already reached the threshold of a martial master. Achieving such a feat at such a young age was truly astonishing. He cast a casual glance towards the imperial palace behind him. a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. These individuals have lived too comfortably. It is high time to instill a sense of urgency in them. Observing this, Fania could not help but shake his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting. The young master is indeed an extraordinary being, despite being of similar age. He possesses such formidable power. What is most perplexing is that his rigorous training is hardly visible. This talent is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, Fania dared not slacken his pace, promptly following Chu Luobei as they made their way towards the city's exterior. Meanwhile, within the palace, the once lively banquet fell into an abrupt silence due to the aura of the half-step martial master that Chu Luobei had inadvertently unleashed. Many martial generals looked outside, curious about the commotion. Such an unrestrained display of power was a blatant provocation to the royal family. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased. "Your Majesty, allow me to go and bring him in for severe punishment," exclaimed Xiahou Jing, rising from his seat. Lin Xiao then raised his cup, taking a sip and chuckling lightly. "Ha ha, General Xiahou, do not be alarmed. It is merely a reckless fool, an old rogue." At once Li Gongong knelt, bowing, "Your Majesty, please take care of it. Everyone else, continue enjoying yourselves. Do not let this minor incident dampen your spirits." Xiahou Jing nodded reluctantly, acknowledging the command. Subsequently, Li Gongong moved with swift and light steps. Hurrying out, in the hall, Chu Patian slightly furrowed his brow, casting a glance out the window. He contemplated that he had earlier sent his wife back, who was likely chatting with others at the Langyuangfu. Who, then, possesses such audacity to boldly disrupt the emperor's enjoyment? Could it be that Luobei? Upon reflecting on this, Chu Patian couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that such a possibility seemed rather unlikely, yet a tinge of doubt still lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Eunuch Li had hastened to the entrance of the royal residence. With a grave expression, he commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone, heed my orders and set forth at once. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to so recklessly disturb His Majesty's tranquility." As his order resonated, a resounding yes echoed throughout the vicinity. Following this proclamation, a formidable procession emerged with great authority. The palace guards, clad in resplendent golden armor, exhibited an impressive demeanor and extraordinary presence. Most among them had attained martial prowess beyond the realm of ordinary, truly embodying the elite of the elite. On the other side, Lin Ke, who had been leisurely admiring the moon, suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly. Furrowing her delicate brows, she murmured, "Who dares to be so audacious?" Before her words had faded, she gracefully leapt from her elevated position, akin to a swift swallow, and darted out of the palace like a gust of wind, racing towards the source of that formidable energy. At this moment, just outside the western city gate, Chu Luobei had barely leaped beyond the city walls when a figure in the distance captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a brawny man, as robust as a mountain, coming into view. This individual wielded a massive axe, sported a small braid atop his head, and wore a mask over his face. His gait appeared somewhat clumsy, giving him the impression of a simple-minded giant. Chu Luobei found himself at a loss for words, silently pondering how such a seemingly bumbling individual could have stealthily concealed himself without detection by the patrolling soldiers. Upon noticing Chu Luobei's arrival, Yu Xiong joyfully knelt on one knee and greeted, "Young master, you have arrived." To which Fei Niao unexpectedly retorted, "Why not hide a bit farther away? How foolish can you be?" Yu Xiong, displeased, stood up and glared down at Fei Niao, declaring, "What? Do you wish to fight, little one? Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fei Niao shot back, drawing his sword defiantly. Chu Luobei shook his head, interjecting, "Enough of this quarrel, both of you. Yu Xiong, you are to be a shadow. You must not be discovered. Or how can you be called a shadow?" Yu Xiong frowned, "But young master, what if you cannot see me? Then when I arrive, you can reveal yourself," Chu Luobei instructed. "Oh," Fei Niao scoffed, sheathing his sword. But just as he intended to depart, Chu Luobei remarked, "Fei Niao, as a protector, could you not exhibit a bit more magnanimity?" "I." Fei Niao shot a disdainful glance at the towering figure, prideful and unwilling to engage with them. Chu Luobei was left speechless, wondering why his uncle had decided to send both of them to torment him. Little did they know, a girl was observing them from atop the city wall, none other than Lin Ke. She murmured to herself, "Are these assassins? Such heavyweight individuals among assassins?" Subsequently, she pondered whether she should quietly follow the group ahead. After all, she possesses a priceless piece of turtle breath jade, a gift from the esteemed king of Langya himself. This jade harbors extraordinary abilities, enabling its bearer to conceal their presence and shroud their form. When wielded skillfully, it becomes exceedingly challenging for others to perceive one's existence. However, it is imperative to acknowledge that this turtle breath jade is not an all-encompassing talisman. When confronted with martial artists of exceptional prowess, particularly those who have reached the pinnacle of their abilities, surpassing the level of a martial master, its effectiveness in concealment may significantly diminish. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, the jade has already facilitated her in successfully executing numerous assassination missions in the land of Xilyang, thereby earning her substantial military accolades. It is for this reason that Lin Suyo bestowed upon her the illustrious title of a minor general. Chapter 18. Do not call old eunuch. At that moment, Chuluo Bei seemed to suddenly sense something, abruptly turning his gaze towards the city wall. The attendant Yuxiong, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, "Young master, what troubles you? Why are you so alert all of a sudden?" With a grave expression, Chuluo Bei lowered his voice, stating, "I feel as though a little mouse is secretly watching us." Upon hearing this, Yuxiong's eyes hardened, instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. Tilting his neck slightly, he spoke in a chilling tone, "If that is the case, should I eliminate this mouse to prevent future troubles?" Chuluo Bei shook his head gently and decisively commanded, "No need. Our primary objective is to hasten our journey to Jiangnan. We must not linger here. Let us proceed swiftly." With that, Chuluo Bei led the others, vanishing into the vastness of the night like phantoms. Meanwhile, Lin Ke remained behind, her brow furrowed tightly as she gazed at their receding figures, pondering to herself, "How peculiar. I thought I had been sufficiently discreet. How could I still have been discovered?" Jiangnan. Without hesitation, Lin Ke leapt off the towering city wall, resolutely following their trail. Undoubtedly, by keeping pace, she could uncover the identity of this mysterious force. However, unbeknownst to her, just as she turned to leave, a shadowy figure quietly emerged. This was a man clad in a black robe, donning a fox mask. With hands clasped behind his back, he silently watched Lin Ke's diminishing silhouette, murmuring softly, "This reckless little brat, always stirring up trouble, has drawn ever closer. Well then, that old dog shall be dealt with by me for now. As for the little girl, she must fend for herself. I can only hope. He. Ha ha." Before his laughter could fade, his figure abruptly flickered and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, the cloaked figure appeared on the rooftop of a tall building. Simultaneously, a throng of guards clad in golden armor surged onto the streets below. The leader, Li Gonggong, seemingly sensing something, looked up towards the rooftop. Upon seeing the black-robed figure, his brows furrowed in concern. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, the black-robed man's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "Li Gonggong, what a coincidence to meet you again so soon." Hearing this, Li Gonggong's expression darkened further, his voice laced with fury. "Shadow Lord, why must it always be you? You thwart our plans at every turn." In response to Li Gonggong's ire, the black-robed man remained silent, merely casting a casual glance at him before suddenly springing into action, swiftly leaping down to the street below, vanishing amidst the bustling crowd in an instant. Witnessing this, Li Gonggong erupted in rage, bellowing, "Someone, quickly apprehend this man. Move swiftly." With a commanding shout, the golden-armored guards sprang into action, surging like a tide in pursuit of the fleeing figure, cloaked in black. In an instant, chaos enveloped the scene. Then Li Gonggong, with a flicker of movement, dashed upstairs like a specter, his speed akin to lightning. However, the black-clad figure was evidently a master of extraordinary skill, his lightness of foot unparalleled, leaving only dust in his wake. Just as Li Gonggong strained to keep pace, The shadowy figure vanished from his sight in the blink of an eye. Frustration and fury welled within Li Gongong. Unwilling to let the adversary escape so easily, he bellowed, "Master of Shadows, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. You wretched scourge of the capital, do not think you can continue to sow discord." No sooner had his words left his lips than a distant, mocking voice echoed from the horizon. "Ha! Old eunuch, do not shout." Fuming, Li Gongong trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson, panting heavily as he stomped the ground in a futile attempt to create a chasm. His voice thundered with indignation. "Search! All of you go find him. We must drag that Master of Shadows out." The surrounding guards responded in unison. Yes. They promptly dispersed, initiating a thorough search of the vicinity. The atmosphere grew tense and bustling. Beneath the shroud of night at the Duke of Zhenbei's residence, tranquility reigned. Yet, a shadow flitted gracefully into the backyard, the very black-clad figure that had just escaped. Upon landing, the figure exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he leisurely removed the mask from his face. Beneath the mask lay a handsome and resolute visage, revealing none other than Chu Yunxiao. He gazed up at the inky sky, a confident smile curving his lips. "With this astonishing puppet technique, my father's residence finally possesses the strength and confidence to confront the royal family head-on." Before his words faded, Chu Yunxiao decisively shed his long black robe, discarding it carelessly aside, and strode forward. Not far ahead, he encountered a patrol of guards approaching. Upon recognizing him, their faces brightened, and they hurriedly greeted him with smiles. "Third Master, you have returned." Chu Yunxiao nodded with a smile, responding, "Indeed. It has been exceedingly dull staying in the barracks, so I thought to come home for a couple of days' rest." One of the guards, grinning, chimed in, "That is splendid. It is far better for you to remain in our residence. Otherwise, the brothers would have no chance to witness your swordplay. Oh, no. To see your graceful swordsmanship." At this remark, Chu Yunxiao's expression soured instantly, his face falling with a look of grievance as he lamented, "How dare you? A bunch of unappreciative fools. To mock my swordsmanship. You truly have no sense of appreciation. Go patrol diligently, or beware, for I shall chase you with a broom." Upon hearing this threat, the guards were momentarily taken aback, only to burst into hearty laughter, sprinting away in a frenzy, fearful that they might indeed feel the bristles of Chu Yunxiao's broom upon their backs. The following day, Chu Patian lay in a drunken stupor, sprawled across his bed like a puddle of mud after a night of revelry. It was not until the morning sun poured through the window, illuminating his face marked by the remnants of his hangover, that he slowly stirred awake. At last, Chu Patian struggled to rise from his bed, his steps unsteady as he exited the room. As he stepped outside, a captivating sight drew his attention. A tall, dashing figure stood by the pond, sword in hand, meticulously polishing the gleaming blade. Upon closer inspection, Chu Potion's heart leaped with joy, and he hurried towards the man, exclaiming, "Third brother, what a delightful surprise. What brings you back so unexpectedly?" Chapter 19. Journey to the South. Arrival in Spring City, Ya? Sister-in-law, I'm just a rough man, and no one would find me appealing. Who said that? Let me tell you, several of my friends are single, and when they mention you, they speak of you with admiration. Would you like me to introduce you? She then shot a glare at Chu Patian, as if questioning his lack of awareness. Chu Patian cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed. Third brother, I believe it is time for you to find someone." Chu Yunxiao twitched his lips and asked, "How did we go from discussing Luo Bei to me?" "Oh, never mind that. One day, I'll gather them all, and you can choose whom you fancy. The rest will be left to me," Zhou Wan said with a slight smile. Where's Luo Bei? I haven't seen him around." "That rascal, he is always busy in the manor." "Don't mind him," Zhou Wan replied earnestly. "Sister-in-law, that rascal Luo Bei isn't even in the manor. I'm going to find him right now. It's infuriating that he is being disobedient." Chu Yunxiao silently set down his bowl, picked up his sword, and stormed out in a huff. Zhou Wan was speechless. Chu Yunxiao truly had a humorous side. She couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "What do you think, sister-in-law? Zhu Junxi ya?" Chu Patian shook his head and continued eating, saying it's been years. You know how the third brother is. He's grown accustomed to being alone. Ah, that third brother, always sharpening his sword. Zhou Wan sighed, suddenly struck with an idea. She smiled and suggested, "What if we let Yinxian have a go? He knows many graceful young ladies. Do you think the third brother would be interested in them?" Chu Yunxian was the second son of the Chu family, serving as a scholar at Haowu Academy. He was not an ordinary scholar, but an exceptionally skilled one. Due to his busy schedule, he rarely returned home, as the academy provided all his needs. Time flew, and a day later, Zhou Wan hurriedly arrived at the gate of the northern town Marquis residence with Zhou Yu. Today, General Chu Patian happened to have some leisure time and was resting within the manor. Upon seeing the two women rush into the manor, Chu Patian quickly approached with a smile and asked, "Waner, little sister, why are you both in such a hurry?" Zhou Yu and Zhou Wan had contrasting personalities. The former was gentle and shy, rarely able to speak fluently in front of men, except for the Wang of Langia. Now, faced with Chu Potion's inquiry, she nodded slightly. Her cheeks flushed, appearing somewhat anxious. In contrast, Zhou Wan was accustomed to being straightforward and replied without hesitation, "Your daughter, the little girl Lin Ke, has gone missing. The Wang of Langia has searched the entire capital but has yet to find her." Upon hearing this, Chu Potion's previously smiling face turned grave, his brows furrowing as he pressed, "What? When did she go missing?" Gathering her courage, Zhou Yu trembled as she spoke, "Brother-in-law, it was the night of the prince's banquet. The prince, finding Kuer rather dull, permitted her to accompany Qiang Wei for a stroll. Not long after, Qiang Wei returned, mentioning that her sister Xiao Luobei had engaged her in conversation, and thereafter she had not returned home. I presumed she was enjoying herself with Luobei. However, 2 days have elapsed, and this girl, who is typically obedient, has never ventured out without informing someone." Chu Patian suddenly froze, exclaiming, "What? Together with Luobei? That rascal must have taken Kuer out to frolic. This mischievous lad has been out having fun and hasn't returned home for 2 days. I shall go search for them. Do not fret." Chu Yinxiao, squatting by the pond, stood up in exasperation and approached, saying, "No need to search." Just as Chu Patian was about to step over the threshold, he cast a puzzled glance at Chu Yunxiao and inquired, "What? Do you know where that lad is?" Chu Yunxiao waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Luobei has gone to Wushan for a picnic, but he is not with Lin Ke." "A picnic?" Zhou Wan's expression was one of bewilderment. Wushan is a mountain not far from the capital, perpetually shrouded in mist, inhabited by numerous wild beasts. However, as martial practitioners, they need not fear. Indeed, he invited me to join, but I had no interest and returned. Chu Patian remarked, squinting thoughtfully. "He isn't with Ku, just by himself? He has a few friends with him, though I'm unfamiliar with them," sighed Chu Yinxiao. Chu Potion's expression turned intrigued as he suggested, "Then let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We should search for Lin Kuer first. By the way, sister, does Kuer have any friends in the capital?" Zhou Yu shook her head gently, a frown marring her features as she replied, "There are virtually no leads. I suppose the Women S group might have some information. Qiang Wei mentioned she had searched for her before, but found no trace of Kuer." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down like a flood unleashed. Seeing his sister in such distress, Chu Patian felt a surge of helplessness. He quickly reassured her, "All right, sister, do not worry excessively. She will surely be safe. I shall immediately go out to search." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed forward, flinging open the door and rushing out like a gust of wind. Zhou Wan approached, gently patting Zhou Yu's shoulder, her voice soothing, "Do not fret, where everything will be all right. Our Langia Wangfu and the Zhenbei Hofu will act together. Those little rascals would not dare to act recklessly." Hearing her sister's words, Zhou Yu's sobs diminished slightly, though she still emitted occasional whimpers, sob, standing nearby. Chu Yinxiao took a deep breath, silently lamenting, "Ah, how exhausting it is to weave lies. Luobei, from here on, you must rely on your own efforts. All that I can offer you is but this." Meanwhile, far in the southern region, there exists a grand and magnificent city bearing the lovely name Spring City. The maternal clan of Chu Luobei resides here, specifically the Zhou family of Spring City. At this moment, at the city gates of Spring City, Chu Luobei and his 2 companions had already donned casual attire and masks. The imposing figure of Yu Xiong, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Young master, this is our territory." Wamsudan masks. His subordinate was genuinely baffled. Fania responded with an air of nonchalance. "We are shadows. We must exercise utmost caution in our endeavors." Chulobi, with a sense of foreboding, glanced back over his shoulder, sensing an unseen presence trailing them. "There is no need to enter the city. Let's take refuge at the inn behind us." With that, Chulobi departed from Chunqing. Fania and his companion remained silent, yet followed closely for the young master's commands. Though peculiar, were invariably grounded in reason. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, concealed in the shadows, furrowed her brow as she observed their every movement. These three have arrived in Jiangnan, yet they choose not to enter the city. What could this signify? She pondered, casting furtive glances before making her own way into the city. Chapter 20. The sudden appearance of the Rakshasa assassin as night swiftly descended. A pair of carriages ambled towards the city of Spring, situated 20 miles away. "Your Highness, we are about to arrive at the most splendid city of Haowu," announced an eunuch, standing by the window of an ornate carriage. A girl adorned with gold and silver jewelry, her face delicately shaped like a melon seed, curiously peered out, gazing at the distant, brightly lit city. "Is it Spring City?" she inquired. "Indeed, Your Highness," the eunuch replied with a smile. "This city rules over Jiangnan, basking in perpetual spring throughout the year, hence its name, Spring City." Just then, a magnificent steed galloped forward, bearing a commanding general. As he approached, he swiftly dismounted and knelt on one knee, offering his respects. "Princess, it is likely too late to enter the city now. General Mu Hen suggests we establish camp here for the night and proceed into the city come morning. Such an arrangement would be more prudent. Please, Your Highness, decide." Upon hearing this, the eunuch beside her displayed a frown and exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? The esteemed princess of the Shiliang kingdom graces Haowu. Even at this late hour, they should open their gates and extend a warm welcome." However, the general disregarded the eunuch's remarks, a hint of disdain flickering across his face as he responded, "Your Highness, General Mu Hen has stated that we have entered Haowu territory and must adhere to the customs and etiquette of this land. To disturb the peace at night would be unwise." Faced with the starkly contrasting opinions, the girl smiled gently and spoke softly, "It matters not. Let us heed General Mu Hen's counsel and camp here." Upon hearing her words, the general felt a surge of relief and promptly nodded. "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, he turned to prepare the campsite. Meanwhile, the eunuch appeared quite vexed, anxiously addressing the girl, "Your Highness, how can this be acceptable? You are of immeasurable worth. How can you endure such indignity?" The girl tilted her head slightly towards the distant sky, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Of immeasurable worth? How utterly ludicrous! Ultimately, I am but a pawn in the struggle for power. What nobility can be ascribed to me?" Her voice was as soft as a whispering breeze, yet the resignation and sorrow it conveyed were profoundly moving. "Your Highness, let us set up camp. I am weary." In a quaint and bustling inn, the atmosphere was alive with chatter and laughter. Chu Luobei sat at a table by the window, cradling a steaming cup of tea, gently blowing away the rising steam before cautiously taking a sip. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, enveloping him in warmth. Opposite him, Yu Xiong leaned back in his chair, his head nodding intermittently as if he might succumb to sleep at any moment. Just then, a soft creak echoed as the previously shut window was pushed open from the outside. A bird, swift as a flash of lightning, darted into the room. Bowing respectfully to Chu Luobei and stating, "Young master." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Chu Luobei gently set down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Pray tell, what news have you uncovered during your excursion?" Feng Yao promptly replied, "Indeed, young master, your foresight is remarkable. Just as you anticipated, they have established their encampment." At this revelation, the corners of Chu Luobei's mouth lifted slightly, a flicker of imperceptible light dancing in his eyes. He chuckled softly, turning his gaze toward the inky darkness of the night outside the window. After a brief pause, he rose, adjusted his attire, and declared with a resonant voice, "In that case, let us proceed to investigate." "Very well," Fei Niao responded, swiftly joining Chu Luobei at the window. The duo adeptly produced 2 masks from their garments, donning them with precision, and draped themselves in long black cloaks. Once fully prepared, they leaped out of the window in unison. However, just as they were about to vanish into the night, they noticed the burly figure of Yu Xiong still in slumber. Hurrying to his side, they firmly patted his broad shoulder and called out, "Wake up! It's time to depart." Yu Xiong jolted awake from the sudden jolt, rubbing his bleary eyes in bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon grasping the situation, he hastily rose, fumbling to secure his mask before following Chu Luobei and Fei Niao out of the window. With a resounding crash, silence enveloped Chu Luobei and Fei Niao. The noise had drawn attention. "Perhaps we ought to forego the black cloaks after all," one mused, realizing their cover had been compromised. Nevertheless, no one noticed the woman who approached the corner of the inn, her gaze fixed inquisitively on the ground marred by Yu Xiong's clumsiness. Shortly thereafter, Chu Luobei and Fei Niao stealthily ascended a grand tree, crouching in silence as they vigilantly observed the scene below. Meanwhile, Yu Xiong slumped against the tree trunk, completely unself-conscious as he dozed, snoring rhythmically. The encamped troops moved with remarkable speed and coordination, swiftly erecting exquisite tents in the clearing. At that moment, a lavish carriage came to a halt, its doors swinging open to reveal a woman adorned in a golden gown, her visage partially veiled by a delicate fabric. She descended gracefully, each step akin to a dance, captivating all who beheld her. Approaching a robust monk with a full beard, she whispered a few words before gliding into the largest tent. Fei Niao, who had been intently observing the proceedings, lowered his voice to convey to Chu Luobei, "Young master, that imposing monk is Mu Hen. He possesses the cultivation of a martial sovereign and is a formidable master of the Fist sect." At this revelation, Chu Luobei felt a jolt within, his expression betraying astonishment. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he shifted his gaze to the peacefully sleeping Yu Xiong beneath the tree, musing thoughtfully. "I now comprehend why Third Master insisted I bring this hulking fellow along." As time passed, and hours slipped by, moment by moment, Chu Luobei remained ever vigilant, meticulously observing the movements of those individuals. When he perceived that the guards had gradually lowered their guard, engaging in whispered conversations and idle chatter, a subtle smile played upon his lips and a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to issue a command, he suddenly noticed several shadowy figures emerge from the darkness below, seemingly appearing from nowhere. He promptly halted his words, focusing intently once more, murmuring to himself, "It appears this item is indeed highly sought after. Could these individuals be members of the Rakshasa organization?" Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this group of shadows possessed formidable strength, with 3 individuals reaching the threshold of the martial ancestor realm, alongside 4 martial masters and several lesser minions. They nimbly navigated through the night, exemplifying the prowess of a fearsome assassin organization, effortlessly dispatching the outer guards in mere moments. However, such a conspicuous operation was bound to arouse the vigilance of the martial ancestor nearby. As anticipated, a tremendous, overwhelming aura erupted with sudden ferocity, akin to a mountain collapsing or sea surging. This imposing presence was ruthless, as if determined to crush anyone daring to obstruct its path. The onlookers turned their attention to a towering, bald man standing not far away. Clad in simple cloth garments, he sported a black ribbon billowing in the wind atop his head, rendering him particularly striking. At this moment, he regarded the unexpected guests with a cold, piercing gaze. Chapter 21. The 3 lives killing array confronted by the terrifying pressure emanating from this formidable martial arts master. The group of assassins felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, particularly those of lesser cultivation who instinctively stepped back in fear. The 3 half-step martial sect practitioners and 4 martial masters, who had been concealed within the dark woods, realized they could no longer remain hidden. Slowly, they revealed themselves, stepping forth from the shadows. The leader, an elderly man clad in black with flowing white hair, slightly curled his lips into a faint smile, exclaiming, "Ah, truly a renowned master of the martial arts. Merely the aura you exude is enough to instill fear. However, since we are here today, we certainly shall not depart empty-handed." As he spoke, a glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes. Mu Hen's expression hardened, a cold grunt escaping his lips as he waved his hand gently. In an instant, several fully armed generals surged forth from within dozens of tents. Each general, seasoned in countless battles and exuding an imposing presence, gripped their gleaming swords, prepared for the impending conflict. With a fierce glare, Mu Hen bellowed, "You ignorant fools dare to covet my Shiliang army? How utterly foolish! You are not but a troop of clowns." The white-haired man chuckled, "Foolish? You shall soon find amusement a distant memory. We three are half-step martial sect masters, having slain martial sect practitioners before. I am eager to see how much weight you carry." With that, the three drew their swords and advanced swiftly towards Mu Hen, igniting chaos among the others. Mu Hen scoffed disdainfully, his body quaking with a surge of formidable power that erupted from within him. Clenching his fists, he began to gather his energy as if channeling all his strength into a single strike. In a flash, Mu Hen roared and unleashed a punch imbued with boundless might. The blow surged forth like a thunderclap, accompanied by a roaring gale. Fortunately, the three adversaries displayed remarkable agility, sidestepping just in time. Had they been struck directly, they would surely have faced grave injury or even death. Nevertheless, Mu Hen was relentless, vanishing in a blink and launching another fierce punch at one of them. The trio, displaying astonishing camaraderie, deftly avoided Mu Hen's assault by leveraging each other's movements, simultaneously counterattacking with their swords. Three fierce streams of sword energy interwove and shot towards Mu Hen. Even Mu Hen, a master of the fist, did not dare underestimate this onslaught. His eyes widened in concentration as he braced for the impending onslaught of sword energy. A tremendous clash echoed as a dazzling sword strike collided with his formidable punch. In that moment, a tempest arose, with dust and debris swirling as the very earth trembled. Trees bent under the force of the wind, and leaves danced chaotically in the air. As the dust began to settle, those present could finally discern the unfolding scene. Mu Hen stood firmly in place. While not far from him, a monk-like figure appeared utterly disheveled. The monk's garments had been reduced to mere strips of fabric, with only a tattered pair of trousers barely covering him. Despite his pitiful appearance, a fierce killing intent emanated from his eyes, and with a slight smirk, he coldly remarked, "Is this all you've got? Pathetic. You are not my match at all." Before he could finish his words, Mu Hen suddenly accelerated, moving like lightning. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of fist intent coalesced behind him, resembling a ferocious beast bearing its fangs, roaring as it lunged towards the three individuals. Sensing Mu Hen's formidable presence, the trio furrowed their brows. One of them spoke in a grave tone, "We can't delay any longer. The guards of Chun City will arrive soon. We must resolve this swiftly." Formed the Three Lives Killing Formation. Another shouted in agreement. Agreed. The remaining two echoed in unison. Without hesitation, they sliced their wrists, blood gushing forth and spilling to the ground. As the blood flowed, eerie crimson patterns gradually emerged. In the next moment, the fist intent was halted before them by a blood-red shield. "What does it matter if you are from the fist sect? You shall still perish." Three Lives Catastrophe. A colossal sword energy surged forth. Chu Luo, with a slight upward curl of his lips, suggested, "Let us circumvent them and capture the princess." He then leapt away, disregarding the imperial bear beneath the tree, vanishing into the shadows. Inside the camp behind, the princess, accompanied by a eunuch and two sword-wielding maidens, stood ready to protect her. The eunuch, however, appeared utterly useless, trembling in fear. In the next instant, the tent was flung open. Dressed in black robes, Chu Luo and Fania entered, assessing the situation. The two maidens resembled sisters, their remarkable synergy astonishing. As Fania, a half-step martial sovereign, unsheathed her sword and charged at them, the sisters swiftly reacted, successfully defending against her lightning-fast assault. Nevertheless, Despite their extraordinary skills and coordination, it seemed futile, given the current circumstances. Their demise was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Chu Luobei, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain his impatience. No longer willing to squander precious time, he softly inquired, "Tell me, where is the puppetry technique concealed?" The esteemed princess gazed intently at the mysterious figure in black, slowly shaking her head as she replied, "I do not know what you mean by puppetry technique." Upon hearing her response, Chu Luobei suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, a hint of mockery lacing his mirthful tone. "Ha ha ha, how delightfully amusing! Since you refuse to speak the truth, you shall obediently accompany me." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he swung his sword with ferocious intensity, propelling himself towards the princess like an arrow released from its bow. Just as the blade was poised to pierce the princess, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. What appeared to be a seemingly useless eunuch suddenly drew forth a sharp sword from an unknown source and courageously positioned himself in front of the princess. Absorbing the formidable strike from Chu Luobei, the eunuch, voice hoarse and desperate, shouted, "Princess, flee!" Upon witnessing this scene, the princess cast a fleeting glance at them, her eyes brimming with complexity. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dashed out of the tent, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 22. The Mad Woman. Chu Luobei was taken aback by the sudden move of the eunuch, retreating 2 steps before regaining his footing. A subtle smile graced his lips as he mused to himself. Puppet mastery, indeed, is an extraordinary art. Who would have thought that an ordinary individual could possess strength comparable to that of a martial master after wielding such power? In my estimation, you must be another martial sovereign adept in this craft. Alas, it seems you have found yourself in quite a predicament. Otherwise, with your prowess, there would be no need for you to hide, and you would choose to confront me directly. The eunuch furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of astonishment. For the voice that emerged was no longer the sharp tone of man, but rather a melodious feminine sound. "Rascal, how dare you lay hands on the crown princess? My Western Liang kingdom shall spare no effort to eradicate you." Chu Luobei, who stood to the side, was initially taken aback by this revelation, but soon a sly grin spread across his face. "Ah, now this promises to be quite a spectacle. Let the rascal take the blame." He crossed his arms, a mocking expression upon his face, and declared, "Oh really, you are merely a martial master. Do you presume you can obstruct me?" With that, Chu Luobei felt the surge of internal energy within him, akin to a tidal wave rushing forth. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from his being, and the long sword in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. With a swift motion of his arm, a fierce sword chi surged forth like a howling gale. A sharp clang resounded as the eunuch's sword shattered into fragments, and the relentless sword chi barreled towards his chest. Almost in the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp tip had already pierced the eunuch's breastplate. At that moment, the severely wounded eunuch regained his senses, gazing at Chu Luobei with a face etched in agony, filled with reluctance and confusion, murmuring, "Why is this happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, his body weakened, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Luobei hesitated not for an instant. He vanished in a flash, akin to a specter, swiftly pursuing onward. Utilizing his exceptional lightness skill, he navigated effortlessly through the dense woods. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a girl in a golden gown desperately fleeing along the path ahead. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful sword chi, which shot forth like lightning toward the girl. Sensing the deadly intent approaching from behind, she was compelled to halt her flight. In a few graceful leaps, Chu Luobei positioned himself before her, cornering her in a narrow space. Brandishing his sword, its tip pointed steadily at her, he coldly stated, "Humph. Little girl, cease your pretense. The puppet mastery must reside within you. Hand it over obediently, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, should I inadvertently take you away, it would not bode well for you. Rest assured, as long as this mastery exists within your mind, my rascal clan has ample means to extract it." Unexpectedly, the girl appeared genuinely frightened. She tightly shut her eyes, her body trembling slightly, before slowly extending her hand to present the scroll she held. Upon witnessing this, Chu Luobei's face instantly brightened with surprise. Just as he joyfully prepared to reach for the scroll, a sudden flash of cold light pierced through the air. A remarkably sharp sword darted forth like lightning, striking the scroll with precision and sending it hurtling away. Furrowing his brow, Chu Luobei swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction from which the sword had come. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the assailant as none other than Lin Ke. With a fierce expression, she brandished her sword and bellowed, "Thief! I knew you harbored ill intentions. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, she swiftly advanced, thrusting her sword directly at Chu Luobei. With a disdainful glance, Chu Luobei lightly tapped the ground beneath him and, like a wraith, evaded Lin Ke's onslaught with effortless grace. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, transforming his sword into a blinding arc of light that surged towards Lin Ke with lethal intent. The force of this strike was staggering. The air crackled with the power of the sword, causing nearby trees to shatter under the immense pressure. Yet, Lin Ke proved to be no ordinary opponent. Unfazed by Chu Luobei's fierce assault, she deftly sidestepped the lethal energy of his blade. In a fluid motion, she swung her sword again, launching a counterattack. Chu Luobei executed a graceful backflip, narrowly avoiding her strike. Seizing the moment, he dashed towards the spot where the scroll had fallen, bending down to retrieve it. With the scroll in hand, Chu Luobei's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "What a madwoman, lacking any sense." He understood that prolonging this engagement with Lin Ke would yield no benefits for him. Resolute, he decided to activate his internal techniques and make his escape. However, just as he leaped into the air, an even more formidable sword energy descended from above, forcefully halting his ascent. Steadying himself, Chu Luobei focused his gaze to see Lin Ke standing elegantly before him, her face etched with frost as she declared, "Thief, you shall not escape from beneath my watchful eye today." With a cold smirk, Chu Luobei retorted, "If you wish to obstruct me, then I shall show you the disparity between us." In an instant, his sword was drawn, and the energy surged forth as Chu Luobei unleashed his true power. The formidable aura of a half-step martial sovereign caused even the Princess of Chang to falter. Aware that the sword energy was rapidly approaching, Lin Ke refused to succumb passively. With a fierce glare, she shouted, "Break wind sword chi." In that moment, a razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, colliding explosively with the sword chi emanating from Lin Ke's blade. A thunderous crash reverberated as the two forces met, erupting into a dazzling display of light that seemed to tear the very fabric of space apart. Positioned at the heart of the battlefield, Lin Ke, a seasoned commander, utilized her extensive combat experience. In the fleeting instant when the two energies neutralized each other, she deftly pivoted her wrist, directing her sword towards Chu Luobei's flank with remarkable speed. The tip of the sword glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, aimed directly at the vital area of Chu Luobei, where the kidneys resided at his waist. Fortunately, Chu Luobei reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon sensing the imminent danger, he leaped backward, rapidly creating distance between himself and Lin Ke. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have undoubtedly found himself impaled by Lin Ke's long sword. However, before Chu Luobei could regain his footing, Lin Ke unhesitatingly unleashed her formidable wind-splitting sword chi, launching a relentless assault upon him. The woman's movements flowed seamlessly, executed with such fluidity that her reaction speed surpassed ordinary comprehension. Even someone as formidable as Chu Luobei, were it not for his own prowess exerting pressure upon Lin Ke, might struggle to withstand her onslaught for long. As he contended with Lin Ke's tempestuous barrage, Chu Luobei also kept a watchful eye on the battle unfolding not far away with Mu Hen. He discerned that Mu Hen's confrontation seemed to be approaching its conclusion. After all, the opponent was a seasoned master of the renowned Fist sect with unfathomable strength, far beyond the reach of mere ordinary warriors. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Chu Luobei made a prompt decision to disengage. With a sudden surge of power beneath his feet, he spun around with an ethereal grace, narrowly evading Lin Kuer's subsequent strike. Immediately, he employed his extraordinary lightness skill, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed away with blinding speed. Yet, how could Lin Kuer allow Chu Luobei to escape so easily? Upon witnessing his attempt to flee, her eyes widened in fury, and with a fierce cry, she intensified the frenzy of her sword dance. A relentless torrent of razor-sharp sword energy surged forth from her blade, enveloping the direction in which Chu Luobei sought to escape like an impenetrable net, attempting to compel him to halt. For Lin Kuer was acutely aware that as long as she could successfully restrain Chu Luobei until Mu Hen arrived to lend support, the outcome of the battle would be unequivocally decided. The relentless sword energy ultimately diminished Chu Luobei's speed, and just as he found himself vexed, he unexpectedly encountered a vast chasm ahead. He hurriedly came to a halt, standing at the edge of the precipice, gazing into Lin Kuer's piercing eyes. Chapter 23. The king's hometown. Chobiai's heart hardened as he gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce, murderous intent. He murmured under his breath, "You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being merciless. At worst, I shall abandon the peace that is King Langya." Before his words could fade, he vanished like a flash of lightning, his speed increasing exponentially. Simultaneously, a powerful and domineering sword aura erupted from the long sword in his hand. Roaring forth like a ferocious dragon, claws bared, pouncing toward Lin Kuer. Caught off guard by such a fierce assault, Lin Kuer's pupils widened in terror, her face a mask of fear as she found herself on the brink of death. However, at that critical moment, an unrivaled fist intent surged towards Chu Luobei, striking him squarely in the chest with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. Chu Luobei had no time to react. He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, hurtling toward the edge of a nearby cliff. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably, propping himself up on the broken hilt of his sword as he half knelt on the ground. The once razor-sharp sword had now shattered into two pieces, one of which had grazed Lin Kuer's shoulder during its flight, staining her garments with blood. Mu Hen observed the disheveled Chu Luobei, a trace of disdain curling his lips as he scoffed. "Humph, you lot, mere schemers and petty thieves, are nothing more than clowns in my eyes. What storm could you possibly stir?" Enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Luobei slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, then staggered to his feet. Although his legs trembled, he resolved to stand firm. With a sneer, Chu Luobei coldly regarded Mu Hen, saying, "What a pity do you believe I, Luo Sha, have lost? Ha! You are mistaken. I have not yet been defeated, at least not here." Without hesitation, Chu Luobei cast the scroll from his sleeve over the cliff. Mu Hen was taken aback, fury igniting within him as he shouted, "You seek death." Chu Luobei laughed maniacally, declaring, "Come, let me show you what true martial prowess looks like. Little thief, you shall die." With that, a terrifying fist intent was clenched in Mu Hen's hand, hurtling toward Chu Luobei. For the first time, Chu Luobei felt utterly powerless before such a terrifying momentum. A mere half-step into the martial sovereign realm could not withstand it. This was not merely a disparity of realms, but a chasm of heaven and earth. Yet, at the instant of impact, Chu Luobei summoned all his strength, leaping into the air and executing a front flip, leaving the smug Mu Hen gritting his teeth in frustration. His force had not yet dissipated, and he plunged down the cliff. Had he not been agile enough to perform a backflip as he fell, he would have plunged into the abyss, but instead, he deftly landed back on solid ground. This brief moment was sufficient for Chu Luobei to make his escape. Yet he did not anticipate that Lin Kuer, resolute and fierce, would charge at him with her sword drawn, determined to intercept him. Without a weapon, Chu Luobei could only evade. But Mu Hen had already eluded danger. In a desperate moment, Chu Luobei executed a technique that employed softness to overcome hardness, disarming Lin Kuer's sword. Before delivering a punch to her abdomen, coldly sneering, "If you were to perish so soon, then let us die together." Without hesitation, Chu Luobei seized Lin Kuer, who was clutching her abdomen, and leapt into the abyss. Mu Hen immediately sensed the impending disaster and attempted to intervene, only to be halted by the princess's call, General, ignoring everything else, Mu Hen turned to see the princess approaching. Just as he heard Chu Bei's defiant voice echoing from the cliff below, "Old monk, if I do not perish, I shall surely kill you one day." Mu Hen scoffed disdainfully, yet a sense of reluctance lingered within him. The princess gazed down into the seemingly bottomless chasm and remarked, "Surely, a fall from here would result in shattered bones. Indeed, there would be nothing left but a scattered corpse. But what of the puppet technique?" Mu expressed his concern. The princess smiled and replied, "The puppet technique is divided into 2 volumes. He has merely discarded the lower one. As long as we can deceive Emperor Xuyao, it will suffice." "That is well. Your Highness, it is cold outside. Let us return." "Very well." Half an hour after their departure, a large figure and Fania shouted anxiously at the cliff's edge, "Young master! Young master! You fool! All you do is sleep, and now look where we are. You were supposed to stop that monk." Fania yelled in frustration. The imposing figure, Yu Xiong, felt a deep sense of dismay and refrained from arguing, continuing to shout, "Young master, cease your shouting. Let us descend and see if there's a way down." Came a reply. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of sunlight streaked across the sky like lightning, illuminating the entire world. Chu Luobei instinctively rubbed his still sleepy eyes and slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. It felt as though he had just emerged from a long slumber, and he was enveloped by an indescribable fatigue. Struggling to rise from the ground, he wobbled slightly before steadying himself. Stretching out his arms, he attempted to shake off the deep weariness that clung to him. Following this instinctive response, he began to assess his condition. To his astonishment, apart from a slight fatigue, he was entirely unscathed. At that moment, Chu Luobei raised his head, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He found himself standing alone on a small hillside, gazing upon a breathtaking spectacle. A massive city constructed from vibrant, peculiar stones loomed not far ahead. The city was as enchanting as a dreamlike paradise, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and authority. The towering city walls reached into the clouds, and the intricately designed towers were artfully arranged. Each stone shimmered with a unique radiance, collectively forming a vivid and colorful tapestry. What astonished him even more was that when Chu Luobei looked up at the sky, he was incredulously met with the sight of 4 colossal suns hanging high above. The intense sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire realm. The sheer awe of this scene rendered Chu Luobei momentarily speechless, as a torrent of questions and fears surged within him. What kind of place is this? How can there be 4 suns? As Chu Luobei was engulfed in a sea of bewilderment, murmuring to himself, a deep and commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "This is the homeland of the king." The unexpected utterance struck his ears like thunder, causing him to shudder and whirl around in astonishment. A sudden jolt surged through his heart, prompting him to instinctively glance in the direction from which the voice originated. Atop a distant peak stood a man, clad in garments as white as snow, his long hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, gently swaying in a breeze. Viewed from the side, his features were sharply defined, exuding an air of formidable authority that was both awe-inspiring and regal, as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm. This enigmatic figure stood majestically on a mountain summit far above Chu Luobei's position, casting a gaze down upon the city below. His eyes, deep and focused, seemed to savor every detail of the urban landscape, as if this place were the idyllic and tranquil home he had long envisioned. At that moment, it appeared he sensed the gaze of Chu Luobei upon him. He slightly turned his head, and in an instant, their eyes met. That fleeting exchange rendered Chu Luobei as though struck by lightning, leaving him paralyzed on the ground. For the man's eyes radiated a dazzling golden brilliance, akin to 2 blazing suns, intense and resplendent. The sheer force emanating from those eyes made Chu Luobei feel as though he were confronting the absolute sovereign of this realm. An invisible yet overwhelmingly potent pressure enveloping him, nearly stealing his breath away. It is important to note that Chu Luobei had already attained the realm of a half-step martial sovereign, regarded as a top-tier expert within the martial world. Yet, in the face of this mysterious man's mere gaze, he found himself utterly defenseless struggling even to maintain his footing. What could this man's cultivation level possibly be? Chapter 24. You have finally returned. However, this was not the most shocking revelation for Chu Luobei. What truly sent a chill down his spine, instilling a profound sense of dread, was the striking resemblance of a mysterious figure before him. It was as if he had been carved from the same mold. Chu Luobei dared not maintain his gaze upon the stranger any longer, battling his internal terror as he struggled to rise to his feet. Once he had composed himself, he cast his eyes down upon the city beneath him and shouted, "Who are you?" His voice echoed through the valley, lingering in the air. The man seemed lost in reminiscence, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Wang." Wang? He stood silently, his frosty gaze fixed intently on Chu Luobei, and slowly spoke, "You should not be here. Return." Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei felt a surge of confusion, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What?" He pondered deeply, realizing that indeed he should not have been present in this place. By all accounts, he ought to have been at the bottom of the cliff. Yet, before he could press for further explanation, an enigmatic and formidable invisible force struck him without warning. This force was as fierce as a tempest, violently colliding with his body. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, pain seared through his head, and he fell into unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. The man quietly observed the fallen and unconscious Chu Luobei, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly murmured, "You are far too weak at this moment. You possess no right to aspire to enter. Strive to become stronger. Only then will you avoid the deep regrets I now endure." Aha! At the very moment Chu Luobei's figure vanished, far away, there lay a peculiar continent, unlike any other. This land seemed forgotten by time, presenting a scene of desolation and despair. It was an expansive, long-abandoned desert, relentlessly scorched by the blazing sun. Remarkably, for enormous suns hung in the sky, emanating unbearable heat and blinding light. The once vibrant and bustling city had long ceased to exist, leaving behind only crumbling walls and swirling sands. In this barren expanse, numerous individuals clad in heavy armor wielded long whips, their expressions grim and their gazes sharp as they meticulously monitored the throngs of ragged, emaciated slaves below. These unfortunate souls toiled under the weight of heavy oars, their movements labored and drenched in sweat, for any sign of fatigue would incite the merciless lash of their overseers. Each slave bore a distinct trident-shaped brand upon their necks, a mark that seemed to bind them together. Leading this group of slaves was an elderly man, their rightful patriarch. In that moment, it appeared that these slaves collectively sensed a mysterious wave of energy. The chieftain slightly raised his head, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon. He gradually bent forward, standing in a posture reminiscent of a half-bow, and then tightly closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the other tribesmen followed suit, uniformly mimicking the same gesture, creating a scene that resembled a solemn and reverent ceremony. The chieftain's weathered face, with lips cracked by time, gently moved as he murmured in a deep, hoarse voice, "My king, have you finally returned? I am the 561st chieftain of the Chu clan, and today, I lead my kin in this place to sincerely wish you a smooth journey ahead." However, at that moment, a harsh voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. "Hey, what are you all dawdling about? Get to work immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my whip for being merciless." Following the sound, they beheld a burly man clad in armor, glaring fiercely at them, brandishing a stout whip as if poised to strike. When Chu Luobei opened his eyes once more, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Upon inspection, he discovered that he had been impaled by a tree stump, suspended in mid-air for what felt like an eternity. The pain surged, compelling him to struggle desperately. Finally, after half an hour, he fell to the ground, spitting out blood and lying there for another half an hour. As he attempted to sit up, he suddenly realized that the pain in his chest had lessened considerably. A glance revealed that the wound was healing at an astonishing pace. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly recovered? It felt as if everything was right again, a sense of lightness enveloping him, devoid of the previous weakness, his strength surging abundantly. Could it be that the figure he had envisioned had truly healed him with mere words? It was perplexing. He quickly began to explore the surroundings and eventually spotted a scroll by the lakeside. After picking it up and glancing at it, he tucked it into his sleeve, only to notice that Lin Kuo lay unconscious by the shore. Chu Luobei contemplated ending her life with a single strike, but ultimately refrained, dragging her next to a large tree instead. He sat on the ground to recuperate while examining his own condition. After thorough inspection, he found no apparent issues, aside from a slight enhancement in his strength and speed. Chu Luobei was puzzled. His body seemed intact, yet the most significant problem remained. Moreover, how had the gaping hole in his chest healed within half an hour? It was nothing short of a miracle. Subsequently, Chu Luobei gazed at the pale-faced Lin Kuo beside him. The wound on her chest, having been submerged in water for an extended period, had begun to rot, and the foul odor reached his nostrils. Squinting his eyes, he murmured that if this issue remained unresolved, she would perish. While it could provide an opportunity for the Langya King to target the Rakshasa, it would ultimately be discovered. A martial king-level powerhouse was not to be trifled with. Thus, Chu Luobei had no choice but to carry her to a nearby cave, where he kindled a fire and heated his sword. He then crouched beside Lin Kuo, his expression complex. Her injury necessitated amputation. Otherwise, new flesh would not grow. However, this meant he would have to remove her clothing, leading to a blush crept onto Chu Luobei's face as he stepped outside the cave to take a stroll. It was already night. What should he do? Would this be inappropriate? Glancing back, he pondered whether to let her fend for herself. Yet, the thought of the Langya King loomed large. He cursed internally. This was his first time dealing with such a situation. After much contemplation, he returned to the cave, grasped the searing sword, closed his eyes, and slowly untied her belt with one hand. With a gentle tug, it came undone. As he attempted to remove her skirt, he encountered a sticky substance, presumably the wound. Without hesitation, he drove the sword into the necrotic flesh. The sizzling sound echoed as the heated blade charred the dead tissue, causing Lin Kuo to instinctively clutch his other hand in pain. Although she remained unconscious, the agony was palpable. After all, it was akin to slicing flesh. Unable to endure her grasp any longer, Chu Luobei held her hand firmly and channeled a bit of his true energy into her, alleviating her suffering. Feeling her grip gradually loosen, he proceeded with the next step, meticulously maneuvering the sword to excise the decaying flesh bit by bit. This arduous process consumed a full 3 hours. Eventually, drenched in sweat, he applied the medicinal ointment he carried and tore a corner from his clothing to bandage her wound. Dressing her anew, exhausted, he leaned against the fire and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning marked the 4th day since their fall from the cliff. Lin Kuo finally showed signs of recovery, slowly opening her eyes and wincing as she moved her arm. Her cry roused Chu Luobei from his slumber. Their gazes met. Lin Kuo felt a surge of anxiety, for the man before her had once sought her life. Chapter 25. Mastering the puppet technique. Lin Kuo furrowed her brows and remarked, "My wound." Chu Luobei awkwardly stood, casting his gaze outside, and muttered to himself, "If it weren't for me cutting away the necrotic flesh, you would have already reincarnated. Aren't you grateful?" Lin Kuo slowly lowered her head to inspect her shoulder, where a thick layer of ointment had indeed been applied. Her expression darkened instantly. Her silver teeth clenched tightly as she forced out a bitter utterance. "You unfasten my clothing." Standing nearby, Chu Luobei unconsciously swallowed hard, responding with a tinge of guilt. "Indeed, if I hadn't undone your garments, how could I apply the medicine? You were on the brink of death, and you still had the presence of mind to fret over this. Furthermore, do not presume you possess any allure. A woman like you is utterly unworthy of my regard." With that, he raised his chin, strutting out of the cave with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo's eyes brimmed with tears, the moisture swirling within. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, a tempest of anger and grievance surging within her. She attempted to rise, but as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder, blood seeping from the wound and staining her garments a deeper crimson. Her purity was lost. Time hastened forward, and within 2 hours, Chu Luobei returned to the cave, 2 plump fish in hand. Approaching the fire pit in the corner, he skillfully skewered the fish over the flames, commencing the roasting process. During this, he inadvertently glanced at Lin Ke, who was still with her eyes tightly shut, and noticed the blood from her shoulder had seeped through her clothing. Frowning slightly, he cautioned, "You would do well to remain still. If you inadvertently exacerbate your wound, this arm may very well be rendered useless." At his words, Lin Ke abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze icy as she fixated on Chu Luobei, retorting, "There's no need for your meddling." Surprisingly, instead of anger, a faint smile graced Chu Luobei's lips, his voice light as he chuckled. "Oh, so I'm meddling? Had it not been for your reckless antics on the way here, we would not be ensnared in this predicament. Therefore, my concern for you is already a magnanimous gesture." Then, Lin Ke's gaze swiftly shifted away from his masked visage, as if it bore something she found exceedingly repugnant. Without hesitation, she turned her head, resolutely closing her eyes, seemingly striving to erase that image from her mind entirely. On the other hand, Chu Luobei merely shook his head, an expression of resigned amusement adorning his face. He then devoted himself to the task of grilling the fish. Before long, an enticing aroma began to waft through the cave, filling the air with a scent that was utterly mouth-watering. Chu Luobei lifted the cooked fish and approached the still-fuming Lin Ke, offering it to her. Yet, the girl remained indignant, too miffed to even acknowledge his presence. Witnessing this situation, a flicker of irritation ignited within Chu Luobei. He would not indulge this capricious young lady. Thus, he loosened his grip and let the roasted fish tumble to the ground before devouring his meal with gusto. While eating, he purposefully declared in a loud voice, "Oh dear, some individuals seem to be living quite well despite their arch-enemies thriving, while here you are, sulking and choosing to starve rather than reconcile with me. What a predicament! Truly, a most vexing situation." With that, he strode out of the cave without a glance back, determined to seek a way out. Upon hearing Chu Luobei's words, Lin Ke, who had initially been pouting in anger, found herself momentarily stunned. She gazed blankly at the receding figure of Chu Luobei, her expression gradually becoming somewhat dazed. After a brief pause, she muttered, "Humph, once this young lady has fully recovered, the first to perish will be you." Yet, despite her bravado, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Ultimately, unable to withstand her hunger, Lin Ke bent down and picked up the roasted fish, taking a hearty bite. Meanwhile, having exited the cave, Chu Luobei was wholly absorbed in extending his perceptive abilities to scrutinize his surroundings. Upon sensing the developments within the cave, a smirk crept onto his lips, and he thought with a sense of triumph, "Ha, I refuse to believe I cannot cure your haughty disposition." He then refocused his attention on finding a way to leave the area. Standing at the mouth of the cave, Chu Luobei surveyed his surroundings, discovering towering, sheer rock walls that stretched endlessly in every direction. These cliffs loomed like blades, instilling a sense of insurmountable pressure. He mused about his own abilities, confident he could ascend them soon, but what of that girl? After contemplation, he decided it would be best to wait until she had sufficiently recovered before departing. He could not afford to waste time before that. As he sat by the lakeside, he contemplated the art of puppetry, which began with the setting. As night fell and the moonlight poured like water, the puppet formations grew ever more eerie. The stars twinkled, seemingly guiding the steps of the lost, unaware that each step was a meticulously crafted trap set by the puppeteer. In this illusion, hearts were ensnared, pathways obscured. Yet only the puppeteer held dominion over the entire tableau, watching the tumult unfold with a knowing smile. Just as Chu Luobei was intently observing the unfolding scene, he suddenly entered a peculiar state and began to cultivate. His method of cultivation was remarkably unique, relying on the power of his mind. Such a technique would baffle the average person, yet for Chu Luobei, it felt as natural as breathing. It is important to note that this extraordinary mental state, coupled with his distinctive method of cultivation, was not a serendipitous discovery, but rather a gift he had possessed since childhood. Thus, while others were lost in sweet slumber, Chu Luobei quietly practiced his craft. Day after day, year after year, an entire decade passed in this manner. Throughout these lengthy years, Chu Luobei persevered in silence, his efforts unnoticed. Now, when he finally chose to act, the prowess he displayed had astonishingly reached the remarkable threshold of a half-step martial sovereign. It is precisely for this reason that Chu Luobei's grandfather, the venerable Chu Yuan, proclaimed him to be the most gifted individual of the Chu family in centuries. At this moment, dusk enveloped the landscape, and the setting sun resembled a golden disk, gradually descending towards the horizon. Its lingering rays filtered through the cave's entrance, illuminating the interior. Lin Ke, who had been in a state of slumber, was abruptly awakened by the dazzling light piercing her eyes. Instinctively, she squinted, then slowly opened her eyes, relishing the warm and gentle embrace of the sunlight. She murmured softly, "It's already afternoon. Where could that detestable little thief be?" With that, Lin Ke mustered her strength and gradually rose to her feet. Having not eaten for an extended period and feeling exceedingly weak, she swayed slightly as she stood, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet, she gritted her teeth and laboriously took a step forward, inching towards the cave's exit. Upon finally stepping outside and gazing upon the unfathomable abyss of the precipice before her, a profound sense of awe surged within her heart. This was her first true encounter with the vastness of the world beyond the cave, and the sensation was indescribably overwhelming. Lin Ke strolled along the lakeside, unknowingly finding herself beside a towering tree adjacent to the water. Casually glancing around, her gaze suddenly fixed upon a figure cloaked in black. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than the previously vanished Chu Luobei. At that moment, he sat serenely on the ground, his eyes closed, embodying the stillness of a statue, evidently engrossed in his cultivation. Observing his silhouette, Lin Ke murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 26. The feeling of heartbeat at this moment. An unusual sensation surged within Chu Luobei, prompting him to slowly open his long-closed eyes. He slightly tilted his head, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon a girl not far away. She was quietly leaning against a tree, resembling a gentle and serene woman eagerly awaiting her husband's return. Her exquisite beauty was as captivating as blooming peach blossoms in spring, instantly stirring the strings of Chu Luobei's heart. This was the feeling of infatuation. Chu Luobei felt a rush of warmth on his cheeks, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He hurriedly cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, then swiftly rose to his feet and feigned composure as he asked, "What are you doing out here?" Lin Ke, upon hearing his voice, lifted her head and shot him a fierce glare, responding indignantly, "You seem to be enjoying yourself quite well while leaving me alone in the cave to starve and freeze. I'm nearly starving to death." As she spoke, her lips formed a cute pout. Chu Luobei was taken aback by her words, inwardly pondering, "Is this little girl so familiar with me?" However, seeing her adorable and sulky demeanor, he could not bring himself to scold her and could only shake his head in resignation. Without hesitation, he channeled his internal energy and swung his fist outward with great force. A thunderous sound erupted as the tranquil lake was disturbed, sending waves soaring high into the air as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into its depths. The immense impact caused the water to surge outward, creating a spectacular display of splashing waves. At that moment, Chu Luobei extended his palm, which emanated an incredible pulling force. In the blink of an eye, 4 lively fish leaped from the waves and landed precisely in his grasp. With an impassive expression, Chu Luobei held the fish and said to Lin Ke, "All right, now we have something to eat. Let's head back." With that, he turned and made his way toward the cave. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Lin Ke's face. She walked ahead with a buoyant spirit, her steps still somewhat unsteady, yet her mood evidently brightened. Chu Luobei glanced back at her triumphant expression and couldn't help but smile wryly, contemplating how this quirky little girl was truly hard to decipher. Wait a moment. This girl is indeed disturbing my peace of mind. What should I do? Should I just eliminate her? How ridiculous. I just saved her. And now I'm contemplating her demise. Chu Luobei shook his head at his own absurdity and followed her. Nightfall arrived, and Chu Luobei remained seated by the fire, quietly roasting fish. Lin Ke, resembling a little kitten, curled up beside him, hugging her knees and watching him as if awaiting the arrival of a meal. It seemed Lin Ke recalled something important, straightening her posture with some difficulty as she hesitantly said, Chu Luobei looked at her in confusion. What is it? Thank you, she replied. Huh? A large question mark appeared above Chu Luobei's head. Just this morning, she had spoken of killing him, and now her attitude was entirely different. You saved my life. At this cliff, I won't harm you, Lin Ke stated earnestly. Chu Luobei couldn't help but laugh. Oh, then I must thank you in return. But, he added with a playful glint in his eye, once we get out of here, I will definitely kill you. Very well, Chu Luobei replied, shaking his head. Lin Ke, with her arms crossed in indignation, turned her head away. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Ke, unable to resist, turned back to gaze at the delicious grilled fish, swallowing hard. However, recalling her resolve not to relent, she quickly averted her gaze once more. Chu Luobei, observing her antics, couldn't help but smile as he offered her a fish, asking, Would you like to eat? It will lose its flavor if it cools down. Are you certain? Enough of the teasing, Mr. Chu. It's truly delicious, Lin Ke replied, looking at him with a mix of irritation and curiosity. Just then, a faint yet distinct sound reached their ears. It was the growling of Lin Ke's stomach. Chu Luobei, hearing it, couldn't suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. Upon noticing his laughter, Lin Ke swiftly turned her head, glaring at him fiercely. Without hesitation, she seized the fish before her, turning away from Chu Luobei to indulge in her meal. Observing her, Chu Luobei sighed in resignation and took a bite of his own fish. However, at that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to instinctively glance toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, growing increasingly louder. It was the chilling roar of a tiger. Chu Luobei narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cave entrance, yet continued to eat without missing a beat. You little thief, Lin Ke exclaimed playfully. Chu Luobei, puzzled, looked at her with curiosity, wondering what trick she had in store this time. What is your name? She inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Taken aback for a moment, Chu Luobei quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, Beifong. Beifong? What a peculiar name, Lin Ke remarked, furrowing her brow at the response. Unfazed, Chu Luobei pretended to be profound, stating, a name is merely a moniker for a person. Lin Ke pouted and then asked, By the way, how did you grill this fish? It smells so delightful. I've never tasted such exquisite grilled fish during my time in the military. With a mysterious smile, Chu Luobei teased, This is my secret recipe, not to be shared. Stingy, Lin Ke muttered in dissatisfaction, turning her head away from him. Later that night, Chu Luobei opened his eyes, gazing outside as he murmured, The roar of the tiger, the chant of the dragon? Indeed, there are still some formidable challenges here. After stepping outside, I gazed towards the direction of the tiger's roar and murmured to myself, Perfect, let me validate today's training results. Puppet technique necessitates the mastery of illusion, a form of mental assault. Chu Luobei unleashed his mental energy, yet, regrettably, he was not adept at harnessing such power. He could only extend his mental force to the surface of the lake, unable to reach further. He recalled that the eunuch of the Long Princess had been ensnared by an illusion. Who could possess such formidable mental prowess, capable of extending their influence over such vast distances? The following day, Lin Ke began to tend to her wounds, seated in the cave, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Observing her drenched in sweat, Chu Luobei gently infused his true energy into her, offering a measure of relief. As a martial artist, certain injuries could be healed more swiftly by utilizing internal power to expedite blood circulation, thus accelerating the healing process. Without wasting time, Chu Luobei commenced his training. In the afternoon, Lin Ke, feeling weak, collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixed on the meditating man before her, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chu Luobei opened his eyes once more, transferring his true energy to her with a smile. Linker, my dear, you are indeed unlike those conventional women. Chapter 27. Helplessness. In the ensuing 3 days, Lin Ku's injuries had nearly healed, and the two began their quest for an escape route at the base of the cliff. The atmosphere here was eerily foreboding. Be careful. We cannot guarantee that there are no formidable beings lurking about, one remarked. By the way, are you a Rakshasa? Chu Luobei rolled his eyes and retorted. You've asked that 8 times already. Ha ha ha, what a pity. Could you share your grilled fish recipe with me? I promise I'll keep it a secret and won't share it with anyone else. Please. Absolutely not. Figure out yourself. Oh, come on. We've shared life and death together. Surely you can part with this small piece of knowledge? No way. Fine. By the way, what did you sprinkle just now? My own pepper. And what about this white powder? Sesame. What is this dark stuff? Ash. Ash. Why would you add ash? You dropped it on the ground. I didn't add any. Ah. Lin Kuker sighed, gently patting her grilled fish. I think I might have figured it out. Figured out what? The secret to grilling fish. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent a full 13 days within this mysterious and profound cave. Each night, as dusk fell, the tranquil surface of a lake mirrored the brilliant starry sky, a sight so enchanting it was intoxicating. At this moment, Chu Luobei and Lin Kurer sat side by side, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above them. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing chill. Suddenly, Lin Kurer appeared to recall something, her gaze falling upon the black robe worn by Chu Luobei. With a slight smile, she softly inquired, Do you also enjoy quietly watching the night sky? Chu Luobei nodded slightly and replied, Yes, when boredom strikes, gazing at the night sky can indeed help pass the time. Lin Kurer blinked thoughtfully and stated, For some reason, seeing you like this reminds me of someone I know. A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Luobei's heart, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, even responding with a hint of disdain. Oh, who might that be? Chu Luobei. Lin Kurer pronounced each syllable distinctly. Upon hearing that name, Chu Luobei's heart jolted, yet he swiftly concealed his emotions, feigning indifference as he scoffed. The foremost dandy of the capital? Lin Kurer nodded, continuing his recollection. Yes, when he and I watched the night sky together, he too held this same posture. Moreover, your voices bear a striking resemblance, though yours is slightly deeper and rougher. Chu Luobei instinctively cleared his throat. Altering one's voice was a simple enough trick. However, he never anticipated that this seemingly innocent girl could be so perceptive, able to detect and connect such subtle nuances. Alas, if only he had martial skills, I might genuinely believe that he is the one hiding behind this mask. But that, of course, is impossible. Lin Kurer sighed softly, her eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. Chu Luobei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Do you want to eat grilled fish? Are you still going to fry it? Chu Luobei looked speechless. Fry? Aren't you capable of that as well? It makes me seem like I'm carrying explosives. He then gathered his vital energy in his hand and struck the water surface, using the same technique to catch several fish. Soon, a fire was kindled on the spot. The two sat by the lakeside, gazing at the starry sky while grilling the fish. Before long, Lin Kuka watched with curiosity as Chu Luobei added seasoning, and she was surprised to see him produce a peculiar red spice. What is this? I've never seen you use it before. It's a special chili. Why are you using mine instead of your own? I've had enough. It's not much. I just thought I'd let you try something new. Oh, that's fine. They began to chat casually by the lake while enjoying the fish. Could you remove your mask so I can see your face? No. So stingy. Lin Kai I am bound by circumstance. While you are the esteemed young master of the Langya Wang Fu, we are not the same. It holds no significance for you to see my face, especially since we may never meet again. Can't you just show me? No. Lin Kurer felt a bit down and took a bite of fish. Before long, she felt her consciousness fading. Gazing at the figure in black robes, she murmured, I suddenly feel as if I've truly met you before. I'm so sleepy. Watching the girl slowly collapse, Chu Luobei was not surprised, for that red powder was not chili, but narcotic. He then carried her into the cave and gently brushed her nose, removing his mask with a smile. My dear, we agreed we would not meet again, but just for the sake of it, let me show you my face. At the very least, I won't appear in the north again. Chu Luobei then departed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Kuter still had a faint awareness. As she gazed at Chuo Bi's exquisite features, her eyes somewhat dazed, she muttered softly north. By the tranquil lakeside, the shimmering surface reflected the lush trees surrounding it and the distant undulating mountains. Suddenly, two figures appeared amidst this picturesque scene, Fein Yao and Yu Xiong. Without hesitation, Yu Xiong knelt on both knees, bowing his head in trepidation. "Young master," Yu Xiong knows he was wrong. "Please punish me." Fein Yao, standing beside him, furrowed his brow at the scene without uttering a word. The young master, however, sighed lightly, waving his hand and said, "Ah, who am I to punish you, fatty? Let's leave it for third master to decide later." Hearing this, Yu Xiong murmured, "Oh." At that moment, Fein Yao stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect toward the young master, and spoke, "Young master, we were able to find you thanks to the marks you left at the bottom of the cliff. Otherwise, given the steep terrain and complex paths, we would have struggled to trace your whereabouts." The young master laughed heartily at this, nonchalantly waving his hand. It was merely a small trick, nothing worth mentioning. He then turned to Fein Yao, seemingly guessing his thoughts, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What? Are you wondering how I managed to remain unharmed on such a high cliff?" The bird, sensing the thoughts of others, smiled awkwardly without uttering a word, yet its expression clearly conveyed acquiescence. Chu Luobei chose not to elaborate, suggesting they discuss it upon their return to the capital, while casually mentioning the presence of a young general from the Langyi kingdom. Upon finishing his words, Chu Luobei gave a slight nod as a signal. "Yes, we shall obey your command," responded Fein and Yu Xiong in unison. Subsequently, the young master waved his hand grandly and proclaimed, "Let us depart." The three then turned to leave. However, just as they took their first steps, a fierce gust of wind swept past them, followed swiftly by a massive tiger racing towards them like a bolt of lightning. To their astonishment, this imposing creature bore upon its back an elderly man whose face was contorted with resentment. The old man grumbled in complaint, "These little rascals. I finally found a peaceful spot to enjoy a good sleep, only to be disturbed by your ruckus. Alas, my old bones are nearly falling apart from the commotion." With that, he hurriedly made his way into a nearby cave. As he crossed the threshold, a look of utter helplessness and incredulity washed over his face, and he muttered, "What on earth? There's still one left behind. Truly unbelievable." Chapter 28. Returned to the capital immediately, he channeled the internal energy within him, akin to an invisible rope that firmly ensnared Lin Ku'er, who lay upon the tiger's back. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he executed an astonishing leap. In the blink of an eye, they had securely reached the summit of the mountain. Upon arrival, he cautiously lifted Lin Ku'er from the tiger's back and gently placed her on ground. After completing this act, he slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze in the direction where Chu Luobei had departed, murmuring, "Heaven bless the Chu family. I never anticipated that another child with the bloodline power would emerge." No sooner had he spoken than the tiger, bearing him, charged straight towards the cliff's edge, ultimately plunging into the unfathomable abyss below. At that moment, a peculiar sensation surged within Chu Luobei, who was situated halfway up the mountain. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Lin Ku'er's direction, slightly furrowing his brow, pondering, "Strange, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Where could this feeling possibly stem from?" Observing Chu Luobei's unusual expression, Yu Xiong hurriedly inquired, "Young master, are you unwell? Is there something amiss?" Chu Luobei shook his head, replying, "It's nothing serious. I just can't shake off this feeling that this place seems oddly familiar." Yu Xiong chuckled, saying, "Young master, do not overthink it. We did indeed descend from this path, so we should be able to retrace our steps back up." Hearing this, Chu Luobei rolled his eyes and retorted in disbelief. "By your logic, should I have fallen from the cliff just now, would I be able to simply fly back up?" Once they reached the summit, dawn had already broken. Chu Luobei observed the sunlight gradually illuminating the earth, and, for some inexplicable reason, began to develop an affection for the warm rays. The bird, perplexed, inquired, "Young master, shall we return now? Oh, by the way, what time is it?" "Chu lubi punde a lao." Those individuals from the western regions have been in the capital for 8 days now, still engaged in discussions and matrimonial arrangements. Then let us return and take a look. Chu Luobei's eyes brightened. Initially intending to wander through Spring City, he found that it was no longer necessary. Subsequently, the three figures vanished into the twilight. Meanwhile, Lin Ku-er, momentarily blinded by the sunlight, opened her eyes to discover she was atop the mountain, utterly bewildered by Chu Luobei's absence. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she murmured, "Indeed, we were never on the same path. Our encounter was fate, yet it is limited to this." It was evident that she had been drugged. As she gazed at the rising sun, she offered a gentle smile before descending the mountain. 3 days later, Chu Luobei calmly changed out of the deliberately disguised attire and donned his usual elegant robes once more. Moreover, he took it upon himself to procure a finely crafted folding fan, which he gracefully waved, exuding an aura of charm and sophistication. He then summoned Fei Niao to serve as his coachman, steering the exquisitely adorned carriage as it sped forth like a gust of wind. The soldiers guarding the city, upon witnessing this scene from a distance, felt a pang of alarm and swiftly brandished their weapons to halt his advance. As the bird observed the scene, it could not help but furrow its brow slightly, questioning with a tone of displeasure, "What is the meaning of this? Are you not aware of who resides within the carriage?" The soldier at the forefront, bearing a serious countenance, replied unflinchingly, "Please disembark for inspection." The expression on the bird's face darkened, and it warned in a furious voice, "Do you have any idea who is seated in this carriage?" Yet, the soldier remained unmoved, resolutely insisting, "Regardless, please step down to cooperate with the inspection." Just as the two sides found themselves in a stalemate, the carriage door creaked open, revealing Chu Luobei standing at the threshold. He held a folding fan, lightly waving it, as a gentle breeze caressed his resplendent purple robe, accentuating his noble demeanor. The soldier, taken aback by the sight, furrowed his brow and scrutinized the man radiating an aura of aristocracy, inquiring with curiosity, "Might I ask who you are?" Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's brows knitted together, his displeasure evident as he coldly scoffed. "A newcomer? You do not even recognize this general?" "I am the esteemed Major General." The soldier, initially taken aback, quickly gathered himself, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he muttered under his breath, "Ah, so it is that infamous prodigal son returned." Though the soldier's voice was scarcely audible, it did not escape the keen ears of Chu Luobei, who, as a half-step martial sovereign, was attuned to even the faintest of sounds. His gaze abruptly hardened, fixating on the soldier as he seethed through clenched teeth. "Prodigal? I shall remember you." The soldier, momentarily startled, contemplated explaining himself, but before he could, Chu Luobei barked, "Stand at attention." The commanding tone reverberated through the air, startling all present. They had not anticipated this side of the young Major General. Observing the soldiers had assumed their positions, Chu Luobei turned without a backward glance and entered the carriage. "Drive," he commanded, as the carriage sped away without a second thought, heading towards the southern military camp. As the route to the camp led through a thicket, a plainclothed man appeared, seated beside a stone. The bird, upon recognizing him, hastily slammed the brakes. This man was none other than Chu Yanxiao. The bird refrained from saluting, aware that doing so in daylight could easily expose its identity, and instead knocked lightly on the door, announcing, "Major General, it is third uncle." Chu Luobei emerged, adorned in his purple attire, and smiled. "Third uncle, it has been a while." However, he was met with a frown from the third uncle, who glared at him and lamented, "You still remember to come back? I allowed you some time for your escapades, and now look at the hour." Feeling a tad awkward, Chu Luobei chuckled. "Well, you see, there was a bit of a situation, which is why I am late." "What is the matter? Mother and the others are not going mad, are they?" "Mel? To provide cover for you, I had to endure the humiliation of learning deceitful rhetoric from second uncle. It infuriates me." "Ah, second uncle?" Chu Luobei recalled that he had a second uncle, having only seen him once in his childhood, on the day preceding the assassination of General Zhua, when he returned home without uttering a word and departed the following day. Well then, has everything been taken care of? Chu Yinshao whispered, and only then did Chu Luobei retrieve a booklet from his sleeve and hand it to Third Master. Transmitting sound to Third Uncle. I have practiced it. This is a lower volume, but it seems to be merely an illusion technique. Why is it referred to as puppet art? Chu Yinshao conveyed, Oh, you foolish child, this is the latter half, the illusion section, while the former half, the puppet section, is of greater significance. What should I do then? I have only acquired one volume. Fear not, for it is precisely this volume I sought. As for the remaining one, I shall procure it myself. After all, it is not wise to act recklessly in the capital. With that, Chu Yinshao put it away. Third Uncle, is everything all right? I shall take my leave. Indeed. Subsequently, Chu Yinshao observed as Chu Luobei drove away in the carriage, while Fania and the others remained behind. As Chu Yinshao watched the carriage fade from view, he inquired, What are your thoughts? Fania respectfully replied, Young General, he is astute and capable, quite suitable for. Our Luobei is destined for great responsibilities in the future. Naturally, he is formidable. I merely fear that my elder brother may not take it well. Chu Yinshao remarked with a faint smile. By the way, have you ever witnessed any of his actions? I sense a sacred aura surrounding him, albeit subtle, yet still present. Third Master, the young general spent over 10 days at the cliff's base. We did not encounter him during that time. Fania responded, somewhat puzzled. It appears to be a matter of fate. Let us return for now. As Fania turned to leave, they noticed Yuxiong kneeling on one knee, head bowed. Third Master, I apologize. Chu Yinshao furrowed his brow and said, We shall discuss this later, before returning to the military camp. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Ant Mother. The child has returned. Chu Luobei exclaimed joyously as he dashed to the grand entrance of the Duke of Zhenbei's residence, cheerfully rapping on the heavy crimson door, producing a crisp and resonant sound. Just as he awaited with eager anticipation, he heard a creaking noise, and the door slowly swung open. However, to his astonishment, a shadow suddenly shot out from the crack of the door, hurtling straight towards his face. Fortunately, Chu Luobei was quick on his feet, narrowly evading the unexpected onslaught. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an old broom. In swift succession, a woman donned in a violet dress, her hair tied high in a ponytail, burst forth with fervor. Grasping a black whip in her right hand, she glared fiercely, exclaiming, You little rascal! So you finally decided to come back. Have you grown wings to stay away for 10 days, or even half a month? Upon recognizing the person, Chu Luobei inwardly lamented, immediately deducing, Oh dear. It seems returning home may not be an option. With that thought, he turned on his heel, ready to flee. Stop right there. Zhou saw through her son's intentions at a glance and called out playfully. Observing that he dared to run, she felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. Hearing his mother's command, Chu Luobei halted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he scratched the back of his head and tried to appease. Mother, you look even younger and more beautiful than before. At his words, Zhou Wan's previously taut expression softened slightly, the corners of her mouth betraying a faint smile. Though she maintained a fade of sternness. Enough of your flattery. Hurry and get inside, if you dare to run again. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. With that, she tossed the whip to Nan Bo, who stood nearby, and without a backward glance returned indoors. Seeing this, Chu Luobei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached to support Nan Bo, inquiring with concern, Nan Bo, has anything happened in the residence during my absence? Why is even father nowhere to be seen? Observing Chu Luobei's carefree demeanor, Nan Bo couldn't help but feel a blend of exasperation and fondness. He shook his head gently, replying, Young master, you must not indulge in merriment alone. The young lady of the Langya Wangfu has inexplicably gone missing, and His Highness the Wang is anxiously searching for her alongside our master, which is why he has not returned on time. Chu Luobei nodded thoughtfully at this revelation, then turned to Nan Bo with genuine concern. Nan Bo, do take care of yourself. You appear quite thin. Be sure to indulge in some nourishing delicacies. Upon hearing this, Nan Bo's face broke into a radiant smile, responding cheerfully. If the young master could ease the lady's worries, I would naturally sleep soundly and eat heartily. Feeling a bit bashful, Chu Luobei scratched his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "Oh, Nambo, I understand. Well then, I shall head over to the main hall to take a look. You should return to your quarters and rest well." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he bounded joyfully towards the hall like a lively little rabbit. Nambo gazed after Chu Luobei's retreating figure, sighing helplessly as he muttered to himself, "This child is eternally so mischievous." He then turned and strolled towards the garden, diligently tending to the resplendent flowers. Inside the hall, as soon as Chu Luobei crossed the threshold, his gaze was captivated by two individuals seated nearby. One was his mother, Zhou Wan, while the other was a stranger clad in white. The girl appeared haggard, yet her innate beauty shone through, and there was a faint sense of familiarity in her eyes. With curiosity brimming, Chu Luobei approached Zhou Wan, blinking his large eyes as he inquired, "Mother, who is this beautiful sister?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan's face instantly lit up with a gentle smile. She affectionately tousled Chu Luobei's hair and softly explained, "Silly child. She is my cousin, your little aunt." Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, my little aunt is so young." Zhou Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, her bright, star-like eyes sparkling with warmth as she looked at the handsome young boy before her, playfully saying, "Luobei, do you truly not remember me?" Chu Luobei paused, his brows slightly furrowing in confusion as he replied, "Little aunt, have we met before?" Zhou Wan, standing nearby, shot a disapproving glare at Chu Luobei and chided, "Humph. You were but 8 years old then, and it was your little aunt who personally brought you home. How could you forget so quickly?" With this reminder, memories flooded back to Chu Luobei's mind, and he nodded in realization, saying, "Oh, I see. Indeed. It was the day of the military coup that my little aunt brought me home. I can't believe I forgot all about it. How embarrassing." Hearing this, Zhou Yu's face blossomed into a radiant smile once more. She gently waved her hand and said tenderly, "All right, come here so your little aunt can have a good look at how you've grown." Chu Luobei smiled slightly and obediently stepped forward, then slowly crouched down to meet Zhou Yu at eye level. Zhou Yu extended her delicate hand, gently caressing Chu Luobei's handsome face, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Luobei, you have truly grown quite a bit, and you are even more striking now. I remember when you were just a tiny little thing, and now you've surpassed your little aunt in height." In response, Chu Luobei's lips curled into a radiant smile as he playfully remarked, "Hey, little aunt, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." Zhou Yu, caught off guard by the sudden compliment, blushed slightly and playfully scolded, "Oh dear, stop with the sweet nothings to flatter your little aunt, you little rascal." At that moment, Chu Luobei seemed to suddenly recall something of great importance. He turned to his mother, Zhou Wan, and inquired, "By the way, Mother, I have heard that the young general has gone missing. Is this true?" "Ah, you rascal. If it weren't for your third uncle assuring me that you were merely climbing mountains, I would have thought you had taken off with some young lady, gallivanting about." Mother, why are you saying such things about me?" Chu Luobei replied, his expression one of exasperation. "Humph, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Have you found anything?" Chu Luobei did not respond, but instead looked puzzled. "Not yet. By the way, you met Ku previously, didn't you?" Zhou Yu said, her mood noticeably low. "Yes. What do you think of my aunt's daughter?" Zhou Yu asked with a smile. Chu Luobei was taken aback, sensing something amiss. "She seemed quite lively and appears to be a good girl. What is wrong? Is she pretty?" "Indeed, she possesses a striking elegance, truly a woman of remarkable spirit." Chu Luobei nodded in affirmation. "Well, that's good. So rest assured, aunt, everything will be fine. Those who are beautiful generally have good fortune," Chu Luobei said with a smile. Chapter 30. The second Prince Lin Xiu Zhou Yu was amused by him, commenting on how Luobei must have charmed numerous girls with his words. Chu Luobei, serious and cautious, responded, "Annie, who told you that? I am but a pure-hearted young general." Su Yui, chuckled, "Purearted. How witty." She seemed to have forgotten her earlier sorrow. Indeed, this lad was quite the rascal. "You must take good care of your sister in the future." Chu Luobei's face flushed, and he earnestly declared, "I promise to fulfill my duty." "All right, now be gone." I do not wish to see you at this moment, Zhou Wan said, jealousy evident on her face. Chu Luo Bei. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Go on now, my sister and I have much to discuss. You should check your room. A stranger delivered a lute for you." Chu Luo Bei was taken aback. "A lute? Indeed, you giving that kind of attention to your friends. And they even had the kindness to send you a lute. Well, mother is right. I shall no longer play with them and will instead spend time with my sister." He chuckled. Scram. Startled, Chu Luo Bei hurried away, only to hear Zhou Yu's voice behind him. "Sister, Luo Bei is actually quite adorable. You have indeed given birth to a lively treasure. Sai, what use is that? Only to be pampered, achieving nothing, unlike your family's female general, who truly brings honor to us women." As Chu Luo Bei walked down the corridor, he noticed a cicada resting on a peach tree by the small pond outside. He paused, murmuring, "Silence is but a prelude. When the time comes, it shall astonish." Perhaps the moment had not yet arrived. Luo Bei could not remain stagnant. He swiftly departed to his courtyard, where he found a lute. Indeed, it was the one from the auction. Chu Luo Bei smiled brightly, realizing someone must be quite attentive to him. It could not have been those frivolous youths who sent it, for they lacked the means. Who could it be? Who? A clear voice rang out as a girl, holding a long sword, observed the scene below. Indeed, it was Ziqing, a headstrong girl. "What are you doing on my territory, acting as guard?" Ziqing was startled and quickly descended, exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." Chu Luo Bei rolled his eyes. "Did you not wish for my return? Planning to seize my belongings, are you?" Ziqing hurriedly clarified, "Oh no, it's not like that. I. Seeing her flustered face, Chu Luo Bei shook his head. "All right, I was merely teasing. Who sent this?" "I do not know. A woman in black brought the lute. And then Madame thought it was a gift from your friends and had it moved here." "Oh, and there was a letter." Ziqing produced a letter from her waist and handed it to Chu Luo Bei. Upon receiving it, his expression turned serious. "Ziqing, this lute is the one from the auction at one Jin gambling house. It seems someone is watching us." Chu Luo Bei gazed at Ziqing in shock. Ziqing, feeling somewhat bashful, asked, "Did I analyze incorrectly, young master?" Chu Luo Bei shook his head and smiled, saying that he had not anticipated that Ziqing would arrive at this conclusion. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Ziqing was momentarily rendered speechless, suggesting that perhaps he should refrain from speaking, as it made him appear foolish. "By the way, my lord, do you know who it is?" Chu Luo Bei tore the letter to shreds, his gaze sharp as he declared, "The second prince, Lin Xiao." "Why the second prince?" Ziqing inquired. "Because I am the young general of the Northern Defense Marquis. Enlightenment dawned upon Ziqing as he exclaimed, "So, bribing the young master would provide an opportunity for the Northern Defense Marquis to become his backing. But does he not fear the emperor's retribution?" Chu Luo Bei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Ziqing has become quite astute. However, there is something unsettling about this notion. Moreover, as a young general and a dandy, who would care about my choices? The emperor would not concern himself with such trivial matters." Oh, but Chu Luo Bei's thoughts were far from that. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "Perhaps this is an opportunity. No one would regard the choices of dandy. Unfortunately, once I voice my opinion, both grandfather and father would undoubtedly support me. After all, with the left general's military transformation, grandfather's spirits had already waned. The left general was Qiyuan's right-hand man, and while he was away at the southern pass, the loss of his loyal companion would undoubtedly cause him great sorrow. In the span of merely 2 days, news of Lin Ke's appearance in Chunsheng spread like wildfire. At that moment, Zhou Yu, who was out for leisure, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news, and without hesitation, she hurried towards the Langya prince's residence. Simultaneously, Chu Patian, who had been away for several days, returned, bringing an atmosphere of festivity to the Langya prince's manor, as if everything had reverted to the serene and beautiful days of yore. However, it was quite surprising that Chu Luo Bei had once again vanished without a trace. At that moment, in a remote military camp in the south, there was an unassuming tent. Inside, Chu Luo Bei sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Beside him sat Chu Yunxiao, leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Suddenly, Chobiai opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light flashing through his gaze. At that moment, he felt a sense of unprecedented exhilaration coursing through his entire being, as if his very blood had suddenly come to life, continuously delivering an abundant and formidable power. Chuluobi furrowed his brow, filled with doubt, and turned to Chu Yunxiao, asking, "Third uncle, what kind of extraordinary power is this? Why do I feel such a wondrous sensation?" It turned out that Chuobi had quietly arrived the night before, having experienced various events. Yet he did not disclose the peculiar visions he encountered in his dreams to Chu Yunxiao. Chu Yunxiao set down his teacup and shook his head, saying, "I do not know. Perhaps only your grandfather is aware, as some secret histories of the Chu family are known solely to the clan leader." Chu Luobi felt a tinge of disappointment. "Sigh, when will grandfather return?" Chu Yunxiao contemplated for a moment and smiled. "Perhaps someone else knows." "Who?" "Your second uncle, Chu Yunxian." "I have never even met my second uncle. Will it be inappropriate to say this?" Chu Luobei expressed his confusion. "He is the young master of shadows and a half-step martial sovereign. If another person learns of this, it could be concerning." "Impudent boy, do you believe our family is what? We are all close relatives. It is merely that your grandfather has stated that only the core members may know this. Besides, that bookworm is exceedingly astute. He would certainly understand the implications." Chu Yunxiao's expression was one of exasperation. "All right, shall I go now?" Chu Luobei asked. "Otherwise, will you wait until you grow moldy before you go?" With a long yawn, Chu Luobei lazily rose from his bed. He stretched, then deftly donned his signature purple attire. After tidying his clothes, he strode purposefully towards the door. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Hey!" Hearing the voice, Chu Luobei halted his steps and turned around in confusion, only to find his third uncle gazing at him with a serious expression. "What's the matter, third uncle?" Chu Luobei inquired curiously. His third uncle slowly began. "Do you know I have never allowed you to study those sword techniques?" Chu Luobei shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. He blinked, attentively listening to what his third uncle was about to convey. Taking a deep breath, his third uncle solemnly explained. "A swordsman must wield the sword with their heart. One day, when you encounter a moment that compels you to draw your sword willingly, that will be the moment you create your first sword technique." Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei was initially taken aback, but then, as if he had grasped a profound understanding, a peculiar smile crept onto his face. Cheerfully, he remarked, "Third uncle, are you implying that you are urging me to marry soon?" "Hee, yet you yourself seem to be a bachelor as well." As soon as these words left his mouth, his third uncle was instantly infuriated, his face turning red with rage, and he exclaimed, "You rascal." Chapter 31. A reunion at the academy. Before the third uncle could express his indignation, Chu Luobei had already turned away with a cheerful smile, leaving his uncle standing alone outside the tent, gazing at the retreating figure of the young man. He shook his head in resignation and murmured to himself, "This foolish lad. Just wait and see. I wonder if you can withstand the charms of the Lin family's fair maiden. Haha, how dare you mock me?" At that moment, Chu Luobei was in exceptionally high spirits as he strolled through the southern military camp. Wherever his gaze fell, he observed the weary soldiers, drenched in sweat from their rigorous training. Yet, upon spotting Chu Luobei, they all broke into sincere smiles. In the eyes of these soldiers, Chu Luobei might very well be the least pretentious young master in the entire camp. "Train well. I'm off now. Goodbye." With that, Chu Luobei climbed onto a carriage and departed. At the Langia Wangfu, in the spacious and brightly lit hall, King Langia and Zhou sat in their elevated seats, their expressions grave and solemn. Below, Lin Kuker stood with her head bowed, resembling a guilty culprit, her body trembling slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. King Langia's face was a mask of fury, his sharp eyes, keen as a hawk's, fixed intently on Lin Kuker. In a deep, authoritative voice, he demanded, "Explain yourself. Why did you recklessly venture into the Jiangnan region?" Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Lin Kuker took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and lifted her head, replying softly, "Father, mother, please do not be angry. Upon learning of the rascal organization's emergence in the capital, I felt compelled to investigate. Rascal? King Langya's countenance darkened instantly, his brows furrowing as if the very name filled him with profound displeasure. Lin Kurer hastily affirmed, indeed, it is the rascal organization. I believe this matter to be of great significance and felt it necessary to uncover the truth. Their true aim was the mysterious puppet technique wielded by the Princess of Shiliang. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I could not stand idly by and thus decided to intervene. King Langya's eyes widened, a glint of coldness flashing within them as his tone grew icy. Why was the Shiliang delegation not informed? In my realm of Hao Wu, such a major incident occurs, and yet it is concealed from me. What are your intentions? Lin Kurer lowered her gaze. I was unaware, father. King Langya snorted disdainfully, but suppressed his anger to press further. And what transpired afterward? Lin Kurer hesitated momentarily before slowly recounting. Later, I confronted the rascal organization, but alas, I was outmatched and ultimately fell from a cliff. Fortunately, the heavens protected me, and I sustained no mortal injury. However, the terrain at the base of the cliff was treacherous, and I spent many arduous days searching for an escape before finally managing to free myself. At this point, Lin Kurer instinctively averted her gaze from King Langya, as she deliberately concealed the experience of being trapped on the cliff alongside Chu Luobei. Zhou Yu suddenly stood up and approached Lin Kurer. Her expression filled with concern as she inquired, "Are you injured?" Lin Kurer gently held her mother's hand, reassuring her, "There's nothing to worry about, mother." Zhou Yu embraced her, tears welling in her eyes, murmuring, "That's good to hear. That little one is right. Those who are blessed with beauty often have good fortune. That little fellow? Who is he?" Lin Kurer inquired, wiping away Zhou Yu's tears. "Ah, he is the young general from the northern town Marquis' residence. Quite the lively character," Zhou Yu chuckled. "Is it him?" While they were conversing, Lin Jinyu cleared his throat, somewhat exasperated. Zhou Yu then remembered to adopt a serious demeanor and slowly returned to her seat. The Langya king, with a smile, sighed, "It is unfilial to leave without informing your parents. Do you realize your mistake?" Lin Kurer knelt down, declaring, "Daughter acknowledges her mistake. Very well, go to Hao Wu Academy and copy the scriptures 100 times. The rest will be managed by this king." The Langya king nodded. Zhou Yu, feeling displeased, shot an angry glare at the Langya king, but chose to keep her thoughts unvoiced. "Understood," Lin Kurer replied respectfully before retreating. Just outside the door, she overheard Zhou Yu's discontented voice. "Lin Jinyu, what do you mean by that?" "What do you mean?" He retorted. My daughter has erred, yet the punishment is so light. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the parent's fault. Are you suggesting a double punishment of 200 copies? Madam, please lower your voice. That girl hasn't gone far," he replied. Lin Kurer smiled faintly and turned to stroll toward her room. Upon reaching her door, her gaze was drawn to two individuals waiting quietly, Qiangwei and Hualio. A wave of joy surged within Lin Kurer as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Qiangwei, with her head bowed, spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Miss, it is all my fault." Beside her, Hualio pouted and defended Qiangwei. "Miss, Qiangwei has felt deeply remorseful for not looking after you properly. She has been sincerely repenting at the temple these past few days." Hearing this, Lin Kurer's smile brightened even more as she said, "Oh, you know my temperament well. Please rise. No need to kneel." As soon as she finished speaking, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of both Qiangwei and Hualio, who hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed to Lin Kurer, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, miss." However, Lin Kurer huffed lightly and added, "Merely expressing gratitude verbally is insufficient. If you truly wish to thank me, accompany me to the academy to copy scriptures. Each of you should manage 30 copies, and that should suffice." Upon hearing this, Qiangwei was momentarily stunned, her face filled with disbelief as she stammered, "Wait, miss, are you serious about copying?" At that moment, Hualio sighed resignedly, mentally lamenting, "Alas, who told you to be my dear sister? Otherwise, I wouldn't be here suffering alongside you." With no other choice, she took Qiangwei's hand and prepared to head to the academy together. At the entrance of Hao Wu Academy, Two soldiers blocked Chu Luobei's path. Looking utterly bemused, "Do you know who I am?" "Apologies, without the orders of the esteemed master or the director, and lacking the command of the students, entry is prohibited." "Are you, the young master of the Northtown Marquis, intimidated?" Chu Luobei declared with a touch of arrogance. "Hey, if you truly refuse to open the door, believe me, I shall summon others to deal with you tonight." Chu Lubi shouted. Outside the academy, silence prevailed amidst the commotion. "I grant you 3 breaths. If you do not depart, we shall resort to force." "Oh dear, my temper is quite volatile. Come, let me see if you truly dare to strike me." Chu Luobei rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Just as tensions escalated, a carriage approached, and 3 individuals descended. It was Lin Kuer and her companions. "Oh, Miss Lin, we meet again." Chu Luobei greeted without hesitation, only to be halted by the fierce and intimidating Rose. Lin Kuer smiled gently. "It has been a while, young general. What brings you here?" "Oh, these wretched guards refuse to let me enter and even threaten to strike me. I am merely standing my ground against them," Chu Luobei replied. Lin Ka paused momentarily, murmuring, "Young master?" Chapter 32, The Ascendant. Subsequently, a student token was produced, declaring him as my friend, thus permitting his entry. The gatekeeper respectfully welcomed Miss Lin, stating her return to the academy. "Miss," Qianwei expressed her dissatisfaction, unwilling to allow Chu Luobei to join. However, Chu Luobei remained unfazed, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, today I shall enter regardless. What can you do about it?" He then strode inside. The gatekeeper's lips twitched. "Miss, look at him. You assist him, and he won't utter a word of gratitude." Huai Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "All right, let us proceed. After all, we are here to face punishment." In the study room, Lin Kuer diligently copied scriptures, inquiring, "Are you saying that the young general has also vanished for over 10 days, claiming to have gone hiking? Has anyone verified his statement?" "Indeed, there are traces of climbing and camping. The young general enjoys wandering about. Who knows where he went after the hike?" Xiangwei lamented, copying the scriptures. "It has also been over 10 days. Is it mere coincidence, or—" Lin Kuer paused her pen, contemplating, "How about we finish our writing first, then ponder?" Huai Yu observed Lin Kuer halting her work and teased him. At the Guanyuan Pavilion, Chu Luobei ambled along the path, a throng of individuals hastily avoiding him, fearful of incurring the wrath of this plague. Unabashed, Chu Luobei seated himself on a nearby bench, awaiting his 3rd uncle. "Chu Lubi, this is the academy. Exercise some restraint." A student of similar stature admonished, for the Guanyuan Pavilion served as the temple of Chu Yunxian. "You are not a student. Do not occupy a seat." Chu Luobei rolled his eyes. "I have no time to trouble you. Be gone." "You, Chu Luobei, depart from the academy. How dare someone like you enter such a sacred place? Indeed, leave at once, depart." Chu Luobei smiled faintly. "Ah, such a sacred place has birthed a rabble, merely barking like dogs." "You." Silence. In the next moment, a man clad in white, resembling his 3rd uncle but with an entirely different aura, appeared. His scholarly demeanor commanded respect, prompting those who beheld him to bow and exclaim, "Sir." The crowd hastily took their seats. The student whose spot had been usurped, feeling indignant, stood beside Chu Luobei, attempting to draw Chu Yunchuan's attention to have Chu Luobei expelled. Yet he seemed to have forgotten that this was indeed Chu Luobei's 2nd uncle. Chu Yunxian appeared oblivious to the scene, picking up a book to proclaim, "Today, we shall learn and embody virtues." The book stated, "In the world, one must base their existence on benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, engage in acts of loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and shame, and adhere to the doctrine of moderation. Cultivating oneself, managing one's family, governing the nation, and bringing peace to the world is the foundation of humanity." A gentleman focuses on the fundamentals. When the foundation is established, the path emerges. By following ancient teachings, one can achieve greatness. Esteemed scholars, who will provide an explanation. The student was momentarily taken aback, instantly embarrassed, and quietly retreated to the back row to listen. Subsequently, A multitude of students raised their hands to request to speak, indicating that Chu Yunxian indeed enjoyed a high level of reverence within the academy. At this moment, Chu Luobei felt an ominous foreboding. Indeed, Chu Yunxian directly bypassed others and smiled warmly at Luobei. At that moment, Luobei felt an immense weight on his shoulders. He sighed, but eventually stood up and said, "Mr. Dao, could you please explain?" Then, looking at the books of the two individuals nearby, he effortlessly pulled one over. The two instantly wanted to protest, but upon seeing the instructor above, they remained silent, merely casting him a glare. A subtle smile graced Luobei's lips. After all, this was the territory of the Chu family, where silence was expected. In this world, one should regard benevolence, justice, propriety, wisdom, and integrity as the foundational principles for existence. Practicing loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and a sense of shame, while adhering to the principles of impartiality and tranquility before long. The explanation concluded, leaving the classroom in astonishment. They had not anticipated that a prodigal would possess such understanding. "What does it mean to be human, in your opinion?" Chu Yunxian asked, momentarily taken aback. "I don't know," Luobei awkwardly replied. "Please, take a seat," he continued, smiling broadly as he settled back into his place, unwilling to return the book. Soon after, many stood up to share their thoughts. In a quaint courtyard, Luobei was led by Chu Yunxian to sit down. With a gentle gaze, Chu Yunxian smiled and said, "Now, can you tell me what it means to be human?" "Uncle, I told you, I don't know," Luobei replied. "Ha! That line might fool your father and your third uncle, but it won't deceive me. At least your eyes betray you." Luobei was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected his understanding to be scrutinized by his second uncle. Guarding? Why? In chaotic times, the ones you can trust are your family. Loyalty is too ethereal. He chuckled. "Little Luobei, you are more astute than I had imagined." All right, what brings you here?" Luobei glanced around, and Chu Yunxian replied, "No need to worry, there are restrictions here. Without the strength of a martial king, one cannot pry into this place." "Uncle, you're so knowledgeable. I just wanted to ask if you know." After hearing about Luobei's bloodline situation, he curiously inquired, "What is it? What is your cultivation level?" "Omatsya Masta." "Martial master? Yes, you lad, impressive. How did you manage that? No one has seen you cultivate, yet I always hear tales of your exploits." "Well, let's not talk about that. Uncle," he said, attempting to shift the conversation. You little rascal. What you describe has indeed been recorded, though it is somewhat hard to believe." "Why? This is the power of bloodlines, or rather, the innate ability of a clan, typically found in prominent families. This is remarkable. Once you awaken your bloodline power, your talent will significantly increase, and your cultivation speed will accelerate. To put it simply, you could reach martial sovereign in 2 years and martial king in 8. That is incredible. Naturally, it is precisely this element that enables illustrious clans to endure for millennia, or even eons. Certain bloodlines possess unique abilities. I have perused ancient texts that recount powers such as riding the winds, rapid regeneration, enhancement of combat prowess, and more. "Rapid regeneration, you say? That does bear a resemblance," murmured Chu Luobei. "However, it is curious that our Chu family once belonged to such a prestigious lineage." How intriguing. It seems a visit home is in order." Well, dear uncle, I shall take my leave now. Do continue your contemplation." With that, he hastily departed, sensing that Chu Yunxian was becoming somewhat entranced in his thoughts. A prestigious clan? There are no illustrious families here, only in the upper realms. Thus, it follows that we were once ascendants. Upon emerging, Chu Luobei observed a multitude of scholars on the bustling street, clinging to their books, wistfully gazing through the windows of a bookshop. "Hey, little one, what are these impoverished students up to?" Chu Luobei inquired, tapping a boy of about 10 years old. The child replied earnestly, "Why, we are admiring the beauty. Inside is the young lady of the Langia Wangfu, rumored to be exceedingly lovely." A slight smile graced Chu Luobei's lips. "Is that so?" he remarked, before making his way over. "What are you up to?" "Why, to admire the beauty, of course. All men are the same." "Well, never mind, I'm not one of them." As Chu Luobei surveyed the throng surrounding the entrance, he noted several signs of wealthy families and influential figures. He muttered to himself, "Let this be a way to repay the favor of those who allowed me entry." Subsequently, Chu Luobei resolved to position himself at the door, observing as someone mustered the courage to knock. In an instant, Chu Luobei delivered a swift slap. Smack! The individual froze momentarily. Then the sensation of pain surged forth, prompting an indignant outburst. "Why did you strike me?" Soon, the crowd began to jeer. For this person had intended to gain respect among the impoverished students by offering them money, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Lin Ke. Unexpectedly, Chu Luobei emerged, haughtily looking down upon him. "Cowardly waste, step aside. You, what do you wish to say? And what are your intentions?" "Umph. I am none other than the esteemed young general of the Northern Town Marquis." "What now?" Chu Luobei glared at them. "The Northern Town Marquis?" The crowd finally grasped the situation, realizing this was none other than the capital's most notorious rake. Chapter 33. Reckless life, how did you end up causing a ruckus in the academy? The crowd instinctively recoiled, leaving only one man, who stammered with frustration but could only suppress his anger. After all, the name Duke of Northern Town was not one to be trifled with. "Huh, Lin Ke is my sister. You, a feeble and unattractive wretch, have no right to approach her. By the way, keep your distance or else." Chu Luobei flashed a sinister smile. The crowd froze, hastily retreating. Who would dare to linger any longer? The man seemed to muster courage to confront Chu Luobei, but alas. Another slap soon followed. With hands on his hips, Chu Luobei caught him off guard, and the man, stunned, had not anticipated receiving another blow. In a fit of heated impulse, he thought to retaliate. "Come, let me see if you dare strike me. Does your family possess the power of the Duke of Northern Town?" The man quickly regained his composure, stifling his anger, and bowed, saying, "I take my leave." "Wait a moment. What is your name?" "I am Wu Yang. My father is Wu Tian," he replied before departing. A faint smile crept upon Chu Luobei's lips as he murmured, "The commander of the Imperial Guards, Wu Tian. How amusing." Afterward, Chu Luobei knocked on the door, which opened immediately, clearly indicating that the three women had heard everything. "Major General, please," Chang Wei greeted. Given the commotion earlier, Chu Luobei's audacity was commendable. A true man indeed. Upon entering, he found the trio diligently copying scriptures. Chu Luobei settled into a chair, asking, as her elder brother, "Do you not feel even a hint of responsibility?" Lin Ke paused her writing, gazing at Chu Luobei with a smile. "Who told you I am your sister?" "Oh dear, had it not been for my mother recounting past events, I would have remained oblivious, ha ha ha. Is that so? I must indeed thank you for the earlier incident. Otherwise, my words might have cast a shadow over the Langyuang Fu. No trouble at all. A reckless life is simply to act." "What are you copying?" Chu Luobei inquired as he sat beside her. "Scriptures," she replied. "I was punished for disappearing for over 10 days. And you? I heard you snuck out to climb mountains and frolic about. Did your aunt not punish you?" "How could that be? A person like me finds it unbearable to stay cooped up at home." "Is that so?" "Naturally. After finishing your scriptures, you would return home?" "Well, you won't go off playing somewhere again, will you?" "Ha ha ha, certainly not. Help me copy them." "Dear elder brother," Lin Ke flashed a sweet smile. Beside them, Chang Wei and Hua Lu were momentarily taken aback. This, would she be so composed, even in front of General Xiaohou? "Ah, perhaps that was a bit too much," Chu Luobei replied, bemused. "Could you not assist me? Surely there must be something in exchange. Are you not my elder brother?" "Indeed. Then why should you not help me? After all, one must keep accounts clear among brothers." "All right, you win. There is a poetry gathering tonight. I shall take you to witness it." Lin Ke waved her hand dismissively. "A poetry gathering? I'm not particularly interested. There will be many talented women, beauties." "Oh my, as an elder brother, it is only natural for me to assist you." "An elder brother is a man of pure heart, devoid of frivolity." Lin Ke smiled silently, while Chang Wei was left speechless. "You still consider yourself a man of pure heart? How absurd. Who is it that spends their days in brothels?" The night swiftly descended. Chang Wei and her companion ventured out to stroll and shop in the market near the academy. leaving only Chu Luobei and Lin Ku-er in the study. At last, I have finished transcribing. I am utterly exhausted, Chu Luobei exclaimed, gazing at his hands, now numb and devoid of sensation, as he sighed in relief. Observing this, Lin Ku-er smiled gently, then gracefully stood up, respectfully bowing to Chu Luobei, and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, elder brother. Oh, it was merely a trifling matter, nothing worth mentioning. By the way, may I inquire when the poetry gathering is scheduled to take place? Chu Luobei blinked, a flicker of hope crossing his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku-er pondered for a moment before responding. It commences tonight as dusk falls. What? It begins so soon? Why are we still lingering here? Let us hurry. Without hesitation, Chu Luobei seized Lin Ku-er's delicate hand, as tender as a flower bud, and with a forceful push, flung open the door, dashing outside without a backward glance. Startled by his sudden action, Lin Ku-er called out, "Wait, Xiang Wei and the others have yet to return." However, with his mind solely focused on reaching the poetry gathering, Chu Luobei nonchalantly replied, "Oh, they have legs of their own. They can surely make their way here. What is there to be concerned about?" After uttering these words, he continued to sprint forward unabated. Thus, along the once tranquil avenue of the academy, a figure clad in purple raced ahead with fervor, while a trailing silhouette in white desperately pursued. From a distance, they resembled celestial beings, gracefully descending from the heavens. A sight of unparalleled beauty. Lin Ku-er, chasing behind, kept her gaze fixed on the swiftly moving figure of Chu Luobei. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, she felt an uncanny familiarity in his silhouette, reminiscent of someone deeply etched in her memory. Suddenly, a name escaped her lips. "Elder brother?" Hearing the call from behind, Chu Luobei halted abruptly, turning to face Lin Ku-er with a puzzled expression. "What is it? What is your catchphrase?" Why do you ask? Just tell me. Is it little general? No. Is it young master of the Duke of Zhenbei? No." Chu Luobei, perplexed, pondered aloud. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Ku-er wore a look of exasperation. Little master? What else is there? I truly cannot recall. Perhaps we should attend the poetry gathering and ponder further, though I fear time is running short. Unexpectedly, Lin Ku-er smiled and said, "Let us go," while secretly lamenting, "What a pity it is not." Chu Luobei was instantly elated, taking her hand and leading her away. At this moment, by the banks of West Lake, the night had deepened, yet the entire city was aglow with dazzling lights, illuminating it as if it were daylight. The tranquil surface of the lake cradled a small, exquisitely crafted boat, gently swaying with the breeze. From the vessel, the melodious verses of poetry occasionally drifted through the air. Meanwhile, a multitude of individuals had gathered atop the towering buildings, some passionately painting, while others softly recited verses. Curiously, these talented men and women adorned various masks, some resembling fearsome demons, others akin to vibrant blossoms, rendering their true identities obscured. It seems this was perhaps a means to preserve a semblance of personal privacy. Chapter 34. The summer of empty hopes. We must first procure a mask, Lin Ku-er declared, tugging at the arm of her companion, Chu Luobei, as they approached a small stall selling masks by the roadside. "Why?" Chu Luobei inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "Oh, there's no point in explaining. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just don't ask so many questions." Lin Ku-er replied, her impatience evident. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chu Luobei chose to remain silent. Lin Ku-er, brimming with enthusiasm, meticulously selected her masks and finally pointed at 2 fox masks and another design, exclaiming, "Vendor, I shall take these 3. She accompanied her request with a sweet smile. The stall owner, quick to respond, said, "Certainly, miss, that will be 13 coins in total." Lin Ku-er, exhibiting great generosity, produced the coins and handed them to the vendor before passing one of the fox masks to Chu Luobei. Upon receiving the mask, he was taken aback, pondering to himself, "Why another fox mask? Has she sensed something? Or did my earlier conversation with her inadvertently reveal a flaw?" With these thoughts, his expression grew somewhat uneasy. "Is something amiss? Do you not fancy this mask?" Lin Kuo asked, noticing his discomfort. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely reminded of my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Do you still engage the services of a protection agency? No, I meant my maid. She also insisted I wear a fox mask. Quite amusing, really. Oh, do you like it then? Well, it is somewhat more appealing than the other fox. Haha, splendid. Now, let us don our masks and venture forth. I've heard that the Fenghua Shiyue Tower is graced by poets from various nations. Is that so? We must see for ourselves, she replied. With that, the two foxes strolled side by side into the tower. Unbeknownst to them, Ziqing had stealthily arrived at the same location. As Chu Luobei's devoted maid, she was ever at his side, never to part from him. Accompanying him to the academy, she had closely followed him, yet due to her station, she could not set foot inside the gates and was left waiting patiently outside. She endured the wait from daylight until the shroud of night descended. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chu Luobei and his companions finally emerged. To Ziqing's chagrin, they intended to attend some poetry gathering together. Her heart simmered with indignation. How could he leave me behind to seek merriment with another woman? Truly, he is an inconsiderate scoundrel. With this thought, she pouted and let out a heavy huff. Yet, despite her myriad grievances, Ziqing ultimately chose to follow them in silence. Meanwhile, within the resplendent palace, in the solemn and austere imperial study, Emperor Lin Shuqiao sat before his desk, diligently attending to an avalanche of memorials. Suddenly, as if sensing a disturbance, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpires?" Li Gonggong, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully before responding, "Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that the young general and the minor general have unexpectedly formed a close companionship. It appears their relationship is quite profound. Perhaps good fortune is on the horizon." Upon hearing this, Lin Suyo raised an intrigued eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, what is your opinion on this Chu Luobei?" Grand Eunuchly lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before cautiously responding, "Your Majesty, it is widely rumored that Chu Luobei is renowned as the foremost scion of debauchery in our capital. His actions are perpetually reckless and impulsive, devoid of any thoughtful consideration. Moreover, he possesses no martial prowess and idles his days away. Most infuriatingly, he is exceedingly enamored with women, leading a life of licentiousness. In my humble opinion, even if he initially feigned such behavior, over the past decade or so, he has undoubtedly descended into the depths of true debauchery." Lin Suyo chuckled lightly. Non-committal in his response, "Hee, perhaps you speak the truth." With that, he lowered his head once more, immersing himself in the weighty affairs of state. "Your Majesty, there's more. They visited the Fenghua Shiyue Tower tonight, and several members of the Shiliang delegation are also present. Oh, pay no heed to that Chu Luobei. Engaging in pointless matters is unnecessary. Indeed. By the way, Your Majesty, there is another matter. Reports from the front indicate that the Duke of Northern Defense has achieved another resounding victory at the Southern Pass, and now his reputation in the south has reached its zenith. The Duke of Northern Defense. Outside the Fenghua Shiyue Tower, several spies appear to have received some news and promptly departed. Subsequently, the two walked side by side through the bustling streets until they finally arrived before the renowned Fenghua Shiyue Tower. The structure was grand and magnificent, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, a sight to behold. Upon entering, they were greeted by a gentle breeze, infused with a faint fragrance of ink and the sound of guqin music. Lifting their eyes, they beheld a gathering of individuals, some sitting together composing poetry, others alone caressing the strings of the guqin, while some stood beside tables, wielding brushes to create vibrant paintings. The scene was lively, yet exuded an air of elegance. "What a splendid place," Chu Luobei remarked, elegantly fanning himself with a finely crafted folding fan, a smile playing on his lips. "I never imagined a distinguished general would be so enamored with such literary pursuits. It is indeed quite amusing." His words carried an undertone of jest. Must a general not have personal interests and hobbies? Is it so wrong to pursue a taste for the refined? Lin Kai gently retorted. "Ha, indeed. Of course, it is," Chu Luobei eagerly replied. At that moment, Lin Kuo suddenly lowered her voice and leaned closer to Chu Luobei, whispering, "In fact, tonight's poetry gathering was an invitation." "Oh, is it from Xiahou Chengkong?" Chu Luobei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Ah, you are familiar with him?" Lin Kuo looked at Chu Luobei in surprise. "It's merely hearsay." Chu Luobei replied nonchalantly. "I see." Lin Kuo nodded, pondering how Chu Luobei, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, paid attention to such societal rumors. As she contemplated, her gaze inadvertently drifted downstairs, where she spotted 3 elegantly dressed men entering in succession. Among them was the very Xiahou Chengkong she awaited. "Chengkong, brother, we are here." Lin Kuo excitedly waved her arms vigorously towards Xiahou Chengkong. Xiahou Chengkong, adorned with a golden mask, concealed his handsome visage, revealing only a pair of deep and luminous eyes. At that moment, he stood downstairs, casually surveying the crowd. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a figure waving her arms, a girl wearing a fox mask. Upon seeing her beckoning towards him, a wave of joy surged within Xiahou Chengkong. However, just as he prepared to raise his hand in response, he noticed that a similarly masked young man clad in purple stood beside her. The man regarded him with an intrigued gaze, causing Xiahou Chengkong to furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 35. Are you not feeling jealous anymore? After a brief silence, Xiahou Chengkong spoke in a low, magnetic voice, as though imbued with an irresistible force. "Let us proceed." Upon hearing his words, the 2 young gentlemen beside him nodded eagerly and closely followed Xiahou Chengkong up to the 3rd floor. Their footsteps echoed softly on the wooden stairs. Upon their arrival on the 3rd floor, Chu Luobei, who had been waiting, immediately spotted Xiahou Chengkong. His expression shifted subtly, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face as he remarked sourly, "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave and find amusement elsewhere. You 2 ought to enjoy your conversation." Without waiting for a response from Xiahou Chengkong or Lin Kuo, he turned hastily and ascended to the 4th floor. Lin Kuo, observing this, wore a puzzled expression and called out to Chu Luobei's departing figure, "Where are you off to? Have you not always been curious about Chengkong? Why do you not even wish to see him now?" Chu Luobei, without glancing back, quickened his pace and feigned calmness as he replied loudly, "Naturally, ahem, I am off to appreciate the poetry of others. We shall converse later." With that, he elegantly waved his folding fan and swiftly vanished at the staircase leading to the 4th floor. Watching Chu Luobei's retreating figure, Lin Kuo shook her head in resignation, muttering to herself, "This fellow is perpetually fabricating tales. He consistently sneaks a glance at those exquisite ladies, yet refuses to admit it. I should refrain from inquiring about such matters in the future to avoid embarrassment." As Lin Kuo pondered these thoughts, the ethereal figure of Xiahou Chengkong appeared before her. Gathering her composure, she hurried forward and called sweetly, "Chengkong, it has been far too long." "Kuo, indeed it has been a while," Xiahou Chengkong replied gently, his voice enchanting many a woman. "Yes, it has been long. By the way, did I not see you earlier with a gentleman clad in purple? Where is he?" "Oh, he has departed to observe others composing poetry," she responded. "Who is he?" Xiahou Chengkong inquired with curiosity. "That would be the grandson of the Northern Duke, General Chu Luobei," she explained. "Huh, that dandy?" The young gentleman in green chuckled heartily. Xiahou Chengkong paused, then laughed lightly. "So he is the young general of the Northern Duke's house. No wonder. Come, let us explore over there." "Certainly. By the way, may I ask who these 2 gentlemen are?" "I am Chun Ming. My father is Chun Hao," the young gentleman in green replied with a smile. "Chun Hao currently holds the rank of Left General. And I am Yi Qiu, of a Yi family from the West," the other gentleman added with a courteous bow. "I have long heard of the daughter of the Wang family of Langya, a woman of unparalleled prowess. Today, I see you surpassing all expectations." "I am flattered." On the 4th floor, Chu Luobei sat leisurely near the railing, his gaze casually drifting over the bustling and vibrant scene below. At that moment, a woman of enchanting grace and captivating allure approached with an almost ethereal silence. She adorned herself in a fitted crimson gown that exquisitely accentuated her graceful curves. Her visage was partially concealed by an exquisite white mask, revealing only her enchanting eyes and luscious red lips. "My lord, you're not feeling jealous, are you?" The woman's ruby lips parted slightly, releasing a voice rich with magnetism and allure. Chu Luobei turned his head slightly, casting a casual glance in her direction. Indeed, this was the very enchanting figure who had entertained him with her music at the Qinshan Pavilion, the captivating enchantress, one of the four formidable guardians feared throughout the realm. Alas, how could that be? With a beauty such as you gracing my presence, I have long since forgotten the meaning of jealousy, Chu Luobei replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, the enchantress couldn't help but giggle, her laughter ringing like the sweetest chimes. "Oh, my lord, you have become quite the tease." His gaze involuntarily returned to the enchantress's alluring form, and he sighed inwardly. Such a bewitching creature would surely leave any man spellbound. He quickly averted his eyes, reminding himself to resist the temptation. The enchantress seemed to perceive his thoughts, her laughter growing even more melodious. "Enough of the teasing. Do not compel me to take action against you. Let us return to the matter at hand." Chu Luobei's expression grew serious as he set aside his playful demeanor. "Oh, my lord, do you possess such strength?" the enchantress asked with a playful pout, a hint of challenge flickering in her gaze. "Why don't you take a guess?" Chu Luobei maintained his gentle smile, yet a glimmer of confidence and authority shone in his eyes. "Ah, what a pity. I fear I am not worthy of your attention. My lord, that young girl, however, is quite charming. She would suit you perfectly." "Enchantress." I see, she teased, drawing closer to whisper in his ear. "My lord, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, it appears that the Wang of Langia was ambushed by mountain bandits but sustained no injuries. It seems he possesses the strength of a marquis. Moreover, that Xiahou Changkong has been consolidating his influence and has met with the third prince several times. I couldn't approach to eavesdrop, but it seems they're scheming." "Fascinating," Chu Luobei mused, observing a group of individuals on the third floor engaged in lively conversation. A smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, "Is Xiahou Jing attempting to win over the Wang of Langia? Or perhaps the Windbreaker army? What a pity, for the Wang of Langia harbors no ambitions for power. Persuading him may prove challenging. My lord, the Princess of Shiliang, leading the envoy, happens to be here, along with the Crown Prince." Chu Luobei's lips twitched. "All right, could you please finish your thought? Let me gather my bearings. Is the Crown Prince to be wed to the princess?" "Indeed, my lord. However, it is a pity that the young lady truly possesses both grace and figure. It is a disservice to that young prince," the enchantress lamented, her expression one of regret. "Are they discussing matters of the heart at the Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion?" "Ah, how peculiar. Which location?" "The top floor, specifically the second elegant room on the left side of the sixth floor." "Intriguing. Let's take a look." "Alas, I fear that is not possible. The sixth floor is heavily guarded, and one would be stopped upon ascending. Not even to deliver fruits?" "Ju lubi sumai fai li." "Oh, young master, you are quite clever." The enchanting lady clapped her hands gently, laughing. Chu Luobei shot her a speechless glance before entering the dressing room. Upon surveying the array of rather unattractive garments, he instantly lost interest, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I am a dandy. Engaging in a bit of audacity should pose no issue." Thereafter, clad in purple and donning a fox mask, Chu Luobei made his way upstairs. As expected, upon reaching the exit of the sixth floor, he encountered a group of robust individuals standing guard. They eyed him coldly, stating, "No access to the sixth floor, go back." With a scowl, Chu Luobei retorted, "Who the hell are you? What place is off limits to me? Step aside." He then waved his fan dramatically, exuding an imposing aura. The crowd exchanged glances, their fists clenched, ready to strike should he advance. Chu Luobei boomed, "Do you know who I am?" Observing their silence, all eyes fixated on him. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "What sort of establishment is this? The wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion allowing a foreign delegation to occupy the luxurious top floor? Is this a display of weakness or an attempt to curry favor with the Shiliang? Come, everyone, witness this." The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback, before reacting, eager to rush down and confront Chu Luobei. However, in the next moment, a throng of people surged in, clamoring, "What does the owner of the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion intend? How can a defeated nation occupy the top floor's elegant quarters? Are they truly that eager for foreign visitors?" Indeed, indeed. Chu Luobei observed the crowd's uproar and hastily joined in. Chapter 36. The half of heaven of Haowu in the next instant. A shadow, as ethereal as a specter, silently leaped from the rooftop, cloaked in a black veil. It resembled a ghost of the night, vanishing into the depths of darkness in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Chu Luobei's initially indifferent gaze suddenly flickered with intrigue as he fixated on the direction in which the mysterious woman had departed, pondering to himself, That figure seems somewhat familiar. Yet, before he could contemplate further, a middle-aged man gradually approached from behind the group of thugs. This man walked with a steady gait, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. He approached the thugs, lowering his voice to whisper a few words in their ears. After finishing, the middle-aged man turned and departed. Upon hearing the man's instructions, the thugs collectively wore expressions of disdain. One of them chuckled lightly, saying, "Gentlemen, feel free to move about. But there is one place you must not enter, the second elegant room on the left. Oh, and also, a gentleman wearing the fox mask." At this moment, Chu Luobei was leisurely fanning himself with a folding fan. Upon hearing the thug's remarks, he smiled and strolled forward, casually inquiring, "What is it that you seek from this young master?" The thug smiled faintly and replied, "My master requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's lips curled upwards, manifesting an air of arrogance as he scoffed, "Humph, what is your master to warrant an invitation to me?" Unperturbed by Chu Luobei's haughtiness, the thug maintained a polite smile and patiently explained, "When you meet my master, you will understand whether he can indeed summon you." With a cold chuckle, Chu Luobei retorted, "Well then, lead the way, please." The thug respectfully gestured, guiding Chu Luobei and the others toward the elegant room. As Chu Luobei looked up, he beheld a figure clad in a splendid golden silk robe, exuding an aura of nobility with every graceful movement. His demeanor was elegant and poised, radiating an innate authority and prestige that immediately signified his noble lineage. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this individual was none other than the crown prince, Lin Ziyuan, the legitimate son of the current emperor. In the spacious room, apart from the two of them, there was no one else. Lin Ziyuan smiled at the fox-masked Chu Luobei, softly saying, "Brother Luobei, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well." Hearing that familiar voice, Chu Luobei slowly removed his mask, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, "Little brother." Before he could finish, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, with one of them furiously drawing his sword, pointing its tip menacingly at Chu Luobei and admonishing sharply, "Impudent! How dare you treat His Highness the Crown Prince with such disrespect?" However, in the face of the guard's fury, Chu Luobei remained unfazed. It is well known that he has always been notorious for his debauchery within the academy, frequently provoking those of noble lineage. Even Lin Ziyuan, esteemed as the crown prince, once fell victim to his malicious schemes, earning himself the derisive nickname Little Brother. Observing this scene, Lin Ziyuan merely smiled faintly, as if the unfolding events had no bearing on his tranquil disposition. Calmly, he remarked, "It appears that Brother Luobei still vividly remembers the past." Holding an exquisite folding fan, Chu Luobei elegantly waved it, deflecting the sword pointed at him. He then swaggered over to Lin Ziyuan, grinning as he took a seat, and continued, "How could I possibly forget? By the way, your life as the crown prince cannot be easy, can it? Since you were around 10, our encounters have been quite rare." Lin Ziyuan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he replied, "As the future heir, if I cannot endure such minor hardships, how could I ever be worthy of ruling this realm? Ah, by the way, I heard from others that the Shiliang envoy is present here, along with the princess. I came casually, but it seems I found myself in a predicament. Please do not take offense at my earlier actions." Lin Ziyuan smiled gently, saying naturally, "I do not harbor any ill feelings. It was their oversight not to recognize you. Moreover, Brother Luobei should not heed malicious gossip. Here, it is only Ziyuan, without any Shiliang envoy. What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing that enchanting princess. I must say, Ziyuan, you are quite remarkable to have married someone so beautiful. Chu Luobei unabashedly commented, oblivious to the cold glares from the surrounding attendants. It seems that even Brother Luobei is not immune to the allure of beauty. You must visit my residence someday. I shall show you something delightful. That would be wonderful. After all, we have grown up together. Our friendship knows no bounds. Lin Ziyuan replied with a subtle smile. By the way, Ziyuan, what brings you here? I come to seek out the talents of the esteemed Haowu Tianxia, to recommend worthy individuals to my father, the emperor. Excellent. The future of Haowu Tianxia rests upon your shoulders. As for me, I merely wish to indulge for a while before inheriting my grandfather's title. That would suffice for me. He laughed heartily. I'm merely here for a visit. Talented individuals? Lin Ziyuan and Chu Luobei exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something, and shared a faint smile. Whereupon, I shall require your assistance, Brother Luobei. Assist you? How may I assist you, Ziyuan? You are well aware that the old man keeps a constant watch over me. Otherwise, I would certainly visit the palace to see you. Ha! If Brother Luobei does not mind, with this golden token in hand, I could reach the eastern palace directly. Never mind. The palace does not suit me. I shall not force it. I, after all, prefer to live a leisurely life, Luobei declined, rising to leave. Ziyuan, I shall not engage you seriously. I feel weary and will go to amuse myself for now. Lin Ziyuan stood up, stowed away his token, and smiled, saying, very well. Should the day come when you enter the palace, do pay me a visit. Certainly, farewell. With that, Luobei pushed open the door and exited. In an instant, Lin Ziyuan's demeanor shifted from gentle and refined to exceedingly cold as he watched Luobei depart. The middle-aged man beside him, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Your Highness, this fellow dares to address you by your given name, so audaciously. Why? Lin Ziyuan opened the window, gazing at the lively scene below, and replied with a faint smile, because he is the grandson of the Lord of the North, and I lack the authority to act against him. But Your Highness, you are the crown prince. He is merely a subject. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. I believe that sparing him may undermine the royal dignity. What did you say? Lin Ziyuan's cold gaze fixed upon the man. The man immediately broke into a sweat, kneeling in fear. Do you know? In my ignorance, I once struck him, unaware of what lay behind him. He bore a single wound on his face. My father confined me for 3 months. And it was only later that I understood he is the grandson of the Lord of the North, a figure of formidable stature. Lin Ziyuan gazed indifferently in the direction the cloaked woman had departed, musing, thus, by collaborating with others and gaining strength, I too can become a force to be reckoned with. I too can be audacious. I recognize my error, but Your Highness, the Lord of the North was merely a grand marshal before. Why does His Majesty favor him so? Ah, he is indeed a grand marshal. Yet the 8 cities surrounding the southern pass unconditionally support him. The 300,000 Heavenly Wolf Army. Do you believe they exist solely to intimidate those foreign tribes? Now I understand. No wonder Luobei possesses such capabilities. The man swallowed hard. Chapter 37. Encounter with the thief. It is truly unfortunate. If only he could truly bear the imperial token of this palace. Even if the Duke of Northtown remained neutral, those brothers would surely be unable to contain themselves. Chuckling softly, Lin Ziyuan mused. Then a thought struck him. I have heard that my second brother has returned from Shanhaiguan. Indeed, Your Highness. It was observed that the second prince presented Chu Luobei with a lute. Ha ha ha, such poor acting. My second brother, such trivial schemes will ultimately come to naught. Moreover, a dandy cannot signify much. Lin Ziyuan sneered derisively. Well, my third brother, the third prince, Your Highness, appears to be quite unremarkable, having spent the past few days idling in the palace. Idling, you say? With so many ill-intentioned hearts, it would be prudent to keep a watchful eye. In a room on the 3rd floor, Chu Luobei reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, in the presence of an enchanting beauty. My dear, how did it go? The performance was passably adequate. A multitude of drivel was spoken, quite tiresome indeed. However, it is certain that Lin Ziyuan has forged an alliance with Shiliang. Perhaps this will present an opportunity to acquire the second volume of the Puppet Mastery. I shall report this to Master San. You are truly remarkable. Yet it is rather curious that they did not mention puppet mastery amidst their discussions of marriage. The enchanting beauty rested her chin upon her hands, pondering. Oh, how intriguing. Well, it is nearly time for me to depart. It would not bode well to encounter that little vixen. With that, Chu Luobei opened the door and strode away. As he traversed the corridor on the second floor, he caught sight of Lin Ke and Xiaoho Changkong, their laughter echoing in the air. Ju Lubi Pauset, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Shaking his head, he exited the Fenghua Shua building, glancing back at their retreating figures, and murmured, "What is happening? Once again, I am misled by my own heart." The pathway was bustling, the wind howling fiercely. As Chu Luobei walked, he felt increasingly isolated, the surroundings devoid of life. Suddenly halting, he smiled and turned, spotting a girl seated in a carriage. Ziqing. Ah, would anyone like a ride? Ziqing beamed. A surge of inexplicable joy washed over Chu Luobei. Climbing aboard, he pulled Ziqing into the carriage and inquired, "How did you know I was here?" "Madam instructed me to follow you." Otherwise, Ziqing pouted. Chu Luobei chuckled, a thought crossing his mind. "Did you see everything?" "Aye." Ziqing felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart, as if she had lost something. "No." Chu Luobei burst into laughter. "You can't even tell a lie, silly girl. I was merely going through the motions, following my mother's wishes to spend some time with that little vixen. Alas, I did not expect to have company." Leaning against Ziqing, Chu Luobei closed his eyes. "I need a moment to gather myself. Let's rest a bit before we continue." For reasons unknown, Ziqing felt a flicker of happiness, though she muttered, "Why should I listen to your explanations? You scoundrel Chu Luobei, taking advantage of me." Yet her heart felt a touch lighter. Thud, thud, thud. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chu Luobei awoke, observing that Ziqing beside him had also stirred from slumber. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Shaking his head, Chu Luobei replied, "Let us venture outside to investigate." Ziqing nodded in agreement, parting the curtain of the carriage, only to behold a bloodied figure, a masked woman clad in black, standing before the carriage. Ziqing instinctively reached for his sword but hesitated, glancing back at Chu Luobei. "My lord, she is a thief." "A thief?" Chu Luobei furrowed his brow, stepping outside for a closer look. The woman appeared gravely injured. As he approached with the intent to confront her, she succumbed to her wounds, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Chu Luobei was taken aback, puzzled by the unfolding events. What manner of scenario is this? He mused. Ziqing tugged at his sleeve, urging caution. "My lord, be careful. It is of no consequence," Chu Luobei reassured, just as he was about to unveil the identity concealed beneath her veil. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against his throat. The woman, feigning unconsciousness, opened her eyes, glaring at him with hostility. Ziqing, witnessing this, attempted to draw his sword to protect his lord. In that moment, the woman shouted, "Do not move. If you do, I shall slay him." Just then, the sound of numerous hooves echoed, accompanied by the clanking of armor. The woman, brandishing her sword, implored, "Assist me, or we shall perish together." Ziqing furrowed his brow, retorting, "You dare?" Unbeknownst to her, Chu Luobei swiftly closed his fingers and struck the back of her head with force. In an instant, her eyes widened before she fell unconscious once more. Without hesitation, Chu Luobei cradled her and carried her into the carriage. Ziqing stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that his master possessed such skills. "What transpires? Hurry, get in the carriage," Chu Luobei urged, gazing quizzically at Ziqing. "Oh," Ziqing climbed aboard, still bewildered by his master's fluidity in action. "Do you wish for me to drive?" Chu Luobei shot him a glance filled with disdain. Oh, Ziqing finally recalled, just as a troop of a dozen armored cavalrymen approached. They appeared to be Imperial Guards. The leading general, upon spotting the carriage, brightened with interest. "Whoever is inside, disembark." Ziqing glanced at Chu Luobei, then declared, "This is the carriage of the Marquis of the North. What are your intentions?" "We were pursuing a thief, and your carriage's presence here raises suspicions." Disembark, regardless of whose carriage it is. Chu Luobei chuckled softly, stepping forward with a nonchalant smile. What is this? You dare to impede my carriage? The general, having previously encountered Chu Luobei, now wore a sneer. Ah, it is merely the young general. My subordinates were unaware. I am just performing my duty. Please forgive me, young general. Forgive you? Your duties do not concern me. Kindly step aside. Chu Luobei retorted dismissively. Regrettably, young general, that may not be possible. I now suspect that you are harboring a criminal. Please disembark for an inspection. You suspect? Oh, I now suspect that you intend to harm me. Shall I assist you in testing the sturdiness of your skull? Disembark. Are you certain? Today, you dare to enter the carriage. Tomorrow, I could allow you to return home to cultivate the land. Let us see. With that, Chu Luobei dismounted from the carriage, leading Zicheng aside. Upon exiting the vehicle, the general immediately furrowed his brow. Given the influence of the northern town Marquis' residence, it was not inconceivable for them to want him back to his rural roots. If they couldn't uncover anything. A junior soldier beside him whispered, General, this is the young master from the northern town Marquis' household. We cannot provoke him. Perhaps it would be better to. The general frowned, contemplating for a long moment. Before sighing, it seems the young general's carriage is without issue. We shall continue our pursuit. Young general, farewell. With that, he departed with his small contingent. Chu Luobei smiled faintly. What a pity. If you truly possess such audacity, it would indeed prove quite challenging. He then ascended into the carriage. Inside, Zicheng swiftly maneuvered the carriage at a rapid pace. Subsequently, Chu Luobei embraced the cloaked woman and removed her veil. As expected, this girl is indeed the princess of Shiliang. How intriguing. I had not noticed before. She possesses quite a unique beauty. Young master, who is she? Do you recognize her? Zicheng inquired curiously from outside the carriage. Just a little beauty, whom I encountered at Qinxiang Tower. I didn't expect her to be an assassin, he replied. Young master, won't this attract the emperor's attention to the northern town Marquis' residence? Attract? He hasn't discovered anything. What right does he have to investigate? Chu Luobei remarked nonchalantly, admiring her exquisite oval face. Chapter 38. A casual conversation with the princess of Chang the carriage came to a halt at the Duke of Zhenbei's residence. Chu Luobei scooped up the princess in a princess carry and instructed Zicheng to knock on the door. Zicheng's lips twitched slightly. Young master, is this a bit too conspicuous? Sighing, Chu Luobei retorted, this is my home. What is wrong with bringing a woman back? Let them gossip if they wish. I couldn't care less. With a look of despair, Zicheng rapped on the door. The next moment, it swung open, revealing not Nanbua, but Chu Patian. Master. Zicheng saluted with his sword drawn. Father? Chu Luobei, still cradling the princess, tilted his head in confusion. Have you been waiting for me for long? Coming quickly. Oh. Following this, Chu Luobei carried the princess of Shiliang inside, while Zicheng closed the door behind them. Zicheng, if there's nothing else, you may retire for the night, Chu Patian remarked. After Zicheng bowed and departed, Chu Patian glanced at the woman in Chu Luobei's arms, exasperated. What are you up to, boy? Is this an assassin? Just a lovely damsel I'm carrying. What of it? Chu Potion's lips twitched. Fine. I suppose you're more spirited than I was at your age. Hurry back to bed. I've dismissed the patrols. Just go. You're truly bringing shame to the family. Ah, clever one, old man. Chu Luobei chuckled as he departed. Chu Patian could only watch in disbelief as his son confidently strode away. In the room, Chu Luobei inspected the young lady, noting her severe wounds. He rummaged beneath the bed and retrieved a box filled with various items, extracting a vial of healing ointment. Glancing at her, he frowned, not again. Perhaps it was best to summon Zicheng. The following morning, the young woman slowly opened her eyes, feeling a twinge of pain as she touched her bandaged arm. Observing the lavish room, she realized she was lying in bed. With a struggle, she sat up, recognizing it as a man's chamber and feeling compelled to explore. Just then, the door opened, and a man clad in purple entered, deftly closing the door behind him. Seeing the girl awake, Chu Luobei offered a slight smile. Oh, up quite early. Are we? The young woman furrowed her brow. You bandage my wounds? Chu Luobei, seemingly at a loss for words, replied, "Do all women insist on such formalities? Could you not offer a word of thanks first? It was my maid who tended to you." Relieved, she responded with a quiet, "Thank you," and attempted to rise. Chu Luobei stepped forward to support her. "What are you doing? Your injuries aren't healed yet. You can't just get up." "I must leave, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Chu Luobei replied with a faint smile. "Otherwise, the Shiliang envoy will grow anxious." The young woman paused, her brow knitting in confusion. "You know who I am?" "Your attire suggests it isn't difficult to guess, Princess." Chu Luobei smiled gently. "Who are you?" The princess narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the handsome man before her. "Could you not tell me your name, given that you recognize my status as a princess? Are you here to jest?" The long princess, rendered speechless, murmured, "Is that not permissible? After all, I have no interest in that place called Shiliang." Yin Wanqing shot her a glance and inquired, "The Yin dynasty? It's time you revealed your identity." Chu Luobei. "What? You are the most notorious scion of the capital?" Yin Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Am I truly that famous?" "Indeed, your name is well known. After all, who wouldn't pay attention to the grandson of the North Guardian Duke? It's simply unfortunate." "True, but let us eat first." She then moved the already prepared dishes from the table. "I cannot eat. I must leave, or else the delegation will be in peril." That won't happen. I will keep an eye on them. They're unaware for now, considering you have merely vanished for a day." Chu Luobei could not possibly allow her to depart. That would be a grave loss to him, especially since he had yet to obtain the complete puppet technique. Yin Wanqing furrowed her brows and asked, "What are you plotting? Shall we get straight to the point? Then, give me the complete puppet technique." Chu Luobei smiled charmingly. "The puppet technique? How do you know of it?" Yin Wanqing was taken aback. "That is not the crux of the matter. The key point is, if you do not provide it to me, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to leave the North Guardian Duke's residence today." Saying this, she nonchalantly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Observing the man's calm demeanor, Yin Wanqing narrowed her eyes, remarking, "It seems, as expected of the North Guardian Duke's residence, each individual conceals their prowess well. Truly, the capital's foremost scion is indeed impressive." "Impressive? Haha. It is said that the Long Princess of Shiliang is virtuous and graceful, lacking any martial skills. Yet, it appears that even the Long Princess can astonish me." "If you refuse to speak, let us eat, for I am hungry." Chu Luobei replied with a faint smile. Yin Wanqing, lowering her guard, seated herself and picked up her chopsticks to join him in the meal. The two dined in silence. Soon enough, Chu Luobei burped and reiterated, "The complete puppet technique. Will you give it or not?" "I will not." "Will you not? Do you believe I cannot handle it?" Chu Luobei gazed at Yin Wanqing mischievously, as though he were eyeing the rice in his bowl. "You." Yin Wanqing unhesitatingly showcased her mid-level martial prowess. Though injured, she was not someone a mere mortal could contend with. Chu Luobei smirked wickedly, rising to his feet, murmuring, "Mere mortal? You are one as well. Moreover, how can you be certain that I cannot defeat you?" "What?" Gazing into Chu Luobei's devilish eyes, Yin Wanqing felt a wave of panic. Indeed, Chu Luobei could conceal his true capabilities. Then, before Yin Wanqing's terrified gaze, Chu Luobei retrieved a booklet from the table and declared, "I shall give you 3 hours to write it down. I will return a check. If there is even a single mistake, well, I'm afraid I shall have to indulge myself." With that, he exited, shutting the door behind him. Only then did Yin Wanqing breathe a sigh of relief, staring at the booklet on the table, murmuring, "Why does he feel somewhat familiar? No way. And when did we disclose our whereabouts regarding the puppet technique?" Outside, Chu Luobei gazed at his family's small courtyard, casually seated in a rocking chair, contemplating the ruined qin before him. The strings of the 3-life qin were lamentably wasted. It was a pity that such fine craftsmanship was squandered. Nonetheless, they were indeed most suitable as bowstrings. Shortly after, Chu Patian approached, observing his son sitting outside with a puzzled expression. "What troubles you? Aren't you cold out here?" Chu Luobei shook his head. "I'm not cold. What about that woman? Where did you go?" Chu Patian looked exasperated. Chu Luobei gestured toward his room, eliciting a stunned reaction from his father. Angrily, Chu Patian exclaimed, well, let's hope she has a proper background. She isn't a widow, is she? Chu Luobei, exasperated, rubbed his face and replied, Old man, really? Are you speaking like a sensible person? I am, but an innocent young man. Regardless of your character, I am still your father, so you should show me some respect. Chu Patian retorted, pointing a finger at Chu Luobei's forehead. Ouch! Chu Luobei feigned innocence. All right, what's the situation then? Nothing. That's good. Return her to her family immediately. You wouldn't want to be the subject of gossip, would you? Huh. I am quite accustomed to gossip. I am not concerned about your reputation. It is your grandfather's honor at stake. With that, Chu Luobei observed his father's indignation as he stormed away with his hands on his hips. He could only shake his head and sigh. Ah, having a woman changes everything. Now he takes his frustrations out on me. TCH. Chapter 39. You shameless. Nightfall. What? In the dining hall, Chu Luobei was taken aback, his mouth agape. Zhou Wan, with a pale expression, looked at Chu Potianshan while eating and asked, Aren't you going to say something? Cough, cough, cough. Chu Potianshan was suddenly choked while eating and replied, What about it, my lady? What do you think? Oh, Luobei, it is like this. 18 years ago, your father, in a drunken stupor, sold you. Chu Luobei's lips twitched at the revelation. So, I have a betrothal? To the daughter of the Langya king. Well, Chu Potianshan, you came to my residence this morning, claiming it would have repercussions. It turns out this is the influence you were referring to. Today, if we do not clarify this matter, I shall not allow you to eat. Zhou Wan tapped her bowl and said, Pay attention. Although you may be a bit unruly while dining, Potianshan is ultimately your father. So choose your words wisely. Chu Luobei sighed. It was disheartening to see his mother standing alongside Chu Potianshan in this matter. Chu Potianshan also set down his chopsticks and said, Luobei, it's really not that serious. Not serious? Olda, what did you say? Lin Kuer is nominally my younger sister, and then you. So my dear Luobei is uncomfortable with this? I thought you looked down upon that little girl. Zhou Wan said gently, serving Chu Luobei some food. Mother, let me share a secret. It is merely a coincidence. Yuera and I are only cousins without any blood relation, so marriage is not an issue. In truth, I genuinely like that girl Kuer, Zhou Wan said, her eyes sparkling with affection. Chu Luobei watched the couple bantering and rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Fine. What do you think will be the outcome of revealing this now? Ha. The outcome is that Kuer wishes to spend some time getting to know someone before discussing this marriage, which ultimately depends on her will, Chu Luobei remarked, his eyes lighting up. Father, are you suggesting that our marriage hinges entirely on Lin Kuer's whims? Upon seeing the glint in Chu Luobei's eyes, Chu Potianshan and his wife exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. No. Not at all. By the way, I have matters to attend to. Please continue your meal. I shall take my leave now, Chu Luobei said with a chuckle before departing. Zhou Wan was incensed, pointing at Chu Potianshan. Who told you to speak? Don't you know this mischievous boy's temperament? Chu Potianshan, are you seeking your own demise? My lady, I did not mean to. Let me tell you, if Luobei's rightful wife is not Kuer, I shall twist your ears off. Alas, my lady. As the sounds of Chu Potianshan's lament echoed, Chu Luobei returned to his courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found Yin Wanqing calmly seated on the bed, glaring at him. You aren't thinking of escaping, are you? After observing for an entire afternoon, it seems there is a formation here, and with your current strength, you cannot leave, can you? You see, I have stated that it is a futile effort. I am well-read and proficient in the art of binding formations. It seems the world has labeled me, Hao Wu, the foremost dandy, as a man devoid of knowledge and humanity. However, it appears that apart from the first assertion being erroneous, the rest hold true. Yin Wanqing furrowed her brow and inquired, Have you finished? Chu Luobei glanced at the tome laid upon the table, now brimming with text, and his lips curled into a slight smile as he began to peruse it. Having previously encountered the earlier sections, he could discern authenticity from forgery. After a brief moment, a grin graced his lips as he remarked, Well, it seems you cannot resist the urge to return to the envoy. There should be no further issues, and you may take your leave. Yin Wanqing immediately rose, her expression one of astonishment, as she had anticipated that Chu Luobei might require something more, only to find the matter resolved so simply. I have no interest in your collaboration with that prince. Thus, I shall not listen any longer. You may go, Chu Luobei stated, shaking his head. As Yin Wanqing opened the door to depart, Chu Luobei added, You are a martial artist, yet wounded. Is it truly feasible for you to exit the Duke of Zhenbei's residence? It appears unlikely, considering the formidable formations in place. Would you like me to escort you out? No need. Thank you, she replied, departing without a backward glance. Chu Luobei held a tone, watching her retreating figure with a subtle smile. Having reached this point in our conversation, it is impossible for me to allow you to leave so easily, dear girl. Half an hour later, Chu Luobei reclined on his bed, leisurely studying the latter portion of the puppet technique when the door swung open. A formidable, vengeful figure clad in black stormed in. Upon casting a glance, Chu Luobei sat up, perplexed. What is it, Miss Yin? Are you so reluctant to part with me that you have returned? Yin Wanqing, visibly irate, exclaimed, Chu Luobei, one cannot exit the Duke of Zhenbei's residence. Did I not inform you earlier? The residence is equipped with several defensive formations, all of which I have activated today. Moreover, I have instructed the patrolling guards to be particularly vigilant. It seems, apart from myself, you have little chance of leaving unnoticed. Chu Luobei, you did this on purpose. Indeed, it was intentional. Otherwise, how could I entice you back to see me once more? You are shameless. I am a dandy. Is it not quite normal to be shameless? Chu Luobei listened with calm detachment as this usually composed princess unleashed a torrent of profanities for a full half hour. He observed Yin Wanqing in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Panting heavily, Yin Wanqing finally sank into the chair beside her, her chest rising and falling with her breath, clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Chu Luobei's lips curled into a faint smile. He rose slowly, approached the table, poured a steaming cup of fragrant tea, and personally presented it to Yin Wanqing, gently saying, No need to rush. Let us converse at a leisurely pace. If you still have ire, feel free to continue your tirade. I shall remain here, listening quietly. Upon hearing these words, Yin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes widened in indignation as she shot a fierce glare at Chu Luobei, playfully chiding, You rascal. However, she gradually regained her composure, reached for the cup of tea, and drank it all in one swift motion. After placing the cup down, she took a deep breath and said, All right, ask what you need to ask. Noticing her demeanor, a glint of mischief sparkled in Chu Luobei's eyes as he directly inquired, What kind of collaboration do you have with the Crown Prince? Yin Wanqing couldn't help but furrow her brow, retorting, Didn't you just say you weren't interested in this? With a chuckle, Chu Luobei shamelessly replied, Indeed, but I have suddenly become quite intrigued. Yin Wanqing was so incensed that she nearly hurled the teacup across the room, internally chastising herself for wasting words on this rogue. Yet, having reached this point, she could only sigh in resignation and replied candidly, It's nothing grand, really. I merely handed over the complete puppet technique to the Crown Prince as a bargaining chip to persuade him to reclaim several border cities that once belonged to our Shiliang kingdom from Emperor Xuyao. Chu Luobei nodded thoughtfully and probed further. So, you are playing the role of a mediator? But are you so certain that the Crown Prince possesses the capability to accomplish this? Yin Wanqing shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Humph. We have already shown our willingness to make peace. If it is merely a matter of reclaiming a few border cities, Emperor Xuyao should not refuse, right? Of course, this is just a precaution. One must be prepared for all eventualities. Oh, I see. You believe the chances are slim. Also, where were you last night? Why were you being pursued? It's because the capital S defenses are too stringent. I wasn't paying attention to my attire, and when I returned to the embassy, I was mistaken for a thief. That general was quite formidable. Upon seeing me, he attempted to apprehend me, and then you witnessed the chaos. Ha ha, splendid. Truly delightful. Your Highness, Chu Luobei erupted in a hearty laughter, clearly amused. Chapter 40. A visit to the lord of the northern town. Yin Wanqing cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "All right, is there anything else?" "No, just hurry and escort me out." "All right, nothing more. Let us go." With that, Yin Wanqing stood up, eager to exit the room. "Wait a moment with that black veil. Are you not concerned that others will mistake you for a thief once more?" Yin Wanqing glanced at her attire, still reminiscent of her previous outfit, and furrowed her brow. "What do you suggest I do? I have a lovely blue dress that would suit you perfectly. Why not give it a try?" "A dress? You, a grown man, want a dress? Are you serious?" Instantly, Yin Wanqing's eyes widened as a thought struck her. Chu Luobei's lips twitched. "You could stretch your imagination a bit. That way, you and T need to return. Hurry and change. It's in the nightstand." "Oh." Soon after, accompanied by the blue dress, Yin Wanqing strode confidently out of the lord of the northern town's residence. Yin Wanqing could hardly believe how effortlessly she had managed to leave, having previously searched for numerous escape routes that proved futile. That is because the young master is the general of the lord of the northern town. What do you think? Haha, true enough. Well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, Yin Wanqing departed without a backward glance. Haha, this princess is quite amusing. She must have spent quite some time in the palace. Looking utterly bewildered, murmured Chu Luobei. He then glanced around to ensure no one was present, and upon closing the gate, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. It's rather interesting that she appeared so delicate in Spring City, yet now reveals herself as a warrior. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Clad in a blue garment, she returned to the embassy, and just as she was about to enter, Yin Wanqing paused. Bathed in the soft moonlight, she smiled radiantly before stepping inside. Once inside, she leaned against the door and murmured, "Has he perused the complete tome on puppet techniques? How could he have released me with just a glance? Oh, and that figure in black, the demon." In the blink of an eye, the year drew to a close. As the first snowflakes fell, winter arrived with a flourish. The deafening sound of firecrackers shattered the silence of the wintry landscape, while streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, and colorful lanterns illuminated the scene, transforming it into a dazzling dreamscape. Today marked the joyous occasion of a Western Liang princess's marriage to a foreign noble, a grand and ceremonious wedding that undoubtedly brought great honor to the Western Liang kingdom. Furthermore, the court decreed that all officials of the 5th rank and above must attend the royal banquet. Before the gates of the lord of the northern town, Lin Kuer stood quietly, while her maid, Qiang Wei, donned a perplexed expression and asked, "Miss, we have arrived, but why do we merely stand at the entrance without knocking?" Lin Kuer smiled gently and replied, "I presume that the esteemed general with 1,000 steeds will also grace the banquet with his presence today?" "Naturally," Qiang Wei responded promptly. "Officials of the 5th rank must attend, let alone a high-ranking 3rd-grade official like the general." Lin Kuer nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she softly declared, "In that case, let us knock. I have come to convey my mother's sincere regards to my aunt." Rosa, with an understanding nod, stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. In a short while, a creaking sound was heard as the door slowly opened, revealing a sprightly old man. This gentleman was none other than Nan Bo, the steward of the North Town Marquis residence. Upon seeing the elegantly poised Lin Kuer outside, his face instantly lit up with a joyful smile, and he warmly exclaimed, "Ah, it is the young lady of the Lin family. Oh, I stand corrected. You should now be addressed as the young general. Pray tell, what brings you here on this occasion?" Lin Kuer, exuding grace and courtesy, replied, "I would be grateful if you could kindly inform that I, Shao Kuer, have come bearing gift to convey my mother's regards to my aunt." "Ah, very well. Young general, please come inside with me. It is rather chilly outside." "Then I shall impose," she responded, and the group entered the Marquis's residence, closing the door behind them as they made their way to the grand hall. Nan Bo, smiling, said, "You may rest here for a moment, young general. I shall go announce your arrival." "Feel free," Lin Kuer replied with ease. With a childlike grin, Nan Bo wandered off to a large courtyard. Rosa finally relaxed. After all, to others, She was merely a maid and must not act out of line. So, this is the Northtown Marquis residence? It is indeed grand, comparable to the Wang family estate. Being a marquis or a king, the treatment is quite similar. Miss, shall we simply wait here? All right. I knew you wouldn't have the patience. Would you like to explore? Yes, Rosa exclaimed, bouncing with delight. They began their exploration and soon arrived by a lake, where they spotted a middle-aged man fishing and sharpening a sword. Wow, miss, look at that old gentleman. I assent cold. That is sword nurturing. He is a master, though I wonder how long he has been doing so. Indeed, nurturing a sword at the Northtown Marquis residence is quite impressive. Rosa nodded, adding, except for that scoundrel. Lin Kuer chuckled softly, not engaging further. Shall we check out that courtyard? Certainly. Thus, the two boldly entered the courtyard belonging to Chu Luo Bei. At that moment, the sword-nurturing middle-aged man glanced their way, murmuring, nurturing a sword? How intriguing. They even know about that. Upon entering, they noticed a couplet at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Peerless young general, unique and independent, with a banner reading, possessing power and talent. Rose's lips twitched in amusement. Well, it seems we have come to the wrong place. Miss, shall we leave? Lin Kuer, gazing at the couplet, couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, peerless young general. Indeed, quite talented. At that moment, a figure entered, Ziqing, observing the two young ladies with a puzzled expression. What are you two doing here? You shouldn't be in this place. Lin Kuer recognized the girl as someone close to Chu Luo Bei and smiled. Sister, where is your young master? It seems he is not present. Or perhaps this is his chamber. Ziqing furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, this is the young master's room. He has gone to the Qinxiang Tower. I have merely returned to retrieve something. Xiang Wei was momentarily taken aback, casting a sidelong glance before whispering to Lin Kuer, you see, he is nothing but a wastrel. My lady, perhaps we should reconsider the engagement. Marrying him is truly infuriating. Ziqing was unaware of their presence here and simply stated, if you two are here as guests, you ought not to be in this place. Please take your leave. Xiang Wei frowned and replied, what of it? We merely took a stroll. A stroll? In the dead of winter. You come here merely to wander about? Are you out of your minds? You. Enough. Young lady, we harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to pay a visit to Aunt and Her Excellency. I apologize, but Kuer has only recently returned and is still accustomed to life in the barracks, which may have caused some inconvenience. Lin Kuer interjected, pulling Xiang Wei along. My lady, very well, let us depart. Humph. As she watched them leave, Ziqing finally opened the door and stepped inside, only to find Chu Luo Bei reclining on a chaise lounge, draped in a mink coat, engrossed in a book. Chapter 41. A stroll by West Lake. The young master, Ziqing, had become quite astute. Ziqing had grown rather numb to it all. Each time he accomplished something, this fellow would exclaim, young master, did you not always enjoy visiting Qinxiang Tower? Why not go today? Chu Luo Bei shot him a glance and replied, why would I venture out in the dead of winter? Am I seeking discomfort? Every time. There's a reason, Ziqing murmured, casting a scornful look at Chu Luo Bei. By the way, did you hear that voice outside? It's Lin Kuer. Indeed. Why did you not come out to greet her? Pretending you couldn't here? Ugh. This spot is so warm. Stepping outside would squander the comfort of my little cocoon. Young master, wait. You might want to reconsider. She seems to have lost interest and is contemplating a withdrawal from the engagement. Ziqing looked at him with a pitiful expression. Oh, is that so? Then go hurry. Watching Chu Luo Bei nonchalantly don his shoes and drape a fur coat about himself, he strode out with determination. Ziqing's lips tweaked. Well, does the young master actually enjoy the prospect of being jilted? Meanwhile, Lin Kuer gracefully stepped out of her chamber and immediately spotted Nan Bo seated alongside Chu Yunxiao in the pavilion. They appeared to be engrossed in a serious discussion. Suddenly, Chu Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed directly in her direction, exclaiming, look, she's right there. Upon hearing this, Nan Bo turned his head and seemed to come to a realization. He sighed softly, laboriously rising to his feet, and approached Lin Kuer while inquiring, young general, where have you been? Lin Kuer slightly nodded, her expression one of apology as she explained, oh, I sincerely apologize, Nan Bo. I am new here and still unfamiliar with the local customs, so I may have been somewhat rude. I had just visited the residence of the young general. Upon hearing this, Nambo chuckled heartily and then curiously probed, I see. May I ask if the young master has risen yet? Lin Ku gently shook her head and replied, he is not there. Not there? That cannot be, Nambo murmured to himself, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Yet, he quickly waved his hand, saying, never mind, let us hasten our steps. The lady has been eagerly awaiting your visit and would surely be delighted to see you. We must not keep her waiting. Lin Ku nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Grand Hall. As Lin Ku crossed the threshold, she raised her eyes to behold a beautiful woman clad in purple, her face alight with a warm smile. Upon seeing her, the woman quickly approached and affectionately took Lin Ku's hand, saying, Ku, my dear, why did you not inform your aunt of your sudden arrival? It would have allowed me to prepare. Wasn't it meant to be a surprise for you? Ha ha. Indeed a surprise. Now, please take a seat. Nambo, please stoke the fire. The hall has grown a bit chilly. Of course, right away. Nambo replied cheerfully. After Lin Ku and the woman settled down, Zhouan brought forth an array of fruits and inquired, how is your mother? A chill has brushed against me, but it is of little consequence. Alas, this girl is simply frail. Despite my urging her to train in martial arts, she remains hesitant. Lin Ku offered a faint smile, indicating that her mother was merely reluctant to attempt it. Nevertheless, Ku contemplated ways to encourage her to engage in some training for the sake of her health. By the way, Aunt, is Luo Bei not here today? I searched his courtyard, but found no trace of him. No, he is indeed not present. He has not left the estate today. I wonder if that rascal is still asleep. Zhouan remarked in exasperation. Is that so? Mother, I assure you, I have not been sleeping, Chu Luo Bei announced as he entered, with Ziqing dutifully stepping outside to guard. You mischievous boy, Zhouan said affectionately. I was merely engrossed in reading. Is today the day we discuss the dissolution of the engagement, dear sister? In that instant, it seemed as though everyone had been struck by a spell, rendering them motionless. Some bore ecstatic smiles, as if celebrating an extraordinary event, while others wore expressions of confusion, their brows furrowed in perplexity. A few gazes even flickered with veiled hostility, sending shivers down the spine. Amidst the crowd, Chu Luo Bei appeared somewhat awkward. After clearing his throat, he inquired, Ahem, did I say something amiss? However, no one answered his query. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, Brother, when did I ever express a desire to dissolve our engagement? Upon hearing these words, Chu Luo Bei found himself at a loss for words, uttering a vague Beside him, Chang Wei, who had initially been filled with joy, suddenly lost her smile, her countenance replaced by disappointment and despair. Then came an indignant rebuke. You insolent boy, what utter nonsense are you spouting? This voice thundered through the air like a bolt of lightning. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Chu Luo Bei quickly scratched the back of his head and remarked, All right, you all continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned it apart. Wait, Zhouan was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. She hurriedly called out, striding toward Chu Luo Bei. Since both of you are here, Luo Bei, why don't you take Ku out for a stroll? Upon hearing this, Chu Luo Bei sighed in resignation. Mother, look at the weather. It is snowing heavily outside, freezing cold, and you wish for me to wander aimlessly? Zhouan paused, momentarily taken aback by her son's words. Then nodded in agreement. True, you make a valid point. However, she quickly devised a solution. She swiftly removed her purple robe and draped it over Lin Ku's shoulders. Smiling at Chu Luo Bei, there, now you need not fear the cold. Take Ku out for a bit of fun. Faced with his mother's resolute stance, Chu Luo Bei could only sigh inwardly, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ku, now clad in the robe, smiled at him. I say, brother, Aunt has spoken. Why not take me for a tour of the estate? Chu Luo Bei, feeling utterly defeated, exclaimed, Mother, please enough. Chu Luo Bei cast a resentful glance at Zhouan before being guided away by Lin Ku. Chang Wei struggled to keep up, but soon noticed Ziqing approaching with a cheerful demeanor to engage her in conversation. On the snowy day, it was the perfect season to build snowmen. Chu Luo Bei, feeling rather bored, led Lin Ke out of the manor. Who would want to linger indoors when such splendid moments awaited outside? The winter landscape by Westlake was breathtaking, with a brisk wind blowing and delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Chu Luobai stood at the water's edge, holding a beautifully crafted paper umbrella. Draped in an opulent mink cloak, while Lin Ke, clad in a flowing purple robe, walked gracefully beside him, her steps light and her demeanor serene. Chapter 42. Assassination Suddenly. Chu Luobai turned to Lin Ke and gently inquired, "Are you feeling cold?" His gaze was filled with concern. Lin Ke shivered slightly and replied softly, "A little." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper carried by the wind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Luobai suggested, "How about we take a seat on a boat at Westlake? There's a warm stove there that could help you feel more comfortable." His tone was exceedingly gentle. However, Lin Ke shook her head and smiled, saying, "There's no need. Admiring the scenery of Westlake from this bridge has its own charm, and it is quite beautiful." As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the far-off lake, gradually blanketed by ice and snow, her eyes revealing a hint of enchantment. Thus, the two stood quietly at the center of the bridge, gazing together at the lake, which was increasingly encased in ice. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying a chill that tousled their hair and the edges of their garments. After a moment of silence, Chu Luobai broke the tranquility, slowly stating, "Your visit this time must not merely be for a casual greeting, is it?" Although his words were soft, they seemed laden with deeper meaning. At this statement, Lin Ke's body trembled slightly, her previously relaxed demeanor instantly turning grave. She furrowed her brow, a distinct look of worry crossing her face. Lin Ke answered softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. Observing her reaction, Chu Luobai had already grasped some of the situation, and he continued to probe. "Is it because the Langya King is under some sort of pressure?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's pupils dilated in disbelief, her eyes widening as she stared at Chu Luobai, incredulously asking, "How do you know?" Her voice rose slightly in surprise. Chu Luobai smiled faintly, responding with composure, "Oh, that is merely my conjecture, but judging by your reaction, it seems I am correct." With that, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Lin Ke steadied herself, took a deep breath, and then turned her gaze back to the tranquil surface of Westlake, murmuring to herself, "So, what else do you know? The Langya King announced our engagement as soon as he returned. Even my father has forgotten it, yet he is under pressure. This indicates that this person wields immense power. And in the capital, only two individuals can exert such influence over the Langya King, the Prime Minister and the one seated upon the dragon throne." Lin Ke smiled slightly. "It seems you are even more perceptive than I had imagined." "Ha! From this reasoning, it can be deduced that it is indeed the one upon the dragon throne, correct?" Lin Ke sighed helplessly. "Just a few days ago, my father was incessantly asking me about my considerations. Moreover, over the past few months, her interactions with Chu Luobai had resembled that of siblings, with him acting as an elder brother who took her on various escapades, fishing, hiking, gambling, and composing poetry together, among other activities. This situation left Lin Ke feeling somewhat exasperated at the thought of marrying her brother-like companion. Chu Luobai, however, smiled faintly as he gazed at a small boat gliding across the lake, saying, "Actually, marriage is not an issue." Lin Ke, puzzled, looked at Chu Luobai and replied, "Didn't you say you didn't want to marry? Come with me. But are you aware that your father's disapproval would lead to a gradual usurpation of power, leaving one helpless? You are already familiar with the subsequent events." Lin Ke retorted, "The emperor is not such a man. He and my father are the best of brothers." "Brothers? Huh, Ke, it is truly laughable to speak of such a pathetic brotherhood within the royal family. The imperial court has always been devoid of compassion. You should be well aware of this." Lin Ke was rendered speechless. Indeed, the imperial family is the most ruthless, with the supremacy of the monarch placing them above all, leaving no one impervious to temptation. "Inform your father that I have consented. The Duke of the Northern Town agrees. Let us select an auspicious date." Lin Ke hesitated. On one hand, there was her elder brother. On the other, she had a person she secretly admired, Xiao Changkong. Are you concerned about life after marriage? There is no need for such worries. Regardless of the circumstances, I can always be your brother. The title of husband is merely a label. If one day you wish to end this companionship, you may divorce me. After all, I am the most notorious dandy in the capital, and my reputation has long been tarnished, Chu Luobei said with a faint smile. At that moment, Lin Kuter was taken aback. Was this still the Chu Luobei she had known over the past few months? The boy who loved to play and laugh heartily seemed to have matured in an instant, and inexplicably, his face appeared somewhat flushed. Chu Luobei observed her blushing like a lovesick girl, puzzled. He reached out to touch her face and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Reacting quickly, Lin Kuter turned away, her hands covering her burning cheeks, at a loss for words. This was what it felt like to be smitten. "I'm fine. I might just be feeling warm." Chu Luobei shook his head, unable to even tell a lie. Unbeknownst to them, atop a high building, a man clad in military attire had witnessed this scene and was instantly alarmed as he rushed to the general's residence. The general's residence belonged to Xiahou Jing. The anxious general, with the shifty eyes, hurried inside, where only Xiahou Changkong was quietly polishing his sword. "Not good, General." Xiahou Changkong cast a glance. "What is with all this panic? General, how can you remain calm? Do you know what I saw during patrol today?" "What?" Xiahou Changkong asked with a hint of curiosity. "I saw Miss Lin Kuer on the bridge by West Lake." The general spoke breathlessly, hesitating as his words faltered, which made Xiahou Changkong anxious. "What happened to Kuer?" "General, Miss Lin was standing together with someone dressed in fine fur, admiring the beauty of Westlake. Miss Kuer even blushed. I was a bit flustered at the time and didn't catch a good look at the person, but I recognized that fur. It was exquisite snow mink, found only in one place." "Where?" "The Duke of the Northern Town. And I believe you should know who could be so close to Miss Lin, General." At this moment, Xiahou Changkong's eyes brimmed with a fierce, killing intent, a sentiment only born from the brutality of the battlefield. Xiahou Changkong was astute. He had refrained from seeking Lin Kuer for several months, allowing Chu Luobei to accompany her on various excursions. He was aware of this, but chose not to intervene, for they were ostensibly merely siblings. However, the general suddenly sensed a piercing aura of malice, akin to having a bucket of icy water poured over him in the depths of winter. Goosebumps erupted across his body, and he involuntarily shuddered. He swallowed hard and asked, his voice slightly trembling, "General, would you like me to eliminate that audacious fool who dares to offend you?" The individual referred to as the general scoffed, his countenance dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with water. He sternly replied, "The grandson of the Marquis of Northtown. How dare you speak of murder so lightly? This matter requires careful deliberation." "But, General," the subordinate cautiously interjected, "I have recently heard a rumor that Miss Lin has a childhood betrothal with Chu Luobei, and our Miss Kuer is truly the perfect match for you." Upon hearing this, Xiahou Changkong was struck as if by lightning, springing to his feet with wide eyes. He seized the collar of the person before him and bellowed, "What? A betrothal? Where did you hear such absurdity? It is utterly ridiculous. I refuse to believe it." The general hastily nodded. "It is absolutely true, General. I stumbled upon this information by chance. In my humble opinion, you should make a decisive choice soon to avoid prolonged complications." Before he could finish, Xiahou Changkong cursed, "Damn it." He forcefully shoved the general to the ground and, with a sinister expression, gritted his teeth, commanding, "Go and take care of Chu Luobei for me. Do it cleanly, leaving no trace behind." "At your command." The general, upon receiving the order, allowed a confident smile to grace his lips before he turned to depart. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Chu Luobei stood side by side with Lin Kuer on a stone bridge, leisurely admiring the surrounding beauty. The gentle breeze tousled their hair and garments, creating a picturesque scene. Lost in the splendor before them, they remained blissfully unaware that an assassination attempt against Chu Luobei was stealthily drawing near. Chapter 43. Puppetry. In the next moment, a strange voice echoed behind them. "Lo Bei." Startled, the two turned to see a man and a woman standing beside a carriage. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of nobility, while the woman wielding a long sword, bore an expression of cold indifference, resembling a sword attendant. Upon catching sight of Chu Lo Bei, the man's heart surged with excitement, confirming that he had indeed recognized the right person. With a joyful countenance, he approached hastily. It was only then that Chu Lo Bei discerned the visitor's features. The man bore a resemblance to the emperor, albeit with subtle differences upon closer inspection. Moreover, his demeanor and words indicated that he clearly recognized Chu Lo Bei. Thus, the answer became evident. This person could only be one individual. You are Lin Xiu? Chu Lo Bei inquira tentatively. How audacious! To dare address His Highness by his name. The sword attendant beside him exclaimed, eyes wide with indignation. Lin Xiu, however, waved his hand dismissively, signaling the attendant to refrain from anger, then smiled and said, it seems Lo Bei still remembers me. Upon hearing this, Chu Lo Bei burst into laughter. How could I forget? Little second brother. His words dripped with playful banter. In response, Lin Xiu merely chuckled, unfazed by the jest. Just then, his gaze shifted to the woman beside Chu Lo Bei, and he asked with a smile, "This must be Lin Ke's sister?" "Greetings, brother." Lin Ke replied with a slight bow. Lin Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, indeed. However, as the conversation unfolded, calamity struck. A sharp arrow, like a bolt of lightning, whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Chu Lo Bei. The atmosphere grew tense to an unbearable degree. Being a martial artist, Lin Ke reacted with astonishing swiftness. Almost instantaneously, she sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Get down!" Without hesitation, she thrust her hand forward, forcefully pushing Chu Lo Bei away. Regrettably, despite her swift action, the arrow was too swift to evade entirely. It veered slightly from its intended path, grazing Lin Ke's ear before embedding itself deeply into Chu Lo Bei's arm. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm, gritting his teeth, yet refraining from uttering a sound of pain. Lin Xiu, witnessing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. The attendant, upon receiving permission, swiftly set off to track down the villain responsible for the treacherous shot. Meanwhile, Lin Ke knelt down beside Chu Lo Bei, concern etched on her face as she softly inquired, "How are you? Is the injury severe?" Chu Lo Bei's lips, already pale as parchment, curled into a faint, strained smile as he replied, "It's nothing serious, just a little painful." Yet, the frailty of his voice belied the severity of his wound. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Xiu hastily crouched down, his brow furrowed with concern as he said, "Brother Luo Bei, how can you claim to be fine? Do not force yourself. Let us first board my carriage, and I shall take you to seek the royal physician." As he spoke, he extended his hand to support Chu Luo Bei. "Thank you for your concern," Chu Luo Bei replied with a nod. At that moment, Lin Ke offered a gentle smile, delicately taking Chu Luo Bei's hand, and together with Lin Xiu, they carefully assisted him into the carriage. Once inside, Lin Ke did not hesitate to tear a corner of her garment, tenderly wrapping it around Chu Luo Bei's wound. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu positioned himself at the front, assuming the role of the driver. The atmosphere within the confined space of the carriage grew somewhat delicate, as the subtle flirtations shared between Chu Luo Bei and Lin Ke seemed to warm the air around them. Just then, Chu Luo Bei unexpectedly reached out, gently caressing Lin Ke's ear, and softly remarked, "You are injured." Lin Ke paused momentarily, then shook her head, smiling as she replied, "It is of no consequence. I assume that person's strength is likely on par with mine. Otherwise, how could I have remained oblivious?" She then inquired, "But you, how did you manage to be so careless as to be struck by an arrow? And without a sound, do you not feel pain?" Her tone was filled with curiosity. My dear, as the heir of a family, encounters with assassination attempts are somewhat inevitable. Pain has become a customary affair, and one cannot simply cry out when struck." Chu Luo Bei jested. Lin Ke frowned slightly, preparing to admonish him, but seeing the vacant look in Chu Luo Bei's eyes and his pale complexion, she asked, "Is it poisonous?" Qin Shuang Lu, a type of cold poison, while not highly toxic, can be deadly in winter. We must act quickly. I can hardly endure much longer. As he spoke, Chu Luo Bei's eyes grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Chu Luobei. Lin Ku'er clutched him, her voice tinged with urgency. Brother, drive faster. Luobei has fainted. Understood. Lin Xiao shouted immediately. Lin Ku'er, feeling slightly lightheaded herself, hurriedly focused her energy to expel the toxins from her body. When Chu Luobei finally opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the Imperial Medical Institute. At that moment, he beheld an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe, his hair a striking silver. The old man approached with a meticulously crafted medical box in hand, moving at a slow yet steady pace, clearly intending to take his pulse for diagnosis. A surge of anxiety gripped Chu Luobei. If this man was indeed a skilled physician, he could easily discern the traces of his practice techniques through a mere pulse examination. The implications of such a revelation were dire. With that thought, Chu Luobei swiftly scanned his surroundings, ensuring that no one else was present aside from the two of them. His gaze sharpened with intensity. At that moment, the white-clad elder reached the bedside, a broad smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, "The young general has finally awakened. It is truly remarkable. You must know that Qin Shuang Lu is considered a deadly poison in the midst of winter, and yet you managed to awaken from such a deep slumber on your own. Quite impressive indeed." With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Chu Luobei responded calmly. "Perhaps it is due to the numerous assassination attempts I have encountered in my daily life that this body has gradually acclimatized to various perilous situations." Upon hearing this, the elderly man erupted into hearty laughter, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, there is some truth to that. In that case, allow me to take your pulse to further comprehend your physical condition." No sooner had he spoken than he extended a gnarled hand, reminiscent of a withered branch, towards Chu Luobei's wrist. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Chu Luobei's skin, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chu Luobei's once normal eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie green light, and immediately, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted from within him, sweeping through the room like a tempestuous wave. In an instant, the physician seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, standing frozen in place, his outstretched hand rendered numb and suspended in midair. After a brief moment of stillness, the physician slowly retracted his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead unbeknownst to him. In a state of panic, he hastily seized a pen and paper from the table, scribbling down the names of several medicinal remedies, settling back into his seat as if under some form of control. Had it not been for the need to feign normalcy, that arrow would have been insufficient to harm even a half-step martial sovereign. Chu Luobei then sat on the bed, extracting the arrow from his body, enduring excruciating pain as he utilized his true energy to expel the toxins within. By this point, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Initially, Chu Luobei intended to feign unconsciousness and conduct his actions covertly. However, with Lin Ku'er nearby, there was truly no opportunity, and in the midst of his ruse, he genuinely lost consciousness. Chapter 44. I, Chu Luobei, deserve anyone's sweat beaded on Chu Luobei's forehead. Thankfully, he had awakened in time, for otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. He quickly tidied the room, and, glancing at the medical officer seated numbly on a stool with eyes wide open, he murmured that the puppet technique proved to be quite effective. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Luobei slowly exited the room. Upon surveying the area, he noticed Lin Ku'er had already bandaged her ear and was engaged in lively conversation with Lin Xiao and two others. The moment they spotted Chu Luobei, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. The medical officer in particular approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Young general, look, after my treatment, your injuries have nearly healed." Lin Ku'er, her eyes wide with disbelief, circled Chu Luobei several times. She had not anticipated the medical officer's skills to be so exceptional. Not only had he successfully bandaged Chu Luobei's injured arm, but he also appeared significantly revitalized. In contrast, Lin Xiao displayed a hint of skepticism, inquiring curiously, "Esteemed medical officer, could you enlighten us on the miraculous technique you employed to restore Chu Luobei to this state in merely half an hour?" The medical officer, faced with Lin Xiao's inquiry, hesitated, furrowing his brow as he replied, "In response to His Highness, the Second Prince, this." I. Before he could finish, Chu Luobei interjected, "Oh, since the ailment has been cured, there is no need to delve into the details. Little brother, let us not press the medical officer too hard. He may possess a unique secret known only to him." With a gentle smile, Chu Luobei spoke nonchalantly. Yet in truth, even a medical officer himself was unaware of how he had managed to heal Chu Luobei. He only recalled administering acupuncture, after which everything seemed to progress smoothly, as if an enigmatic force were aiding him from the shadows. "Very well, Brother Luobei, how do you feel now? Any discomfort?" Lin Xiu asked with concern. "Not too bad. Just a bit of pain in my arm. Everything else is fine," Chu Luobei replied. "Ah, that's good to hear," Lin Kut said, leaning closer to Chu Luobei. "Since that is the case, I would like to invite both of you to the Eastern Palace for a banquet. What do you say?" "Not going." Chu Luobei and Lin Xiu responded in unison, casting puzzled glances at each other. Lin Xiu, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked awkwardly, "Well, I don't have much time left. I'll take my leave for now. Another day, Brother Luobei, I shall treat you to a drink." "Absolutely." After the pair departed, Chu Luobei and Lin Ke exited the Imperial Medical Institute. As they strolled along, Chu Luobei inquired, "Why did you shield me from that arrow?" Lin Ke rolled her eyes playfully and replied, "Because you are my brother." "But it seems we have only interacted for a few months, and we are not that close," Chu Luobei countered. "Huh, Chu Luobei, why do I feel you're being so aloof? Must there be a reason to save someone? Ha ha ha. I am indeed a frivolous young man. How could I possibly be indifferent? You are merely putting on an act, Chu Luobei. After these past few months of acquaintance, I have observed you closely, and it is clear you cannot be as frivolous as you pretend. I do not yet understand your motives, but I recognize you as someone worthy of trust. Regrettably, I already have someone I hold dear." Lin Kuer gazed apologetically at Chu Luobei and smiled. As Chu Luobei looked at the pitiful girl before him, an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced his heart. "Is it Xiaoho Changkong?" Lin Kuer lowered her head in embarrassment, feeling quite helpless. "Alas, this betrothal may be inevitable. Let us proceed with our marriage for now. As we discussed this morning." Lin Kuer suddenly had a realization and said, "Brother, thank you. Do not dwell on it. I shall take my leave now, or my mother will surely worry." With that, he nodded and turned away, departing in the opposite direction of Lin Kuer. Lin Kuer watched the solitary figure, reminiscent of someone else. "Chu Luobei, you truly are a remarkable young general. Moreover, this arrow, does it not belong to the Breaking Wind army? Who could it possibly be?" Lin Kuer furrowed her brow. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground, enveloping the world in a pristine white blanket. Chu Luobei trudged heavily into Qinxiang Tower. Upon entering, he made his way directly to a prestigious private room on the top floor. Pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, yet it did little to dispel the gloom within his heart. The room was adorned with a lavish spread of food and drink, with several jars of fine wine neatly arranged nearby. Seated directly across from the door was none other than Chu Yinxiao. Chu Luobei sat down at the table in silence, lifting a jar of wine to his lips and drinking deeply. After several gulps, his once pale face began to flush a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Despite the alcohol igniting warmth within his body, his inner turmoil remained excruciating. "Third uncle, I feel so miserable." Chu Luobei set down the jar, propping his head with his hands as he murmured. Chu Yinxiao did not respond immediately, but gazed thoughtfully out at the swirling snowflakes. After a moment, he turned to Chu Luobei, his sharp gaze piercing through, and said, "You acquired the second volume, yet did not inform me?" Startled by this, Chu Luobei quickly explained, "I did not intend to keep it from you. I merely wished to study it on my own first." Hearing this, Chu Yinxiao furrowed his brow tightly, his tone grave as he replied, "That is absolutely unacceptable. You must hand over the second volume to me, and you are forbidden from creating puppets on your own." "Why?" Chu Luobei's eyes widened in confusion as he inquired. With a weary sigh, Chu Yinxiao shook his head, "Because this puppet technique has its flaws. Improper use could not only harm oneself, but may also pose a life-threatening danger. It is precisely for this reason that the Western Yang Kingdom was willing to part with it in exchange for other benefits." After absorbing this explanation, Chu Luobei fell into silence. After a long pause, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, I concede. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve and produced a weathered little booklet, which he handed to Chu Yunxiao. After receiving the booklet and meticulously inspecting it to ensure everything was in order, Chu Yunxiao rose, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he gently patted Chu Luobei on the shoulder and earnestly advised, Luobei, if you truly desire something, then pursue it with courage. Our Duke of Beijing's residence is no trivial establishment. Regardless of who the other party may be, we are deserving. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback, and memories of joyful moments spent with Lin Kuer surged to the forefront of his mind. The recollections flooded in like a tide, enveloping him in nostalgia and rendering him momentarily lost in thought. Chu Luobei, what affliction ails you? Why do you stare at me so? Brother, is this appropriate? What a delightful aroma. What is this, Chu Luobei? This is called a farmhouse chicken leg. Chu Luobei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Looking up at the sky, he mused, perhaps I should not be so base yet. My third uncle is right. If I desire something, I shall pursue it. I am worthy of anyone. Ha ha ha. Chapter 45. At Qinshan Tower, the Eastern Palace. The Grand Hall was already filled with individuals, the most authoritative figures in the realm of Haowu. Seated closest to the emperor was a young man, strikingly handsome in a four-clawed dragon robe. He was none other than the third prince, Lin Ju. His refined and gentle gaze fell upon the Shiliang delegation, accompanied by the princess. Approaching them was General Mu Hen of Shiliang, alongside a woman draped in purple, her face veiled. General Mu Hen of Shiliang, accompanied by Her Royal Highness, the princess, pays homage to His Majesty, the Emperor of Haowu. The delegation then knelt in respect. Lin Suyo smiled lightly and said, Please rise. Today is a day of joyous union. So let us be merry. Once they stood, they returned to their positions. The focus then shifted to Lin Ziyuan, the Lord of the Eastern Palace, and Princess Yan Wanqing. Lin Ziyuan, beaming with joy, stepped forward in a long robe and took Yan Wanqing's hand, bowing to the Emperor and Empress. Thus, a grand and solemn wedding ceremony commenced. Red silk fluttered in the air, joyous music filled the space, and guests applauded and cheered, witnessing the couple's entrance into the sacred bond of marriage. Amidst an atmosphere of celebration and harmony, the bride and groom completed a series of traditional rites before finally entering the exquisitely adorned bridal chamber. As the festivities concluded and night enveloped the scene, Lin Suyo, weary from the day's events, gently took the Empress's hand and slowly departed from the banquet, leaving the guests to revel in their joyous sea of celebration. At that moment, people began to sing and dance with abandon, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the revelry. Third brother. It was Lin Xiao, approaching with a cup of fine wine and a smile. Upon hearing the call, Lin Ju quickly rose and nodded with a smile, elder brother. Lin Xiao, observing Lin Ju's demeanor, inquired with concern, Why do you seem so downcast today? Is there something troubling you? Lin Ju gently shook his head and explained, Perhaps I have been absorbed in reading lately, and now I feel somewhat dizzy. Lin Xiao burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Ju on the shoulder. Third brother, do not isolate yourself in your studies. You must venture out more often to refresh your mind. Lin Ju nodded in agreement. Thank you for your reminder, elder brother. How fare your affairs in Yangzhou? With a confident smile, Lin Xiao replied, Everything has progressed most favorably. Lin Ju raised his wine cup and declared, Then allow me to toast to your continued success in all endeavors. With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply from his cup. Seeing Lin Ju's exuberance, Lin Xiao wore a slightly awkward smile, but quickly regained his composure, responding with cheer, I appreciate your good wishes, third brother. However, beneath Lin Ju's seemingly gentle demeanor lay a mind of profound strategy. He was no ordinary individual, and one must remain vigilant around him. After all, behind that harmless facade lurked the heart of a cunning predator. I have heard that you accompany the Major General to the Imperial Hospital. Ah, third brother, your sources are quite astute. Not at all. No matter how well-informed one is, it pales in comparison to the audacity of the crown prince. Who dares to act so boldly? Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall now pay my respects to others. With that, Lin Xiao concluded the conversation and made her way toward the other officials. Lin Zhu smiled lightly, instructing a nearby maid to escort her back, citing her inability to handle alcohol as the reason for her departure for Xinqing Palace. Upon entering her private chamber, Lin Zhu seemed to transform instantly. Her previously tranquil countenance was now shrouded in a palpable aura of menace. She strode purposefully to her seat and sat down heavily, exuding an intimidating presence. Not far from her sat Xiahou Qinkong. "Your Highness." Xiahou Qinkong, witnessing Lin Zhu's demeanor, felt a tremor of apprehension but steeled himself to address her. Lin Zhu abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade, and demanded, "Is it true that the injuries sustained by Chu Luobei today were at your hands?" Upon hearing this, Xiahou Qinkong broke into a cold sweat, stammering, Your Highness, I." Xiahou Qinkong. Lin Zhu's furious interjection silenced him. "Are you truly so oblivious to Chu Luobei's identity? Or have the years of slaughter on the battlefield dulled your senses?" His face turned ashen as he hastily explained. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. It is due to Kuer's betrothal to that worthless Chu Luobei, and I have heard that His Majesty seems to have sanctioned this union. If the Northern Duke's residence were to ally with the Langyao Wangfu, it would undoubtedly become the foremost royal house under the emperor's reign." At this point, Xiahou Qinkong's face was etched with concern. However, Lin Zhu regarded him with disdain, akin to viewing a foolish jester. "Oof," she scoffed. "Though Kuer may not be my biological sister, she is nonetheless a sister to this palace. How dare you presume to elevate yourself?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Xiahou Qinkong found himself compelled to lower his head before the powerful princess, refraining from uttering another word. "Do you truly believe that my father is unaware of this matter? I will tell you frankly. It is he who has been subtly promoting this match from behind the scenes." Lin Zhu replied with a cold smirk. "What? Is that so? Why is this the case?" Xiahou Qinkong was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough." Lin Zhu impatiently waved her hand. "Do not ask such foolish questions. Depart at once. Next time, I expect your father to come and see me personally." Without waiting for a response, Lin Zhu stood and strode toward the inner chamber, leaving Xiahou Qinkong standing there, bewildered and at a loss. It dawned on him that the princess perceived him as exceedingly foolish and bore a heavy grudge against him. Subsequently, Lin Zhu seldom left the palace and made her way directly to Qinxiang Tower. "Your Highness, we have arrived at Qinxiang Tower," the maid chimed with a playful laugh. Upon entering the building, a rich floral fragrance enveloped the air, as if one were immersed in an ocean of blossoms. The intoxicating scent lingered, inviting one to lose themselves in its allure. However, the enchanting scenery failed to move the prince, who took a gentle whiff and shook his head slightly, remarking, "Indeed, the air is thick with the fragrance of flowers, utterly captivating. Alas, such a delightful sight cannot deceive the astute." Upon hearing this, the maid, intrigued, inquired, "Is the wise individual you speak of the young general?" The prince nodded, reminiscing about the past, and slowly said, "At the age of 8, he was my contemporary. Even then, he exhibited remarkable intelligence. His words and actions left me profoundly astonished. He once confided in me that money is the least valuable commodity in the world. Only power reigns supreme." The maid's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Such word from that frivolous youth?" The prince chuckled softly with a knowing smile and replied, "As the saying goes, the world laughs at my madness, while I laugh at their inability to see through it. Today, let us ascend to meet him." With that, Lin Zhu donned a black mask upon his face, adjusted his white robe, and strode upstairs. As he entered the chamber, a chorus of lively chatter filled the air. "Young master, come play. Young master, why do you wear a mask? Are you afraid your beauty might captivate too many hearts?" Unfazed by the warm welcomes, Lin Zhu quickened his pace, weaving through the throngs of revelers, until at last he discovered the room where Chu Luobei was indulging in merriment and drink. Chapter 46. "Will you assist me?" Standing before the door, Lin Zhu softly instructed Linger, who was behind him, Linger, remain here and alert me immediately if anything unusual occurs. I shall enter and converse with him. Linger obediently nodded in acknowledgement, replying, understood. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ju gently pushed the door open. The scene within instantly captivated his gaze. A man languidly reclined on the bed, accompanied by a stunning woman. Upon seeing the mysterious figure clad in white with a black mask, both were momentarily taken aback. The man, visibly displeased, exclaimed furiously, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Ju furrowed his brow, offering a faint smile as he replied, "My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room." With that, he stepped back and closed the door. The maid beside him inquired, "Young master, what happened?" Lin Ju's lips curled slightly as he responded, "Nothing of concern. Is the information reliable?" "Indeed, your highness. Our people personally witnessed Chu Luobei intoxicated in this establishment." "Oh, it appears the young general possesses some merit. Let us proceed." Yes. Just as they intended to descend the stairs, they were met with the sound of the man inside hurling curses, accompanied by the woman's soothing voice. Lin Ju coldly remarked, "Let him vanish. Does a mere insect dare insult me?" "Understood." Meanwhile, in a private chamber, the enchanting courtesan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the flushed Chu Luobei. "It seems I must intervene, or else the third prince may compel you to make a choice." Chu Luobei regarded the figure in white, murmuring, "None in the royal family are simple. Neither is the young master," she teased. "Ah, in that case one must tread even more carefully. Young master, it won't be long now. The Marquis is returning." Chu Luobei was taken aback. "How do you know?" "Our intelligence from the shadows is unparalleled." "Is that so? When will he return?" "Young master, at most within 6 months. The Marquis commands the 30,000 Tianlang army in the south. The southern tribes are inconsequential." 6 months? I wonder if it will coincide with the wedding. "Are you truly to wed?" "Indeed. The emperor intends to use the Langya king to bind me to the Zhenbei Marquisate. But little does he know that the tables may turn." Chu Luobei replied with a slight smile. "Wow, young master, that sly grin of yours is always a trap." Chu Luobei's lips twitched in annoyance. "If you cannot speak wisely, then refrain from speaking." "Enough. I shall take my leave. I can no longer bear this," he declared, exiting with irritation. Behind him, the courtesan's alluring voice trailed, "Young master, do come again." Chu Luobei laughed heartily. "Certainly." Upon exiting, he wrapped himself tightly in a sable coat, braving the chill as he made his way to a noodle shop. Unbeknownst to him, a man and a woman stood by a nearby bridge, their eyes fixed upon him. The woman, blood-stained hands gripping a sword. Lin Ju's lips curled in satisfaction. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. "What I desire has been obtained. Keep watch here. Should any evidence arise, this brothel shall be shut down," he instructed. "Understood." On the other side, in the pavilion outside the imperial study, 3 gentlemen sat, Mu Hen from the Western Liang envoy, Emperor Su Yao, and beside them stood Lin Ke. "General Mu, are you satisfied with the winter wedding?" Emperor Lin Su Yao inquired with a faint smile. "Your Majesty, there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Your nation has treated us with utmost courtesy, and it is a great honor for us," Mu Hen humbly replied. "Ha ha, that is splendid. I have heard that Princess Ke, daughter of the King of Langya, mentioned that your envoy has a significant gift for me. Is that true?" Emperor Su Yao feigned interest. Mu Hen furrowed his brow slightly, recalling that a woman had indeed assisted them in blocking Chu Luobei, and it was she. Clearly, Emperor Su Yao was already aware of this. If he were still to lie now, it would be quite the predicament. "Indeed, your Majesty, my emperor has dispatched a grand gift to enhance the friendship between our 2 nations," Mu Hen stated with a subtle smile. "Oh, what might it be?" Emperor Su Yao pretended to be intrigued. "Your Majesty, it is a secret technique created by our national master, the puppet technique. Please observe." Mu Hen presented the puppet technique obediently. As Emperor Lin Su Yao examined it, his interest grew, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly remarkable! I am very pleased with this grand gift from Western Liang." "As long as your Majesty is satisfied," Mu Hen replied with a forced smile. "Well then, since the grand gift has arrived, let us discuss serious matters. Today is the day of great joy for the Crown Prince, and he advises me that you have come with sincerity. As the land of etiquette, I have listened, for after all, it is his wedding, and we must not dampen the spirit. Emperor Su Yao continued, a slight smile gracing his lips. Mu Hen's smile broadened as he listened intently. Therefore, I believe we shall return 3 cities to Western Liang. Mu Hen was taken aback. Your Majesty, it should be 6 cities, correct? 6 cities? Huh. The Crown Prince says it is 3 cities, and I am of the same opinion, Emperor Su Yao replied. But your Majesty, Miliunit and exclaimed in urgency. Lin Su Yao Fadawen. Mu Hen, you must remember that you are the defeated nation, and thus it should be so. Had you not brought a grand gift and my mood was not favorable, you would not even be allowed to enter the gates of the capital. Yes, I have overstepped, your Majesty. Mu Hen hastily knelt in submission, realizing that if he provoked Lin Su Yao, the king of Langya could easily take his life. Begone. Return after spring? The emperor commanded. Yes, I take my leave. Mu Hen retreated, a chill settling over him. Shifting the conversation, Lin Su Yao turned his warm gaze towards Lin Kur, handing his scroll to the nearby eunuch Li Kur. It is thanks to you that I am now aware of the cunning nature of those from Western Liang. Lin Kur quickly bowed, replying, Your Majesty, it is merely what I ought to do. Ha, splendid. My dear brother, what are your thoughts on my previous suggestion regarding the lovely Kur? The king of Langya sighed. Your Majesty, I believe it is feasible. Kur has grown up and deserves a home of her own. Lin Su Yao smiled broadly at Lin Kur, inquiring her opinion. Little General, what do you think? Lin Kur smiled gently. I shall heed your Majesty's arrangements. Ha, splendid. It is my fortune to have you all, the emperor declared. Your Majesty, I dare not. The king of Langya and his daughter exchanged formalities, and the king declared, Well, since that is the case, I shall issue a decree to spread joy throughout the winter. Lin Shuyo smiled. Your Majesty, there is still a banquet set up over there. You should go and take a look, lest the Western Liang delegation steal the spotlight. Indeed, let Kur stay behind. I wish to observe her closely. The king of Langya responded with a slight frown, not disputing the matter. He turned a bid farewell to Kur. I shall take my leave now. Lin Kaiya nodded. After Lin Jinyu departed, Lin Shuyo smiled at eunuch Li, saying, See, this is proper upbringing. My princes and princesses merely know how to compete. Kur is not on par with her elder siblings. Lin Kur humbly remarked. Ha, Kur, please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, Kur replied, gracefully sitting opposite him. Kur, I hope you will keep everything I am about to say confidential. Your Majesty, rest assured, Kur is quite discreet. Lin Kur said, narrowing her eyes. Do you understand why I so wish for you to marry into the house of the Northern Marquis? Is Your Majesty intending to suppress the house of the Northern Marquis? I knew it. A mind trained in military strategy is indeed sharp. Do you comprehend my reasoning? Your Majesty believes the house of the Northern Marquis is too powerful. Precisely. Far too powerful, you see. The 8 cities of the south are all aware that the Northern Marquis is a formidable figure. But, Your Majesty, the Northern Marquis and his lineage have always been loyal and virtuous. Yes, unwavering loyalty. Yet whatever he desires, I cannot impede. This is the peril of one's achievements overshadowing the ruler. Your Majesty. Lin Kur was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such a look of helplessness in the emperor's eyes, previously marked by dominance, now appearing so worn. Eunuch Li added, Young General, the Northern Marquis has accumulated too much merit and fails to restrain himself. The emperor does not wish to act against him, but the civil and military officials, emboldened by their ties to the Northern Marquis's estate, openly disdain the imperial authority, which is quite distressing for His Majesty. Lin Kaiya understood. The fault did not lie with the Northern Marquis, but with those who derive power from his backing, enabling even the powerless Chu Luobei to disregard the princes. For some reason, Lin Kur thought of Chu Luobei's cheerful demeanor. He was kind-hearted, knowing only how to play and laugh, for he had the Northern Marquis's estate behind him. The dignity of the royal family must not be undermined. Your Majesty, what would you have your subjects do? Lin Kur was moved and spoke earnestly. Lin Shuyo rubbed his temples, appearing quite troubled. Kur, I place my trust in the Langya royal family. Would you be willing to assist me? Chapter 47. Welcome back, my husband. As night fell and the banquet concluded, in the imperial study, Lin Xiao perused a tome, involuntarily breaking into a smile. Observing this, the eunuch chuckled. Your Majesty, might you wish to step outside and admire the moon? The moonlight is particularly bright tonight. Lin Xiao, grinning at the old rascal, remarked, Ah, you truly understand me. Today's scheme was indeed a masterstroke, achieving two objectives with one action. Your Majesty is blessed with the dragon's fortune. Everything proceeds smoothly, Li continued. Today we acquired the art of puppetry from the King of Langya, and it seems discord may soon arise between the Crown Prince and the Princess Royal. Furthermore, securing the marriage with Lin Xiao solidifies our plans, truly a twofold victory. The Northern Defense Marquis is finally within my grasp. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Congratulations, Your Majesty. By the way, have you discerned the authenticity of the puppetry technique? Your Majesty, the art of puppetry is an illusionary skill. I believe it requires further cultivation to ensure its reliability. Indeed, hasten your practice. It is imperative to ascertain its truth before the Western Liang envoy departs. Understood. I shall endeavor to test it immediately. I take my leave. Lin Xiao set the book aside and stepped outside the hall, gazing into the serene night sky, breathing out a heavy sigh. 3 years hence, the balance of power shall be reshuffled, and I still require the Northern Defense Marquis. Marquis, I trust you comprehend my intentions. At the Northern Defense Marquis, Chu Luobei had just returned home when he noticed Chu Patian emerging from a carriage, inebriated. With a bemused expression, Chu Luobei shook his head and quickly approached. Frowning at the sight of the guard struggling to support the drunken Chu Patian, he swiftly extended his hands to assist his father, carefully allowing him to lean against him, draping his luxurious marten fur cloak over Chu Patian's shoulders. I can't believe you've drunk so much. Don't you realize today is someone else's joyous wedding day? Why are you celebrating so excessively? He chided as he helped his father toward the estate's entrance. Upon reaching the heavy door, Chu Luobei pushed it open with determination, guiding his father inside. At this point, Chu Patian was utterly intoxicated, his eyes glazed and unfocused, gazing vacantly at his son before suddenly breaking into a foolish grin, mumbling, So, your father is truly a failure. Chu Luobei, taken aback, stared at the man who usually exuded authority, now appearing so forlorn, his father. Chu Patian continued to mutter, All I do is train soldiers, yet despite my strength, my martial talent is woefully lacking. At my age, I'm still merely a lowly martial master. Look at others, and then at myself. Tell me, isn't your father utterly useless? Hearing this, a pang of sorrow pierced Chu Luobei's heart. Indeed, in this world where heroes are judged by their martial prowess and talent, my younger brother is widely regarded as the future sage of literature, while my other sibling is a remarkable prodigy in the art of the sword. My father, too, is a renowned martial king, his reputation echoing far and wide. Even I, as his son, am on the verge of surpassing him. Faced with such a reality, anyone would inevitably feel a pang of dissatisfaction and helplessness. Contemplating this, Chu Luobei embraced his father tightly, speaking with unwavering conviction. No, father, please do not say such things. In my heart, you have always been the most extraordinary person. You are the pillar of our northern town Marquis. Without you, where would the glory of our house come from? You are also the eternal blue sky in my life. Whenever I look up and see you, I find solace. Furthermore, you are not only my father, but also the beloved elder brother to my siblings. So, father, you are far from useless. You are the pride of our entire family. You are Chu Patian. It seemed as though Chu Patian was about to drift into slumber. Thank you for sacrificing your freedom for this family. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing those words, a faint smile suddenly graced Chu Patian's face, and as if under a spell, he gently closed his eyes and entered a blissful dream. Not far ahead stood his mother, Zhou Wan, along with several maidservants. Every word they had spoken reached Chu Patian's ears without omission. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Zhou Wan stood transfixed, gazing at her slumbering husband, an indescribable surge of tenderness swelling within her heart. She quietly observed the man before her, her eyes filled with affection and concern. Watching Chu Luobei's gradually maturing visage, she sighed softly, the corners of her mouth lifting into a comforting smile as she murmured, "Welcome back, Chu family father and son, my husband." Upon hearing his mother's words, a sincere and radiant smile blossomed on Chu Luobei's face. He nodded emphatically in response. Subsequently, the inebriated Chu Patian leaned languidly against Zhou Wan. She carefully supported him, taking deliberate steps toward their quarters. The maidservants nearby, witnessing this scene, stifled their laughter, one unable to resist exclaiming, "Young master, you are truly dashing." At this compliment, Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback before bursting in a hearty laughter that echoed throughout the courtyard, sounding particularly vibrant. Perhaps it was due to the long absence of praise, or perhaps because his father's earlier words had struck a chord within him. At this moment, Chu Luobei was in high spirits, radiating an exuberance that bordered on excessive. Finally, he strode purposefully toward his own courtyard, his mind replaying the events of the evening. The next day, as anticipated, a golden imperial edict arrived, announcing the impending marriage to Lin Ke, with a wedding date set for the upcoming new year. Before long, Lin Ke arrived, accompanied by Xia Ho Qinkong, Chang Wei, and Hua Lu. As they stepped through the door, Zhou Wan greeted them with a beaming smile, her joy palpable. "Oh dear Ke, in this frigid weather, why are you out and about instead of resting at home?" With a playful smile, Lin Ke responded, "Madam, you know my nature all too well. I cannot bear to remain idle. Whenever I find a moment of leisure in the military camp, I seize the opportunity to practice my swordsmanship and stretch my limbs." Xia Ho Chang Kong chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, madam, Ke is quite the lively and energetic one." It was then that Zhou Wan turned her attention to the young man standing beside Lin Ke, attired in a pristine white robe and possessing striking good looks. Curiously, she inquired, "And who might this young gentleman be?" Lin Ke hurriedly introduced, "Oh, madam, this is Xia Ho Chang Kong, my friend. You may not have met him due to his frequent travels." Xia Ho Chang Kong slightly bowed, humbly stating, "I am Xia Ho Chang Kong, your humble nephew. It is an honor to meet you, madam." Zhou Wan nodded in acknowledgement, and then scrutinized the young man before her, unable to contain her admiration. "So, you are the son of General Xia Ho. Indeed, you are a remarkable figure, exuding charisma and vigor, even more so than before." Upon hearing such praise, Xia Ho Chang Kong felt a surge of happiness and was about to respond modestly when Zhou Wan added, "Nevertheless, even so, compared to my Luobei, you still pale in comparison. He is undoubtedly more handsome." Chapter 48, Teasing a Rival in Love. As soon as the words were spoken, the smile on Xia Ho Chang Kong's face abruptly froze, leaving him momentarily speechless, forcing an awkward smile instead. Both Chang Wei and Hua Yu were rendered speechless, and Chang Wei hastily interjected, "Madam, although Brother Qinkong may not compare to young Master Chu, it is merely due to his lack of time to manage affairs while waging war for Haowu. Otherwise," Zhou Wan's expression darkened instantly, the smile that adorned her face replaced by a looming cloud of discontent. With a slight huff, she ceased the previous topic and turned to Ke beside her, saying, "Since we are already here, let us wait for a moment. I shall go fetch Luo B from his quarters." Before her words had fully faded, Zhou Wan hastened towards the courtyard where Chu Luo B resided. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room of Chu Luo B, which was suffused with a faint aroma of sandalwood. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the roaring fireplace in the center where Chu Luo B stood, seated upon an ancient yet comfortable rocking chair, draped in a sumptuous and heavy black marten robe. He slightly lowered his head, engrossed in a book, seemingly absorbed in its contents. Zhou Wan could not help but widen her eyes, her expression one of incredulity. She stood silently at the doorway, her astonished gaze fixed upon Chu Luo B, as if time had come to a standstill in that moment. After a considerable pause, Chu Luo B seemed to sense her presence, raising his head to meet his mother's gaze. The corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly before he revealed a faint smile. Gently inquiring, "Mother, what brings you here?" Is there something you need? Regaining her composure, Zhou Wan's face blossomed with a tender smile as she praised. Oh, it is nothing really. I merely found it quite charming to see my son so engrossed in his studies when I entered. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, then shyly rubbed his nose, opting for silence. After a brief silence, Zhou Wan curiously asked, "My dear, what prompted you to read today? Typically, at this hour, you prefer to frolic outside, do you not?" With a resigned sigh, Chu Luo lowered his book slightly. Meeting his mother's gaze as he explained, "Mother, look at how frigid and snowy it is outside. What could I possibly do out there? It is bitterly cold. I would rather recline in this warm abode and savor this tranquility and comfort." Zhou Wan was momentarily at a loss for words, secretly pondering. Has his child truly changed his disposition? He used to be one who could not remain idle for a moment. Yet now he chooses to stay indoors reading due to the cold. However, considering the harsh weather, she found herself amused by the thought. Just as Zhou Wan was about to say something further, Chu Luo interrupted. "Mother, you have traveled quite a distance. Surely it cannot be merely to inquire about these matters? Speak, is there something else?" Zhou Wan huffed lightly, her demeanor turning serious as she declared, "Humph. On this note, I must express my displeasure. Son, are you aware of the person named Xiahou Chengkong?" With a subtle understanding, Chu Luo waved his hand and chuckled. "Ah, courier has arrived, accompanied by Xiahou Chengkong. Their relationship, I fear, is—" Zhou Wan occasionally stole glances at Chu Luo's expression. Chu Luo narrowed his eyes and smiled. "So, you are here to summon me to deal with your rival? Ribai? What else could it be?" Zhou Wan retorted, pressing her finger against his forehead. "You intend to drive me to exasperation. What do you mean by mutual affection? This is merely a case of matching social standings, a marriage bestowed by the emperor. You, my boy, are not feeling timid, are you? Remember your father back in the day." "Enough. I shall go and meet him," he declared, rising and tossing his fur robe onto the floor, exiting with an air of indifference. Zhou Wan's face instantly lit up with joy upon hearing the news, and she hurriedly made her way toward the door. Shortly after, she was seen leading Chu Luo into the grand hall. Once inside, Zhou Wan, beaming with smiles, addressed them. "Courier, you two converse freely. I shall see to the meal preparations." With that, she turned to leave, casting occasional glances at Chu Luo as she departed. "Thief was not say, swiftly landed on Lin Giskiviker." He stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. "Sister Kur, what brings you here to visit your brother today?" Lin Kur playfully blinked her enchanting phoenix-like eyes and teased, "Is it that Kur is not allowed to come?" Hearing this, Chu Luo burst into hearty laughter, replying, "Of course you are welcome. It is just unexpected that my dear sister Kur is so concerned about her brother. However, who might this young gentleman be?" He then turned his attention to the side, where Xiahou Chengkong stood. Xiahou Chengkong, noticing the gaze, quickly cupped his hands in greeting and introduced himself with a smile. "I am Xiahou Chengkong. I have long heard the illustrious name of the young general. Your reputation has spread throughout the capital." However, Chu Luo, with a proud demeanor, lifted his chin and casually remarked, "Oh, is that so? Yet, I must say, in terms of appearance, you cannot compare to me." At this, Xiahou Chengkong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting. This is not the first time this fellow has brought up looks. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of composure, forcing a slight smile. Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, Lin Kur quickly intervened. All right, Brother Chengkong, you're magnanimous. So, but do not take offense to him." Xiahou Chengkong took a deep breath, managing to muster a smile as he replied, Naturally not. I am not such a petty person." "Ah, that's good. Kur, do you not wish to see the Marquis' residence? Shall I show you around?" "Brother, in this frigid weather, you wish to take me out? What about your fur robe? Is that not permissible?" Lin Kaiya chuckled lightly. "Of course it is, as long as you are well," he said, taking her hand with a smile. Xiahou Chengkong furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Young general, this is not appropriate. Acting so before marriage is detrimental to you and could tarnish Kur's reputation." Chu Luo cast a sideways glance at him and chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so?" He then released Lin Kur's hands. "Indeed, by the way, I possess a beautifully crafted piano, purportedly made by Mori himself. Would you care to accept it? Lin Kuo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is that true? Then I shall accompany you to see it. Excellent. The group prepared to depart together. But Chuluobi furrowed his brow and remarked, You, of course, must adhere to the customs of the Ho residence, as I am merely accompanying Ku for a look. Xiao Chengkong laughed. Very well, I shall await your return, since the young general forbids it. As anticipated, upon hearing Chuluobi's unreasonable stance, Lin Kuo expressed her discontent, stating, Since Brother Chengkong will not go, I shall not go either. This tactic proved effective, and Chuluobi, with a resigned smile, acquiesced. Very well then. General Xiaoho, would you accompany me in retrieving the piano? Xiao Chengkong's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course, I shall return shortly. With that, the two departed. On the way, Xiao Chengkong adopted a cold demeanor. Chuluobi, there exists a saying, You are unworthy of her, so why persist? Ha, is that so? If you believe yourself worthy, go and petition His Majesty, you coward. You, there is a saying, what is not yours ultimately cannot be yours, and you cannot seize it. Is that so? It appears the young general lacks self-awareness. Upon arriving at Chuluobi's courtyard, they discovered a large tree, devoid of anything else. Chuluobi instructed Xiao Chengkong to stand beside a stone while he searched near a pillar. Xiao Chengkong frowned. Chuluobi, do you actually possess it? If not, I shall take my leave. I do. It is indeed here, Chuluobi replied. Upon pressing a button, a magical array suddenly unfolded beneath Xiao Chengkong's feet. Confused, he watched as Chuluobi smirked mischievously. Farewell, you scoundrel, Xiao Chengkong exclaimed before being propelled away. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to perform several somersaults before he staggered to his feet, radiating a fierce aura towards Chuluobi. Chapter 49. The door closes. Chuluobi chuckled mischievously, addressing his young companion. You're still too green to contend with me. If you possess any courage, make sure to come back in here with your face held high. He then departed with a laugh. Zaya Haochenkong furrowed his brow. Pride was his weakness. Observing his own disheveled state, he felt anger rise within him, but ultimately chose to leave. The crowd gradually entered the spacious and luminous hall, where Lin Kuo and her entourage awaited eagerly by the entrance. As their gaze fell upon Chuluobi, who approached alone, a look of perplexity spread across their faces. Where is Brother Chengkong? Why do I not see him? Lin Kuo inquired first, her tone tinged with anxiety and concern. Chuluobi's lips curled into a faint smile as he casually replied, Oh, that fellow. You see, the moment he laid eyes on that Guqin, he seemed utterly enchanted, captivated beyond measure. Witnessing such fervor, I thought it only fitting to grant him a favor and gifted him the instrument. To my surprise, he wasted no time, scooped it up, and hurriedly made his way home. As he spoke, Chuluobi's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no hint of dishonesty. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo furrowed her brows in skepticism, pressing for clarity, is that truly the case? Brother Chengkong has never shown much interest in such things. How could he suddenly develop such a passion for playing the Guqin? At that moment, standing nearby, Rose swiftly interjected to smooth things over. With a smile, she remarked, Indeed, Mississippi General Xiaoho has played the Guqin before. Although I cannot recall the precise occasion, I believe I have witnessed it firsthand. Though Lin Kuo remained skeptical, the certainty in Rose's voice quelled her desire for further inquiry. Just as she contemplated saying more, Zhou Wan entered from outside, warmly grasping Lin Kuo's hand. Oh, let's not dwell on such matters. The meal is prepared, and we must hurry in to dine. Thus, Lin Kuo temporarily set aside her doubts and followed Zhou Wan into the dining hall. However, shortly after their meal, Chuluobi and Lin Kuo found themselves preparing to visit the Wang residence of Langya. After all, it would be quite impolite to ignore a personal invitation from the other party. With a heart full of mixed emotions, they embarked on their journey to the Langya Wang residence. Lin Kuo guided Chuluobi back. As it was only proper for them to meet, she couldn't spend the entire day at the Zhenbei Marquis' estate, could she? Inside the carriage, Chuluobi, reluctantly clad in a white robe and without his folding fan, wore a look of gloom. With only the two of them in the carriage, Lin Kuer cheerfully teased, "Brother, did you trick Brother Chenkong into running away? How did you discern that?" He asked, intrigued. "Because he has never played the Guqin. And that scoundrel Rose would only concoct tales to support him," she laughed. "For some reason, I don't quite favor him." "Is that so? Brother Chenkong is genuinely a good person. He simply harbors a possessive streak regarding certain matters. Like you? Even now, I remain uncertain whether I harbor feelings for him or if our bond is merely that of ordinary siblings." Lin Kuer smiled faintly and inquired, "Is that so? Does this mean I stand a chance?" "A chance? Brother, you aren't contemplating pursuing me, are you?" "That's not what we discussed before," she added playfully. Time is a wonderful thing." Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the grand gates of the Langya Wangfu. Gazing at the imposing entrance, which rivaled the opulence of the northern duke's residence, Chu Luobei felt a sudden flutter in his heart. He pondered that he was here to visit the esteemed Langya king, a figure of unparalleled status, akin to an emperor. This thought inevitably stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Observing his demeanor, Lin Kuer raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. "Oh, what is this? The brother who fears nothing seems to be feeling nervous?" Hearing her words, Chu Luobei straightened his back, feigning composure, and retorted, "Nonsense. How could I possibly know what it means to feel nervous? He is merely a prince. Surely he cannot devour me." Lin Kuer chuckled lightly, choosing not to argue further. "In that case, let us not waste any more time and proceed inside," she declared, stepping down from the carriage. Chu Luobei followed suit. Rosie and Huayu reluctantly approached the entrance, gently pushing open the heavy doors. However, just as they were about to step inside, the steward blocked their path. With a stoic expression, he regarded them briefly before turning to lead Chu Luobei and Lin Kuer into the interior of the estate. Upon entering the Wangfu, they were immediately struck by the resplendence of their surroundings. The interior was lavishly adorned, filled with an array of exquisite treasures, showcasing the owner's noble status through fine porcelain and luxurious silks. Navigating through several corridors, they finally reached the grand hall, where a distinguished couple sat, the man exuding a commanding presence and the woman radiating grace and poise. It was evident that they were the Langya king and his consort, Zhou Yu and Lin Zhenyu. Lin Kuer hastened forward, pulling Chu Luobei along to pay their respects, respectfully stating, "Father, your highness, mother, your highness, I hope you are well." Zhou Yu smiled gently and waved her hand, saying, "Good child, please rise. We are family. There is no need for such formalities." However, the Langya king let out a cold snort, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "This is the royal residence. Even when addressing family, one must observe proper etiquette in the presence of outsiders. Otherwise, it would invite ridicule upon our Langya Wangfu for lacking decorum." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's body stiffened, embarrassment flooding his features, for he understood all too well that the person being referenced was none other than himself. At that moment, Zhou Yu let out a gentle sigh, then stepped forward and took Lin Kuer by the hand, her face illuminated with a radiant smile as she said, "Kuer, come along. Mother will take you to sample the exquisite pastries from the palace. It is said that they are utterly delicious, and your father has brought back a great many from his travels." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuer first turned to glance at Chu Luobei. Noticing his pleading gaze, she hesitated for a brief moment before shaking her head and inquiring, "Are they truly that delectable?" Zhou Yu quickly nodded in affirmation, responding, "Of course. How could mother ever deceive you? They are certainly scrumptious." After pondering for a moment, Lin Kuer ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." As the two departed from the hall, it was soon left with only Chu Luobei and Wang Langya. Wang Langya stared at Chu Luobei with an impassive expression, suddenly commanding, "Close the door." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but dared not defy the order. He obediently replied, "Oh," and turned to walk toward the entrance, slowly closing the grand door behind him. Chapter 50. A conversation with the king of Langya after securing the door. Chu Luobei stood at the center of the grand hall. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him without warning. This oppressive force felt like an immense mountain, crushing down on him with tremendous weight. In an instant, Chu Luobei could no longer endure the staggering burden and knelt on one knee. His face contorted in agony, and he involuntarily murmured, "Is this the power of the martial king? Indeed, I find myself utterly incapable of resisting even a fraction of it." The king of Langia remarked, "I am aware that you are the young general of the northern town Marquis, the most notorious dandy in the capital. I do not concern myself with this, for your marriage is but a fleeting affair. You are astute. You must understand what I imply." Struggling against the pressure, Chu Luobei trembled as he responded, "I understand." The corners of the king's mouth lifted slightly. "Very well. My daughter is dear to me. Should I hear that you dare to mistreat her, regardless of your grandfather being a formidable martial king, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Do you comprehend?" "Why, yes, I understand," Chu Luobei stammered, his hand shaking. In the next moment, the pressure vanished, allowing Chu Luobei to breathe a sigh of relief and rise. Avoiding direct eye contact with the king cast a glance at him, shook his head, and stood, saying, "I know you feel constrained. This is a natural emotion for a man. It is commendable. However, Chu Luobei, you are an adult now. Act accordingly, and do not let Ku suffer alongside you in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei realized that the king of Langia was indeed, as the rumors suggested, a devoted father. He smiled faintly. "Your Highness, do you believe that if I were to act, my grandfather would remain at the southern town, and my father would spend his days idly training troops? Would my uncle quietly read and teach?" The king was taken aback, recognizing the implications of such brilliance within a single family across 3 generations, a scenario that the palace would prefer to avoid. At once, he was rendered speechless. Observing the sincerity in Chu Luobei's eyes, he conceded, "You are not entirely wrong. Perhaps I have underestimated the situation. As a form of compensation, allow me to present you with something." He retrieved a tome from the table above and handed it to Chu Luobei, saying, "This is a foundational technique of the royal family, 9 styles of a long sword. I bestow it upon you. Your Highness, you are aware that I cannot cultivate," replied Chu Luobei. "Ha, yes, I know. Your innate foundation is lacking, rendering you unable to practice. Perhaps it is merely a matter of employing the wrong techniques," the king suggested. "Take it nonetheless." Seeing this, Chu Luobei smiled slightly and accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Ha, Luobei. "I know your Marquis is in a difficult position, and you will undertake many endeavors. I shall not intervene, but Kua must not be involved. Can you promise me this?" The king of Langia said with a gentle smile. Chu Luobei gazed at him, realizing that perhaps in the near future, the northern town Marquis might face some turmoil, and it was imperative to keep Lin Kuer out of it. Sincerely, he assured, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will ensure her safety." Ha, that is reassuring. In truth, you're a good child. At least in my eyes, you are far preferable to that ambitious Xiahou Qinkong. Ambitious? It seems that the prince is aware of certain matters. Some things are best kept to oneself. I understand. If possible, would you be willing to assist me with a task, Luobei? Please, speak freely. Try to sever the ties between Xiahou Qinkong and Kuer. What does that entail? Xiahou Qinkong has been with me for quite some time, and his ambitions are considerable. Should he form a bond with Kuer in the future, it could lead to her detriment. Is that so? I shall endeavor to do what I can, though I cannot guarantee success. Very well, in that case, let us dine together. After all, it is merely a formality. After the meal, the Langia prince summoned Lin Kuer, instructing her to escort Chu Luobei out of the royal residence. Curiosity brimming, Lin Kuer approached Chu Luobei and whispered, "Brother, what exactly did my father discuss with you just now?" He appeared quite pleased as you departed. Chu Luobei smiled gently and replied, "Oh, the prince mentioned that should his beloved daughter endure even the slightest grievance, he would not hesitate to teach me a harsh lesson." To which I responded that such a thing could never transpire, for I would shield her from all harm. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuer's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she playfully chided, "Oh dear brother, truly? Could my father be pleased for such a reason? It feels as though you were toying with my emotions." Chu Luo Bei promptly raised his right hand to the heavens in earnest oath, declaring, "No. Every word I spoke is the truth. Should I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by divine retribution." At this sight, Lin Kuer could not help but cover her mouth in laughter. "Well, that is somewhat comforting. If in the future you could express such sentiments to your wife, I'm certain she would be profoundly moved." However, Chu Luo Bei merely smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in his laughter, and replied, "Perhaps." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, leaving Lin Kuer gazing at his retreating figure. After a moment, unable to suppress her curiosity, Lin Kuer hurried after Chu Luo Bei and inquired, "Brother, what are your expectations for your future wife?" Chu Luo Bei halted, turning to face Lin Kuer, a soft smile gracing his lips as he slowly articulated, "Firstly, she must possess striking beauty. Furthermore, she should be skilled in martial arts and ideally assist me in achieving great accomplishments." "Wow, does such a girl truly exist who would be interested in you?" Lin Kuer remarked with a hint of disdain. Chu Luo Bai's lips twitched. "I am indeed referring to you." Frustrated, he challenged, "All right then, what is your ideal husband like?" "I envision a man of exceptional martial prowess, gallant and noble, possessing a courageous heart." Lin Kuer contemplated before adding, "Oh, and he must be able to prepare delicious meals like grilled fish." At this, Lin Kuer's cheeks took on a rosy hue. Chu Luo Bei's eyes widened. "Grilled fish? Surely, you are not referring to that incident at the foot of the mountain? Is that so? If time allows, I would love to share my culinary skills with you." "You? Brother, do not jest," Chu Luo Bei exclaimed, his face filled with exasperation. "You will come to understand the truth when you savor my roasted fish." In the imperial palace, Eunuch Li entered the study and knelt before the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, as you have mentioned, there indeed has been a manifestation of internal energy fluctuations at the Langya Wangfu. Although it is quite cleverly concealed, it remains a matter of concern." "Ha! My brother is undoubtedly a slave to his daughter," the emperor replied with a sigh. "Yet I am somewhat relieved that this Chu Luo Bei is a worthless fool." Lin Shio chuckled. "By the way, how goes the practice of puppet mastery?" "Your Majesty, I do not yet perceive anything amiss," Eunuch Li responded awkwardly. "Indeed, one must not be hasty in cultivation. However, does the second volume not contain methods for crafting puppets? Have Xiahou Jing attend to it discreetly." "Understood." At this moment, in the Eastern Palace, Lin Ziyuan and Yin Wanqing sat across from each other, engaged in a game of chess. Yin Wanqing inquired, "Crown Prince, why has our agreement changed?" "I have stated it as 6 cities. It is my father's decision. What can be done?" "Is that so?" Yin Wanqing replied with a faint smile. At this juncture, Lin Shio's schemes of discord became increasingly evident. Though unspoken, a certain rift had begun to form between Yin Wanqing and Lin Ziyuan. "By the way, once spring arrives, your envoy will be departing, and at that time, the Langya Wangfu and the Town North Marquis residents will be uniting through marriage. We should attend together." "The Town North Marquis residents? With whom?" "With the grandson of the Town North Marquis, Chu Luo Bei." The mere thought of that detestable Chu Luo Bei, who had so brazenly tormented her, ignited a fierce blaze of fury within her, as if her very chest were on the verge of exploding from rage. "What? Do you know him?" Yin Wanqing, her cheeks puffed in indignation, shook her head vehemently, gritting her teeth as she declared, "I do not know him. I have no desire to be acquainted with such a loathsome creature." Chapter 51. Accumulating hatred. At this moment, various places reacted differently due to certain events. Within the residence of the Grand General, Xiahou Changkong had just returned home and immediately noticed his father conversing with Eunuch Li about important matters in the main hall. He stood cautiously to the side, waiting patiently until Eunuch Li departed, before hastily entering the hall to respectfully greet his father, saying, "Father." Xiahou Jing, with a smile, nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Ah, Changkong has returned." Unable to contain his inner curiosity, Xiahou Changkong inquired, "What was Eunuch Li here to discuss with you, father?" Xiahou Jing's expression turned serious as he replied, "His Majesty wishes to examine the puppets crafted through the art of puppetry, and has specifically tasked me with this duty. However, remember, this matter must not be leaked to anyone." Xiahou Changkong quickly nodded in agreement, saying understood. I will keep it to myself. Suddenly, Xiao Jing shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, why did you rush out so early this morning?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Changkong lowered his head, his voice faltering as he replied, "I went to find Kur, and we headed to the residence of the Lord of the North." After speaking, he discreetly glanced at his father's expression, silently praying not to be scolded. As he had feared, Xiao Jing let out a cold snort, reprimanding him in an icy tone. "Humph. I thought you were off to accomplish something remarkable. Yet it turns out you were merely indulging in romance. All day long, you think only of love. How will you even know how you met your end in the future? You dare to venture to the Lord of the North's residence, truly ignorant of your own limitations." "Useless? Father, I am not useless. Kur and I genuinely care for one another. Why should that Chu Luobei interfere?" Xiao Chengkong retorted, feeling disgruntled at the thought of being humiliated by Chu Luobei and then scolded. "Why? Because he has the backing of the Lord of the North. And you simply cannot compete. Day after day, you squander your time when instead you could be training. In the presence of the strong, there is no lack of beauty, wealth, or power. Do you understand, you fool?" Xiao Jing expressed his disappointment vehemently. "Wasting time? Father, I have trained martial arts with you since childhood, and later you assigned me to the Wang family in Langia as a general. I merely wish to confide in someone. Is that truly a waste?" he said, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Do you understand the divide between the rich and the poor? The wealthy acquire things with ease, while the impoverished must struggle fiercely for mere opportunities. And you are that impoverished one. Shenkong, if we wish to achieve greatness, we have no time for idleness," Xiao Jing declared loudly. Xiao Changkong gazed blankly into the distance, his heart heavy with despair and helplessness. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not prevent his beloved from stepping into another's marriage. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had crumbled. His legs weakened, and he slumped helplessly onto the cold ground. Initially, Xiao Changkong had harbored hopes of persuading his father to support this love, but reality was cruel, and all his aspirations had turned to dust. At this moment, he was engulfed in profound anguish, tears welling in his eyes, yet he valiantly restrained them from cascading down. Xiao Jing stood nearby, silently observing his son, heaving a gentle sigh as he remarked, "Take this time to reflect. Wait until their wedding is over before you emerge." With that, he shook his head and turned away. At this juncture, Xiao Chengkong's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Gritting his teeth, he forced out 3 words through clenched jaws. "Chu Luobei." With each utterance of that name, the flames of fury within him blazed even hotter. Time swiftly passed. It was soon 3 days later. In the southern military camp, the atmosphere was tense and bustling. Chu Luobei stood before the tent, his stature as upright as a pine tree, sunlight illuminating his handsome visage and casting a confident smile upon his face. At that moment, Chu Yinxiao approached briskly, a faint smile gracing his features. "Luobei, I've uncovered the identity of the person who has been plotting against you. It is a subordinate of Xiao Jing named Liang Su, possessing the strength of a half-step martial sovereign. Would you like me to eliminate him for you?" Chu Yinxiao inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Third uncle, could you refrain from always resorting to violence? You ought to use your intellect more. After all, I am about to have a wife, and you, on the other hand, remain a bachelor." Hearing his nephew's teasing, Chu Yunxiao snorted disdainfully. "Humph. You cheeky rascal, daring to mock me about this. However, mark my words, you shall face the consequences." Chu Luobei laughed again. "Ha ha ha. Third uncle, your demeanor is filled with resentment, which is rather uncharacteristic of you. Besides, this trifling matter hardly constitutes a significant threat. There is no need to take it so seriously. Well, speaking of which, the second prince, Yichio, seems quite eager to engage with you. He has been frequenting Qianxiang Tower these past few days," Chu Yinxiao remarked. "Heh, third uncle, isn't it rather inappropriate for a prince to be visiting a brothel so often? Chu Lubi Zito, you rascal." Chu Yinxiao sighed. "Soon enough, word will circulate, and they will be at each other's throats." Indeed, Third uncle, I have been diligently cultivating these past few days, yet I still cannot grasp that elusive feeling. What could be the reason? Chu Luobei expressed his frustration. Alas, I do not know. I am merely skilled with the sword. You should consult your grandfather regarding your situation. Isn't our family based in the capital? Why does it feel as though there is still talk of bloodline power? Sigh, third uncle. Do you think our family has ostracized us, leading us to the realm of Haowu Tianxia out of desperation? Chu Lubi inquit gudio sili. Chu Yinxiao shot him a sidelong glance. Ask your grandfather. Hasn't grandfather ever mentioned it to you? Chu Luobei replied, bewildered. Not that I know of. Perhaps your father is aware. Why not inquire with him? Chu Yinxiao suggested, waving his hand dismissively. Huh? Him? Enough of that. Your future wife has arrived. What? Chu Luobei exclaimed in surprise, then cautiously peered through the tent seam. He beheld a striking female general clad in vibrant red light armor, her expression serious as she inquired about something from the other soldiers. At this moment, Chu Yinxiao, standing nearby, suddenly spoke with a cheerful tone. All right, you handle it. I shall take my leave first, ha ha ha. Before his laughter had faded, he turned around with a hearty chuckle and walked away, leaving Chu Luobei to confront the situation alone. As Chu Luobei watched Chu Yunxiao's retreating figure, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. This guy had just abandoned him here, even mocking him in the process. Truly unreliable. With no other choice, Chu Luobei steeled himself and stepped out of the tent. Upon emerging, his gaze fortuitously met that of Lin Ke, who stood not far away. A subtle smile graced her lips as she approached with a graceful stride. Oh, the young general has finally decided to inspect the troops? Lin Ke teased with a playful smirk. Well, the young general is not too shabby either, braving the freezing cold in such light attire. Chu Luobei retorted with a smile, unwilling to back down. Oof. Lin Ke pouted playfully before continuing. There is something we must discuss thoroughly. Oh, what is it? Chu Luobei inquired with curiosity. Chapter 52. The crown princess arrives at the Marquis' residence after their conversation. The two made their way to a nearby pavilion, where they sat facing each other. Do you recall the events that transpired by the West Lake? Lin Ke inquired with a grave expression. Yes, I remember. What of it? Chu Luobei nodded, secretly pondering the potential developments of the situation. After some investigation, I have discovered a lead. It turns out that the arrow was shot by an underling of Xiahou Jing, and it originated from the Breaking Wind army. Lin Ke paused momentarily, as if hesitant to continue. Taking a deep breath, she added, I must clarify that this matter should not implicate my brother Cheng Kong. Given his character, it is unlikely he would engage in such actions. However, despite her words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Ke's eyes. Chu Luobei scoffed lightly. As long as you are content, for we may never have been on the same side. Have we? Lin Ke fool well. Indeed, his subordinates are unknown to even you. How could they so brazenly attempt an assassination? I will uncover the truth. Well, what do you intend to do about it? I came to inquire of you. I know he has acted treacherously. It has also contributed significantly to the peace of Haowu, earning military accolades. I believe in fair rewards and punishments, Lin Ke asserted, embodying the resolve of a general. Chu Luobei retorted with a cold smirk. Perhaps it is only if I perish that he might accompany me in death. Is it not? Lin Ke found herself at a loss for words. Well, it seems I have failed somewhat. Do as you wish. Rest assured, she concluded, for despite his cavalier demeanor, Chu Luobei was a man of integrity who would not betray her. With that, Chu Luobei rose to leave. Chu Lubi, Lin Ke called out, a hint of regret in her gaze. Remember, Lin Ke, you are to be my wife in the future. You may not favor me, but I implore you to be just and not turn your back on me, he stated before departing. I'm sorry, Lin Ke murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Meanwhile, within a lavish carriage, Lin Xiao glowered at the trembling maid beside him. How on earth did my information leak? He demanded, his voice sounding as if it were squeezed through clenched teeth. The maid, quaking in fear, replied, Your Highness, it was the third prince. When we exited a moment ago, I inadvertently spotted a maid by his side, lurking in the shadows, watching us intently. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's anger turned into a derisive laugh. Huh, the third prince truly possesses a ruthless cunning. It seems I shall be confined for an entire month. How utterly contemptible. He furrowed his brow tightly, inwardly cursing his misfortune. At that moment, the maid cautiously spoke. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Lin Xiu snorted in disdain, waving his hand impatiently. What else can we do? Return to the residence and await the higher-up's decree. Humph. Does he truly believe he can obliterate me with such a ploy? It is nothing but a fool's dream. For the past decade, this prince's travels have not merely been a leisurely pursuit of scenic beauty. One day, I shall ensure he pays the price. As these words fell from his lips, the carriage slowly began to move, carrying the indignant Lin Xiu farther away. Not far off, within the elegant confines of Qianxiang Tower, Chu Luobei stood serenely at the window, adorned with an exquisite fox mask, observing the unfolding scene below. When he beheld Lin Xiu's vexation as he departed, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a barely perceptible amusement. Ah, the third prince's stratagem is indeed clever. Having arranged for a maid to secretly monitor the situation, such intricate machinations are truly delightful. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and a graceful figure slipped inside. It was the enchanting Yao Ji, who hastened to Chu Luobei's side and whispered, "The news has arrived, young master." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow slightly, turning to Yao Ji and inquiring gravely, "Oh, what news? Pray tell me." Yao Ji then presented him with a note, which bore the words, Luobei City. Luobei City, the last of 3 cities beyond the southern pass, is quite magnificent, with a climate slightly warmer than the perennial spring of Chun City, and is also the domain of the northern Marquis. Furthermore, it is where Chu Luobei was born. What could this mean? Chu Luobei knitted his brows in contemplation. Ypsilon Aoyi, with a charming smile, replied, "The Marquis wishes for you to meet him. My grandfather wishes to see me? He is aware of my circumstances?" Chu Luobei asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, some time ago, the third master had already dispatched a message regarding your situation. Yao Ji chuckled. The third master is as reliable as ever. Ah, I see. But, Yao Ji, do you harbor feelings for my third uncle? Chu Luobei questioned, incredulity etched on his face. Sigh, even you little one have caught on. That foolish third master, how can he be so dense? Ypsilonao y lamented. Ah, third uncle perhaps. Well, never mind, let fate decide. By the way, how am I to travel? I am on the verge of marriage. Is there still time? Giggling, Yao Ji responded, Young master, do you not know that after your wedding, you are to journey to the clan's territory for ancestral rites? This is common knowledge among families, and at that point, you may openly leave the capital. Oh, is it truly so? Then can I not marry several times and depart at will? Coughing lightly, Yao Ji smirked and retorted, Theoretically, yes, but young master, can you manage it? Chu Luobei rolled his eyes at her, adopting a confident stance and declaring, I have never been incapable of anything. With that, he haughtily departed, leaving Yao Ji chuckling. Yet, her thoughts drifted to that simpleton, murmuring, Will my own spring finally arrive? The following day, a distinguished guest arrived at the Northern Marquis' residence. It is indeed Princess Chong of Shiliang, or rather, she is now the crown princess. The couple, Chu Patian and his wife, graciously invited her to the grand hall, their demeanor marked by utmost respect. General of 1,000 riders, I have just arrived and wish to familiarize myself with the esteemed families of the capital. I just came from the Wang family of Langia, Yin Wanqing remarked, adorned in an elegantly luxurious robe. Zhou Wan nodded, saying, Indeed, the crown princess is both beautiful and virtuous. Yin Wanqing smiled gently, a hint of bashfulness on her face, and curiously inquired, Where is the young general of the Northern Defense Marquis? I do not see him. Oh, he is currently resting in his chamber, replied Chu Patian. Have you met Luo Bei? He asked with curiosity. I have not. I have merely heard he is an intriguing young gentleman and wish to make his acquaintance. Haha, splendid. In the future, Luo Bei will embark on a path of officialdom. It would be fortuitous for the crown princess to cultivate a friendship with him. Chu Patian replied cheerfully as he set off to find Chu Luobei. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan was happily engaged in conversation with Yin Wanqing, discussing matters pertaining to Shiliang. On the other side, Zi Qing stood at the door, seemingly saying something to Chu Luobei. Chapter 53. The upcoming marriage, Jian Wang Mountain? Surely, you're the princess of Shiliang. How could you possibly be connected to Jian Wang Mountain? Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback. Making a mountain out of a molehill. In my youth, I accompanied my master to Haowu, where we challenged Jian Wang Mountain. After their defeat, they promised that when we returned to Haowu, they would present us with the treasured sword of the mountain, Heart Scar. You are part of the Shiliang envoy. I fear the news has long since reached them. Their absence implies they have either forgotten or are unafraid of your arrival, Chu Luobei remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, that is why I wish for you to retrieve it. If they refuse, we shall see, she replied. What might I stand to gain? He inquired. A secret manual, she teased. You should know. It seems I possess no martial prowess, so why would I want a manual? No, this is not an ordinary manual. It is a bloodline manual. Chu Luobei furrowed his brow in seriousness. How could she possibly know about his bloodline power? Why do you look so serious? It's rather odd. This manual was originally intended for my master, but unfortunately, I cannot awaken my bloodline. I've heard your foundation is weak. This bloodline technique can enhance your innate talents. By the way, do you know what bloodline power is? Chu Luobei shook his head, feigning ignorance. Well, someone like you, who lacks any scholarly pursuits, is indeed unworthy of such knowledge. Just know that by cultivating this bloodline technique, you will be able to train normally. Is it truly such a grand gift? There is no other option. Since I cannot awaken my bloodline, to me, it is merely a worthless book. However, Heartscar is indeed a spirit sword, which I find quite valuable. I might consider it. Whether I can obtain it or not remains uncertain. Chu Luobei waved his hand dismissively. That is fine as long as you go. This technique is what I brought. With that, Yin Wanqing produced a blood-red tome. Upon seeing it, for reasons unknown, Chu Luobei felt his bloodline stir violently, as if it was on the verge of erupting, and he found the aura quite distasteful. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. He picked it up, eager to open it, but was halted by Yin Wanqing. Will you agree? I'm curious. Why do you desire a spirit sword? For personal use. Or perhaps to gift it to someone in the future as a token of our first meeting. Yin Wanqing replied with a faint smile. Intriguing. Very well. You may say so, he conceded, taking the tome back. As she turned to leave, Yin Wanqing did not look back. Who is your master? Zhu Lubi Punda Alao, the national master of Shiliang, she stated before vanishing from his sight. Chu Luobei furrowed his brow. The national master? I must investigate further. The existence of a bloodline manual is no trivial matter. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by. Today, the residence of the Marquis of Zhenbei was exceptionally lively, and the cause was none other than the miraculous return of Chu Luobei as long-absent second uncle to the Marquisate. After all, it was a joyous occasion for the family, celebrating the marriage of their beloved nephew. Even from afar, it was only right to return home for the event. Though it was the height of winter, the snowflakes twirling in the sky had begun to gradually melt away. The biting cold wind continued to howl through every corner of the courtyard. However, this chill seemed to have no effect on the joyous spirits of those within the Marquisate. Deep within the exquisite pavilion of the Marquis's garden, Chu Luobei and Chu Yunxian sat facing each other. Both were adorned in splendid mink cloaks to ward off the winter's chill. Before them lay a chessboard, its black and white pieces artfully scattered across its surface. Your turn, Chu Yunxian remarked, fixated on the board, noticing that Chu Luobei remained motionless for an extended moment. Oh, Chu Luobei, suddenly brought back to the present, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before casually placing a piece on the board. Seeing this, Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the matter? You seem distracted. Is there something weighing on your mind? Chu Luobei gently shook his head, and after a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Second uncle, may I ask what circumstances I might face after my marriage? With a slight smile, Chu Yunxian replied at a measured pace. As the future Marquis of Zhenbei, you will indeed have numerous responsibilities. First and foremost, you must navigate the intricate relationships with various factions within the court and cultivate connections. Secondly, you should adeptly gather talented individuals from across the land for your cause. Furthermore, you will inevitably lead troops in defense of your home and country. However, these are merely a part of what awaits you. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Chu Yinxian, sensing his unease, smiled indulgently and reassured him. Luobei, there is no need for excessive worry. Regardless of how treacherous the path ahead may be, with us by your side, we will do our utmost to remove any obstacles in your way. You need only forge ahead with courage and refrain from wearing such a troubled expression. Understanding dawned on Chu Luobei as he smiled faintly. Second uncle, you are quite the comforter, haha. You little rascal, tomorrow is your wedding day. From now on, hold your head high and act accordingly. Do you understand? Understood. Let us continue our game. Very well. Before long, the game concluded. Second uncle, you are truly formidable. I cannot compare, Chu Luobei said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Chu Yinxian chuckled knowingly and replied, no more talk about that. Your wedding is tomorrow. You should begin your preparations. Indeed, then, second uncle, do stay for a few more days. Of course. After some exchange, Chu Luobei finally rose to ready himself for the wedding. As he departed, Chu Yinxian glanced at the chessboard, muttering in exasperation. He could have won easily, yet he still lost. Does he think I am oblivious to his blunders? Truly, I am at a loss. Just then, Chu Poxiang stood outside, observing his handsome younger brother. Chu Yinxian then stood, laughing without your say. Little brother wouldn't dare act out. After all, this is the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence. I wonder if too many books have made you overly polite. Chu Poxiang replied, bemused. Ha ha ha. Enough of that. Hurry inside. Very well. The two finally entered a room where a stove provided a warm embrace. You must stay for several days this time. Yes, yes, dear brother, Chu Yinxian chuckled helplessly. I don't understand why you chose to play chess in the pavilion. Wouldn't it be more comfortable indoors? What if you catch a chill? Elder brother, you fail to comprehend. This is the essence of art. Chu Poxiang's lips curled in disdain. Begone. Have you heard? The esteemed lord of the northern town Marquis is to be wed. What? Whose family is so unfortunate? Ha ha, lower your voice. The bride is none other than the young general from the Langya Wangfu. What? Donotist. How could the Langya Wangfu have no conflicts? It is a decree from His Majesty. Who would dare defy it? There is no recourse. Even the Langya Wangfu is powerless in this matter. It seems that the young lady is destined to suffer. Alas, who can deny it? What a tragic fate. But truly, consider this. One is the young general of the northern town Marquis, the other is the young general of the Langya Wangfu. Is this not a case of matching social standings? Their statuses are indeed well matched, yet what of it? Incompatibility remains incompatibility. Alas. Chapter 54. Do you like the young master? Lin Kuer sat in a spacious and opulent carriage alongside several princes, the distant sounds of revelry faintly filtering through the window. They listened intently to the myriad rumors surrounding the young general. Lin Ziyuan and Lin Xiao, seated nearby, observed the hint of melancholy on Lin Kuer's face. Lin Xiao hastily offered words of comfort. Those are merely baseless tales. You must not take them to heart. In truth, the young general possesses many admirable qualities. Lin Kuer smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes glancing toward Lin Xiao as she softly replied, Second brother, do you not feel a twinge of awkwardness when you speak such words? Caught off guard by his sister's inquiry, Lin Xiao blushed, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, well, I just don't know how to respond. Seeing Lin Xiao in such a fluster, Lin Ziyuan erupted into laughter, interjecting, ha, second brother, look at you. You truly lack the ability to console. Lin Xiao shot a defiant glare at Lin Ziyuan, retorting, if you think you can do better, then you give a try. Undeterred, Lin Ziyuan continued to chuckle. Truth be told, while the young general may indulge in merrymaking, his heart is genuinely kind and pure. Lin Xiao scoffed, replying mockingly, brother, You make it sound so simple. Is it merely a matter of being playful? Amidst the ongoing banter between her two elder brothers, Lin Kuer felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She understood all too well that within the royal sphere, the allure of power drove many to covet and vie for control. With a gentle sigh, she murmured softly, "Perhaps I should go and apologize to him." Her words, though barely audible, resonated clearly in the quiet carriage. As she cautiously pushed the window open to peer outside, her gaze was instantly captivated by a figure in the distance. There stood a graceful woman, wielding a glimmering long sword, her eyes fixed intently in their direction. Lin Kuer focused intently, a sudden shock coursing through her as she recognized the woman. It was Ziqing, the personal attendant of Chu Luobei. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Kuer's mind, as if she had recalled something of great importance. She turned to her brothers and gently said, "Brothers, I must sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I may not be able to join you at the Mingyue Pavilion. I hope you will understand." It is worth noting that the Mingyue Pavilion is a place that beckons to many literary scholars and artists. It is a tranquil and elegantly adorned courtyard, where one can freely express their poetic verses, create exquisite paintings, or engage in various endeavors related to literature and art. Moreover, individuals may choose to display their completed works within the courtyard for the appreciation and contemplation of future visitors, serving as a source of reference and inspiration. Alternatively, they may take their creations with them as mementos or to share with others. The purpose of their visit to Mingyue Pavilion was primarily to invite some exceptionally talented scholars to inscribe a festive poetry collection for Lin Kuer. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lin Ziyuan could not help but show a look of confusion and hastily inquired, "What urgent matter could this be, Kuer? If you're facing any difficulties, please let me know. I shall certainly find a way to assist you." However, in response to her brother's concerned inquiry, Lin Kuer merely smiled faintly and casually replied, "It's really nothing of great importance. I just suddenly remembered that I left something behind and need to retrieve it." At this juncture, Lin Xiao, who was nearby, also offered reassurance, saying, "In that case, it is no trouble at all. Kuer, you may feel free to accompany us. Once we arrive at Mingyue Pavilion, I shall send someone back to the mansion to fetch what you need." "Never mind. I prefer to walk alone." Lin Kuer finally expressed her intention. Lin Ziyuan and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, recalling the earlier gossip among the common folk, and Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow, saying, "Is it because of what those people said that you are upset?" "Not all. I simply wish to take a stroll." "Brother, please do not trouble those individuals." With a sigh, the two replied, "Very well, we shall give you the carriage. We will walk." "There is no need. I have expressed my desire to walk," she insisted. "But Kuer, it is still quite cold outside." Lin Xiao comforted her. "All right, younger brother, be cautious on your way, Kuer," Lin Ziyuan said with care. Lin Kuer smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude to Lin Ziyuan before alighting from the carriage. She watched as the carriage departed before seeking out Ziqing. On the carriage, the two resumed their previously aloof demeanor, sitting opposite each other. Lin Ziyuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Younger brother, are you not attempting to win over the Wang of Langia?" Lin Xiao shook his head, saying, "But does the crown prince not harbor similar thoughts?" "Not at all. After all, I am the crown prince," Lin Ziyuan replied with a contented smile. Outside, Lin Kuer, dressed in blue, approached a tavern and spotted Ziqing waiting for her. She promptly took a seat, glancing at the table laden with dishes, and inquired, "Did you know I would come?" At that moment, Ziqing began to eat, looking at Lin Kuer and responding, "Yes, the gentleman taught me that you would likely arrive." "Oh, what logic is that? What if I hadn't come?" she asked. "Then you would be a bit foolish not to understand such reasoning," Ziqing replied earnestly. Lin Kuer, unperturbed, simply smiled and said, "Well, I suppose I'm rather clever then." "I wonder, Ziqing, why did you ask me to come?" Ziqing replied with seriousness, "Do you have feelings for the gentleman?" Lin Kuer furrowed her brow and said, "No, at least not yet. I just find him quite interesting." "Then, if you do not like him, please do not hurt him, if you would be so kind." Lin Kuer fell silent, for she still held a bias regarding the matter of Xiahou Chenkong. "Is he, well, It seems that the young master has been in low spirits for several days, and you are somehow involved. A glint of malice gradually appeared in Ziqing's eyes. Are you testing me? Lin Ke, however, remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Ziqing, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "It's nothing. Just that he seems to occupy a significant place in your heart. Yet, he is known as the most extravagant scion of the capital. Would you care to share your story?" Lin Ke became increasingly intrigued. Ziqing studied her for a long while, seemingly unaware of Lin Ke's agitation, before continuing with her meal. "When I was 8, I was but a small beggar, scouring the lowest depths of the capital for alms. My parents perished amidst the chaos of war, and I was frequently bullied by other beggars, wealthy patrons, and the offspring of high-ranking officials. At times, I felt like a mere waste of life, wishing for death, yet dreadfully afraid of pain. It was on one glaringly sunny afternoon that I encountered him. That day, as usual, I was being tormented by other beggars. He appeared like a warm sun in the midday, kicking aside those who tormented me. Surrounding him were several young masters from affluent families, who exclaimed, 'Young Master Chu, aren't you filthy? What is going on?' With a calm demeanor, he replied, 'Filthy? Indeed, it is somewhat so. Come with me, and from now on, you shall be clean.' In the astonished gazes of those wealthy young masters, he took my hand and turned away from them. That day marked my happiest moment. The young master did not lead me to a gambling den, but instead took me back to the Marquis's residence. Lacking a name, he bestowed upon me one, reciting, 'Qingqing Zijin, my heart is endless.' Thus, he called me Ziqing. Although it bore no direct relation, his smile made it feel right. And so, I became Ziqing, learning martial arts, and vowing to protect him from that moment forth. You ask if such a young master could be frivolous? Lin Ke was taken aback. Indeed, how could one who would accept even a beggar possibly bully the common folk? Chapter 55. Encountering Xiahou Jing. Do you have feelings for him? Lin Ke gazed at her for a long moment before replying. Ziqing, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "Indeed, I have liked him since I was 8. But what does that matter? He has already given me so much. I cannot ask for more. Therefore, since your heart is not in the northern town Marquis's residence, please do not allow him to develop feelings for you. Lin Ke smilet gently, resta suet. Our relationship is merely a transaction." With that, she rose and departed. Ziqing watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of jealousy and a sense of loss, and began to eat in silence. That evening, upon returning to the residence, Ziqing found the gate attended by Chu Luo-bei. "Ziqing, young master, why are you standing guard at the door?" Chu Luo-bei looked taken aback. "Well, your young master, it's not for tomorrow. Never mind, come inside." He ushered Ziqing in. Confused, Ziqing was led to Chu Luo-bei's courtyard, where he regarded her with a serious expression. "Now, tell me, where have you been? I have been searching for you all day." Ziqing, resembling a child who had misbehaved, apologized. "I'm sorry, young master." Chu Luo-bei sighed and playfully pinched her nose. "What are you doing? I'm not punishing you. I merely wish to know where you disappeared to. My Ziqing is usually so quiet in the residence." Finally looking up, Ziqing replied, "Young master, I went to Mingyue Pavilion to request a poem for you." Indeed, after finishing her meal, she had followed Lin Ke and the others, discovering they were headed to Mingyue Pavilion to seek a poem, presumably for good fortune. "And then?" Chu Luo-bei inquired, already imagining her dazed expression. "They must have refused you entry upon seeing your sword." Then, Ziqing produced a piece of paper from her waist and handed it to Chu Luo-bei. His eyes widened in disbelief. "So, my Ziqing truly managed to obtain a poem?" Upon opening it, his brows furrowed. "You haven't read it?" "No, at the time. A refined scholar offered to write one for me. I simply described your features, and he instructed me to deliver it to you without peeking, lest it bring misfortune." Ziqing explained. Chu Luo-bei chuckled softly. "I see. Then I must thank you, Ziqing." With that, he tucked the note into his sleeve. "Hee, young master. Did you just frown? Is it poorly written?" Ziqing asked, curiosity evident in her tone. "No, I simply do not comprehend it. Now off to bed with you. Tomorrow is my grand day, and I won't be bringing you along." He handed her several thousand silver notes. "Enjoy a good meal." You do not wish for me to attend your wedding banquet? Ziqing asked, disappointment creeping into her voice. Ha ha, silly girl, you think so? Tomorrow, many officials will be present. In name, you are my maid, and you would only stand by and watch them feast. That would be quite unfortunate. It would not do for my Ziqing to go hungry, Chu Luobei chuckled. Oh, Ziqing's expression brightened instantly. Ah, forget it, you child. Always trailing behind me. Here's the plan. Tomorrow morning, head to the southern military camp. I have already prepared plenty of provisions. You can dine comfortably with them. Understood. My lord, what are these silver notes? With a gaze filled with longing, Ziqing remarked, I shall keep them for you. If ever I find myself in ruin, I shall return them to you. Very well, he replied. Make sure to retire early tonight. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chu Luobei's demeanor turned cold and foreboding. He retrieved a slip of paper, narrowing his eyes upon reading its contents. This was not poetry, but rather a bold inquiry. Dare you visit the Minghua Pavilion? At the cost of your maid's life. A faint smile crept upon Chu Luobei's lips as he murmured, Why not? I intend to leave this wretched place anyway. I am curious to see who dares to challenge me. With that, he departed for the Minghua Pavilion, donned in a fox mask and cloaked in dark attire. At the Minghua Pavilion, the second Prince Yi Qiu and Lin Ke reveled in a picturesque courtyard, immersed in the joy of composing poetry and painting, their laughter resonating through the air. They were oblivious to the passage of time, thoroughly enjoying their artistic pursuits. Meanwhile, in the highest chamber of the pavilion, Prince Lin Zuan sat in solitude, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. The atmosphere around him was serene, starkly contrasting the lively scene below. Concurrently, Chu Luobei cautiously lurked outside the courtyard, keenly observing his surroundings. As his eyes fell upon Lin Ke and the others, he squinted, a cold sneer forming within. The prince? To threaten me? Just wait. In an instant, he vanished into the enveloping darkness like a specter. Meanwhile, Lin Zuan remained comfortably seated, taking delight in the displayed poetry and artworks surrounding him. He exhaled, These compositions are truly exquisite, yet alas, I possess neither the skill nor the talent to create such masterpieces. Standing beside him was the esteemed tutor, Zhong Liao. Upon hearing Lin Zuan's lament, he offered a gentle smile and reassured, Your Highness, do not belittle yourself. Simply immerse yourself in the experience, savor the nuances. Those so-called great poems are but fleeting trifles. Lin Zuan chuckled heartily at this, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, Sir, do you believe that Chu Luobei will make an appearance? Zhong Liao pondered briefly before responding earnestly, He is likely to come. From what I gather, that young and accomplished general harbors deep feelings for Miss Lin. How intriguing, Lin Zuan mused, to frequent pleasure houses yet be enamored with a maid. Such a frivolous mindset is indeed perplexing. Zhong Liao smiled faintly, but in the next moment, several stones were hurled towards them with great force. Lin Zuan, caught off guard, felt them strike his shoulder, resulting in an immediate dislocation. The commotion prompted Lin Ke and Lin Qiu to hastily ascend the stairs. They beheld Zhong Liao shielding the window with his body, while Lin Zuan clutched his shoulder in agony. The accompanying guards had already surrounded the rooftop where Chu Luobei was situated. With a mocking smile under his fox mask, Chu Luobei addressed Lin Taizi, saying, Remember, this is merely a warning, of course, from my employer. Next time, it won't just be a warning. They will take a life. It was only then that Lin Ke and Lin Qiu discerned the identity of the intruder. Lin Qiu furrowed his brow and commanded, What are we waiting for? Capture him. The guards immediately obeyed and rushed toward the rooftop, while Chu Luobei, unfazed, cast a glance at Lin Ke before effortlessly leaping away with remarkable agility. In a fit of frustration, Lin Qiu attempted to pursue him, but was halted by Lin Ke, who smiled gently and said, Brother, first check on Zuan. I will chase him. Lin Qiu paused, realizing the importance of ensuring Lin Zuan's safety. He gravely replied, Very well, Ke, be cautious. If you are outmatched, retreat. Understood, she declared before dashing off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu regarded his brother with a sardonic smile, then instructed his men to take the prince to the royal hospital, lamenting, "What a pity! I thought you were formidable, but it seems your martial prowess is rather lacking." On the other side, Chu Luobei sprinted with fervor as Lin Kuo relentlessly followed. They raced at breakneck speed, traversing from the western city to the eastern city. As they neared the eastern city gate, Chu Luobei inwardly lamented his plight. He glanced back to see the pursuing guards surging like a relentless tide, their numbers increasing ominously, threatening to engulf him. Overwhelmed with desperation, he realized that his only option was to continue forging ahead. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated towards the eastern city gate. However, in the next moment, a dark figure unexpectedly appeared before the gate. As he drew nearer, Chu Luobei discerned that it was a man clad in military attire, exuding an imposing presence. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Xiahou Jing. Chapter 56. I have set my eyes on you. Xiahou Jing fixed his sharp gaze upon the figure fleeing in panic through the darkness, pursued by relentless assailants. Instantly, he concluded that this individual was undoubtedly an assassin. With a cold snort, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, his form darting forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, charging towards Chu Luobei. Startled, Chu Luobei realized in that moment that he was unarmed, devoid of any suitable weaponry. As he witnessed the glinting blade hurtling towards him, he hastily sidestepped. Despite his swift and agile movements, the cruel tip of the sword mercilessly grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spatter. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Xiahou Jing's lips, revealing a chilling smile. Who exactly are you to dare commit such brazen assassination in the capital? At that instant, Lin Kuo arrived with dozens of soldiers, swiftly encircling Chu Luobei. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, internally chastising himself. What a reckless move. I thought I could escape unscathed, yet here I stand against formidable foes. Just as Xiahou Jing prepared to strike once more, Lin Kuo was quicker. In a flash, she snatched a shimmering sword from a nearby soldier, her voice ringing out with fury. "Thief! How dare you harm my brother? Such a crime is intolerable and deserves the harshest punishment." Before her words had fully dissipated, she lunged forward with the sword, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. At this moment, Chu Luobei was momentarily stunned, contemplating. Though the girl-esque strike is fierce, it lacks speed and power, riddled with flaws. In an urgent situation where hesitation was not an option, he swiftly unleashed a punch, channeling a powerful surge of inner strength that manifested as a visible wave, thrusting forward with the might of a collapsing mountain. Yet, the woman displayed astonishing agility, gracefully sidestepping the lethal blow like a butterfly dancing through the air. Unfortunately, the soldiers behind her were not as fortunate. They were caught in the terrifying wave of Chu Luobei's inner force, sent reeling backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground far away. Seeing this, Chu Luobei surged forward like a specter, positioning himself beside the woman. With a deft movement, he seized her slender wrist and pressed the sword against her snow-white neck. Just then, a surge of alertness washed over him as he sensed an ambush approaching from below. Acting on instinct, he launched a powerful kick, striking the ground with tremendous force. A deafening explosion ensued, sending dust swirling and obscuring vision. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Luobei utilized the woman as a human shield, placing her between himself and the assailant. The attacker was none other than Xiahou Jing, who, shocked to see Chu Luobei using Lin Kuo to block his assault, hastily retracted his inner strength and retreated several paces to steady himself. All these actions transpired in an instant. Chu Luobei's movements flowed seamlessly, leaving onlookers astounded. Xiahou Jing, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, "Release her at once. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise today." Unfazed, Chu Luobei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "If you wish for her to live, then release me swiftly. Otherwise, she shall accompany me to the netherworld." The surrounding soldiers, having finally rallied, encircled Chu Luobei. "Ha! Kill him!" In the next moment, dozens of bows were aimed at him, swords pointed menacingly. However, a soldier beside Xiahou Jing whispered, "General, That's the daughter of the king of Langya. We cannot. Xiahou Jing, filled with murderous intent, stared at him for a long while, tightened his grip on his sword, and finally relented, allowing a path to open. With that, the soldiers stepped aside, creating a passage, and the eastern city gates swung open. As Xiahou Jing watched him exit the city, he commanded, "Release the young general." Chu Luobei, fully aware of his ulterior motives, coldly laughed, "Once I am safe, you may release her. Rest assured, I have no desire to provoke a martial king." Thus, Chu Luobei, with Lin Kuer in tow, slowly departed, vanishing from sight. Coldly, Xiahou Jing ordered, "Pursue. We must locate her." Yes. The entire cavalry set off. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer and Chu Luobei arrived at the riverbank. Chu Luobei loosened his hold on her, intending to leave, but Lin Kuer called out, "Hey Beifong, is that you?" Chu Luobei remained silent, while Lin Kuer stepped closer. Smiling, "We seem to be quite fated, don't we? But how did you end up here? Why did you attempt to kill the prince? Speak. Had it not been for me, you would have been captured long ago. Ought you not to thank me, Beifong?" Chu Luobei chuckled, turning to her, "Thank you. He. Despite our trials together over the past several days, you still seem so distant." Chu Luobei playfully pinched her nose, and to his surprise, she did not resist. "Lin Kai, after all this time, you still remember me? Why? Because you are different. You do not resemble an ordinary assassin. Beifong, you ought to be a hero." "A hero? That is my choice. Will we meet again?" "Yes, I shall be in the capital these next few days." "Really? That's wonderful." Lin Kuer beamed like a child. Chu Luobei, puzzled, asked, "Why are you so happy?" "Well," Lin Kuer blushed, smiling, "having you around is quite enjoyable. At the very least, we can spar. My task remains unfinished, but I will still kill your brother. Are you still so joyful?" Lin Kuer paused for a moment, then replied, "In truth, being born into royalty, they are merely my superficial brothers. Their kindness towards me is merely for the sake of the power held by the Langya royal household. As long as the emperor is pleased, I do not mind." Chu Luobei shook his head. "It's time to return. I must take my leave." "How can I see you again?" "Lin Kaya huaritli in Kviot." There is no need for us to meet." "No." In the northern region, Lin Kuer hesitated, seeking the courage to express herself. Chu Luobei gazed at her in confusion as she finally spoke. "I do not know what you look like, yet your character and martial prowess are truly commendable. North, withdraw from the realm of Luocha. I, of the Langya Wangfu, will protect you." "I can." Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback. Was this a confession? Surely not. Did this girl not harbor affections for that Xiahou Chengkong? Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, "I have told you before, it is impossible. Furthermore, refrain from uttering such words in the future, especially since you are to be wed tomorrow. No, my union with Chu Luobei is merely a contractual marriage. North, do you not yet comprehend my feelings? Although our acquaintance spans merely a few weeks, I have never felt a sense of loss while with you. When you depart, I am engulfed in sorrow. Today I have finally realized, North, I have feelings for you." Hearing her heartfelt declaration, Chu Luobei felt a mix of emotions, touched yet disheartened. After all, it was just a contractual marriage. He cast a glance at Lin Kuer before turning to leave. Lin Kuer, in a flurry, called out, "North," yet the night swallowed her words. Just as she felt a pang of disappointment, a voice echoed back from the darkness, "I will come to find you." Instantly, Lin Kaia's spirits lifted. "So, have you agreed?" But only the sound of horses' hooves replied, leaving her in contemplation. After a moment, she felt a swell of happiness and murmured to herself, "Tomorrow is the wedding, is it not?" Chapter 57. Is there truly reincarnation? An hour later, within the southern military camp. Pain. Uncle, be gentle." Chu Luobei winced as a gruesome wound marred his shoulder. Chu Yinshao, standing beside him, was applying medicine. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Oh, pain? Yet, just moments ago, you seemed unbothered while teasing someone. Now you feel discomfort." Chu Luobei grimaced, "Uncle, have some consideration for my dignity. When I say it hurts, it's not mere theatrics." Be gentle," he pleaded, nearly crying out from the agony. "Uncle, may I pose a question?" Chu Yinshao paused and replied, How long does it take for a martial master to subdue a half-step martial master? How long? You overestimate yourself. It wouldn't even take a quarter of an hour before you would be on the ground, he answered dismissively. Is that so? But tonight? That Xiahou Jing is undoubtedly a genuine martial master. He must be aware of such trivial tricks, yet he remained motionless, as if what? As if he were aiding my escape. Though his act was quite convincing, a moment's thought reveals the truth. Julubi Gadimat? Oblivious to the fleeting surprise on Chu Yunxiao's face as he spoke. Perhaps he had his own considerations. After all, he serves under the Wang of Langya, and ought to act with caution, especially since Lin Kuer is in your hands. Chu Yunxiao remained unfazed. Really? Am I overthinking? After applying the medication, he said, you should return. Tomorrow is your wedding day, and you are hardly presentable. Chu Luobei shot him an incredulous look. Uncle, I seriously suspect you're concealing something from me. Guess. Chu Yunxiao retorted, aggravation evident in his tone. Ouch. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Chu Luobei stealthily crept toward a particular location, convinced of his secrecy, completely unaware that his every move was already observed by Chu Patian and Chu Yunxiao. At that moment, the duo was perched atop a rooftop, surveying Chu Luobei's furtive antics below. Unable to contain himself, Chu Yunxiao chuckled. Hey, is it possible that this fellow has always returned in such a sneaky manner? Beside him, Chu Patian wore an expression of exasperation, shaking his head. Who knows? I certainly don't. P.S., just like his uncle, perpetually shrouded in mystery, engaged in who knows what. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Chu Yunxiao's face as he replied, in my opinion, it may not be so. Sometimes, it's better to remain unaware. Knowing too much can lead to unnecessary troubles. With a long sigh, Chu Patian conceded, you make a valid point. A simpleton like me cannot fathom such complexities. Chu Yunxiao burst into laughter, his mirth echoing through the night sky. Meanwhile, the stealthy Chu Luobei, thanks to his keen perceptive abilities, had already sensed the presence of the two conversing above. However, given his current scope of vision and level of perception, if he were to inadvertently create a stir, both Chu Patian and Chu Yunxian would undoubtedly rush over in a frenzy to ascertain what had transpired. At that moment, what began as a trivial matter would likely escalate into an absurd spectacle, eliciting both laughter and tears. Contemplating this, Chu Luobei boldly strode past them, deliberately feigning complete ignorance of their presence. In the tranquil and serene courtyard, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chu Luobei treaded lightly into the room, cautiously shedding the dark attire that merged seamlessly with the night, akin to discarding a heavy disguise. He meticulously folded the garment and placed it into the slightly antiquated cabinet nestled in the corner of the study. As he set aside the clothing, he murmured softly to himself, those two old codgers are certainly engrossed in their conversation. Having completed his tasks, Chu Luobei climbed onto his bed with a sense of relief, swiftly drifting into a sweet slumber. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that a thrilling dream awaited him in the shadows of his unconsciousness. In the depths of sleep, Chu Luobei found himself engulfed in an exceedingly dark and desolate village. Surrounding him was an oppressive silence, devoid of any light, shrouded entirely in an infinite abyss of darkness. This eerily vivid scene triggered memories of his sole previous experience in a similar setting, the moment of his bloodline awakening. Could this dream possess a mysterious connection to that fateful event? As he pondered this, a sudden chill surged up his spine, and Chu Luobei was astounded to discover that he could truly feel the cold. Such a sensation was remarkably bizarre, considering he was in a dream. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently, as if a great dragon were stirring beneath the earth, throwing the entire world into disarray. Despite being a half-step martial sovereign, possessing extraordinary abilities, Chu Luobei found himself unable to maintain his balance, tumbling awkwardly onto the soft grass. The previously inky black sky suddenly revealed a colossal black hand, blotting out the sun. This hand, reminiscent of a demon's appendage from the depths of the underworld, approached with an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. As it drew nearer, its outline sharpened, and the oppressive sensation became increasingly suffocating. Terrified, Chu Luobei exerted all his strength in an attempt to rise and flee, but his body felt as though it were pinned beneath an immense weight, immovable and helpless. With the terrifying hand encroaching upon him, his heart raced frantically, nearly leaping from his throat. It was a scene that instilled sheer terror. As his body instinctively sensed the impending threat of death, the latent power within his bloodline ignited like a powder keg, erupting with astonishing energy. In an instant, a surge of formidable strength coursed through Chu Luobei's limbs, akin to a torrential flood, propelling him toward an unforeseen confrontation. Despite the instantaneous eruption of bloodline power, which amplified Chu Luobei's strength and physical prowess several-fold in the blink of an eye, it appeared to be woefully inadequate in the face of the impending peril. This force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Just as he stood helplessly watching the colossal hand, casting a shadow over the heavens, descend upon him with the weight of a mountain, a voice suddenly pierced the previously silent sky, cold and devoid of any emotional nuance. "We meet again." Chu Luobei. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, "We have met before?" His tone was laden with bewilderment and uncertainty. Indeed, it had been a long time since, and our encounters must number in the hundreds. Giggle. The mysterious voice seemed to drift into nostalgic reminiscence, tinged with a faint sense of longing. As these words echoed in Chu Luobei's mind, his perplexity deepened. Hundreds of encounters? How could that possibly be? After all, he was merely in his teenage years. If they had truly crossed paths so often, how could he possess no recollection? Amidst his swirling doubts, a thought flashed like lightning through his mind. Could it be that the concept of reincarnation truly exists in this world? Chapter 58. Will we succeed? With this thought, he abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixated on the colossal hand poised to descend upon him. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet, the previously deafening noise had vanished as if swallowed by silence, leaving no trace of sound. Simultaneously, that immense hand bore down upon Chu Luobei with the weight of a mountain, crushing him relentlessly. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he found himself utterly powerless against such an overwhelming force, his body pinned mercilessly against the cold, unyielding ground. In an instant, a searing, soul-wrenching pain surged through him, flooding his entire being. It felt as though every inch of his skin, every muscle, and every bone was being violently torn apart. Chu Luobei watched helplessly as the flesh on his body was gradually crushed, blood gushing forth and staining the earth beneath him. The agonizing torment compelled a cry of despair to escape his lips. At that moment, he was engulfed by hopelessness, convinced that his end was nigh. However, just as despair threatened to consume him, a chilling, aged voice echoed from afar. "Nightmare. Even from a distance. I can scent the repulsive essence of your dream loss. Truly nauseating." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the hand, intent on extinguishing Chu Luobei's life, vanished without a trace. The excruciating pain that had tormented him dissipated into thin air. Suddenly, the sky transformed. The previous oppressive gloom was replaced by a dazzling expanse of twinkling stars. A breathtaking, celestial panorama. Remarkably, Chu Luobei's battered body, once a testament to suffering, restored itself in the blink of an eye, unscathed as if the nightmare had never transpired. Though his physical form had been rejuvenated, the confusion and terror within Chu Luobei intensified. The formidable force he had just encountered was beyond his comprehension, and the enigmatic savior's mention of nightmare and dream laws left him pondering their true nature. These questions loomed like heavy enigmas, pressing down on his mind and making the world around him spin. Eventually, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the distant depths of the vast starry sky, an elderly man, his visage weathered and hair white as snow, stood silently draped in a tattered cloak atop an enormous meteorite. His deep, oceanic eyes brimmed with disdain as he coldly surveyed the limitless expanse of the cosmos. At that moment, His gaze was drawn to an enigmatic and profound region, seemingly veiled in a monumental secret that evoked both fear and curiosity. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth at astonishing speed, appearing before the white-haired elder in the blink of an eye. As the crowd fixed their gaze, they were astonished to discover an immensely colossal creature before them. Its size was beyond imagination, resembling a gigantic celestial body looming in their midst. In stark contrast, the elder appeared diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. Fragile and utterly vulnerable, this gargantuan beast possessed 9 heads, each gaping with a cavernous maw, its fangs sharp as swords, glinting with a chilling light. Its gaze radiated an unparalleled majesty, as if all existence was compelled to bow before it. Yet intermingled with this was a palpable aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down the spine. Faced with such a terrifying presence, the elder displayed an unexpected calmness. He did not even cast a direct glance at the beast, but murmured to himself, "What a pity! Is this merely a manifestation of a dream path? Very well, disperse." No sooner had he spoken than he casually lifted his hand, seemingly weightless, and struck toward the beast with an open palm. Initially, this blow elicited no reaction, akin to a feather brushing past. However, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! The entire space trembled in response. Upon closer inspection, the once impenetrable abdomen of the beast had been brutally punctured, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining the vast emptiness crimson. Strangely, despite this grievous injury, the beast appeared impervious to pain, fixating its gaze on the elder and bellowing, "Qin Shao, do you naively believe that merely guiding a supreme being of the human race to find a chaotic entity could bring about our demise? Such folly is beyond measure." Hearing this, the elder chuckled coldly, slowly gesturing with his hand, his eyes suddenly sharp as blades, piercing the beast as he declared fiercely, "Ha ha ha! Foolish? Then why do you hide in the shadows, daring not to reveal your true form, instead resorting to countless ambushes and dreams against our human supremes? Are you afraid?" The beast seemed to exhibit a flicker of emotion, mocking, "Afraid? Qin Shao, even if he locates the chaotic entity, was he not slain by me? Besides, now he is merely a mortal, possessing only a trace of chaotic blood. Do you truly expect him to evolve into a chaotic being? For your inferior race, struggling is utterly futile. Submission to my kind is the only path forward." With a laugh, it continued, "Ah, the art of nightmares and manipulation is your forte. Begone. When our kind's resources are depleted, come back to mock us." With a mere wave of its hand, the beast was instantaneously reduced to ash by the wind. "Ha ha ha! Very well. I await the day of your demise," came the chilling voice echoing through the deep void. Qin Shao paid no heed, instead gazing into the distance where a sea of stars thrived, filled with vitality, yet tinged with worry and resignation, a hint of sorrow emanating from him. "Zhu Jun, are you still holding on? Will we succeed?" The following morning, Chu Luo Bei astonishingly rose earlier than usual. He stood silently by the window, gazing at the horizon where the sun gradually ascended, its golden rays cascading upon his slightly pallid face. He slightly parted his lips, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that it was merely a dream? Does the notion of reincarnation truly exist in this world?" With a heart full of doubt and confusion, Chu Luo Bei slowly stepped out of his room. In an instant, a deafening cacophony of firecrackers erupted, resonating through the sky. He lifted his gaze and beheld the heavens adorned with vibrant red ribbons dancing like resplendent butterflies. It was the new year. This joyous exclamation surged through the city of Kyoto like a torrent. For this bustling metropolis, and indeed for the vast realm of Haowu, the Spring Festival was undeniably a grand and solemn celebration. Yet, at that moment, Chu Luo Bei did not allow the festive atmosphere to elicit a smile from him. He let out a long sigh, lamenting, alas, another year older. Before his words could dissipate, his figure appeared even more desolate and lonely. Just then, a melodious and cheerful call reached him. "Young master." At the sound, Chu Luo Bei turned to see Ziqing emerging from the adjacent room. Chapter 59. Marriage. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, resembling a flower in full bloom on a spring day, vibrant and enchanting. However, upon catching sight of Luo Bei's current expression, she was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood Chu Luo Bei, drained of his usual vitality, appearing haggard and lifeless, like a mere shell of his former self. Ziqing's heart tightened with concern, and she hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, "Young master, what troubles you? Why do you look this way?" Before Ziqing could draw nearer, Chu Luo Bei preemptively spoke, "Go and enjoy yourself. Perhaps you'll find more joy over there." His words carried a subtle hint of detachment. "Young master, but you..." Ziqing's brow furrowed with worry as she wished to press further. "I'm Yufine." Merely a bit fatigued, Chu Luo Bei forced a smile, attempting to reassure her. Observing his demeanor, although Ziqing remained deeply troubled, she refrained from pressing the matter any further and softly replied, "Understood." With reluctance, she turned to leave the courtyard, her petite figure gradually fading from view. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wan, clad in a crimson robe and accompanied by a retinue of maidservants, entered Chu Luo Bei's courtyard. Upon noticing that he had awakened early, she exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, Luo Bei, how considerate of you to rise ahead of time." Su Luo Bei chuckled, responding, "Indeed. I must be sensible as I prepare for my wedding." "Very well, you all may commence your tasks. I shall handle the attire," Zhou Wan said, her face beaming as she turned to the maidservants. After they bowed, they began to tidy the courtyard. "Come, change," Zhou Wan commanded. Yes. At this moment, everything outside was arranged, awaiting the auspicious hour to commence their journey. After assisting her son into his wedding garments, Zhou Wan surveyed him with pride, exclaiming, "Ah, my son is truly handsome." "Mother, you have mentioned this for 19 years. I am well aware," Chu Luo Bei replied with a smile. "By the way, mother, could you please reiterate the proceedings for me?" Zhou Wan sighed, momentarily speechless, then continued, "When the auspicious hour arrives, you will ride forth to the Langya Wangfu. There, you will serve tea, and then bring Kudur back. Following that, you will receive the esteemed guests. You will have much to attend to." "Alas, very well," Chu Luo Bei responded, a frown gracing his features. He then proceeded to the main hall, where his uncles had already arrived, seated beside Chu Podian. At the head of the table sat a sprightly elder, flanked by several others. Among them, Chu Luo Bei instantly recognized one individual, Zhou Zhengqiuan's father, Zhou Qitian. Thus, the elder's identity became evident, logically deducing. At that moment, a faint smile unexpectedly graced Chu Luo Bei's face. He respectfully bowed to the elder and addressed him. "Grandson Luo Bei pays his respects to grandfather and all esteemed uncles." This gesture left everyone present momentarily stunned, their hearts filled with astonishment. When had the mischievous little rascal, so often oblivious to etiquette, become so refined and courteous? The elder, in fact, was Zhou Wan. At this moment, witnessing Chu Luo Bei's obedient and understanding demeanor, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, responding with a smile. "Indeed, little Luo Bei, you are becoming increasingly sensible. Splendid." Upon hearing her grandfather's praise, Chu Luo Bei shyly scratched her head, beaming widely to reveal a set of pristine, orderly teeth, chuckling softly. However, at that moment, Zhou Huan shifted his gaze toward a couple standing aside, his expression clouded with discontent. He admonished, "What are you two still doing there? Today is Luo Bei's day. As her parents, how can you be so negligent?" The chastised man quickly rose to his feet. It was none other than Chu Luo Bei's father, Chu Patian. He hastily clarified, "Dear father-in-law, please do not be angered. I have thoroughly briefed Luo Bei on the relevant matters. I believe she will not falter." Zhou Huan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but insisted, "That may be so, yet this is a union with the royal family. Every detail must be attended to with utmost diligence." "Understood. Please rest assured, father-in-law." Chu Patian replied with a respectful gesture. "Oh, by the way, what time is it now?" Zhou Huan inquired, gently shaking his head as if feeling a bit dizzy. Zhou Qitian cheerfully responded, "Father, it is now the hour of the rabbit. Shortly, it will be the hour of the dragon." Chu Luo Bei smiled slightly and said then, "Esteemed elders, I shall take my leave." "Indeed," Zhou Huan chuckled, Go to the Langya Wangfu and behave yourself, do you hear me? Zhou Wang cautioned. Just as the conversation unfolded, Chu Luobei, swift as lightning, had already stepped out of the gate in the blink of an eye, adorned in a strikingly vibrant red robe. Its hue reminiscent of the resplendent dawn, she was impossible to overlook. The matchmaker at the forefront, beaming widely, exclaimed, "Young general, the auspicious hour has arrived. We may set forth." Chu Luobei nodded slightly in agreement. Following this, she gracefully mounted her steed and, with a hearty shout, declared, "Let us commence." With her proclamation, the entire wedding procession erupted into a jubilant cacophony. Firecrackers echoed through the skies, and fireworks blossomed in vibrant colors overhead. The dragon and lion dance troupe leaped joyously, drawing the attention of passers-by. This grand and imposing wedding procession advanced with great momentum. Within less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Langya Wangfu. Chu Luobei dismounted with grace, where she was met by the welcoming committee of roses and flowers, along with a dozen maidens who had been awaiting their arrival. Although these women harbored little fondness for the young general, they were acutely aware that today's wedding marked a significant union between the royal family and the Duke of Zhenbei's household. Should they display even a hint of disdain at this moment, it could very well spell doom in this bustling capital. Thus, upon seeing Chu Luobei approach, they promptly bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young general." A subtle smile graced Chu Luobei's face as she nodded gently in acknowledgement. Subsequently, under the guidance of Qiang Wei and Hualu, he strode confidently into the inner courtyard of the royal residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a jubilant scene. Everywhere he looked, lanterns adorned the surroundings, and red silk draped gracefully from the branches, filling the air with a sweet aroma of bliss. In the grand hall, Zhou Yu sat poised, accompanied by the dignified Langya king, Lin Zhenyu. Chu Luobei scanned the room, but failed to catch a glimpse of Lin Ke, realizing his eagerness had gotten the better of him. He then bowed respectfully, announcing, "I, Chu Luobei, pay my respects to my esteemed father and mother-in-law." Shortly thereafter, a servant presented tea, and Chu Luobei stepped forward earnestly, saying, "Father-in-law, please enjoy this tea." A faint smile graced the lips of the Langya king, who chuckled lightly as he steadied his hand to receive the teacup. After taking a delicate sip, he gently set the cup down on a nearby table. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, presenting a heart-wrenching yet tender appearance. Yet, she valiantly held back her emotions, accepting the teacup and taking a small sip before placing it down. She softly addressed Chu Luobei, saying, "Luobei, you and Ke must support each other and cherish your love, living life to the fullest together. Do you understand?" Chu Luobei solemnly nodded in agreement, replying, "Rest assured, my esteemed mother-in-law, I shall remember your words." Witnessing this exchange, Zhou Yu's face broke into a smile of relief, and she gently urged, "All right, go on now. Ke is waiting for you in her chamber." As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Luobei took a deep breath to steady his somewhat anxious heart and moved towards the side courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold of the room, an intoxicating fragrance of cosmetics enveloped him. Inside, a graceful lady sat before the mirror, adorned in a striking red gown, her exquisite red veil resting upon her head, while her delicate hands were elegantly placed in front of her abdomen. Chapter 60. General Ji Cheng Chu Luobei gazed at the scene before him, momentarily struck dumb, as an indescribable sense of familiarity surged within him. It felt as though he had encountered such a strikingly similar sight many years ago. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Is this your first time using rouge?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ke trembled slightly, seemingly shy, and replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "Yes. The military maintains strict discipline, and we are not permitted to adorn ourselves. Shall we return?" Chu Luobei suggested. With that, he stepped forward to assist Lin Ke as they made their way outside. In truth, for martial artists like Lin Ke, the veil hardly impeded her vision. It was merely a formality. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the gates of the residence. Lin Ke turned back to see the Langya king and Zhou Yu watching her depart with faint smiles. A pang of sorrow welled up within her. After 10 years away from home, she was now compelled to leave again, and returning would not be a trivial matter. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Chua Luobei remained silent for a long while before breaking into a gentle smile, saying, "If you ever wish to return, just call for me." "Thank you," Lin Kuer nodded, stepping into the sedan chair. Chua Luobei bowed to the Langya king and Zhou Yu, proclaiming, "The son-in-law takes his leave." With that, he mounted his horse and shouted a command to set off. The entire procession then departed, though the Langya king felt a twinge of discomfort he chose not to display, while Zhou Yu wept inconsolably. Meanwhile, the two attendants quietly closed the gates behind them. As they journeyed, Chua Luobei felt an inexplicable joy. However, after only a few steps, he halted abruptly, for before him stood a group of people blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, it was the Shiliang envoy. Today marked their departure as well. 3 generals rode ahead, and the foremost was someone Chua Luobei recognized. Mu Hen. This imposing figure exuded an air of formidable authority, honed from years on the battlefield. At that moment, a general standing beside Mu Hen spoke up, "General, that figure ahead is the grandson of the Duke of the North, Chua Luobei. They appear to be a bridal procession. Should we not make way for them?" Hearing this, Mu Hen narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward Chua Luobei. In response, Chua Luobei showed no inclination to yield. His sharp eyes locked onto Mu Hen's, as though challenging him to a duel of wills. Time passed slowly, and after a quarter of an hour had elapsed, a matchmaker, sensing the tension, grew anxious. She stepped forward and gently addressed Chua Luobei, "Young general, time is of the essence. Should we delay further, we might miss the auspicious hour. Perhaps we ought to yield a bit." However, before she could finish her sentence, Chua Luobei interjected with a commanding tone, "Yield? On what grounds?" His voice was loud and resolute, reaching even the distant ears of Mu Hen and his comrades. Upon hearing this, Mu Hen initially appeared taken aback, but then a smile broke across his face. He smiled at those around him and said, "It seems this is the legendary Major General." With a grand gesture, Mu Hen signaled for the entire entourage to part, creating a wide path in the center. However, in response to Mu Hen's actions, Chu Luobei did not even cast a glance his way. He maintained his haughty demeanor, lightly squeezing his horse's belly, leading the bridal procession onward, galloping past the newly cleared path without looking back. As Chu Luobei slowly strolled beside Mu Hen, his previously carefree gaze transformed into one filled with a piercing, killing intent, as cold and relentless as a winter storm. He leaned slightly closer to Mu Hen's ear and, in a low yet slightly menacing tone, whispered, "General Mu, once you step beyond this city gate, your fate may well be uncertain." Upon hearing these words, Mu Hen furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting past Chu Luobei to the retreating convoy. Moments later, he turned to his trusted subordinate beside him and quietly remarked, "General, it appears those officials from Shiliang behind us have some grievances regarding your earlier actions." Yet, Mu Hen merely curled the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smile, seemingly indifferent to their opinions. He waved his hand dismissively and scoffed, "Let them be. There's no need to pay heed to those old fools." From this moment forth, this Major General shall make quite a name for himself. The so-called prodigal son label is utterly absurd and laughable. Now let us press on. Meanwhile, within the heavily guarded and resplendent imperial palace, the anxious eunuch Li hurried to the emperor's study, bowing respectfully before exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Seated at the desk, Emperor Xiao did not lift his gaze, continuing to wield his red brush to revise memorials, responding nonchalantly, "Speak." Eunuch Li took a deep breath, steadied himself, and quickly reported, "Your Majesty, regarding the difficult challenge you previously bestowed upon Chu Luobei, he actually—" "Oh, has he backed down?" The emperor interrupted, "Humph. Truly an incompetent scion." Emperor Xiao coldly snorted, ceasing his writing, and looked up at Eunuch Li, a flicker of delight in his eyes. However, before the emperor could finish, Eunuch Li hastily shook his head and gestured, No, Your Majesty, it is not so." Chu Luobei not only showed no signs of retreat, but instead maintained a prolonged stare with Mu Hen for nearly a quarter of an hour. Ultimately, it was Mu Hen who yielded first, choosing to step aside, which was entirely unexpected, Your Majesty. What? He did not yield and remained resolute? Ha ha, splendid. A fine scion indeed. From this day forth, Chu Luobei is no longer a prodigal. The Chu family has produced another individual who understands restraint. How remarkable! Emperor Xiuyao exclaimed in rage. Below, Eunuch Li quickly prostrated himself, wary of inciting the emperor's wrath. On the other side, Chu Luobei had already hastened back to the residence of the Marquis of Northern Town. The lively and exuberant wedding ceremony has gracefully concluded, yet the atmosphere within the residence remains imbued with joy and celebration. At this moment, Chu Luobei stands outside the gates of the Marquis's residence, adorned with a smile and an upright posture, warmly and respectfully welcoming the influx of guests. Beside him stands the imposing Chu Patian, who, with a beaming smile, exchanges pleasantries with the attendees while meticulously introducing each guest to Chu Luobei, detailing their identities, backgrounds, and the nature of their relationships, who merits deeper acquaintance and who warrants mere polite interaction, all conveyed with clarity and precision. This gentleman here is General Zhiqing, who once accompanied your grandfather on countless campaigns, Chu Patian declares, gesturing toward the robust elder with a bushy beard. Upon hearing this, the elder bursts into hearty laughter, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the courtyard. Chu Luobei promptly steps forward, bowing respectfully, and proclaims, I am Luobei, honored to meet the esteemed general. However, General Zhiqing, with a grand wave of his hand, jovially responds, Haha, young Luobei, such formality is quite unnecessary. If you don't mind, why not call me grandfather instead? Taken aback, Chu Luobei momentarily falters, at a loss for words on how to respond. Observing this, Chu Patian bursts into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ah, you are truly intent on taking advantage of our young one, old sir. Chapter 61. A moment of conversation with Lin Ju, General Zhiqing burst into hearty laughter, patting his chest as he exclaimed, Ha ha, I was merely jesting, dear Luobei. Do not take it to heart. I would never dare to let you call me that. Should the Marquis return one day and discover this, I would surely be in for a severe reprimand. With that, he winked playfully at Chu Luobei, his demeanor delightfully amusing. Over there, the grandfather wouldn't mind. Please take a seat. Once the old man departed, another figure entered, the Crown Prince Lin Ziyuan, accompanied by Yan Wanqing. We pay our respects to His Highness. Ha ha ha, please rise, he said, assisting Chu Luobei and his father to their feet. I have come to partake in the celebratory wine. Is that agreeable? Ha ha, how is your injury? Chu Patian inquired with concern. It is nothing serious, just requires a few days of rest, came the reply. That is good to hear. Your Highness, please. With that, he led Yan Wanqing inside. As they passed, Yan Wanqing shot him a glare. Soon after, a multitude of guests arrived, including Duke Zheng, Duke Su, the Minister of Justice, Second Prince Lin Xiu, and Princess Lin Zihan, along with Chu Luobei's friends. Most notably, the third Prince Lin Zhu made an appearance. This prince, who rarely ventured beyond the palace walls, approached with a bouquet in hand, smiling as he said, Brother Luobei, your exploits at the West Gate were truly magnificent. This flower is to congratulate you. Stunned, Chu Luobei accepted the flowers, preparing to bow, but was gently restrained. Lin Zhu smiled slightly. No need for formalities now. Let us save that for when we work together. He then took a seat. Observing this brooding figure, Chu Luobei squinted and asked, Father, did my previous actions jeopardize our efforts? Chu Patian replied with a calm smile, Not at all. It merely means a few more assassination attempts. Even if that individual in the palace is unsettled, he must still consider your grandfather's 300,000 Heavenly Wolf Army. Our family is not like the left generals. Nodding, Chu Luobei inquired, Father, how well do you know that third prince? Be cautious. He is undoubtedly the most formidable among the princes, employing numerous stratagems. Keep your distance, warned Chu Patian. Observing Lin Zhu joyfully toasting with the guests, Chu Luobei smiled slightly. I think otherwise, perhaps he and I could collaborate. The other two, however, are too ostentatious, and in their rivalry, they reveal their lack of discernment. You little rascal. Only you would think that. Chuckling, he replied, "Keep laughing. I shall assist your mother. You stay here and attend to our guests, understood?" Ah. As night swiftly approached, after bidding farewell to the last guest, Chu Luobei slowly extended his hand, preparing to close the door. Just then, he caught sight of a figure standing quietly not far away. It was a young woman of delicate beauty, holding a sword tightly, her graceful posture resembling a blooming lotus in the darkness of night. Furrowing his brow, Chu Luobei inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour?" The young woman gracefully stepped forward, approaching Chu Luobei. With a slight bow, she spoke softly, "General Shao, I have come at the behest of my young master to invite you for a conversation." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei maintained an outward calm, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Oh, if that is the case, then please lead the way." Without hesitation, he followed the woman ahead. Before long, they arrived at a narrow, tranquil alley. At the end of the alley stood a lavishly adorned carriage, its curtains drawn low, obscuring the figure within. Chu Luobei surveyed the carriage before stepping forward with composure, lifting the curtain and entering inside. As anticipated, sitting within the carriage was Lin Ju. "Brother Chu, it's been quite some time. I believe it has been over a decade since we last met," Lin Ju exclaimed, a warm smile illuminating his face as he handed a wine cup to Chu Luobei. Receiving the cup, Chu Luobei took a seat opposite Lin Ju and teasingly remarked, "You call me here in the dead of night. Surely, you're not planning to poison me with this wine?" Lin Ju paused momentarily before bursting in a hearty laughter. Shaking his head, "Haha, Brother Chu, you jest. Such crude tactics could only be employed by my royal brothers." With that, he raised his own cup and drank deeply. Observing this, Chu Luobei said no more, merely smiling as he took a sip from his cup. Instantly, a rich, fragrant flavor enveloped his palate, prompting him to secretly marvel. "Is this a royal vintage? Its taste is truly exceptional." Lin Ju nodded with pride, declaring, "Indeed, this is a treasured wine, kept in the palace for many years. I brought it out today to share with you, a little blessing for you." Chu Luobei set down his cup, fixing his gaze on Lin Ju, and asked directly, "Now that we are here and have shared a drink, you might as well be frank. Your invitation surely extends beyond mere casual conversation, does it not?" Another round of hearty laughter erupted from Lin Ju. "Of course not. However, it wouldn't hurt to reminisce about our childhood stories first." Chu Luobei nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue. "In the past, I would watch you from afar, marveling at your extraordinary talents. I truly envied you. Yet, later on, your character transformed drastically. You became rather amusing, daring to confront princes and princesses, even undressing the daughters of officials. I often wondered how someone so clever could act so foolishly. Thus, for over a decade, I remained in the palace, not only strategizing but also observing you." "Me? Huh. Are you being candid, third prince?" "Well, yes and no. For neither of us has shown our true cards, have we? Clever individuals always enjoy a bit of intrigue. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only prince I have never bullied." He chuckled. "But I do wonder, what transpired in your childhood that led to such a remarkable change in character?" The third prince is remarkably astute, having observed me for over a decade. He must possess clear insights. "Ah, I may lack your cleverness, hence I require your assistance." "Not at all. They offer you everything, yet it holds little significance to you, whereas I promise you half a realm." Lin Ju replied with a serene smile. "Your Highness, such promises are rather fanciful," he remarked with a chuckle. "Fanciful? How amusing. I can assure you 3 lifetimes of safety and peace. Is that not tangible?" Chu Luobei laughed. "You seem to know me well. I dare say, apart from your parents, I'm likely the most knowledgeable outsider regarding you." "Very well. How do you propose we collaborate?" Lin Ju unexpectedly interjected, rebellion. Observing Chu Luobei's tranquil demeanor, she couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, conversing with an intelligent individual is a true delight. Naturally, after all, you are merely the son of a noble consort. Had Lin Xuan not committed irrevocable transgressions, the position of heir would undoubtedly belong to him. Yet, Lin Xuan has performed admirably, and as a mere illegitimate prince, your path to that position, or any semblance of survival, offers but one route. Chu Luobei replied with a composed smile. Will you assist me then? That depends on the circumstances. I have already established communication with the forces of King Langya. Of course, King Langya remains oblivious to this fact. The only complication lies in the reality that King Langya is a martial sovereign. Should you choose to join, the Northern Protectorate will be at peace. As for my father, I have formidable allies at my side. It will be of no concern. What do you think? When? Naturally, upon the return of the Northern Protector. Are you certain? What if my grandfather does not return? Impossible. Even with a barbarian invasion, it is unlikely he would remain absent for 5 years. After all, you are present, and this prince possesses certain secrets, does he not? You are truly stepping onto a perilous path. Ah, indeed. Very well. I shall represent my family in agreement. Will you not reveal a hint of your trump card? No, my trump card is reserved for matters of survival. Very well. Let us conclude this discussion. Wishing you a joyful new year and a happy marriage. With that, Luobei bid farewell, and after finishing his drink, Chu Luobei departed. A woman entered from outside, exclaiming, Your Highness, this young general is unlike his usual self. Oh, in what manner is he different? Your Highness, I perceive that he now exudes an entirely different aura. Indeed, this is the essence of the Northern Protectorate. Your Highness, do you place such trust in him? Trust? Ah, that is a luxury I cannot afford. Then why? We all harbor our own secrets. Yet it is widely understood that Father does not permit the Northern Protectorate to exist. This presents a splendid opportunity. Alas, those two fools have been tardy with their intelligence. Chu Luobei is aware. Collaboration offers me the highest chance of victory. Ha. I see. Your Highness, should we arrange for someone to protect Chu Luobei? No need. The Northern Protectorate is not to be trifled with. If we proceed thus, it may seem akin to surveillance, which you would abhor. Yet, Your Highness, you previously. Thus, there is no necessity. Understood. Return discreetly. Understood. Chapter 62. I anticipate the sky was ablaze with fireworks, and the night sky shimmered with vibrant colors, reflecting the hues of the human realm. Chu Luobei stood outside the gate of the town Northmark residence, adorned in a strikingly vivid red robe that fluttered in the wind. Yet at that moment, he resembled a statue, frozen in place, tormented by the dilemma of how to reach Lin Ke. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, as if a brilliant idea had illuminated his mind. With remarkable agility, he scaled the wall and gracefully descended into the Marquis courtyard. Upon landing, he spotted Nanbo, accompanied by several armed guards, their expressions grave, standing at the ready. Clearly, they had not anticipated the arrival of their young master, and they were momentarily rendered speechless, their faces etched with shock. One guard, unable to contain himself, stammered, Young master, how did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Luobei interrupted sharply, silence. He then adopted a congenial demeanor, lowering his voice as he instructed, "You shall pretend you have not seen me. This matter is to remain a secret. No one is to utter a word." Faced with Chu Luobei's command, though puzzled, Nanbo and the guards nodded in resignation. They couldn't help but privately lament. After all, he was already married, yet his actions remained absurdly reckless, akin to a furtive little thief. They wondered when he would truly mature. Once he had dismissed Nanbo and the others, Chu Luobei glided stealthily toward his study. Inside, he hurriedly rummaged for a night cloak, donning it along with a mysterious fox mask. With everything in place, he took a deep breath and stealthily made his way to Lin Ke's chamber. Arriving at her door, he cautiously eased the window open and leapt inside. At that moment, Lin Ke sat on the bed, adorned with a red veil, quietly awaiting the arrival of her groom. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she lifted a corner of her veil and peered out. "Bao!" Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Chu Luobei's lips curled into a sly smile as he softly replied, "I have kept my promise." Lin Ke, visibly anxious, asked, "What are you doing here?" "This is the town Northmark residence. It's perilous for you to enter. I have my ways. That fellow from a Chu family has gone out drinking. Would you care to celebrate the new year with me?" Chu Lubi Chukka. Lin Ke hesitated, her heart fluttering, "But if he returns and finds me missing, it could cause quite a stir. I am worried." "Fear not. He won't be back, at least not tonight, Chu Luobei reassured her. Why? She inquired. At this moment, he should be thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled out at Xinxiang Tower, he replied nonchalantly. Really? Lin Kute said, her spirits lifted. So shall we? Chu Luobei turned with charm. All right, she agreed. With that, Chu Luobei removed her red veil and draped a black cloak over her shoulders. How did you know there would be clothes here? Lin Kai questioned. Puzzled. Upon the corner of Chu Luobei's mouth twitched in realization. Alas, this was indeed his own chamber. How could he have been so oblivious? It was rather rash of him. Embarrassed, he stumbled upon some garments, exclaiming, Here, wear this, it's less conspicuous. Lin Kuer chuckled in response. Very well. Chu Luobei took her small hand, and together they leapt from the window, believing themselves to be cautiously employing their lightness of body to escape the residence of the northern Marquis. Oh dear, what is our young master up to? One guard pondered, suddenly struck by a revelation. Wait, does our young master possess such skills? He mused, bewildered. And who is that accompanying him? Another guard remarked, noticing the crimson dress that had become visible. Surely, it must be the young mistress. Hold on, brothers, does the young master truly possess martial prowess? Nanbo interjected with a slight smile. This must remain a secret, or else. You understand? Oh, on the rooftop, the three brothers of the Chu family observed this spectacle. Chu Potion's lips twitched in exasperation. This rascal, Chu Yunxian, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, Your little Luobei is quite amusing, masquerading as a thief. Coughing lightly, Chu Patian expressed his silent disapproval, while Chu Yunxiao quietly sipped his wine, stating he has his affairs. And we have ours. Care for a drink? Chu Yunxian replied with a serene smile. Indeed, let us drink without concern. Ha ha, splendid to drink. The three brothers lifted their cups beneath the moonlight and shared toast. However, as soon as they finished, Zhou Wan, with an expression of disbelief, commented, You gentlemen seem to prefer drinking atop the roof, do you? Meanwhile, Chu Luobei donned a pristine white long robe, his face concealed behind an intricately crafted fox mask, cautiously guiding Lin Kuer through a deep and shadowy alleyway. Lin Kuer curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her mind flooded with questions. How could the northern Marquis' residence allow such easy passage? Hadn't she heard tales of hidden sentinels lurking about? Chu Luobei shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting the girl's incessant inquiries. Yet he replied nonchalantly, Today is a day of great celebration. Naturally. The guards have relaxed their vigilance. Lin Kuer nodded, half comprehending before inquiring, So, do we have a destination in mind? Chu Luobei countered, Where'd you like to go? Her eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, I wish to visit South Prefecture Mountain. I've heard its scenery is breathtaking. In truth, South Prefecture Mountain lies adjacent to the southern military camp, a picturesque haven of nature. Chu Luobei smiled warmly. Very well. He then grasped Lin Kuer's hand, and together they navigated through the bustling, lively streets. As they strolled, Lin Kuer flitted about like a joyful bird, her gaze darting from one captivating item to another. Whenever she expressed delight over a trinket, Chu Luobei would unhesitatingly procure it for her, causing her heart to bloom with joy and laughter to spill from her lips. While meandering along, Lin Kuer suddenly halted before a stall selling ornaments, her attention ensnared by an exquisite wooden hairpin. With unbridled delight, she picked it up and turned to Chu Luobei, asking, Sir, how much for this lovely hairpin? The vendor beamed at the couple before him, who appeared as radiant as golden boys and jade maidens, and cheerfully replied, It is not expensive at all. Merely 5 coins will suffice. Without hesitation, Chu Luobei retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and generously stated, No need for change. Delighted with her coveted wooden hairpin, Lin Kuer eagerly selected a fox mask matching Chu Luobei's, along with a vibrant red cord. Adorned with the new mask, she appeared even more playful and charming. The two foxes, carrying wine, journeyed to the summit of Chozhou Mountain. There, back to back, they admired the breathtaking starry sky, reminiscent of their previous moments at the mountain's base, sipping wine and engaging in conversation. In the north, I crave fish, Lin Kuer remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed with mirth. Chu Luobei nodded and gracefully descended the mountain, soon returning with 2 fish in hand, grinning as he asked, "Can you start a fire?" Lin Kuo shook her head. She was not one to carry a fire starter all day. However, she helped Chu Luobei gather a pile of dry wood upon the mountain. Chu Luobei ignited the fire starter and then began the long wait. Before long, the aroma of fish wafted through the air. Chu Luobei added seasoning and offered it to Lin Kuo, who, this time, was prepared. "You eat first," she insisted. Chu Luobei, unabashed, took a bite, only to have it snatched away by Lin Kuo, who showed no disdain for his previous touch, biting into it herself. Chu Luobei felt a mix of helplessness and joy as he picked up another fish, sipping wine while savoring the meal. Perhaps this was the essence of humanity. After finishing their meal, they reclined beneath a grand tree at the mountaintop, gazing at the starry expanse. In the north, what I mentioned earlier, Chu Luobei playfully brushed her nose, smiling, "I do not know, but being with you brings me great joy." Lin Kuo was momentarily taken aback. The gesture felt reminiscent of their shared moments. "What troubles you?" Chu Luobei inquired. Pulled out. "Oh, nothing much, just some thoughts," Lin Kuo replied with a smile. "Will we meet again?" "I do not know, but I shall return to find you." "Then, may I make a small request?" "No." Chu Luobei immediately understood. She wished to remove his mask, which was out of the question, as it would reveal his identity. "Oh." Lin Kuo responded, somewhat disheartened. Before long, Chu Luobei stood up, grinning as he said, "I must take my leave." "When can you visit again?" Lin Kuo rose as well, gazing at the moonlight. "Beyond the capital." "Beyond the capital? Are you leaving Kyoto?" "Yes, when we meet next." "It shall not be in the dead of night," Chu Luobei replied with a serene smile. "I eagerly await it." With that, Chu Luobei leaped from the mountaintop. Lin Kuo smiled, understanding that this meant they had formed a genuine friendship. Chapter 63. The target, Luobei City. 3 days later, the vibrant atmosphere of the capital had dissipated, and families resumed their ordinary lives. On this day, Chu Luobei, clad in military attire and wielding a sword, resembled a warrior preparing for battle as he sat in the pavilion outside the grand hall. In the courtyard, Lin Kuo was directing the maidservants in moving items, while Ziqing observed nearby. "Sister, are you going as well?" Lin Kuo inquired with a smile. Ziqing nodded. "Yes, wherever the young master goes, I shall follow." Lin Kuo sighed. "Alas, for this ancestral worship. We must bring so many things. Your young master truly has too much time on his hands." Shortly after, Lin Kuo approached a locked room, noticing the old, worn appearance of the paper on the window. "What is this room?" "This is the young master's study, but he forbids anyone from approaching," Ziqing replied. Intrigued, Lin Kuo asked, "Where is the key?" Ziqing shook her head. "Only the young master possesses the key." Lin Kuo frowned. "So mysterious?" Without hesitation, she attempted to climb through the window to sneak a look, only to be halted by Chu Luobei's voice. "What are you doing?" Embarrassed, Lin Kuo clasped her hands behind her back. "I was just curious about this room." Chu Luobei chuckled and stepped forward. "Inside are my belongings from childhood and a collection of books. If you wish to enter, simply inform me. There is no need to sneak through the window." "Oh." Lin Kuo obediently nodded. With a shake of his head, Chu Luobei produced a key and unlocked the door, revealing a room cloaked in dust and cobwebs, resembling a neglected storeroom. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Chu Luobei asked with a playful tone. Lin Kuo huffed softly and stepped inside. To her disappointment, the room held nothing of particular interest, only childhood toys, several bookshelves, and a large trunk on the floor. Curiously, she approached the trunk, noticing its relative lack of dust, implying it had been opened frequently, which piqued her interest. As she crouched down to slowly open it, she found nothing novel, only some books and clothing. A smirk played on Chu Luobei's lips as he thought, "I knew you would come to my courtyard. How could I let you easily uncover my secrets?" Naturally, I had moved everything long ago. Chuckling, he remarked, "When I find myself bored, I often revisit my past belongings, but there is truly nothing of great interest." With that, Lin Kuo exited, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor, though she still cast a glance at the large trunk. Chu Luobei left the door ajar, smiling, That should suffice. Let us bid farewell. We can be on our way. As they returned to the spacious and bright hall, the entire family had gathered. Even the usually busy second uncle, Chu Yunxian, had remarkably stayed home for 8 consecutive days. Sister Zhou Wan and Zhou Yu had also arrived as expected, yet to their surprise, the illustrious Wang of Langya had not made an appearance. Luo Bei, once you step beyond the gates of the capital, you will truly enter the realm of the Jianghu. The journey ahead is long and fraught with uncertainty. You must remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution, Chu Patian advised solemnly, his weathered face etched with concern. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luo Bei flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, and cheerfully declared, "Father, you need not worry at all. Once we step outside, I shall ensure that Kuer is well protected. Anyone who dares to bully her must first contend with me." Beside him, Zhouan could not help but roll her eyes, retorting with exasperation, "Just you? With no skills to speak of, how can you claim to protect Kuer? You should focus on taking care of yourself, you little rascal." However, Zhou Yu wore a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with affection as she softly interjected, "It is only right for a couple to support each other, dear sister. Luo Bei's intentions to safeguard Kuer are commendable." Following this, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Eventually, they made their way to the grand entrance of the residence, halting before an ornately decorated carriage. Lin Kuer gracefully ascended the carriage, then leaned out, sending a sweet smile to the onlookers bidding her farewell. Chu Luo Bei stood tall, his gaze sweeping across each familiar and cherished face, ultimately resting on his uncle Chu Yunxiao. As he called out, "Uncle, while I am away, I entrust you with the care of our home." Chu Yunxiao responded with a slight smile, nodding knowingly, understood. "You little rascal." With a deep breath, Chu Luo Bei mounted the horse, reminiscent of the days when Duke Chu Yuan set forth on his campaigns. The onlookers stood in astonishment as Chu Luo Bei bellowed, "Let us depart." In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Zhou Wan chuckled softly, murmuring, "Why does he remind me so much of the Duke from years past? That cheeky boy." Along the way, whispers circulated among the crowd. "Wow, who is that young general? He is so handsome. Wait, doesn't he resemble the young general? No way, he looks too good to be true. I always thought General Xiahou Chengkong was the most handsome, but it seems there are hidden talents in Kyoto. Oh dear, where are they off to? Oh, I remember now. They are the young general, heading to perform ancestral rites as per family tradition." Amidst the hushed conversations of the townsfolk, Chu Luo Bei led his grand procession slowly out of the bustling gates of Kyoto. He inhaled deeply and then tilted his head back, letting out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! Wow, so this is the outside world. I, the young master, have finally emerged." Yet, in the next moment, a striking figure suddenly appeared before Chu Luo Bei. The newcomer was a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her expression frosty as she shot him a disapproving glance and said sternly, "Young general, please conduct yourself with propriety. Such boisterous behavior is quite unbecoming." Taken aback by her words, Chu Luo Bei paused briefly before regaining his composure, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice and settling on the exquisite woman in white. He scrutinized her exotic beauty for a moment and then inquired, "Are you perhaps someone from the side of the crown princess?" The lady gently inclined her head in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, it is I, General." Chu Luo Bei arched an eyebrow. Pressing further with his inquiry, "Might I ask what brings you here, my lady?" The woman once again curtsied to him, then reached into her bosom to retrieve an object. In her hand, she held a delicate and exquisitely crafted dagger, its blade glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight. "This is a token from the crown princess for you," she stated. She mentioned that in a critical moment, possessing this item would undoubtedly enhance your military prowess manifold. As she spoke, she extended the dagger towards Chu Luo Bei. Observing this, Chu Luo Bei gestured for his attendant to accept the weapon. He then scrutinized the exquisite piece, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "Quite satisfactory. Since it is the crown princess's kind intention, I shall temporarily accept it." After Chu Luo Bei accepted the dagger with evident satisfaction, the woman fulfilled her mission and turned to depart. At that moment, Lin Kuer, who had been sitting in the carriage, could no longer contain her curiosity. She quietly opened the window, poking her head out with a puzzled expression directed at Chu Luobei, playfully chiding, "Pray tell, when did you become entangled with the crown princess?" Chu Luobei, caught off guard by her question, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly lowered his voice, admonishing, "Oh, dear girl, could you be a tad more discreet? We are in a public setting." Upon hearing his slightly reproachful words, Lin Kuo pouted, huffed lightly, and, in a fit of petulance, slammed the window shut. This left Chu Luobei, wearing a helpless expression, gazing at the closed window with a resigned smile. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Let us set forth. Destination, Luobei City." Chapter 64. A grandfather and grandson reunited in the royal palace. The esteemed Li Gonggong respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Chu Luobei has already departed. The Crown Princess's maidservant has delivered items to him. Collaborating with Shiliang is hardly a prudent notion, since he is so eager to leave the capital. Should he meet his end outside, it is beyond my concern. The Duke of Northern Defense can no longer hold sway over me." The Emperor replied indifferently. "Understood, Your Majesty," Li Gonggong acknowledged before bowing and taking his leave. In Luobei City, among the two cities situated behind the southern gate, one thrived due to being the fief and ancestral land of the Duke of Northern Defense. After 3 arduous days of travel, the caravan led by Chu Luobei finally arrived at Jingzhou, a mere 2 cities away from Luobei City. As night descended, the caravan decided to set up camp amidst the nearby peaks to rest momentarily. Chu Luobei strolled alone around the perimeter of the camp, while Lin Kuo quietly remained inside the tent, engaged in gentle conversation with Ziqing. As Chu Luobei walked, he suddenly halted at a certain spot. At that moment, several guards swiftly gathered around him, lowering their voices to say, "Young master, there seems to be unusual activity ahead." Chu Luobei narrowed his eyes, gazing into the darkened woods ahead, and said in a low tone, "You must ensure the safety of the young mistress without fail. I shall investigate further." A guard, with concern etched on his face, hastily advised, "Young master, this may not be wise. What if you encounter danger?" Before he could finish, Chu Luobei shot him a fierce glare and admonished, "Silence. Do not utter another word." He then turned and swiftly ascended the mountain. The guards exchanged glances filled with helplessness, yet they could only obey, silently praying for their young master's safety. Chu Luobei hastened up the rugged path, and, as he ventured deeper into the mountain, a peculiar atmosphere thickened around him. Before long, he successfully reached the summit. Just as he was about to call out, "Since you are here, do not hide," he spotted an elderly man seated at the edge of a cliff, clad in white robes, his back facing him, with a head of white hair, seemingly admiring the scenery. Chu Luobei squinted, approaching to get a closer look. His expression softened from sternness to joy as he exclaimed, "Grandfather!" That silhouette was one Chu Luobei would never forget. And soon a hearty laugh echoed, "Grandson." Chu Yuan slowly stood, his face radiating warmth and kindness, gazing gently at Chu Luobei. He then opened his arms, welcoming the grandson he had not seen for many years. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chu Luobei dashed forward like a bird returning to its nest, embracing Chu Yuan tightly. Tears welled in his eyes as his voice trembled. "Grandfather, we finally meet. I have missed you so much. All these years, you have been on my mind." Chu Yuan laughed heartily, the sound reverberating through the valley and rustling the leaves around them. He patted Chu Luobei's back with vigor, exclaiming, "Ha ha, my dear child. It has been a decade since we last met. Look at you, Luobei, all grown into a young man, and you've certainly sprouted taller." With that, he released his embrace, scrutinizing Chu Luobei with eyes filled with warmth and affection. At that moment, Chu Luobei remained enveloped in the joy of reuniting with his grandfather, beaming with delight, his heart brimming with happiness to the point that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interlude, the grandfather and grandson settled side by side at the edge of a cliff, gentle breezes caressing their hair, bringing a refreshing coolness. Gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, a flicker of doubt arose in Chu Luobei's mind, prompting him to inquire, Grandfather, shouldn't you be stationed at the southern pass? That place is a crucial frontier. Chu Yuan smiled slightly, his demeanor relaxed as he replied, and what of it? Those barbaric tribes were thoroughly vanquished by me, fleeing in disarray. Now, they can only cower outside, too fearful to invade. Upon hearing of my beloved grandson's arrival, I anticipated that certain nefarious individuals would be stirred into action, so I hastened to meet you. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow. A look of concern etched across his face as he urgently pressed, Grandfather, do you mean to say that someone wishes to harm me? What shall we do? Chu Yuan snorted disdainfully, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He scoffed, merely a band of desperate rogues from the web organization. They dared to attempt an assassination on my grandson, utterly overestimating their capabilities. With a mere flick of my hand, I sent them to their doom, leaving them oblivious to their fate. Hearing this, Chu Luobei exhaled a sigh of relief, feelings of admiration for his grandfather swelling within him. He exclaimed excitedly, Grandfather, you are magnificent. His youthful face radiated with adoration and reverence. Ha ha ha, little Luobei, after a decade apart, you still know how to bring joy to your grandfather. Chu Yuan chuckled. Indeed, grandfather, you have endured hardships, he said, casting an apologetic glance at the jubilant Chu Luobei. Not all, grandfather, it was not hard at all. If it weren't for you, our family would surely have struggled in the capital, Chu Luobei replied. Ha ha ha, you have grown wise, understanding many truths. This is a good thing. However, starting today, Luobei need not pretend. Is grandfather returning to the capital? No, there are still many matters to attend to. That is good to hear. Grandfather, I wish to discuss something with you. With that, Chu Luobei shared in detail his collaboration with the third prince, Lin Ju. Expecting his grandfather to chastise him, he was instead met with uproarious laughter. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the Chu clan. My grandson is quite clever. Huh? What do you mean, grandfather? I do not understand a word of it. Does Luobei aspire to become emperor? Huh? What nonsense is this? Answer your grandfather, and I shall reveal the reason. I do not wish to govern a nation, grandfather, Chu Luobei replied, lowering his gaze. Very well then, let us forget it. Perhaps one day, let those two give birth to another. Grandfather, do we intend to rebel? Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei realized that it was imperative for the Chu family to ascend to the throne. Thus, rebellion became inevitable. Indeed, it would entail supporting another in their insurrection, thereby leveraging the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. To his surprise, his grandson's thoughts mirrored his own perfectly. Are you referring to the third prince? He inquired. Indeed, by aiding him, grandfather may mobilize troops to enter the capital. Grandfather, why must we revolt? Luobei, let me enlighten you. If we do not rebel, the Lin family will annihilate our clan, especially once I have departed from this world. I see now, grandfather. However, the third prince commands the Breaking Wind army and has the support of the Wang of Lengia. This, there is no need for concern. Your third brother has informed me that he is well aware of the shadows and has even ascended to the position of the young master. Grandfather, Good tidings. Are you aware of my 4 formidable guardians of the shadows? Yes, they're Yuxiong, Fania, Yeoheim, and one other. My third uncle mentioned he is the most enigmatic, codenamed Night Owl. Correct. Night Owl, a veteran martial sovereign. He is a crucial piece in my strategic game. In due time, you shall uncover his true identity. Grandfather, it is rather unkind to keep others in suspense. Disclosing too much is not advisable, understand? Very well, grandfather, there's one most significant matter I wish to discuss. You wish to speak of your bloodline issue, do you not? Chapter 65, The Power of the Martial King. Chu Luobei nodded fervently, eager to uncover the truth. Luobei, you are the second bloodline awakener of the Chu family. Grandfather always knew of your extraordinary talent. Grandfather, why do we possess this peculiar bloodline? Because we once belonged to a grand clan, a branch that originated from the upper realm. Upper realm? Indeed, the upper realm is the true realm of cultivation, while this is merely the mortal world. Then why are we unaware of this? Grandfather does not know either. It seems that issues arose within the upper realm family. leading to a dwindling number of our kin here in the mortal realm. I see. Well, let's not dwell on it. One day, when you reach my level, you may explore the ancestral land yourself. Is that agreeable? Are there secrets in the ancestral lands too? Chu Luobei awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feeling the weight of Chu Yuan's serious gaze. Enough said. Seek for yourself. I assure you, it will be of no benefit to you. Oh, and who is the other bloodline awakener? Alas, I shall not speak of it. They perished while journeying to the upper realm, Chu Yuan sighed. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo and Ziqing slowly emerged from the tent. The scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Lin Kuo inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing at the familiar, acrid odor. Having navigated the military for years, she was all too acquainted with its stench. Ziqing, upon hearing Lin Kuo's remark, also sniffed the air and frowned. Indeed, I can smell it now. What on earth is happening? And where is the young master? With hearts full of questions, the two hastened toward the edge of the camp. In the distance, they spotted several guards patrolling the area. Ziqing hurried a few steps forward and inquired, "Where is the young master?" Upon noticing Ziqing and Lin Kuo, the guards promptly bowed and greeted them in unison. "Young madam." "Miss Ziqing, quickly tell me, where's the young master?" Ziqing urged, sensing their hesitance. One guard, his face revealing distress, stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. "And Miss Ziqing, the young master, he—" At that moment, a light-hearted whistle echoed from nearby. Everyone turned their gaze to see Chu Luobei leisurely descending the mountain. "Young master." The guards released a collective sigh of relief, bowing in greeting. Lin Kuo observed the seemingly unscathed fool before her, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Where have you been? You made everyone worry." "Oh, the scenery up the mountain was splendid, so I went to enjoy it." "What's the matter?" Lin Kai faunted, schlichtly incredulous. "Report." A breathless guard arrived from distance. Bowing as he addressed, "Why, young master?" Chu Luobei shot him a glance, saying, "Speak properly." Oh, we found a corpse on the left side of the camp." "A corpse?" Lin Kuo suddenly comprehended. "Yes, well, young master, you should come with me to take a look," the guard hesitantly suggested. Chu Luobei slightly nodded and then followed the guard along with the others toward the direction he indicated. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon lifting their gaze, the first sight that met their eyes was a man clad in a black night outfit, lying quietly on the ground. This individual held a sharp, long knife, with a trace of blood still not fully dried at the corner of his mouth. As the crowd saw Chu Luobei's arrival, they respectfully bowed and collectively exclaimed, "Young master." At this moment, Lin Kuo gracefully stepped forward to examine the man on the ground closely. She gently lifted the man's eyelid and proceeded to inspect other parts of his body, executing a series of proficient and professional maneuvers before slowly standing up. However, her brows furrowed tightly, seemingly confronted with an exceedingly troublesome issue. Observing this closely, Chu Luobei narrowed his eyes and inquired in a deep voice, "What is the situation? Any discoveries?" Lin Kuo replied gravely, "This man has been dead for quite some time. The cause of death is attributed to a shattered heart." Upon hearing this conclusion, Chu Luobei's gaze sharpened instantly as he pressed further. "Is it merely a shattered heart? Not even a single scratch on the rest of his body?" Lin Kuo shook her head once more, her tone serious as she analyzed. "In my estimation, this man had already reached the realm of martial sovereign. Moreover, judging by his attire and the weapon he carried, he likely belonged to the Luo Network organization. To slay such an expert in such a peculiar manner, the assailant must undoubtedly possess unfathomable strength. From my observations, the killer must have exerted an incredibly powerful and ferocious force that directly shattered his heart, leading to the victim's demise before he could even react. This indicates that the assailant's mastery over their own power is remarkable, possibly reaching at least the level of martial king." Chu Luobei nodded, lost in thought, murmuring, "Is this the extent of grandfather's power? To take a life with but a thought? Chu Luobei, you should return to rest." "I will take the watch today," Lin Kuo stated earnestly. Chu Luobei smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "No, you are the young lady and must be protected. Come with me. I do not need sleep. Those years in the army have conditioned me to it. And besides, I will stand guard for greater safety. I want to hear of it." You are my young lady, and you must listen to me, or I shall run about," Chu Luobei declared, raising his chin proudly. Lin Kuka sighed, "Be serious. I want to hear of it. My apologies." Chu Luobei responded with a calm smile. Ziqing stepped forward, saying, "Young master, my realm is comparable to that of the young lady, and I am more suited to stand guard." Lin Kuer furrowed her brow, intending to refuse, when she noticed Chu Luobei nodding in agreement, saying, "Indeed, my Ziqing is quite remarkable. Lin Kae was momentarily rendered speechless." Her original intention was to have Chu Luobei accompany Ziqing, believing it would provide her some solace. To her dismay, Chu Luobei, that foolish boy, had latched onto Ziqing. Before Lin Kuer could react, Chu Luobei firmly grasped her delicate hand, striding purposefully toward the camp. At that moment, Ziqing and several other guards happened to witness this scene. Ziqing quietly observed their retreating figures, and a hint of subtle disappointment crept onto her previously serene face. She gently shook her head, as if silently lamenting something in her heart. Subsequently, she slowly crouched down to carefully collect the long sword beside the lifeless corpse, then led the guards away, resuming their patrol duties. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was the stroke of midnight. In the profound silence of the night, Chu Luobei stealthily emerged from his tent, keenly alert, his deep-set eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Young master, what are you up to?" Unbeknownst to him, Ziqing had appeared beside him, tilting her little head, her bright eyes wide with curiosity as she regarded Chu Luobei's series of perplexing actions. Chapter 66. The Apocalypse. Upon hearing the words, Chu Luobei's lips twitched slightly. He cleared his throat and feigned calmness with a couple of dry coughs, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He then awkwardly inquired, "Well, Ziqing, what brings you here?" Ziqing blinked, her eyes still brimming with confusion as she replied, "Of course. I am on guard, my lord. But what about you? Why are you sneaking out in the middle of the night instead of resting?" Chu Luobei momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, he stammered, I merely thought the night breeze was quite refreshing, so I wanted to enjoy it. Just pretend you didn't see me." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the place that filled him with discomfort. However, after taking only a few steps, Chu Luobei reluctantly halted and slowly turned around. He discovered that Ziqing was trailing closely behind him, looking as innocent as a shadow that could not be shaken off. Frowning slightly, he questioned her with mild annoyance. "Hey, what exactly do you want?" "My lord, the night can be perilous. I must accompany you. Otherwise, it is not peril, it is opportunity. Do not follow me, or I shall bully you. Do you hear?" Chu Luobei said sternly. Yet, his demeanor only caused Ziqing's mouth to twitch, resembling a foolish expression. "But my lord, no boots. I shall be fine. You stay here and guard Kuer and the others. Do you understand? I am leaving." Chu Luobei nodded and departed, and Ziqing indeed did not follow. Unbeknownst to both of them, Lin Kuer had emerged from the tent, watching as Chu Luobei ascended the mountain deep in thought. At the mountain summit, Chu Luobei arrived at the familiar cliff's edge. "Grandfather, was that corpse you're doing?" Chu Yuan gazed at the night sky with grandeur, responding, Crushing a martial master is quite simple." Chu Luobei shook his head and sat beside him, asking, "Grandfather, why have you summoned me here again? What do you wish for me to do?" With a slight smile, Chu Yuan replied, "Luobei, you are now half a step into the martial master realm. Allow your grandfather to witness your strength." How shall I demonstrate?" Following this, Chu Yuan stood and instructed, "Use all your might to attack me." Chu Lubinotet Apfimaisi, Etlamin, Anzai. He then grasped a nearby branch, strewn about haphazardly on the ground, clutching it as if it were a razor-sharp sword. With a powerful push of his legs, he sprang up like an arrow released from a bow, leaning slightly forward as he extended the branch before him, striking a valiant pose for battle. With a swift motion, Chu Luobei dashed forward, moving with the speed of lightning streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan stood calmly on the opposite side, a serene smile gracing his lips, as though everything was well within his control. As time ticked by, a quarter of an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chu Luobei was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He slowly approached the edge of the cliff and sat down with a heavy sigh. A look of deep distress etched upon his face. He mumbled, "Grandfather, I can hardly touch you at all." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the valley. Little Luo Bei, I heard from your third uncle that he hasn't imparted even a single sword technique to you. Has he?" Chu Luo Bei nodded gently in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, that is true. However, in previous encounters with enemies of my own level, I was still able to manage to hold my ground to some extent." Foolish child. That is merely because their levels are not superior to yours. It is your own profound inner strength that has allowed you to gain a slight upper hand in those skirmishes, creating a state of mutual balance. Little Luo Bai, do you know why, despite grandfather using only the strength of a martial artist at your level, you have yet to land even a scratch on me? Chu Luo Bei pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose it must be because you have accumulated vast combat experience through countless life and death battles over the years. You are not entirely mistaken, but you're only half right. While grandfather indeed possesses rich combat experience, the more crucial aspect lies in the precise control of power. That third uncle of yours, not only does he fail to teach you sword techniques, but he also neglects to impart the skill of controlling your strength. He deserves a good scolding. Chu Yuan chuckled. Control? Chu Luo Bei looked at his grandfather with a face full of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Well, Lil Luo Bei, do you know why a pebble can pierce a large tree, despite both having the same amount of force upon collision? Chu Yuan queried with a smile. Because the inherent power of the pebble is relatively small, and thus its effective range is quite limited. I understand now. The key lies in focus. Chu Luo Bei exclaimed in sudden realization. Exactly. It is about channeling your strength into a single point, and then, at the critical moment, releasing it explosively. This is the essence of a lethal strike. Just like, as Chu Yuan explained with a smile. He bent down to pick up the branch that Chu Luo Bei had dropped. Holding the branch in his right hand, he slowly raised his arm and then hurled it forcefully toward a massive rock not far away. Surprisingly, his movement appeared exceedingly slow, as though time itself had been stretched at that moment. When the branch made contact with the boulder, an astonishing silence enveloped the surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. But in the next second, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. At the point of impact between the branch and the stone, an incredibly powerful shockwave erupted. This wave surged forth like a tempestuous sea, sweeping everything in its path with relentless force. Astonishingly, that once indomitable boulder was penetrated by the force of the shockwave. Even more unbelievable was the fact that, apart from the impacted area, the rest of the rock remained wholly intact. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Luo Bei could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. If such a terrifying attack were to strike a human body, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. At this moment, Chu Yuan, with a benevolent expression, turned to Chu Luo Bei and encouraged him with a smile. My grandson, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try yourself? Hearing his grandfather's words, Chu Luo Bei took a deep breath and stood up. He quickly walked to the spot where the branch had fallen earlier, bent down, and picked it up once more, grasping the branch tightly in his hand. Chu Luo Bei closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. He murmured softly, converging to a point. If that is the case, then I shall give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Luo Bei suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. Immediately, he forcefully stomped his right foot against the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the massive stone. Whoosh! Bang! In an instant, the stone shattered. Feeling a bit dejected, Chu Luo Bei remarked, Grandfather, it seems I haven't learned anything? The essence lies in practice. There is no need to rush. His grandfather replied, I understand, grandfather. Then the two sat beside the tree, and Chu Yuan asked, Do you know how to unleash the power of your bloodline? I do not. Chu Luo Bei responded, puzzled, for it seemed that this bloodline power could only be unleashed in moments of life and death. Alas, Zhu Juan sighed. I do not have control over that bloodline power either. Grandfather, who exactly was that elder? Why do you seem so regretful? He was my younger brother, named Chu Xingzhou. He perished at the hands of those from the upper realm when the path of enlightenment was opened. Alas, upper realm? What is the path of enlightenment? Chu Luobei inquired, for what he had read in books seemed to differ from what his grandfather had spoken about, describing it as a path of redemption for the world. Redemption? Haha, not at all. It is an invasion, a race incursion indeed. The so-called path of enlightenment refers to the fact that every 50 years, the upper realm opens a passage between the two worlds using a teleportation array. On that day, dozens of brilliant lights shine upon the earth, and the prodigies of the upper realm, along with some of their kin, come here to take root. 3 years later, they return to the upper realm, providing those prodigies with an opportunity for tempering. After all, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, everyone can only attain the rank of martial king. If they encounter individuals of notable talent, they may bring them back to the upper realm for cultivation. Thus, this is merely the path of enlightenment for others, but for the ordinary populace, it is a heavenly tribulation. Each time they descend, it sends the world into turmoil. Chu Yuan declared, his voice filled with fierce intensity. Chapter 67 has unfolded over many years. So it turns out, grandfather, how much longer until the day of reckoning arrives? 2 years. Back then, grandfather lacked the power to prevent Xingzhou's demise, feeling utterly defenseless. Now, however, it is different. Grandfather will ensure your safety. Chu Yuan said with a faint smile, a smile tinged with the bittersweet memories of the past. Chu Luobei also smiled, declaring that in 2 years, he would catch up to those prodigies and avenge his grandfather. Ha ha ha, splendid. Little Luobei, you must strive hard. Indeed, as Chu Luobei observed the transition in Chu Yuan's expression from a forced smile to one of relief, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Luobei, truth be told, grandfather still believes that you are not suited for swordsmanship. Why is that, grandfather? Your bloodline grants you immense talent, yet that is merely a fraction of its power. The primary function of your bloodline is amplification. It enhances strength, speed, and comprehension. Wielding a sword would be a waste. If you were to use your fists, you could fully harness this strength. Chu Yuan explained with a smile. With fists? Yes, fists. Grandfather possesses no bloodline power. In fact, this was something Xingzhou conveyed to me before his passing, a lesson I shall never forget. Grandson, should you wish to practice swordsmanship, it is entirely your choice. Chu Yuan's eyes brimmed with hope, yearning for Chu Luobei to embrace the art of boxing. Unaware of his grandfather's intentions, Chu Luobei replied, "Then I shall practice boxing, especially since my third uncle has not taught me any sword techniques, only internal martial arts. Surely, it will be easy for me to learn boxing." Chu Yuan's laughter resonated with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Luobei, your presence is a blessing to our family." Chu Luobei remained silent, harboring a tinge of regret. He had always preferred swordsmanship, yet witnessing his grandfather's elation made him ponder the significance of the distinction between the two disciplines. Luobei, boxing is the foundation of strength. Now, grandfather will impart to you a set of boxing techniques known as Sanglongjin. I acquired it from the hands of the barbarian tribes. It is formidable and well suited for you. Good. Chu Luobei nodded, finally prepared to cultivate martial skills. Indeed, after more than a decade, Chu Yunxiao, the young master, is on the brink of success. Ha ha, Chu Yuan said, "Grandson, listen carefully to what I am about to impart. Can you do that?" Chu Luobei nodded, recalling his past genius. Memorizing was quite simple for him. Very well. Pay heed, for grandfather will only recite this once. Sanglongjin, observe the wolf's gait. Cultivate its nature, embody its form, swallow the moon, sharpen your claws and teeth, unite the wolf's spirit, hone in actual combat, and persevere. For only then will true mastery be revealed. Now is a propitious moment during the full moon, Chu Yuan declared with a smile. Indeed, Chu Luobei immediately entered a meditative state, embarking on genuine cultivation. The eastern horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. At that moment, Chu Luobei languidly opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Chu Yuan, who stood vigilant at his side, and softly remarked, "Grandfather, dawn has arrived." Chu Yuan nodded slightly in agreement and gently responded, "Yes, the day has broken. It is time for grandfather to depart." Hearing this, Chu Luobei felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly inquired, "Grandfather, where are you going?" Chu Yuan gazed into the distance, a flicker of determination in his eyes, as he replied, "Grandfather must make a journey to the southern town pass. Once little Luobei concludes his ancestral rites, there shall be no need to return to Kyoto." "What?" Chu Luobei exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a decision. "Why is that?" Chu Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Chu Luobei's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "My child, venturing into the world will greatly benefit your cultivation. Only through enduring storms and encountering various people and events can you elevate your prowess to new heights." With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Luobei anxiously inquired, "But how long must I be away? If I do not return, will there be?" Chu Yuan scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. "Does a member of the Chu family require the concern of the Emperor Suyo to come home? Rest assured, with your father and the others in Kyoto, no mishap shall befall you. However, they may indeed search for your whereabouts." Chu Luobei exhaled softly in relief, but pressed on, "All right, then how many years must I wander?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan solemnly advised, "The time is yours to determine, yet you must remember to return for the moment of Tianqi in 2 years. Do not forget, understand?" Chu Luobei nodded vigorously, replying, "Understood, grandfather." Chu Yuan smiled contentedly and jested, Well, our conversation has stretched through the entire night. Your little wife at home must be quite anxious. Hurry back." With that, Chu Yuan waved his hand, signaling Chu Luobei to depart. "Oh, grandfather, shall we meet in Luobei City?" "Indeed, I shall await you." "All right." Chu Luobei responded with excitement, his voice bright and clear. He quickly adjusted his attire and descended the mountain with a buoyant step, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if the world had transformed into a realm of beauty. Chu Yuan stood quietly, his gaze following Chu Luobei until he gradually vanished from sight. Only then did he slowly retract his gaze, murmuring to himself, 2 years. I must swiftly seize Haowu Tianxia, or else. What shall we use to fend off those predatory foes? Wouldn't you agree, third brother? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow emerged silently from the depths of the dense forest. It was Chu Yunxiao, donning a black mask and clad in dark garments, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Upon reaching Chu Yuan's side, Chu Yunxiao halted, also gazing in the direction where Chu Luobei had departed, and asked, "Father, must we truly hasten our pace?" Chu Yuan nodded slightly in affirmation, "Yes." Upon receiving his father's confirmation, Chu Yunxiao furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. "However, the Wang of Langya resides in Kyoto. Even if we wish to act swiftly, we may need to tread carefully." Chu Yuan, however, laughed heartily and reassured him, "No need for concern. The Emperor Suyo has indeed betrothed that little girl to my grandson, which signifies that the Wang of Langya has become a mere pawn under our influence. Given sufficient time, he shall naturally align with our cause. Even if he refuses to submit to us, it will not hinder our plans. After all, his daughter is destined to become a princess, which makes this deal advantageous for him." With that, Chu Yuan burst into hearty laughter. Emperor Xu calculated well, yet he did not foresee that Xiao Luobei would endure for more than a decade solely for this moment. "Now my grandson is set to traverse the world. You must prepare accordingly." "Understood, father. I have already sent word to the second and eldest brothers, letting them know that it is time to celebrate the new year within the clan. As for Lin Kur, she should remain in Luobei City for now." With that, Chu Yunxiao was about to depart when he was halted by Chu Yuan. "Yunxiao?" Chapter 68. The Divine Sword Sect. "In truth, my son, I have long wished to convey to you that you are ill-suited for the court. Your rightful place lies within the martial world. For the constraints of the imperial court hinder your true potential." Chu Yunxiao paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Father, a man should roam the 4 corners of the earth, Home is of utmost importance. I shall dedicate myself to this family, and it matters not. Chu Yuan closed his eyes and said, "Very well, should you accomplish this task, you may go. But do not return home without achieving something noteworthy. Rest assured, my sword shall accompany me." Chu Yanshao grinned and departed. Chu Yuan murmured to himself, "I feel for you. You are truly a prodigy in martial arts. It matters not when you return, for my child has always been extraordinary." Down the mountain, Chu Luobei returned to the tent as stealthily as a nimble cat. He believed he had entered unnoticed, yet upon stepping inside, he found Lin Ke quietly seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. Noticing this, Chu Luobei's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, Lin Ke, as if sensing his presence, lifted her gaze with a faint smile, directing her attention toward him. "Oh, what brings you up so early today?" she teased. Taken aback, Chu Luobei quickly donned a serious expression, scratching the back of his head and chuckling awkwardly. "Ah? Ha ha! Yes, an early rise invigorates the spirit." "Umph." Lin Ke huffed, clearly unimpressed by his response. She tossed the book at him and, with a hint of irritation, demanded quickly, "Tell me, where on earth did you go so early?" Faced with her inquiry, Chu Luobei felt a wave of embarrassment. He scratched his head and mumbled, I went up the mountain to watch the sunrise." He carefully observed Lin Ke's reaction. "Umph, but it is getting late. Let's tidy up and prepare to depart," Lin Ke said, not dwelling on the matter further. She stood, gently patted Chu Luobei's shoulder, and strode out of the tent. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Luobei exhaled a sigh of relief. He then collapsed onto the bed, shutting his eyes to enjoy a moment of rest. After about an hour, the entire group finally set off. They journeyed tirelessly, and upon reaching Jingzhou City, following Chu Luobei's guidance, several members chose to take a detour, avoiding the city altogether. As Chu Luobei put it, engaging with the denizens of the city was merely a waste of breath and utterly exhausting. Due to the swift pace of their journey, they arrived at Qiushui Pass just as night fell, mere kilometers from Luobei City. As they entered the city gates, a throng of officials from Qiushui Pass rushed forth to greet them. Here, one could be a high-ranking official from the capital. However, despite such a distinguished status, it is an undeniable truth that the lord of the city would not personally extend the honor of a welcome. The reason for this is none other than Chu Luobei, or more aptly, the prestigious identity he embodies. He is the legitimate grandson of the esteemed Duke of Northern Town. We warmly welcomed the young general to Qiushui Pass. The lord of the city beamed widely, bowing in deference to the approaching Chu Luobei from afar. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chu Luobei replied modestly, "I apologize for the intrusion this visit may cause." "Ha ha!" The lord of the city laughed heartily, extending a warm invitation. "Young general and esteemed guests, please come forth. I have already arranged a sumptuous feast to honor you all." Just as Lin Ke was about to politely decline, Chu Luobei interjected, "That sounds splendid. Thank you for your kind intentions. Please lead the way." With that, the group entered the city in grand procession, making their way towards the Lord's residence. Before long, they arrived at the Lord's manor. Subsequently, an array of delectable dishes was presented upon the table. Gazing at the lavish spread of exquisite delicacies, Lin Ke couldn't help but furrow her brow. For warriors like them, who had long been accustomed to the rigors of battle, such seemingly festive yet ultimately tedious gatherings held little appeal, stirring a sense of inner resistance. At that moment, Chu Luobei leaned closer to Lin Ke and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is Qiushui Pass, and it lies within my grandfather's sphere of influence. Having traveled such a distance, I am certain everyone is quite famished. If we were to refuse now, would it not be a disservice to their good intentions?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Ke nodded in agreement, realizing that Chu Luobei was correct. Refusing to partake might indeed tarnish the Duke of Northern Town's reputation. As night deepened, a slightly inebriated Chu Luobei was assisted by Xiang Zizai to his quarters for rest, while Lin Ke retired to sleep alongside Ziqing. "You see, young general, this wine is a specialty of Qiushui Pass. Qiushui brew," Xiang Zizai chuckled. By this time, Chu Luobei had entered his room. his previous drunken state replaced by a slight flush on his face, his spirits remarkably clear. He quietly inquired, "Xiang Zizai, do you know the location of Jianwang Mountain?" Xiang Zizai paused for a moment, then quickly realized. He had heard tales of Chu Luobei's reputation as a dandy, yet during the marriage ceremony, he had boldly compelled the Shiliang delegation to yield, showcasing remarkable courage. Coupled with Chu Luobei's current demeanor, Xiang Zizai understood. This was a display of hidden prowess. Xiang Zizai promptly adopted a serious tone. "Young general, to the east of Qiu Shui Pass lies the highest peak, known as Jianwang Mountain, which houses a sect called the Divine Sword Sect. They are not to be trifled with." "The Divine Sword Sect? It matters not. I intend to venture out now. Keep your lips sealed, understood?" Xiang Zizai eagerly nodded in compliance. Yes, I shall personally ensure that the young general rests well." A slight smile danced on Chu Luobei's lips, so? How considerate. Upon this realization, Chu Luobei shed his outer garments, donning a suit of nocturnal attire and a fox mask, vanishing from sight. This maneuver left Xiang Zizai astounded, prompting a wry smile as he reflected on the common adage that the young general of Kyoto harbors three passions: beauty, wealth, and indulgence, yet possesses three shortcomings: martial prowess, this and that. Nevertheless, Xiang seemed to grasp the essence of it, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, atop Sword King Mountain, Chu Luobei, clad in a flowing black robe, advanced with steady strides, wielding a shimmering long sword as he ascended the winding path. The trail meandered through towering ancient trees, exuding an air of tranquility and mystery. However, as he reached the mountainside, several figures suddenly emerged, obstructing his passage. Chapter 69. The sword retrieval. Before them stood a leader of the cultivators, his eyes wide with fury as he thundered. "Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the Divine Sword Sect?" A slight smirk graced the lips of Chu Luobei, who responded with a tone of disdain. "Humph. Sword King Mountain, Divine Sword Sect. I've come today on behalf of another to retrieve a sword. Summon your sect leader forthwith." With a flourish, he flung a delicate, curved blade like a shooting star towards the cultivators opposite him, declaring, "This is the token. Take it to your leader for examination." The cultivators, initially taken aback, exchanged glances for a few brief moments. After a slight hesitation, two of them resolved to ascend the mountain and report this matter to their sect leader, while the others remained, their gazes firmly fixed on Chu Luobei, wary of any lapse in attention. This caution was warranted. Chu Luobei's movements were elusive, and his masked visage obscured his true identity and intentions. In such circumstances, they could not afford to be complacent, should he be a formidable adversary seeking trouble. A moment's carelessness could plunge the entire Divine Sword Sect into peril. Meanwhile, within a magnificent palace of the Divine Sword Sect, a group of venerable elders, their hair as white as snow and exuding an ethereal aura, were engaged in serious deliberation. Suddenly, the two cultivators dispatched to deliver the news burst into the hall in a flurry, eliciting discontented glances from the assembled elders. One esteemed elder, his brow furrowed, reproached them sternly. "What manner of haste is this? What has transpired?" The cultivators, their expressions grave, hastily knelt on one knee, respectfully directing their gaze towards the middle-aged man standing aloft, and in unison, they reported, "Respected sect leader, there's a man clad in black at the mountainside, claiming to have come for the sword, as per an agreement. Here is the token." With urgency, one of them presented the curved blade. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged startled looks, and then, as if compelled by an unseen force, turned their attention to the sect leader. The leader's brow furrowed in contemplation, and after a moment's thought, he announced, "I shall investigate this matter personally. Let's adjourn today's gathering." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before Chu Luobei. The cultivators who had been watching from the mountainside quickly bowed and called out, "Sect leader." Chu Luobei felt a sudden jolt of alarm, heightening his vigilance. The presence before him was ethereal, elusive, and most astonishingly, devoid of any discernible internal energy fluctuations. Based on his experience, It was highly probable that this individual had attained the realm of a martial king. "Please, proceed up the mountain. I wish to have a word with this young brother," the sect leader said with a gentle smile, softly instructing them. "Yes." The disciples responded in unison before swiftly departing. Once they were out of earshot, the sect leader turned back to Chu Luobei and remarked, "Young brother, you have come to retrieve a sword on behalf of another?" Chu Luobei furrowed his brow tightly, gazing intently at the other party, and responded with unwavering conviction, "Naturally. Ha! There's no need to be anxious, Ling Jian Exine Hen, I shall grant it to you, but I fear that you may find it difficult to wield." The master of the divine sword sect chuckled. "Why? Ling Jian possesses a spirit. Should that esteemed individual intervene, I would have no objections. However, my young brother is merely half a step into the martial sovereign realm and may risk injury to his foundation. Hence, do you still dare now?" Chuobi frowned slightly and said, "Oh, let me see how it is done before making a decision." The master of the divine sword sect smiled calmly and replied, "Please." Subsequently, they refrained from discussing any unrelated topics and brought forth the curved blade, a symbol of their future lack of connection, rendering unnecessary any further discourse. The crowd looked on, eyes wide, as the sect master led the mysterious figure clad in black into the enigmatic and solemn sword valley. This action instantly captured the attention of numerous elders and disciples, who huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. At that moment, several venerable elders emerged from the grand black hall, gazing at the unfolding spectacle with a resigned shake of their heads. One of them, filled with concern, remarked, "Are we truly to surrender such a treasure so easily? Our divine sword sect does possess some standing, after all." Another elder, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, retorted, "Standing? What does it amount to compare to that clan?" The sect master's decision is indeed sagacious. Allowing that young man to attempt to obtain it himself means we bear no responsibility should he fail. Ha ha! Just then, someone suddenly mentioned the impending arrival of the path of revelation, their tone laden with sentiment. It is said that the path of revelation will soon descend upon the world. At such a critical juncture, it is indeed unwise to create enmities with other factions. What a pity, though, as this could very well be the finest spirit sword on the entire continent. Turning their gaze to the Sword Valley, Chobi remained silent, yet his heart was profoundly shaken, rendering him speechless. His eyes widened as he surveyed the surroundings, marveling inwardly. The depth of the divine sword sect's heritage is astonishing beyond imagination. As they finally arrived at the legendary destination, the master of the divine sword sect gradually halted his steady pace, then turned to regard the eagerly expectant Chuobi with a gentle gaze. Lowering his voice slightly, he softly said, "Young brother, this is the place. Look just ahead." Chuluobi followed the masters and raised his head, instantly rendered speechless by the extraordinary sight before him. Suspended in the air was a sword, firmly bound by several robust chains that shimmered with mysterious light. The sword radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, ethereal and dreamlike, as if it were not of this world, but rather a divine artifact from the celestial realm. Upon closer inspection, the sword's blade appeared to be meticulously crafted from numerous rare gemstones, with craftsmanship so exquisite it was breathtaking, nearly leaving one gasping for air. "Young brother, this unparalleled treasure is known as Exine. Although I permitted you to attempt to master it, do bear in mind that this sword is a treasure of spiritual connection, possessing powers beyond imagination. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution," the master of the divine sword sect solemnly advised. Chu Luobei nodded vigorously, signifying his understanding of the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, he took a deep breath, channeling his entire spiritual energy, and ascended with the grace of a bird, landing steadily upon the sturdy chains. However, as soon as he stabilized his position, he was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure. Those vibrant rays of light seemed almost tangible, pressing down upon his form and rendering his breath increasingly labored. This peculiar phenomenon left Chu Luobei in a state of profound astonishment. Chapter 70. The Celestial Wolf Army blocks the path with gritted teeth. Chu Luobei resolved to act without hesitation. extending his right hand to firmly grasp the hilt of the heart-marked sword. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, rather than the anticipated intense repulsion. A gentle energy flowed ceaselessly from the sword's core, akin to a warm spring breeze caressing his meridians and limbs, swiftly merging into his being. The master of the divine sword sect, who had been closely observing this scene from below, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. How could this possibly proceed so smoothly? It was utterly unreasonable, he murmured to himself, his face a canvas of incredulity. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chu Luobei perceptibly realized that he could now draw the sword. Thus, he exerted a bit more strength, gripping the hilt steadily and gently. With a swift motion, the spiritual sword emerged. Chu Luobei gazed at the ethereal blade in his hand, noting its translucent clarity, adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed to pulsate with boundless arcane power. Elated beyond measure, he could not suppress his exuberant shout. What a splendid spiritual sword! Heartmark. Just as the words left his lips, he leaped forward, initially apprehensive that the master of the divine sword sect might renege on his word. Chu Luobei was astonished to see the man approaching him with a beaming smile, exuding an air of sycophancy. Young friend, your innate talent is truly remarkable. To have this spiritual sword voluntarily acknowledge its master is indeed a cause for celebration. May I inquire from whom you have received your teachings? Observing this sudden transformation, Chu Luobei's lips twitched slightly. Just a moment ago, the sect leader had appeared stern and serious. How had he so quickly devolved into such flattery? Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he steeled himself to continue the charade. Ahem, thank you, esteemed master. I am indeed a disciple of that illustrious figure. My purpose in visiting your esteemed sect to retrieve this sword is to fulfill my master's directive to present it to my senior sister. He silently prayed that he would not inadvertently reveal the truth. However, an even more intriguing development unfolded. Upon hearing Chu Luobei's words, the sect leader paused momentarily, then, as if a light had dawned upon him, nodded in understanding and smiled. Ah, so that is the case. I presume a certain individual from the capital must be your senior sister. No wonder. He then sighed regretfully, shaking his head. It is a pity that now this spiritual sword has acknowledged you as its master. It may prove challenging to bestow it upon another. No matter. Chu Luobei retorted coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. I shall find a way to address this matter. May I inquire if I can take this sword with me now? Of course, young friend. Please do. And kindly convey to that esteemed individual that our divine sword mountain has no intention of reneging on our agreement. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement before departing. At the foot of the mountain, he removed his fox mask, furrowing his brow in confusion. Divine Sword Mountain? Is it not Divine Sword Sect? Surely, the sect leader could not have misread the name, could it be? Chu Luobei turned his gaze back to the towering mountains and furrowed his brow, contemplating the complexity of the situation. It seemed that the master of Shiliang was indeed a figure from the upper realm, and the divine sword sect likely belonged to that same echelon. Moreover, the lineage of the Shiliang master appeared to hold significant stature in the upper realm, as evidenced by the divine sword sect's eagerness to curry favor with them. Suddenly, Chu Luobei recalled that the person most familiar with this place was none other than Xiang Zizai, the lord of Qiushui Pass. An idea struck him, and he took flight with his sword. At that moment, Xiang Zizai was in his study, engrossed in writing what seemed to be a letter to the esteemed Marquis. Oh no, let me start over, he muttered. A letter to the Lord of Zhenbei, perhaps? No, that is too vague, lacking warmth. Let us try. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Xiang Zizai hastily tidied up and opened the door, only to be startled by the sight of Chu Luobei, clad in black with a fox mask and holding a sword. He nearly shouted assassin, but was silenced by Chu Luobei, who stepped inside and looked at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Realizing who it was, Xiang Zizai chuckled. It's just the young Marquis, the general. You've returned quite early. Chu Luobei, exasperated, retorted, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Afterward, Chu Luobei took a seat and placed his sword on the table. "What do you know about the Divine Sword sect?" he inquired. Xiang Zizai paused for a moment before responding. "Did the general get into trouble with them?" "No witties. They wouldn't dare come after you." "That S nodded. "Wait, this sword has something to do with it." Xiang Zizai then noticed the sword on the table, recognizing it was clearly not the iron sword Chuobi had previously wielded. He gasped, "Could it be, General, that this is the Divine Sword Sect's treasured spirit sword? Heartmark? Indeed impressive. It seems you've inherited the luck and boldness of the Lord of Zhenbei." Chuobi dismissed. "Stop flattering me. This sword was fetched for someone else. Now answer my question." He was bewildered by how Xiang Zizai had managed to become the Lord with such a naive demeanor. "Oh, about the Divine Sword sect, I don't know much. Just that they appear to be from the upper realm." "Are you familiar with that realm?" "Yes, continue." "Well, in the upper realm, there are these sword-bearing individuals, part of a force called Divine Sword Mountain, and they seem quite formidable." "Is there more?" "Also, the leader of the Divine Sword sect is merely a martial king. They wouldn't dare trouble you, General." He. Chuobi felt an overwhelming urge to slap this fellow. All he did was flaunt himself. Rising, he grasped the heartmark sword and declared, "I'm going to sleep. You seal your lips." "Understood, General." With a loud slam of the door, Xiang Zizai leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I know how to write it now. This is perfect military merit. Thank you, General." He then resumed his writing fervently on the letterhead, "To the Honorable Marquis, General, valiantly seizing the Divine Sword." Chuobi slowly returned to his chamber, gently placing the heart-marked sword on the table. He gazed intently at the enigmatic heart scar, as if attempting to penetrate its exterior to unveil the power and secrets it harbored. After a considerable time, Chuobi let out a deep sigh, murmuring to himself, "What a pity. Had I chosen the path of swordsmanship, perhaps this heart scar would have been perfectly suited for me." His words betrayed a hint of regret and helplessness. At that moment, the previously still heart scar seemed to sense Chuobi's thoughts and suddenly became restless. It whirled through the air, circling around him incessantly, akin to an anxious child fearful of abandonment. Observing this, Chuobi furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand in irritation. He then turned and sat down slowly on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, eyes closed, entering a state of meditation. The encounter with the heart scar today had sparked some profound insights within him, and he pondered whether these revelations might aid him in breaking through his current limitations and ascending to the realm of martial sovereigns. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Chuobi's face. He stealthily led his team out of the city, hastily packing their belongings and ensuring their departure from the camp went unnoticed. Just as they neared the city gates, a voice called out from behind, "General, wait for me." However, Chuobi did not look back, quickening his pace and offering no chance for a response. Zizai, panting, managed to catch up to the city wall, watching helplessly as Chuobi and his party receded into the distance. He shook his head in resignation and shouted, "Please send my regards to Lord Ho, General." His voice echoed across the desolate fields, but the only reply was the dust raised by the galloping hooves. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays blazing down upon the earth. At this moment, there remained a considerable distance to Luobai City. The party led by Chuobi proceeded slowly when suddenly, he keenly sensed something amiss ahead. A squad of fully armed cavalry, all wearing masks and clad in light armor, appeared in the center of the road, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Chuobi commanded the reins to halt, signaling his team to stop. He squinted, scrutinizing the attire and equipment of the opposing force. After a brief moment, a chill ran through him, and he exclaimed, "This is the Tianlang army. What do they possibly want?" Lin Ku'er peered out of the window, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 71. Are you tough enough? Zicheng whispered, "This is the celestial wolf army of the north. It surpasses the wind-breaking army of the Wang family, doesn't it?" Lin Ku'er furrowed her brow slightly, biting her lip, lost in contemplation. Indeed, the formidable equipment of this army and the chilling aura born from countless battles were truly more intimidating than that of the wind-breaking army. The general at the forefront, with piercing eyes, fixed his gaze intently on Chu Luobei, as though attempting to see through him. After a considerable pause, the general finally waved his hand, signaling all personnel to dismount. He then led his soldiers in kneeling on one knee, clasping their fists in salute, and declared in a booming voice, "Celestial Wolf Army, for 100th Cavalry Regiment, General Liu Yi, along with my cavalrymen, pays respects to the young Marquis." Seeing this, Chu Luobei did not dare to be negligent. He promptly dismounted and hurried forward, supporting Liu Yi with both hands, smiling as he said, "Please rise. There is no need for such formalities." Liu Yi nodded slightly in gratitude and then stood up. The other soldiers followed suit, rising in unison. This synchronized action showcased the remarkable discipline and absolute obedience of the army. Even Chu Luobei found himself secretly admiring the scene, feeling an urge to commend them. At that moment, however, Chu Luobei deliberately adopted a proud demeanor, raising his chin and asking, "What is going on here? Why do you all wait for me?" Standing beside him, Lin Kuer could not help but roll her eyes, inwardly thinking, this guy has such a high opinion of himself, always seeking to embellish his own image. Liu Yi leaned closer and quietly said in Chu Luobei's ear, "Young Marquis, to be frank, we have come because the elder of the Chu clan wishes to see you. Please accompany us." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's brow furrowed slightly, as if taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Since the elder has summoned me, I shall naturally comply." He turned to survey his own troops, then spoke calmly, "You shall proceed to Luobei City first. I will accompany them to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuer frowned slightly, a look of confusion on her face as she hurriedly inquired, "Where exactly are you going?" Chu Luobei mounted his horse with a graceful motion, and after a brief pause, he answered nonchalantly, "I am merely going to see my family. You may return to Luobei City for now." As soon as he finished speaking, the cavalry regiment surged forward like arrows released from a bow, swiftly vanishing from sight. Watching the retreating figures of the cavalry, Ziqing turned to Lin Kuer with curiosity and softly asked, "What shall we do now?" Lin Kuer, with a resigned gesture, replied, "What else can we do? Naturally, we should head to Luobei City as well." At this moment, the cavalry had successfully arrived at the foot of Qianlong Mountain, located in Luobei City. This mountain is one of the most renowned ranges in Luobei, its majestic and perilous peaks shrouded in mist, imparting an aura of mystery. Upon reaching their destination, everyone dismounted their horses. At that juncture, Liu Yi, wearing a smile, approached Chu Luobei and remarked, "Young lord, from here on, you must continue alone. That esteemed gentleman awaits you atop the mountain." Chu Luobei graciously acknowledged Liu Yi and the other brothers with a bow, promising, "I'm deeply grateful for your escort. Once we return to Luobei City, I shall invite you all to a grand feast at Banshan for merriment and revelry." Upon hearing this, radiant smiles blossomed on the faces of the crowd. Liu Yi shook his head and saluted, saying, "Young lord, safe travels." With that, Chu Luobei, clad in resplendent garments, ascended the path. As Liu Yi observed his departure, a smile crept across his face, reminiscent of the former lord, and he cheerfully encouraged, "Go forth." He then mounted his horse and rode away. On the mountainside, Chu Luobei felt somewhat speechless, pondering why everyone favored conversing at the summit. Suddenly, he was jolted by a thought and turned to gaze at a towering tree nearby. There, he spotted a man slightly older than himself, casually perched on a robust branch, a tuft of grass hanging from his mouth. Strangely, Chu Luobei had been completely oblivious to this man's presence until now. Instantly, Chu Luobei's expression shifted to one of gravity, laced with a deep-seated wariness. This individual had managed to approach without a sound, indicating a formidable strength beyond comprehension. The man smirked, a hint of disdain playing on his lips, and spoke, "You're the grandson of my esteemed grandfather, Chu Luobei?" Chu Luobei returned the smile, but internally pondered the audacity of this stranger. "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire your identity?" "Huh, merely a martial artist, nothing more." The man scoffed lightly. "So what? Pray tell, who are you?" "Chu Lubi Zito Defianti." In an instant, the man darted forward, descending from the tree with the grace of a bird, and stood confidently before Chu Luobei, declaring, "I am Chu Linghao. By kinship, you should address me as elder brother." "Elder brother?" Chu Luobei queried. "But may I ask why you have obstructed my path today?" "Ah, the bloodline of the Chu family is mysterious and potent. I have come today to discern the nature of your bloodline power." Chu Linghao laughed heartily, surveying Chu Luobei with unabashed scrutiny. In response, Chu Luobei gently shook his head, stating, "I apologize, but I do not actively invoke the power of my bloodline. Fear not, for the bloodline power of the Chu family will manifest when faced with life and death peril." Chu Linghao proclaimed confidently, arms crossed. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Luobei inquired, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you can withstand a beating?" As Chu Luobei was about to speak, Chu Linghao unleashed a surge of martial prowess, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch. Chu Luobei was taken aback. It was the Canglong fist. He retaliated with a punch of his own, and with a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the nearby trees to splinter. Chu Linghao stood there unscathed, while Chu Luobei frowned, feeling the numbness in his fist as it trembled. Chu Linghao praised the impressive punch, which had managed to withstand a formidable strike from a martial master. Chu Luobei shot him a glance, realizing the latter enjoyed boasting about himself. "Ha ha, the space here is limited. Follow me," Chu Linghao said with a nonchalant smile. Chu Lubi, exasperated, retorted, "I won't play with you anymore. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Move aside. Do you know why the elders tacitly allowed me to spar with you on the hillside?" Chu Linghao inquired, furrowing his brow. Chu Luobei replied, "They want to watch." "Shall we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Luobei acquiesced. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at an expansive grassy field. "My martial intent is the sword intent of mountains and seas. Today is merely a friendly spar, so I shall get my all," Chu Linghao declared with a hint of pride. "Is all this chatter necessary?" Chu Luobei quipped, his lips curling into a slight smirk. "What does it have to do with a sparring match versus a life-and-death battle? Ha, here it comes. Dispersing Sword Chi." Chapter 72, Breaking Boundaries, Martial Sovereign. In that fleeting moment, an incredibly fierce sword energy surged forth, infused with the essence of nature, as if it had merged with the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Chu Luobei's figure flickered as he executed an exquisite lightness skill, evading the attack with a deft sidestep. He had initially held a firm belief that he had successfully dodged the strike, only to be taken aback when, in the next instant, the seemingly dissipated sword energy abruptly altered its trajectory, hauntingly darting towards him once more. A surge of panic coursed through Chu Luobei's mind. In a flurry, he gathered all his internal energy and launched a punch, attempting to shatter the bizarre sword energy. Yet, despite his utmost effort, he found himself unable to withstand the formidable onslaught. With a muffled thud, Chu Luobei was sent sprawling, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling far away. Finally, he knelt on one knee, one hand pressed tightly against his chest, his complexion as pale as parchment. However, the battle was far from over. Chu Linghao, wielding a wooden staff, rushed forth like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Chu Luobei hastily picked up a stick from the ground, channeling his internal energy into it in a bid to counter his adversary's attack. Meanwhile, the sword energy periodically crashed against the earth, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Throughout this confrontation, Chu Luobei remained at a disadvantage, relentlessly suppressed by Chu Linghao. It was evident that Chu Linghao had yet to unleash his full power. The ease with which he handled the fight rendered Chu Luobei incapable of mounting a defense. This exemplified the vast chasm between a practitioner of profound intent and an ordinary martial artist. With a sudden misstep, Chu Luobei was struck again by the sword energy in the chest, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, staining the grass beneath him crimson. His eyes widened in fury as he shouted at Chu Linghao, "You dare to be serious?" Yet, Chu Linghao remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, When have I ever said I wouldn't be earnest? Behold, this is the sword intent of the mountains and seas that belongs to me, your elder brother. As his voice trailed off, a fierce wind swept through, the surrounding gales swirling chaotically. Chu Linghao rested his left hand upon his chest, his gaze cold, declaring, "Sword of the way, arise." In that instant, the raging wind coalesced into an enormous sword, hovering ominously above him. Chu Linghao threw back his head and laughed heartily, addressing his younger cousin below. "Prepare to receive my blow, dear cousin. Descend." With the words, the colossal sword, forged from the wind, plummeted towards Chu Luobei like a mountain crashing down. The tremendous storm it generated resembled a ferocious beast, baring its fangs as it lunged at Chu Luobei. The overwhelming pressure pinned him firmly to the ground, making him feel as though an immense mountain had descended upon him, rendering his struggles futile. In that moment, Chu Luobei once again acutely sensed the impending specter of death. A profound sense of helplessness filled him with despair, and he could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, Chu Linghao, witnessing this scene, bore a triumphant smile, softly murmuring, "Here it comes." Suddenly, the once immobilized Chu Luobei erupted like a raging beast. His eyes turned crimson as blood, exuding waves of scarlet aura around him. His presence surged to an astonishing degree. This was the unique bloodline power of the Chu family. At the brink of life and death, Chu Luobei finally awakened the latent strength buried deep within him. Despite the immense pressure of the fierce winds, he gradually straightened his posture, his gaze fixated intently on the colossal sword, penetrating through its body to perceive the swirling blue energy within. The energy danced like nimble fish, weaving through the mighty blade. Gazing at this azure energy, Chu Luobei murmured, "Is this the essence of intent? So this is how it is." His eyes brimmed with fierce determination as the giant's sword descended. Chu Linghao was startled, believing Chu Luobei would evade the impending strike, thinking, "This is my sword of intent. It will tear you apart." Yet in the next moment, Chu Luobei planted his feet firmly on the ground and astonishingly grasped the approaching giant sword with his bare hands. He felt no pain, even as his flesh was cleaved between the sword's edges, his blood and sinew frantically reconstituting. During this ordeal, his aura visibly intensified. In a moment of fervor, Chu Luobei let out a roar, using his mortal form to forcefully push the giant sword aside. Roar! Though his hands were stained with blood, they remained unscathed. Looking at Chu Linghao, a slight smile played on his lips as he declared, "Let me test my current strength." With a burst of speed, he charged forward with a punch. Chu Linghao, taken aback, attempted to evade, but Chu Luobei's velocity was too great. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Chu Linghao's abdomen, causing him to spit blood and be forced back several paces. His eyes sharpened. Discarding his wooden staff, he summoned the form of sword energy, manifesting as a long blade of sword chi. Armed with the sword, he lunged forward, while Chu Luobei, with a calm smile, clenched his fists, channeling power into them, murmuring, "Control? It seems I have grasped it." He bellowed wolf's might. In an instant, a chilling wolf howl echoed, coinciding with the fierce clash of sword and fist. A mere quarter-hour passed before a sharp crack resonated, and the formidable sword chi blade shattered into pieces. Chu Linghao's face displayed utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation, before being struck by an overwhelming wave of energy that sent him hurtling away. He crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Upon witnessing this, Chu Luobei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He suddenly clenched his palm with force, summoning an even more terrifying wave of energy that surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Chu Linghao, panic-stricken, attempted to counter, but ultimately found himself powerless. Just as despair enveloped him, and he prepared to close his eyes to embrace death, the ferocious energy wave suddenly dissipated into thin air. Chu Luobei's once blood-red eyes now fixed intently upon him, a strange smile gracing his face as he softly spoke, "Thank you, cousin." Before his words had faded, Chu Luobei's body seemed to transcend an invisible shackle, and the power within him surged forth like a volcano, erupting. He exclaimed with exhilaration, "I have finally comprehended the essence of martial arts. Ha ha, this is the unparalleled, dominating essence that belongs solely to me, Chu Luo. Yet, in the very next instant, his eyes returned to their normal hue, and the crimson aura surrounding him dissipated like mist. Simultaneously, he felt as though all strength had abandoned him, and he collapsed limply to the ground. In a daze, Chu Luo sensed that he was gently caught by powerful arms belonging to a kindly old man. Before he could discern the elder's features, a wave of intense dizziness overcame him. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo and her entourage, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at Luo City. Gazing upon the simple, antiquated structures of the city, she murmured, "Is this Luo City? It brings a certain tranquility to the heart." Ziqing smiled gently and remarked, "This is the place where the young master was born. Each time we've had no opportunity to visit, but now we finally behold the place the young master speaks of with such reverence. Luo City, Chu Luo, does it hold any significance?" Lin Kaiya Pondadadut. The young master once said, "To gaze northward from the southern border, that is my homeland. To look southward is ambition. This position is for watching over my homeland, for guarding the Luoyang city within our hearts." Luoyang City is the full name of the capital, she reflected. Guarding the homeland, is it? Lin Kuo mused, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Look, someone approaches," Ziqing announced. In the next moment, a contingent of soldiers appeared outside the city, all donned in masks, led by none other than Lu Yi, who had just welcomed them. "Major General, welcome home," he declared. Instantly, the soldiers formed two lines, creating a passageway at the city gates. Lin Kuo dismounted from the carriage, observing the impressive display as the nearby townsfolk wore expressions of joy. "So this is Luo City, and this is Chu Luo's home?" she thought. Lu Yi nodded, stating, "The city lord has prepared everything for the young general and the young lady. Please, enter the city." Lin Kuo acknowledged with a nod and returned to her carriage. Chapter 73. The Master's Apprenticeship. As Chu Luo slowly opened his eyes once more, the first sight to greet him was the vast, desolate expanse of the yellow earth, a land seemingly forsaken by time, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Not far off, a steep and perilous cliff loomed abruptly, resembling a colossal fissure between heaven and earth. Below this precipice lay an imposing city of grand scale and magnificent presence. This city was not unfamiliar to Chu Luo, for he had often glimpsed its visage in his dreams. At this moment, as he beheld the scene before him, a surge of indescribable complex emotions welled up within him. Had he returned once more to this place, the fabled homeland of the king? Chu Luo murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the city below, his brows slightly furrowing as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he abruptly lifted his head and gazed upward behind him. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, within a delicate pavilion on the hillside sat a man with striking features. His hair is white as snow, yet his countenance remarkably handsome. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Luo stepped forward and approached the pavilion. Moments later, he stood before it and without hesitation took a seat opposite the man. The man was intently engaged in a game of chess, oblivious to Chu Luo's arrival. Chu Luo observed him quietly, this time scrutinizing every detail, wishing to etch the man's likeness deeply into his memory. Gradually, he discerned that the man bore an astonishing resemblance to himself, in both facial contours and demeanor. Just then, the man spoke. "Have you seen enough?" His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in Chu Luo's ears. Stunned, Chu Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He furrowed his brow, about to speak when the man merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Yet, that single glance struck Chu Luo's heart like a hammer, causing it to race uncontrollably. He hastily turned away, unable to maintain the gaze, gasping for air in an attempt to quell the turmoil within. That fleeting glimpse seemed to penetrate the very depths of his soul, leaving him in a state of unrest. The man smiled serenely. and the faint golden patterns in his eyes dimmed. Is it still not enough? You are truly weak at this moment. Chu Luobei did not dispute this. Instead, he curiously regarded the chess pieces and asked, "Are you real? Or rather, why are you in my dreams?" Dream? No, this is your soul space. One that I have open for you. I know you have many questions, but there is no rush. We have plenty of time to explore them slowly, suppressing his curiosity. Chu Luobei slowly lifted his gaze to meet the man's eyes. This time, he felt none of the previous heart-wrenching sensation. Instead, he beheld a purer visage of himself. Who are you? My name is Chu Xianyuan, and by virtue of our lineage, you should address me as your ancestor. Chu Luobei's lips twitched in surprise. What? Such a youthful ancestor? Feeling somewhat awkward, he cleared his throat and inquired, "You hail from the upper realm?" "Indeed, I was once the sovereign of that world, and what you behold is the territory of the Chu clan from the upper realm." Territory? Is it merely that city? Chu Luobei affirmed, nodding in agreement. It does appear quite magnificent. City? Oh, you overestimate it. It encompasses this entire continent. Chu Xianyuan declared proudly. A continent? Goodness, that is impressive. But you speak of once. What transpired in the upper realm? In a world where the strong prevail, what else could occur but the rise and fall of a lineage? And that fallen clan is none other than my Chu clan. Chu Xianyuan slowly rose, his gaze melancholic as he stared at the city bathed in the twilight, murmuring, "The root of this decline lies within me." Beside him, Chu Luobei observed quietly, pondering the hidden tales that must lie behind these words. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he ventured, "Might you share this story with me?" "Of course, if it is inconvenient, I shall not press." At this, Chu Xianyuan appeared momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, teasingly responding, "Ah, little Luobei, since you wish to hear it. It is not impossible. Provided you are willing to take me as your master, I shall gladly impart my knowledge." "What?" Chu Luobei was momentarily stunned, his face etched with skepticism as he retorted, "You. Certainly, I sense a formidable aura emanating from you. Yet the issue lies in the fact that you currently reside within my soul space. How could you possibly guide me? Must I first enjoy a restful slumber before I can meet with you?" In response to Chu Luobei's doubts, Chu Xianyuan merely smiled gently, explaining with ease, "Who said we cannot communicate seamlessly within this soul space? Through the method of soul communication, we can interact without hindrance." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei furrowed his brows and pressed further. "So you mean to say that I could converse with you at any time in my daily life? Yet, why have I never succeeded in doing so before?" Crossing his arms, Chu Xianyuan replied nonchalantly, "That is because until now, I had no interest in you. A mere child of ignorance. Were it not for the bloodline power, you would not have qualified to meet me in your current state." Chu Luobei was left speechless, realizing the man had resumed his aloof demeanor. "Taking me as your master would not be to your detriment. I was once the king of this bloodline. No one understands it better than I do. Furthermore, you are my descendant. With such a bond, would you not consider becoming my disciple?" Chu Luobei furrowed his brows thoughtfully, gazing intently at the man before him. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable longing welling up within him as their eyes met. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that the man speaks the truth. When it comes to the enigmatic and formidable power of this bloodline, there is likely no one in the lower realms who comprehends its mysteries better than he. After thorough contemplation, Chu Luobei finally reached a resolution. He knelt on both knees and respectfully offered a deep bow to the figure before him, proclaiming in a clear and resonant voice, "Master, please accept my humble reverence." His words echoed through the air. Standing not far away, Chu Xianyuan wore a look of satisfaction, gazing up at the four suns in the sky, which shone like resplendent jewels. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Splendid! From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple, Chu Xianyuan. However, I have but one request of you. Ensure that our family's former glory is restored. As for me, I shall impart all that I have learned throughout my life without reservation." Chapter 74, Past Glories Like a Dream or a Bubble. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei nodded without hesitation. "All right, Let's rise quickly. Chu Xianyuan, whose eyes had once been as sharp as a sword, now radiated warmth. He gently assisted Chu Luobei, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet. With a smile, Chu Xianyuan turned to the curious and expectant Chu Luobei and inquired, "What do you think, little one? Are you interested in discovering what lies within this city?" Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded, exclaiming yes. Observing the enthusiasm, Chu Xianyuan spoke no further, merely waving his hand casually. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, and when it ceased, they stood firmly at the grand entrance of the city. Looking up, they beheld a massive plaque adorned with 3 bold, vigorous characters, Saint Sun City. This city, known as Saint Sun City, resided on the continent of Red Sun, the pinnacle of all realms. "Come, let us venture inside," said Chu Xianyuan as he gently pushed the city gate open. Before them lay an extraordinarily wide street, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The ground was paved with various rare gemstones, emitting a kaleidoscope of dazzling hues that left one entranced. The surrounding architecture was resplendent, with intricately carved beams and golden brilliance, as if they had stepped into a celestial realm. This city was nothing short of a radiant jewel, gleaming with boundless brilliance. "This is merely the outer city. I shall now take you to witness the most magnificent part of Saint Sun City," Chu Xianyuan remarked, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze. The two then proceeded to stroll through the empty city, their footsteps echoing in the vast silence of the street. After a while, Chu Xianyuan suddenly halted, turning to the person beside him with a gentle smile. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Chu Luobei hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage to inquire, "Master, I have heard that you were once the strongest here. Is that true?" Chu Xianyuan nodded slightly in affirmation. After receiving confirmation, Chu Luobei pressed on then, "Have you already passed away?" After a brief silence, Chu Xianyuan calmly replied, "Indeed. I have traversed through countless reincarnations to arrive in your world. Had I not felt utterly exhausted, it would not be you, this so-called prodigal young general, standing here, but rather I would have successfully taken over your body long ago." At these words, Chu Luobei felt as if struck by lightning, coming to an abrupt stop, utterly stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Chu Xianyuan, and after a long pause, stammered, "Ah, WH. What? Countless reincarnations? You are actually a soul, and you sought to take over my body? Does reincarnation truly exist? The books say that one forgets their past life upon reincarnation. Why? You guessed correctly. That world is peculiar, a realm of death called the underworld. Originally, I intended to traverse the Naiha Bridge and partake of the Mangpa soup, yet, strangely, I retain my memories. Across countless reincarnations, each life preserved my consciousness, usurping the souls of my kin. Do you comprehend the agony involved? In pursuit of my lineage's glory, I could only endure this torment, striving to cultivate anew. Alas! Each time, I was detected in the celestial realm, and each time I met my demise. They were aware of my reincarnation until..." Chu Xianyuan gazed at Chu Luobei and remarked, "I could bear it no longer. I desperately escaped the celestial realm and descended to the mortal plane. Do you realize? At the moment of your birth, you smiled radiantly. Your parents were truly wonderful. I hesitated, little Luobei. I am weary, thus I relinquish my claim, allowing you to grow in peace. Consequently, you have awakened your ancestral powers, and I have conceived an alternative method to reignite the glory of our clan, to assist you, for it is the same." Chu Luobei regarded the man before him, intrigued by his tragic past. It was no wonder we bore such resemblance. What if I had not awakened my lineage? If not, then so be it. I would live my life serenely, returning to the underworld, for I no longer wish to continue this existence. I shall request their aid to erase the memories of my past life and begin anew. With a slight smile, Chu Luobei remarked, "Master, you must be a most responsible king. I am also a part of the Chu clan, and one day, I shall ascend to the celestial realm to rekindle hope for both you and our people." "Ha ha ha. Do you not resent or fear me?" "Me? I would. But have you not already made your choice? I have no reason to fear you." Chu Xianyuan laughed, as though he had not experienced joy in ages. his laughter both wild and content. As your master, I shall aid you in becoming the strongest. Excellent. Let us proceed to the sacred hall, a place once yearned for by all members of the Chu clan in the celestial realm. With that, he took Chu Luobei and soared toward the magnificent palace, where the inscription read, Eternal Struggle. Curious about the inscription, Chu Luobei inquired, what does this signify? Chu Suanian et Lai. My clan in the celestial realm is known as the Fighting Emperor clan. This is the epitome of our legacy. The Fighting Emperor clan? Master, what factions exist in the celestial realm? The term Emperor clan sounds formidable. In the celestial realm, there are 4 prominent emperor clans, 3 great dynasties, 3 palaces, 5 halls for mountains, and 18 royal families. The Soar Mountain you are familiar with is one of the 4 mountains. The strengths and weaknesses of these factions remain uncertain, yet we, the Fighting Emperor clan, are the mightiest. Master, which 4 emperor clans do you speak of? Chu Luobei was eager to learn of these clans. The Fighting Emperor clan, the Wind God Emperor clan, the Undying Emperor clan, and the Savage Emperor clan. The barbarians spoken of by your grandfather are a branch of the Savage Emperor clan, which is akin to the existence of the demon race. As for the land of Shiliang, it is highly likely to be the hiding place of the Undying Emperor clan in the mortal realm. Little Luobei, the bloodline secret technique that woman entrusted to you must not be used. Discard it immediately. Chu Xuanyuan's expression darkened, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, Are you implying that those who ambushed you from the shadows are from the Undying Emperor clan? Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Chu Xinyuan affirmed, Indeed, it is the Undying Emperor clan, also known as the Yi clan. Among them was a fellow named Yinan Shao, once my closest friend, whose treachery knew no bounds. He insidiously cast a curse upon me. Had it not been for this malicious act with my prowess, how could I have been harmed by him? Even my own bloodline power has been severely constrained. After a brief pause, Chu Xinyuan continued, However, this is merely one of the reasons. More importantly, the bloodline secrets of the Undying Imperial clan are utterly vile and despicable. Although their bloodline abilities bear some resemblance to our own, there exists a fundamental distinction. Take our family, for instance. Our bloodline power harbors an immensely potent self-healing capability, which I'm sure you have personally experienced. Chu Luobei nodded in agreement. Indeed, after every injury, my wounds always heal swiftly, returning to their original state. The bloodline power of the Undying Imperial clan is similar, yet regrettably, they lack the profound understanding we possess. Their self-healing ability far surpasses ours, but their combat prowess remains minimal. Their bloodline secrets are tailored solely for them, or for those devoid of bloodline power. Were it otherwise, those wretches would not be so keen on targeting our clan, opposing us, and claiming that our bloodline power originates from them. Teacher, I have a small question to speak. Given that our clan and the Undying Imperial clan are adversaries, how did you become friends with that Yinan Shao? You insolent child! Do you not know that at the Haowu Academy, where your second uncle resides, it is affiliated with one of the 3 palaces of the Upper Realm, the Jixia Academy, which embraces all learners without discrimination? That is where I met him. Chu Xinyuan replied nonchalantly. What? Haowu Academy has a background too. Soon, the 2 enter the palace. Chu Xinyuan raised his hand, pointing toward the imposing dragon throne above, exuding an aura of endless majesty, and slowly said, That was once the seat I occupied as a ruler. Alas! His voice dropped slightly, revealing a hint of indescribable regret and melancholy. Following Chu Xuanyuan's gesture, Chu Luobei's gaze fell upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the opulent palaces scattered across the vast continent, with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, all reflecting a bygone era of prosperity and splendor. Chu Luobei could not help but exclaim, Teacher, are these truly real? Is it possible to construct such a vivid scene within this realm of the soul? With a wry smile, Chu Xinyuan gently waved his hand, and in an instant, The once bright land vanished like a fleeting dream, with the magnificent palaces disintegrating into nothingness. Chapter 75. Overlooking Luobei City in the blink of an eye, the master and disciple found themselves enveloped in an abyss of darkness. A profound void that instilled a sense of dread, as if they were adrift in a solitary ocean of shadows. Here lay the true realm of the soul. Everything previously witnessed was merely a figment conjured by the master's thoughts and desires. Chu Xianyuan shook his head slightly, his tone laced with self-deprecation. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom how, after countless reincarnations, Chu Xuanyuan's memories of Xinjiang City remained so vivid, allowing him to perfectly recreate every blade of grass and every brick within this ethereal space. What profound affection and yearning he possessed for his homeland. Regaining his composure, Chu Luobei's face blossomed into a radiant smile as he proposed, "Master, since you possess such extraordinary imaginative prowess, why not rely on your visions to reconstruct Xinjiang City in the future? Perhaps we could breathe new life into this ancient city." "Ha, splendid idea." Chu Xianyuan responded with hearty laughter, delighted by the suggestion. The two then settled onto the ground, with Chu Xianyuan gazing fondly at his astute disciple, imparting words of earnest wisdom. "Luobei, as your grandfather once stated, is only through martial arts that you can fully unleash the latent potential of your bloodline. Do not become complacent or lazy." "Martial arts? Was a master also a practitioner?" Chu Luobei inquired. "No, I'm a swordsman. The world venerates the sword above all else. And I was no different. It was only when I achieved mastery in the sword that I realized how late it was." "I see. Then I shall practice martial arts." Chu Luobei resolved. "You are still at the martial sovereign level, capable of invoking your bloodline's power to contend with martial kings, though you lack certain techniques." Chu Xianyuan contemplated for a moment before conjuring lines of characters that danced in the air. These characters then morphed into various golden figures demonstrating martial arts techniques. Startled, Chu Luobei eagerly prepared to grasp the newfound knowledge, but Chu Xianyuan smiled gently and said, "No need to rush. I am here to teach you the secret arts of our lineage." Overjoyed, Chu Luobei asked, "If I learn this, will I be able to effortlessly evoke my bloodline's power?" "Indeed, it is quite simple," Chu Xianyuan replied. The activation of your bloodline's power occurs when the body faces mortal peril, compelling it to awaken. Therefore, if you were to exert your inner force upon your heart, bringing yourself to the brink of death, you could trigger it. See? Is it not straightforward? Chu Luobei's lips twitched in disbelief. What a perilous tactic. "Master, is there truly a way to kill us?" Chu Xianyuan scoffed lightly. "Only with overwhelming combat prowess can one extinguish our lives." "Well then, dawn has arrived. You must return now." As he opened his eyes, Chu Luobei felt an unusual fatigue wash over him. The voice of Chu Xianyuan echoing in his ears, "Little one, you may wish to give it a try." Taken aback, Chu Luobei quickly grasped the implication, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Master, can our conversation be overheard?" Chu Xianyuan chuckled softly. "We speak through the heart. Unless a powerful being from above is present, it is impossible for anyone to hear us." "Oh, I must tell you, someone is approaching." As Chu Xuanyuan's voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had paused at that moment. The modest wooden cabin, though small, was impeccably tidy and clean. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps reached Chu Luobei's ears. He turned to see Chu Linghao, his body swathed in white bandages, struggling to lift a hand as he slowly entered with a basin of water. Their gazes met in the air, and they exchanged a glance. A bittersweet smile graced Chu Linghao's face as he softly remarked, "Luobei, you have finally awakened." Chu Luobei regarded the bandaged figure of Chu Linghao with a mixture of confusion and astonishment, stammering, What happened to you?" Hearing this, Chu Linghao couldn't help but roll his eyes, expressing his grievance. "What do you mean?" "It's all because of you. You've put me in such a miserable state. I ache all over." As he spoke, his eyes, filled with resentment, glared fiercely at Chu Luobei, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Chu Linghao's intense gaze. Chu Luobei scratched his head and muttered softly, "But back then, you insisted on making a move." Chu Linghao sighed in resignation, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Ah, truly remarkable. Is this the unique bloodline power of our family? Your recovery ability is astonishing, as if you've consumed some miraculous elixir, revitalizing in the blink of an eye. How wonderful it would be if I could possess such formidable bloodline strength." Upon hearing Chu Linghao's words, Chu Luobei smiled slightly and offered consolation. In truth, bloodline power is merely an external force. To achieve the status of a martial artist at such a young age, as you have done, is something I have never witnessed before. I believe that even without the enhancement of this bloodline, with your talent and diligence, you will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Chu Linghao burst in a hearty laughter, but the movement caused the bandages on his abdomen to bleed. "Ouch! It hurts. I shouldn't laugh. Luobei, you can wash up by yourself. I need to tend to my bandages. And you have a knack for comforting others. I'm off." Chu Luobei shook his head, appreciating his straightforwardness, which stood in contrast to the treachery of the capital. "Teacher, is your condition manageable?" "No, you must not tell anyone. Just say you have a master, understood?" Chu Luobei awkwardly tilted his head and replied, "Oh." He then approached the basin, splashing cool water on his face, relishing the refreshing sensation. Afterward, he swiftly donned his shoes, adjusted his attire, and stepped outside with resolute strides. As he walked, he suddenly found the landscape around him becoming familiar. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently reached the summit. Standing atop the heights, he gazed down at a bustling city nestled at the foot of the mountain. This city, known as Luobei City, held within it countless childhood memories for Chu Luobei. At this moment, he gazed upon the city, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Teacher, behold, that is Luobei City. It has been over a decade since my last visit." The voice of his teacher resonated beside him. "I am well aware, my child. Throughout these years, your every moment, your growth and experiences have been etched in my memory." Upon hearing these words, Chu Luobei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yet he took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed and not to take offense. For this was his esteemed teacher, a figure of reverence and wisdom. Once he had calmed his emotions, Chu Luobei began to leisurely stroll about the mountaintop. Chapter 76. Trapped by the city lord in this picturesque setting, where the air is fresh and invigorating, one cannot help but feel a sense of serenity. As he admired the surrounding beauty, he also took note of the architecture and the throngs of people. Soon, his attention was drawn to a cluster of houses nestled nearby. Beside an elegant pavilion, two elderly gentlemen were seated across from each other, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon closer inspection, Chu Luobei recognized one of the elders as his long-lost grandfather, Chu Yuan. Seeing his grandfather's benevolent visage stirred a wave of warmth within Chu Luobei. With a smile gracing his lips, he approached swiftly and respectfully called out, "Grandfather." Hearing his grandson's voice, Chu Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with affection. He smiled gently and reached out to tenderly pat Chu Luobei's bowed head, before turning to proudly introduce him to his companion. "This is my precious grandson. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you say?" The other elder, whom Chu Luobei had also encountered before, was the white-haired figure that had appeared in his vision just before he lost consciousness. At this moment, the elder chuckled and feigned indifference, saying, "Impressive, isn't it? If he weren't also my grandson, humph." Confused, Chu Luobei looked at his grandfather, who then remembered and chuckled. "Luobei, this is your second grandfather, Chu Jing, and this is my grandson, Chu Luobei." Chu Jing shot an exasperated glance, his expression one of disbelief. "Go on and flaunt it. Good day, second grandfather." Chu Luobei greeted politely with a bow. "Ah." Chu Jing nodded with satisfaction. "Has your injury healed, my boy?" "Yes, I am perfectly fine now." "Haha, Chu Yuan, see? I told you. The power of our bloodline is truly formidable. Your brother was the same back in the day." Chu Yuan retorted with a cold smile. "Indeed, it was because of you that insufferable brat became so arrogant, ultimately leading to his demise." Chu Jing paused, feeling a bit awkward, and coughed lightly, Do not worry. Such a situation will not arise again. Sensing the sensitive topic, Chu Luobei reassured, Grandfather, rest assured, Luobei will not be arrogant. He will only strive to improve. Chu Yuan's icy demeanor softened slightly. As long as there are no issues. If there are, you know my methods. Chu Jing waved his hand dismissively. I know. Your grandson gave my grandson quite a beating, and I have said nothing about it, truly. Humph. Then, Chu Yuan turned to Chu Luobei with a smile. My boy, you are now a martial sovereign, having proven your strength to the family. After the ancestral rites conclude, I have a task for you. Chu Luobei nodded in agreement. Chu Jing attempted to persuade Chu Yuan. Perhaps if he remains with the family, he will receive greater training. Humph. What family? Just a bunch of decayed old fools of no use to him. Alas, there are the family ruins. They would be far more beneficial to him. Chu Jing in si. Chu Yuan contemplated for a moment, recognizing some merit in the argument, then said to Luobei, Very well, wait until you have explored those ruins before departing. Understood. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei felt a surge of excitement, akin to embarking on a treasure hunt, especially since there seemed to be no downside. Well then, little Luobei, when the time comes, bring Ling Hao along to witness the outside world, Chu Luobei remarked with a smile. This is certainly feasible, isn't it, grandfather? Chu Yuan chuckled indulgently. Indeed, if you defeat Ling Hao, the foremost genius of Luobei City, you shall claim the title of number one. Without further ado, Chu Yuan led Chu Luobei down the mountain, while Chu Jing, with an expression of incredulity, remarked, You've lost this game. For below, Chu Yuan's dismissive voice echoed, The game is not over yet. It is premature to declare victory. Chu Jing had grown accustomed to this. Whenever Chu Yuan sensed impending defeat, he would concoct excuses to retreat, observing the seemingly inevitable victory on the board. He could only smile wryly at the old man's obstinacy. Is it still too early? At such an age, he remains so stubborn. Have they left? Chu Linggao up, wrapped in bandages. Yes, you should descend as well. In 2 years, the celestial beings will descend. Time is of the essence, and cultivation must not be neglected. Oh, so I shall take my leave. Be gone. At the foot of the mountain, in Luobei City, within a secluded courtyard of the Lord's mansion, the sounds of clashing swords resonated. It was Lin Ke, clad in white, engaged in a spar with Zi Qing. Before long, with a swift motion of her sword, Lin Ke held it against Zi Qing's neck, laughing, Sister Zi Qing, you have lost. Zi Qing, unwilling to concede, sheathed her sword and declared, Next time, I shall win back my honor. Lin Ke smiled gently. Very well, I await your return. Such camaraderie. You all seem to have enjoyed your time these past few days. Chu Luobei's voice emerged from a distance. Zi Qing turned, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Chu Luobei, and rushed forward, exclaiming, Young master, you have returned. Lin Ke, sensing an unfamiliar aura surrounding Chu Luobei, inquired, Where have you been? On the mountain, conversing with my kin. They haven't troubled you, have they? No, we finished our chat and returned. When is the ancestral worship? No rush. It's still 2 days away. Chu Luobei waved his hand. Surely this place is far superior to the capital. Indeed, Zi Qing nodded with a smile, while Lin Ke chose to ignore Chu Luobei altogether. Let's return home. Lingering in another's lordly residence is not appropriate, Chu Luobei suggested, shaking his head. Both Zi Qing and Lin Ke were taken aback, and Lin Ke furrowed her brow. Isn't this your home? Chu Luobei was astonished. Do you not comprehend? This is the Lord's mansion. My family resides in the town North Marquis estate. So we stayed in another's home for a day, yet remained oblivious to our own? Zi Qing remarked, a hint of mischief in her tone, while Lin Ke cast an awkward glance towards the lotus pond. What else could it be? I came looking for you, and upon returning home, I heard that Chu Luobei's family had taken up residence in the Lord's mansion, neglecting the town North Marquis estate. Chu Luobei replied, exasperated. Then what are we waiting for? Shall we depart? Lin Ke suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let's go. However, Zi Qing, you all should leave first. I will have a word with the city lord, for he has been rather unruly. With that, Chu Luobei departed with a servant. Ziqing and Lin Ke exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter before following Lui outside to the residence of the northern town marquis. In the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, upon entering, Chu Luobei was taken aback by the sight of the city lord, Yu Qi, who was seated high above, sipping tea. With a beaming smile, Yu Qi descended and exclaimed, "Oh, it is indeed the young marquis. I did not expect that after a decade, you remain unchanged." Chu Luobei, displaying impatience, replied, "I am 19 this year." "Ah, no matter," Yu Qi continued, "I was unaware of your visit today. Those incompetent fools outside failed to announce your arrival. I intended to greet you myself." "That is of little concern to me," Chu Luobei retorted, uninterested in the affairs of his household. "I simply wish to inquire how you managed so well in my absence." "Are you referring to the young madam?" Yu Qi feigned scratching his head and pondered for a moment. "Ah, at that time, I was quite pleased and, without realizing it, welcomed her entourage to stay. I have already informed the northern town marquis's household of this oversight. It is my error, and I shall reflect upon it." Chu Luobei looked at him in disbelief, as if to say, "Do you truly expect me to believe that?" The ways of officials were indeed insidious, and he was thoroughly exasperated. "Fine, I owe you a favor." "That will suffice. I shall take my leave." "Oh, no need for that. Safe travels, young marquis." Yu Qi feigned a sprint to pursue Chu Luobei, though he merely took a few quick steps. As he watched Chu Luobei vanish from sight, a conspiratorial grin spread across his face, relishing the success of his scheme. "A favor indeed. I am quite clever, ha ha ha. Wait, is it not a favor from the northern town marquis, but rather from the young marquis? Ah no, something feels amiss." With that, he hurriedly followed after him. Yu Qi was well aware that Chu Luobei had cleverly outmaneuvered him. He had acted hastily, still perceiving Chu Luobei as an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess. Thus, a favor from him seemed of little consequence. Years later, Yu Qi would come to realize that the favor from Chu Luobei held far greater weight than that from the northern town marquis. Chapter 77. The Mummy in the Residence of the Duke of Zhenbei. Chu Yuan personally emerged to welcome his granddaughter-in-law. Nearby, a servant, upon spotting the approaching convoy, excitedly exclaimed, "Master, the young mistress has arrived." Chu Yuan, maintaining his composure, replied, all right, dear girl. Must you be so loud? It affects our image." However, if the servant had observed closely, they would have noticed a faint smile gracing Chu Yuan's lips after all these years. It was all for the joy of holding a grandchild. "Huh? Master, you seem to be smiling," remarked someone. Chu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly before he reverted to his stern demeanor, pondering that the girl was quite lacking in decorum. I ought to find her some tasks to occupy her. She clings to me day after day." Lin Ke, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, floated gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. The gentle breeze caressed her dignified and exquisite visage, enhancing her beauty. Ziqing cautiously extended her hand, gently assisting Lin Ke down from the carriage. This scene instantly captivated the attention of numerous relatives nearby, their eyes widening in astonishment and admiration. Whispers of delight filled the air. So beautiful, truly like a figure from a painting. Such a graceful lady. It's no wonder gentlemen would vie for her attention. Even the usually carefree Chu Linghao, with his hair tied back, was momentarily taken aback by her allure. He instinctively spat out the blade of grass he had been chewing and muttered, "This younger brother Luo Bei truly has impeccable fortune." With a smile, Lin Ke approached Chu Yuan, slightly bending her knees in a respectful greeting, softly saying, "Grandfather, I am Lin Ke, your granddaughter-in-law." Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Chu Yuan gazed at his lovely and graceful granddaughter-in-law, a satisfied smile involuntarily spreading across his face as he amiably said, "It's quite breezy outside. Do come in quickly." "Yes," Lin Ke replied, and Ziqing graciously led her into the Duke's residence. Along the way, Lin Ke maintained her smile, walking shoulder to shoulder with Ziqing. Once inside, she continued to beam at Chu Yuan, saying, "Grandfather, I truly did not expect to see you at home." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan burst into hearty laughter, his voice resounding like a bell. There haven't been many matters at Jinan Pass lately, and since you all are returning to pay respects to the ancestors, I took the opportunity to come and see you. Now that I see you, my granddaughter-in-law is indeed gentle and charming. It seems my grandson has quite the discerning eye. The unexpected compliment caused Lin Ker's cheeks to flush slightly, and she shyly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, grandfather." Chu Yuan laughed heartily once more. "Ha, Ziqing, please go and arrange those matters properly. I wish to have a good conversation with Kuer." Ziqing respectfully bowed and replied softly, "Understood." It is worth noting that Ziqing was able to follow closely beside Chu Luobei within the Duke's residence precisely due to the approval of the person before them. Subsequently, the two stepped together into the spacious and dignified Great Hall. Lin Kuer gently inclined her head, her gaze lowered, and timidly spoke, "Grandfather, I regret not being able to come to the Duke's residence to pay my respects yesterday. It was indeed my oversight. Please punish me, grandfather." Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, seemingly fearful of disturbing the tranquility of the hall. However, the elderly man seated in the high position erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating throughout the chamber. "Ha ha ha, my dear granddaughter. This matter is not your fault at all. The schemes of that old fool from Yuechi are plainly written upon his weathered face. Naturally, I must give him a slight lesson." Upon hearing these words, Lin Kuer felt a sense of relief and quickly bowed again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather, for your understanding." At that moment, the man referred to as grandfather regarded Lin Kuer with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating kindness as he spoke softly. "Kuer, now that you have arrived in Luobei City, you may treat it as your own home and feel free to act without any reservations. Know that in the future, the mistress of this marquisate will undoubtedly be you." Lin Kuer quivered slightly at his words, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, "Ah? Oh, your granddaughter understands." Though she responded with her lips, her heart was filled with trepidation. Would she truly ascend to the position of mistress of this marquisate? Just then, a burst of laughter interrupted her thoughts as Chu Yuan slowly rose from his seat, chuckling. "Ha ha ha. Well, well, since all necessary introductions have been made, what remains are matters for you young folks. Settle in comfortably. In just a couple of days, we will celebrate our family's annual ancestral worship ceremony, so do prepare accordingly. I have some affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he strode steadily toward the hall's exit. Lin Kuer hurriedly bowed once more, softly saying, "Your granddaughter bids you farewell, grandfather." "Ah, you too, if Xiao Luobei dares to bully you, just come to grandfather. I will intervene," Chu Yuan said with a warm smile. "All right," Lin Kuer laughed. "Who are you going to intervene with?" Just then, Chu Luobei entered through the gate, a puzzled expression on his face. Chu Yuan merely chuckled. "Xiao Luobei, take good care of Kuer and show her around." "Understood, grandfather," Chu Luobei nodded. After Chu Yuan left, Lin Kuer's previously joyful expression turned into one of scrutiny as she regarded Chu Luobei. "What is wrong with you?" he asked, looking bewildered. "Are you nervous after seeing grandfather?" "Ha ha ha. Grandfather said that if you bully me, he would intervene," she teased. "I heard the Duke of Zhenbei dotes on his grandson. Do you think I might witness a shocking scene?" Chu Luobei twitched at the corner of his mouth. "All right, this girl has ulterior motives," he confidently retorted, "but you cannot shake my position." "Is that so?" "This is what grandfather himself said," she countered. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. A figure, wrapped in bandages and resembling a mummy, suddenly leaped down from the rooftop. The abrupt turn of events left Lin Kuer in shock. She instinctively screamed and then swiftly dove toward Chu Luobei, clinging tightly to him. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback by her actions, but before he could react, the inappropriate Chu Linghao appeared unceremoniously. "Lubei, what are you two doing?" "Chu Linghao et Galim Lao Li." Upon hearing those words, Lin Kuer was instantly jolted back to reality, realizing that she was merely embracing an ordinary person, rather than some fearsome monster. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily released her grip, turning away with a hint of embarrassment, unwilling to glance at Chu Luobei and Chu Linghao again. Meanwhile, Chu Luobei fixed a glare of intense animosity upon Chu Linghao. inwardly cursing, this wretched fellow. Why must he always appear to disrupt the most critical moments? Truly infuriating. In the face of Chu Luobei's seemingly predatory gaze, Chu Linghao felt a twinge of awkwardness. He let out a couple of forced chuckles and remarked, hee hee, well, Luobei, I shan't intrude any longer. I shall go take my medicinal pill now. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he felt someone tugging at his garment. Looking back, he discovered it was Lin Ku'er grasping the sash at his waist. With a slight furrow in her brow, she curiously inquired, wait, who are you? Chapter 78. A Brawl at the Luobei Military Camp. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Linghao immediately brightened. Standing tall as he introduced himself, greetings, sister-in-law. I am the cousin of Luobei. You may call me Linghao. Lin Ku'er slightly nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, oh, but what is with your attire? You truly startled me just now. Chu Linghao scratched his head, casting an innocent glance towards Chu Luobei, chuckling, ah? This is all Luobei's doing, right? Chu Luobei's mouth twitched, questioning, is it time for an intelligence check? Was it really Luobei's doing? I see you are a warrior, yet you were bested by Luobei. How? Just as Chu Linghao was about to speak further, Chu Luobei covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Shu." With a smile, Chu Luobei said, brother, weren't you supposed to take your medicine? What are you stalling for? Let me take you. He then covered Chu Linghao's mouth and led him away. Lin Ku'er furrowed her brow, remarking, what do you mean by that? Chu Luobei, you're quite the mystery. Before long, Chu Luobei emerged from study with a fierce expression, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Chu Linghao approached with a sorrowful demeanor. Having removed the wrappings from his body and donned a black outfit, yet a white bandage still adorned his head. Upon seeing Lin Ku'er, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, greetings, sister-in-law. However, this grin appeared rather peculiar and awkward to Lin Ku'er. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Luobei quickly interjected, this fellow is quite familiar with our Luobei city. Allowing him to guide us around will surely be more enjoyable. Hearing this, Chu Linghao eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luobei is absolutely right. I, Chu Linghao, am not one to boast. There is not a corner of Luobei city I have not explored. As long as you follow me, I assure you will have a splendid time. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Lin Ku'er gently waved her hand, her tone resolute. I have no desire for leisure or sightseeing. I simply wish to find someone to fight. Upon hearing this, Chu Linghao was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly. He turned to Chu Luobei, his expression troubled. Luobei, what should we do? Seeing this, Chu Luobei promptly pinched Chu Linghao's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Following this, Chu Luobei signaled urgently for him to think of a way to respond. Chu Linghao grasped the cue, hastily changing his tune. Oh. So sister-in-law is looking for a fight. No problem. Well, there are many formidable generals in the Luobei military camp. Shall we go and spar with them? Chu Luobei's mouth twitched again, exasperated. For heaven's sake, I wanted you to say there's south no such place. Oh, are you going, Chu Luobei? Alas, go on. Dear brother Linghao, when you have the time, do indulge in more reading, said Lin Ku'er, waving her hand as she followed suit. Chu Linghao rubbed his head, furrowing his brow and muttering, I have read quite a bit, but what does Luobei mean by this? Am I truly so foolish? Is that the implication? With a sigh, he called out, wait for me. How would you find anything without me? And hurried after them. The Luobei military camp serves as a crucial training ground in Luobei city. This expansive camp is encircled by towering walls, upon which watchtowers stand tall, ensuring its security. At this moment, sunlight bathed the grounds, casting a golden hue across the area. Chu Linghao, with a smile gracing his face, gazed towards the fluttering military flags and proclaimed, behold, this is the renowned garrison of the Tianlang army. Typically, this force is only mobilized during times of dire crisis at the Southern Pass. Thus, most days here are rather tranquil and devoid of excitement. However, your visit is sure to bring them immense joy. Standing nearby, Chu Luobei wore a calm expression and offered a faint smile, softly interjecting, it's merely her. Do not include me in this. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo chose not to elaborate, proudly raising her hand as if she possessed complete confidence in all matters. Noticing this, Chu Linghao could not help but ask him, "Luo Bei, dear brother." Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he observed Chu Luo Bei's slight frown and the way his hand instinctively clenched tightly. In that instant, memories of previous confrontations flashed through Chu Linghao's mind, and he felt a twinge of pain in his cheek. Promptly, he scratched the back of his head and wisely fell silent. At that moment, a heavy and resonant drumbeat suddenly echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The previously closed gates of the military camp slowly creaked open. A tall, slender figure emerged from within, wearing a mask. His gaze swept over Chu Linghao and the others, revealing a look of confusion as he inquired, "Chu Linghao?" Upon seeing this individual, Chu Linghao erupted into hearty laughter, responding loudly, "Ha ha, I never expected you to remember me." To his surprise, the tall figure merely snorted, curtly retorting, "Humph, get out of my way," his tone brimming with impatience. Faced with such a cold reception, Chu Linghao found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, Meanwhile, Chu Luo Bei observed the scene with keen interest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "What seems to be transpiring here? Alas, it is merely a matter from a few months ago when I borrowed a mask for fun, and they pursued me relentlessly. I had no choice but to claim I was from the Northern Duke's residence. Had it not been for the old man intervening, I would have found myself in prison." Chu Linghao waved his hand dismissively. "Intriguing. You possess quite the audacity. Even from afar in the capital, I have heard of the Tianlang warriors, those who wear masks. And if one dares to unmask, they face immediate execution without mercy. Greetings. I merely wish to indulge my curiosity. Might I, given my status, gain entry to the residence of the town, Lord's young master?" Chu Luo Bei smiled at the tall, slender figure. "The young master? It appears there has indeed been quite a stir about you these past few days. Is it truly you?" Chu Linghao proclaimed loudly, "I assure you, this is my younger cousin, the young master. I didn't inquire of you." The tall figure retorted, clearly displeased. "You, rest assured, you may summon your captain to verify my identity." "Ha, that won't be necessary. Please do proceed, young master." How can you be so certain that I am the young master?" Chu Luo Bei inquired, a quizzical expression adorning his face. "Ha, it's simply because you bear a striking resemblance to the Lord." Chu Luo Bei shook his head and led the two inside. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, Chu Luo Bei emerged from the military camp, beads of sweat cascading down his face. His once handsome visage now appeared somewhat disheveled due to the oppressive heat, his hair damply clinging to his forehead and his garments thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Meanwhile, Chu Linghao stood beside him, fully recovered and brimming with vitality, while Lin Kuo appeared utterly at ease, seemingly unaffected by the sweltering weather, her face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. "Wow, in Luo Bei City, I have never experienced such exhilarating joy before," Lin Kuo remarked, hands on her hips, gazing skyward with a beaming smile. Her melodious laughter resonated through the air like the chime of silver bells. As Chu Luo Bei wiped the incessant beads of sweat from his brow, he weakly muttered, "What exactly is your purpose for being here? You stayed for a full 3 days. I have never spent such an extended period in a military camp throughout my life. Are you unaware of how I've endured these past 3 days?" His mournful gaze turned towards Lin Kuo, seemingly seeking sympathy and comfort. However, Chu Linghao merely nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Chu Luo Bei's sentiment, before turning to Lin Kuo and bursting into hearty laughter. "Sister-in-law, this fellow appears quite formidable on the surface, yet he is surprisingly frail." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuo couldn't help but giggle once more, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes, radiating an adorable charm. Chapter 79. A sitting skeleton. Just as Chu Luo Bei was about to voice a retort, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from a distance. The crowd turned in unison to witness a lavishly adorned carriage speeding towards them, driven by Ziqing. With an anxious expression, Ziqing cracked the whip and called out loudly, Young master, what are you dawdling here for? Hurry up and get on the carriage. The ancestor worship ceremony is about to commence, and the clan members have already gathered. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Chu Luobei was the first to regain his composure, shaking his head in resignation and exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Let us move. If we miss the time, we will be in serious trouble." With that, he took a swift step onto the carriage and agilely leaped onto the driver's seat. The other three quickly followed suit, and they sped away. At first glance, the soldiers in the military camp appeared desolate and devoid of hope. Alas, this young lady is truly formidable. Indeed, in just 3 days, all the masters here have been brought down, huh? Nevertheless, it was quite exhilarating, even if we were frequently beaten. At the edge of Qianlong Mountain, numerous young individuals and several elderly men were resting in a dilapidated house. Sigh. Zicheng skillfully halted the carriage and gently addressed those inside. "Young master, we have arrived." As her words fell, the carriage curtain was gently lifted, and Chu Luobei stepped out slowly. He first lowered his head to tidy up his somewhat disheveled garments, and then carefully extended his hand to assist the delicate Lin Kuer down from the carriage. At that moment, a throng of young people, who had been waiting nearby, bowed deeply in greeting, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the young Marquis." With a smile on his face, Chu Luobei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the crumbling house not far away. Inside, several elderly men with graying hair and wrinkled faces were beaming at him. One of the elders laughed heartily and said, "Little Luobei, back in the day, I personally cradled you in my arms. Have you forgotten so soon?" Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's lips twitched, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he hurriedly explained, "Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize. My time spent here has been brief, and I must admit that my memories of past events are somewhat hazy." Before he could finish, the elder erupted into another round of hearty laughter, waving his hand to interrupt. Young lad, I was merely jesting. Just call me Uncle Zhen." Relieved, Chu Luobei nodded and responded, "Very well, Uncle Zhen." Then, the group made their way towards the rear of the dilapidated house. As they traversed through a patch of overgrown weeds, they were met with a vast expanse of closely packed graves. Chu Luobei's expression grew solemn as he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the gravestones that stood tall, inscribed with names both familiar and foreign: Chu Tian, the 115th clan leader of the Chu family; Chu Qiu, the 18th clan leader. His gaze continued to shift, ultimately resting upon a slightly weathered gravestone. The inscription on the tombstone clearly reads, "Chu Xingzhou, the 18th bearer of the Chu lineage." At that moment, Uncle Zhen, who had been accompanying them, chuckled and remarked, "By lineage, you ought to address him as second master. Moreover, he shares the same unique bloodline of the Chu family that flows within you." Chu Luobei gazed silently at the gravestone, and after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, "Then will I be laid to rest here a century hence?" "I do not know. Perhaps. But your grandfather has said that you will not." Uncle Zhen replied with a smile. "Isn't our clan dwindling?" "Indeed, there are a few old men reluctant to return." Lin Kuer furrowed her brow, as if she had overheard some secret. She tugged at Chu Luobei's sleeve and whispered, "What is this power of bloodline? Do you possess it too?" Surprisingly, Chu Luobei regarded her gently, patting her head and saying, "Be good, and I shall tell you once we return." To his astonishment, Lin Kuer nodded without hesitation, then suddenly fell silent, sealing her lips as if she had lost her voice. At that moment, Uncle Zhen leisurely produced a bundle of incense from his bosom. With practiced ease, he retrieved a fire starter, blew gently, and watched as the flame danced to life. Carefully igniting the incense sticks one by one. Once all were lit, he methodically distributed them to everyone present. The onlookers focused their attention on Uncle Zhen, their eyes filled with reverence. Subsequently, they knelt in unison, with Chu Zhen leading the way, proclaiming loudly, "Chu Zhen, the 316th patriarch of the Chu clan, stands here to lead the clan members, along with the newly joined Lin Kuer and Chu Luobei, in paying homage to our ancestors. Respect." As his words echoed, everyone bowed 3 times toward the ancestral tomb in perfect synchrony. After this ritual, Chu Jun spoke again, his voice resonant and solemn. I humbly beseech our ancestors. May you watch over us from above, ensuring their safety and prosperity, and may the Chu clan flourish. Respect. Upon concluding, the group bowed 3 more times in sincere devotion. Once they rose, they proceeded to offer incense and respectfully place the prepared, sumptuous food and thick joss paper before the grave. After completing these rites, Chu Jun waved his hand and called out, "All right, let's depart." Thus, the crowd turned to leave. However, just as they were about to step away, Chu Jun suddenly grasped Chu Luobei's arm, his face breaking into a warm smile. Lin Ke, standing nearby, couldn't help but furrow her brow, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chu Luobei. With a heart full of suspicion, Chu Luobei asked, "What is the meaning of this?" With a gentle smile, Chu Jun softly replied, "Have you forgotten your grandfather's prior instructions?" Realization dawned on Chu Luobei regarding the Chu family relics. He then guided Lin Ke to the carriage, saying, "You should return, and upon my return, I shall answer all your questions, if that pleases you." Lin Ke, for reasons unknown, perceived a figure in his gentle gaze, one that belonged to the north. Subsequently, she nodded and departed with Ziqing in the car. Little did Lin Ke know that this single statement would lead to her confinement for nearly a year and a half. While Chu Luobei had not been seen in Luobei City since that time. At this moment, in the desolate expanse, only Chu Jun and Chu Luobei remained, quietly gazing at the receding figures of their kin. Suddenly, Chu Jun broke into a smile and said to Chu Luobei, "Our Chu family possesses a mysterious secret realm, and this realm is particularly suitable for you. Come, let us journey there together." As his words fell, the two turned and walked towards a seemingly dilapidated house not far away. Upon entering, Chu Jun moved with familiarity to a section of the floor, crouched down, and forcefully lifted it, revealing a dark and foreboding entrance to a hidden passage. Chu Luobei, upon witnessing this, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Yet he ultimately remained silent. Upon stepping into the passage, the scene before Chu Luobei greatly exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a pitch-black, eerie place that would send shivers down his spine. However, the reality was quite the opposite. This place was remarkably bright, devoid of any darkness. Surrounding them were thick webs spun by numerous spiders, and an abundance of unknown plants thrived freely, indicating that this location had not been visited for a considerable time. The two continued along the passage for approximately half an hour until they finally arrived before skeletal remains. A closer inspection revealed that this individual had succumbed to rest in this very spot. Chapter 80. Do you like her? Without hesitation, Chu Jun knelt down, pulling Chu Luobei to his knees as well, and respectfully bowed his head. As an unfilial descendant, I have come today to fulfill the promise of yesteryear. Ancestor, please accept this bow from your junior. After performing the grand gesture of reverence, Chu Jun and Chu Luobei rose to their feet. At this moment, Chu Jun looked at Chu Luobei with a solemn expression and introduced, "Luobei, this is our family's very first ancestor to awaken the power of the bloodline. Ancestor Chu Nantian." Years ago, before his passing, the ancestor had informed his descendants that he left behind a total of 19 drops of blood imbued with his own primordial power, meant for all those possessing bloodline strength to study and comprehend. To this day, after countless generations of inheritance and utilization, only the final drop remains. What will this blood do? Chu Luobei inquired, gazing at the drop of crimson liquid held delicately within the skeletal grasp. "I cannot say for certain," replied Chu Jun with a smile, "but know this, with this drop, you will gain a deeper understanding of your bloodline. Indeed, from now on, you shall cultivate here. I will take my leave. Before I go, your grandfather instructed me to send you to the southern monk at the Falling Mountain Temple in Shiliang Hongguang Valley to retrieve a scripture." Confused, Chu Luobei questioned, "Should I go directly upon my exit?" "Yes, and disregard that Chu Linghao. Though he possesses great talent, he is rather dim-witted and has gone to the front lines with your grandfather. Farewell, clan leader." Chu Luobei bowed as he watched Chu Jun depart. Curiously, he turned his gaze back to the drop of blood. Master, what is the principle behind this? A voice resonated. Chu Xianyuan spoke. This bloodline, once activated, contains a trace of chaotic blood within. Chaos is indestructible and eternal. Thus, it can endure. Chaotic blood? What is that? No matter. For now, just understand that this bloodline harbors an eternal substance that allows it to persist. Though but a trace, it can be extracted, and it is indeed formidable, Chu Xianyuan marveled. And how shall I proceed? Drink it. Are you certain? What other option is there? Drink it, then enter a meditative state, channel your internal energy, and refine it to obtain this trace of chaotic blood. Oh, taking a deep breath, Chu Luobei picked up the pitch-black drop of blood and consumed it in one swift motion, wrinkling his brow. How should I put it? It's somewhat sweet. Curse you, you little rascal. Do not linger on the taste. Commence immediately, Chu Xianyuan exclaimed. With a soft murmur, Chu Luobei inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and formed hand seals, officially embarking on his journey of refinement. In an instant, a myriad of blood-red runes erupted around him, swirling like lively fish, darting about with a dazzling and enigmatic brilliance. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching energy emanated from within his body, enveloping him in a shroud of blazing flames, with heat rising and mist swirling around him. However, at this moment, Chu Luobei remained oblivious to it all, as he was entirely absorbed in the process of refining the mysterious blood. Suddenly, a figure quietly materialized, Chu Xianyuan. At this moment, he appeared in the real world in a state of his soul. Chu Xianyuan first lazily stretched his body, as if awakening from a deep slumber. He inhaled the fresh air surrounding him, a hint of contentment gracing his features. This young man possesses an intriguing essence, a drop of such extraordinary blood. It appears I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Let us see what benefits you might derive from it. With that, he observed the process of Chu Luobei refining the blood with keen interest. As time flowed inexorably by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Chu Luobei remained seated, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. To the outside world, the only discernible change was the fatigue etched on his face and the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and cheeks. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, firmly holding his ground in the refining process. Upon closer inspection, the blood that had once been as black as ink had undergone a remarkable transformation, now radiating a vibrant crimson hue. This drop of blood seemed to possess a life of its own, surging through Chu Luobei's veins with reckless abandon, stirring up tumultuous waves wherever it roamed. Simultaneously, torrents of overwhelming power emerged alongside its rampage, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts fiercely attacking Chu Luobei's body, gradually devouring him. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Chu Luobei appeared somewhat caught off guard. Despite his utmost efforts to rein in the situation, the blood proved as untamable as a wild stallion, plunging his body into an increasingly precarious predicament. At that moment, Chu Xianyuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He swiftly moved to Chu Luobei's side, leaning down to whisper softly in his ear, transforming qi into spirit, condensing essence and gathering energy, the cycles of the 5 elements. Following this, Chu Luobei closed his eyes, forming seals with his hands to open his meridians, allowing the blood to flow freely within him, unrestrained yet continually devoured by the surrounding internal force. Another month later, Chu Luobei lowered his hands, feeling his internal energy depleted. Exhausted, he opened his eyes to find Chu Xianyuan seated across from him, gazing intently. Startled, Chu Luobei rubbed his eyes and stammered, "Is this a dream, teacher?" With a smile, Chu Xianyuan replied, "Dream? This is reality, you fool." Goodness. Chu Luobei instantly perked up, rising to reach out to Chu Xianyuan, only to find his hand pass through. "What form is this?" "I am a spiritual entity. You are the physical body, so naturally, you cannot touch me." "Oh, so, you can emerge from my soul space, but can you enter it?" "Naturally." "Wow, incredible." Subsequently, Chu Luobei promptly fell asleep again. Bang! Chu Xianyuan smiled lightly, saying, "Rest well." Reaching the mid-level of martial sovereign is commendable, and the concentration of your bloodline power has increased. What a pity it would be if only there were wine. 3 days later, Chu Luobei slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening, and he found himself met with the unwavering gaze of Chu Xianyuan, who was watching him intently. This made Chu Luobei feel rather uneasy. He swiftly sat up and then stood to stretch his limbs. While doing so, he inquired, "Master, how long have I been asleep?" Chu Xianyuan replied expressionlessly, 3 days. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, followed by a puzzled glance at Chu Xianyuan. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Master, have you been staring at me the entire time?" Chu Xianyuan gently nodded and responded, "Indeed." Unable to suppress a tongue click of admiration, Chu Luobei remarked, "You truly possess remarkable stamina." In response to his disciples' teasing, Chu Xianyuan merely smiled faintly and said, "I have grown accustomed to it." Chu Luobei was momentarily stunned, an awkward expression crossing his face. "Master, I—" However, before he could finish, Chu Xianyuan interrupted him with a hearty laugh and waved his hand, saying, "I am aware of my flaws. I fear they shall remain with me for this lifetime." With a helpless nod, Chu Luobei shifted the conversation, asking, "Well then, how long have we actually been here?" After a brief contemplation, Chu Xianyuan slowly revealed a number, more than 4 months. "What? Has 4 months truly passed?" Chu Luobei exclaimed. "This won't do. I must leave at once." Without another word, he darted out like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, Chu Xianyuan stood quietly, watching the retreating figure. Before long, Chu Luobei suddenly halted and turned back, calling out to the pursuing Chu Xianyuan, "Master, how does the scenery here compare? Is it beautiful?" After surveying the surroundings, Chu Xianyuan offered his assessment. It pales in comparison to Xinjiang City. It does not measure up in the slightest." Chu Luobei's expression morphed into one of exasperation, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, After a brief silence, he seemed to recall something significant, and with a serious demeanor, he addressed Chu Xianyuan, "Master, I wish to bid farewell to that young girl. May I?" Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xianyuan responded with a teasing smile, "Oh, do you hold a fondness for that young lady?" Chu Luobei's face flushed crimson as he stuttered an explanation. "Well, yes, I do like her quite a bit. I can't quite explain it, but I feel particularly happy when I am with her." "Master, have you ever liked someone?" Chapter 81. Encounter with Mu Hin. Chu Xuanyuan's gaze suddenly dimmed, as if he were ensnared in profound reminiscence. After a long pause, he slowly uttered, "Yes, but that individual once inflicted grievous wounds upon me." "Very well. Shall we proceed downstairs?" Chu Luobei's voice carried a hint of hesitation. "Perhaps it's best if you leave," Chu Xianyuan replied with a faint smile. "You see, once you descend, you may not be able to depart again." At these words, a tightness gripped Chu Luobei's heart, yet he nodded, "If I cannot leave, then let's embark." With that, he cast a lingering glance at the ancient city, as if wishing to engrave it deep within his memory, before preparing to turn away. Just then, Chu Xianyuan called out to him, "Xiao Luobei." Hearing the voice, Chu Luobei halted and turned back, responding, Gazing intently at the young figure before him, Chu Xianyuan spoke earnestly, "This world is harsh, and friends are few. If you encounter a lifelong confidant, consider yourself fortunate." A slight smile graced Chu Luobei's lips as he retorted, "Like you, teacher?" Chu Xianyuan did not directly answer, merely allowing a meaningful smile to play upon his lips. Subsequently, he withheld further words and stepped forward to join the already advancing Chu Luobei. Meanwhile, within the bustling and vibrant city of Luobei, Lin Ku'er stood by the window, her gaze inevitably drawn to the lush mountains behind. For reasons unknown, her heart was restless today, an inexplicable anxiety rendering her unable to remain still. At last, she could no longer suppress the impulse within, swiftly turning to the door while murmuring, "I must find him. I cannot wait any longer." However, just as she reached the doorway, a figure appeared before her like a wraith, obstructing her path. It was Ziqing, who, wielding a long sword, spoke with a grave expression, "Young madam, You cannot go. Frowning slightly, Lin Kuo replied, I want to return to Kyoto. Ziqing, seemingly acting on someone else's orders, remained unmoved. I am sorry, young madam, but you cannot leave. At least until the young master arrives. You must remain in Luobei City. Are you imprisoning me? Lin Kuo challenged, her brows furrowing. Ziqing remained silent, lowering his head while still brandishing the sword. Lin Kuo frowned. Do you dare? Do you think you can stop me? I cannot. But General Liu Yi has also arrived and is waiting outside. Ziqing stated earnestly. Why? I must see my grandfather. The Lord of Zhenbei returned to Jinan Pass a few months ago. Then I must meet the steward of the Zhenbei Marquis' residence. Lin Kuo could no longer contain her frustration. Apologies, but the steward is currently with me. Ziqing replied, furrowing his brow. You? Whose orders are you following? Lin Kuo calmed herself and inquired. The Marquis. Lin Kuo closed her eyes, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. What will you do about Kyoto? The Marquis has already submitted a letter stating that the young master wishes to celebrate the new year in Luobei City, and Miss Kuo has consented. There is no suspicion from Kyoto whatsoever. Humph, ha ha ha, very well, if you choose not to go out, so be it. Lin Kuo sat despondently in the pavilion, seemingly having lost faith in the Duke of Zhenbei's household. Why did you only tell me now? She inquired. Because the young master has just departed. Ziqing responded while sitting beside her. You are aware of his secret. I do not know. She retorted. Ha ha ha, deceivers, all of you. Humph. Soon after, she collapsed into Ziqing's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Ziqing was taken aback for a moment before gently holding her, feeling somewhat helpless. It was the command of the Duke, one he could not defy. At this moment in the capital, within the palace study, Lin Shuqiao sneered. What does the Duke of Zhenbei mean by this? You speak of an old dog. Eunuchly furrowed his brow and replied, Your Majesty, perhaps he simply wishes to see his grandson. Is that so? What news from the Wang family of Langia? Your Majesty, the Wang family has not expressed any concerns. After all, this is a matter of the Duke's household. It would be unseemly to worry for his daughter and bring her back. Eunuchly jested. Never mind. Have you managed to contact Lin Kuo during these days? Your Majesty, our clandestine network cannot penetrate Luobei City. There are formidable experts stationed there, making entry impossible. Incompetence. Yes. Eunuch Li hastily knelt on the ground. What the demons? We dispatched a martial artist, but alas, his heart was crushed by a master, and he perished in an instant. Oh, such strength is indeed the Duke of Zhenbei's method. This serves as a warning to me. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, is there still a chance to? No need for that. Inform the leader of the demons that the conditions he desires have been met. As long as he eliminates the Duke of Zhenbei, it shall suffice. Having said this, Eunuch Li departed. Lin Shuqiao sneered. 2 martial kings can easily extinguish you, Chu Yuan. Meanwhile, 2 days later, Chu Luobei donned a wide-brimmed black hat, his face concealed behind an exquisite fox mask, revealing only a pair of lively eyes and a slightly upturned mouth. Thus, he quietly stepped into the bustling spring city. When he visited last year, the beauty was truly overwhelming. Yet now, it appeared rather mundane. Chu Luobei chuckled softly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his words. At that moment, the voice of Chu Xianyuan wafted into his ear. This is your mother's ancestral land. Why do you still wear a mask? Chu Luobei shrugged helplessly, responding, Alas, I had no choice. I snuck out this time. It will be troublesome if they discovered me. Henceforth, I shall refer to myself as the North. That name is quite fitting. By the way, did you not use this name when you deceived that young girl? Chu Suanian Dizet. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei felt a pang of embarrassment, clearing his throat before saying, Oh dear, master, please refrain from exposing my shortcomings. With that, he hastened into the city. Spring City was abuzz with activity, teeming with people. The streets were lined with various stalls selling silks and satins, antiques and paintings, while numerous merchants engaged in spirited haggling with the vendors. Additionally, some locals displayed their homegrown vegetables, their calls ringing out in lively competition. As Chu Luobei ambled along, a sudden brilliance illuminated his path. Not far ahead stood a restaurant named Zilai Fu. A smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, Ah, this establishment is indeed my favorite. With renewed vigor, he strode towards the restaurant, calling out in a boisterous voice, "Waiter, bring forth the finest wine and delicacies for me." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment." The waiter replied promptly. Chu Luobei chose a seat by the window, gradually removing his mask and curiously surveying his surroundings. At that moment, his gaze abruptly fixed upon a familiar figure in a corner of the second floor. Though obscured by a mask, the individual hailing from Shiliang was unmistakably recognizable to Chu Luobei, whose keen observational skills and intuition allowed him to identify the person as Mu Hen without a doubt. What could have brought them to this locale? Earlier, he had clearly heard that they were already on their way back. How could they possibly be here? Chapter 82. Eavesdropping at night. A torrent of questions flooded Chu Luobei's mind, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he murmured to himself, "What a twist of fate it is. Just you wait. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged." At that moment, Mu Hen emerged, leading several individuals, and they brushed past Chu Luobei. Once outside the door, Mu Hen suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at the spot where Chu Luobei had been seated. One of his subordinates, noticing his demeanor, inquired with a hint of confusion, "General, what troubles you? Did you discern something unusual?" Mu Hen shook his head and replied softly, "It's nothing. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Let us proceed." With that, he hastily led the others away. Meanwhile, Chu Luobei deftly seized a flask of fine wine and vanished like a wraith from his original position. When the innkeeper came to tidy up, he was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "This person was just here reveling, and now he has completely vanished. Could it be a supernatural occurrence?" As for Mu Hen and his companions, they navigated cautiously until they arrived at the grand entrance of the illustrious Wei family in Chun City. While entering, Mu Hen frequently glanced around, but little did they know, they were indeed being followed by none other than Chu Luobei himself. Standing before the Wei family's imposing red door, Chu Luobei's gaze was fixed, lost in profound contemplation. He had long heard of the four prominent families in Jiangnan. The Zhou family dominated the salt trade. The Yuan family specialized in iron smelting. The Zhou family managed waterway transport. And as for the Wei family, they operated a security agency with business ties to Shiliang, which was rather intriguing. Chu Luobei murmured softly, a hint of amusement flickering across his lips. After a moment, he gradually turned and began to retrace his steps. By now, Chu Luobei's stomach was growling, having gone an entire day without sustenance. He scoured the vicinity of the Wei family and eventually discovered a reasonably decent inn, deciding to temporarily take refuge there, which would also facilitate his covert observation of the Wei family's activities. Upon entering the inn, Chu Luobei requested a room on the second floor. Once inside, he made his way to the window, gently pushed it open, and his view was directly focused on the Wei family's entrance. After confirming his vantage point, he took a deep breath, seated himself on the floor, and closed his eyes to commence his meditation. "Master, do you think I am meddling in affairs that do not concern me?" Chu Luobei suddenly asked, but there was no response from anyone but himself. Just then, a deep voice resonated within his mind. Indeed. Upon hearing this reply, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow and continued, Actually, Master, my true intention is to eliminate that individual." The voice returned, "I have sensed it." Energized by the response, Chu Luobei eagerly probed, "Then, Master, what do you reckon are my chances of success against him with my current strength?" After a brief pause, the voice of Chu Xianyuan provided an answer, 90%. Such an astonishingly high probability. Chu Luobei's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. A chilling voice then emitted a disdainful snort, declaring, "This is a complete affirmation of the power of the bloodline within you." Receiving such a high commendation instantly bolstered Chu Luobei's confidence. He eagerly nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us wait until the night deepens and seek the perfect opportunity to act." Before his words could fully dissipate, Chu Luobei regulated his breathing, immersing himself entirely in a state of cultivation. As night descended, enveloping the world in silence, Chu Luobei's eyes, which had been tightly shut for an extended period, abruptly opened. Almost simultaneously, A faint knocking echoed in his ears. Knock, 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 guest? Chuluobi feigned indifference as he spoke. A young attendant entered, bearing a tray of food, and upon closing the door, announced, "Esteemed guest, dinner is served." "Thank you, but why are you so, cautious?" Chuluobi inquired. "Oh, by the way, I should just remind you, esteemed guest, that something might transpire tonight. If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to refrain from venturing outside." "Oh, what is it?" Chuluobi asked with curiosity. "Well, I'm not entirely sure," the attendant replied. Chuluobi's lips curled into a slight smile as he tossed a few silver coins into the young man's hands, saying, "My friend, are you satisfied?" The attendant, beaming with delight as he pocketed the coins, replied, "Esteemed guest, are you familiar with the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan?" "Naturally. Alas, you should be aware that the Zhou family relies on waterway transportation. Who could have predicted that the Wei family, with their escort agency, would covet this business? Thus, conflict arose, and it is said that tonight they will clash by the banks of Chongqing River. But, alas, these are merely rumors. Do not take them to heart. I shall not disturb your meal any longer." With that, he thoughtfully closed the door and departed. Chongqing River? A conflict involving my maternal clan? Teacher, it seems I cannot simply stand by. I wonder what guise I shall adopt to offer my assistance. Chuluobi smiled faintly, remaining silent as he gazed out the window. The Wei residence was now ablaze with lights. Donning a mask, he flashed a wicked grin, leaped from the window, and stealthily scaled the surrounding wall. Upon entering, he perched on the eaves, observing the grand hall of the Wei family, where Mu Hen stood beside a veiled woman. Chuluobi furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this mysterious woman. As he realized he was too far to discern their conversation, he quietly ascended to the rooftop. "Wei family head, these are the only terms I can offer. Should you refuse my demands, I shall take my leave with them." "Do consider your decision carefully," a voice echoed. Before him stood an elderly man, his face etched with the passage of time, yet gleaming with shrewdness. Behind him loomed several imposing figures, reminiscent of elders. Suddenly, the elderly man erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! If I would acquiesce to this, would I not earn the eternal infamy of selling my country for glory?" However, upon hearing this, the woman across from him grew cold, snorting disdainfully, "Humph. Selling one's country for personal gain? Master Wei, it is unfortunate that despite our prolonged discussions spanning several months, the response I received in the end was so disappointing. Given this, further words are futile. We shall take our leave." With that, she turned away without hesitation, her expression one of indifference as she prepared to depart with Mu Hen and the others. At that moment, the seemingly composed elder's demeanor abruptly shifted. Clearly unprepared for such resoluteness from the other party, he hastily called out, "Wait. Please hold for a moment." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced the woman's lips, though her steps remained halted, as she stood still, seemingly awaiting the elder's next words. Observing her reaction, the elder inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, his face then displaying a look of hesitation as he slowly spoke. "Miss Yen, I truly cannot acquiesce to the conditions you have set forth. However, if I were to disseminate the news of your compatriots still abroad, I wonder how that esteemed individual far away in Luoyang would react." Chapter 83. Lord of the City, Yunjia in the face of the old man's threats. The woman displayed no fear and responded with a cold laugh. "What? Do you truly believe that our Shiliang would cower before your Haowu?" The old man could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing this. His gambit had proven utterly ineffective. It appeared that Miss Yin was indeed a formidable opponent. Were it not for the imminent arrival of the Tianqi, which made war inadvisable, he would not have hesitated to threaten her. Just as the woman prepared to depart, she found herself encircled by the members of the escort agency. Casting a glance at the greasy old man, she smiled and said, "Do you really think they can confine us?" The old man smiled faintly, gesturing for them to step aside. With curiosity, he asked, "Tianqi, may I inquire who is in charge of Shiliang, Miss Yin?" "It is naturally our esteemed national master of Shiliang." "Ah, I see. Ha, in that case, when the Tianqi arrives, might the old man offer my Wei family an opportunity to ascend to the upper realm? I shall defer to your judgment on this matter. if you please. The woman smiled indifferently. I had thought your Wei family to be a group lacking in self-awareness. Of course, that is possible. However, when the time comes, it will be the words of the great figures of the upper realm that hold sway. I can only whisper a few words. The rest depends on fate. Ha, indeed. Indeed. Thank you, Miss Yen. Now, the hour grows late. Let us with a calm smile. She interjected. Mu Hen, the high priest Mu Hen, bowed respectfully. Accompany this esteemed head of the Wei family for a while. Remember, the Zhou family is not to be trifled with. We seek only our rightful share. Do you not agree, Wei family head? Of course. Then, after you, Lord Mu Hen. With that, Mu Hen stepped forward. Chu Luobei furrowed his brow slightly, realizing who she was. Recalling the enigmatic puppet technique from earlier, he recognized that this woman had possessed the eunuch to converse with him. It was truly unexpected. He had long been puzzled as to why she had not made an appearance in the capital, only to discover now that she had quietly arrived in Spring City. Moreover, judging by her aura, it was evident that she was a powerful martial artist. However, at this moment, Chu Luobei did not wish to expend much energy on this mysterious woman. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand, namely, dealing with those who harbored deep-seated enmity towards him. With this in mind, Chu Luobei resolved to temporarily set aside his inquiries regarding her and prepared to leave discreetly. Yet, as he stealthily walked along the eaves, a sudden, crisp creaking sound echoed. His lips twitched as he looked down to find he had inadvertently stepped on a tile. This familiar scene caused a twitch at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a similar plot he had encountered in some play. Sure enough, the woman and the old man beside her simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes fixed directly upon Chu Luobei's location. He stood there wearing a fox mask, his demeanor somewhat furtive. At this moment, upon witnessing this scene, the head of the Wei family immediately furrowed his brow and shouted, "Who exactly are you? How dare you hide and lurk here?" Confronted with such inquiries, Chu Luobei let out a gentle sigh, then chose to drop his pretense. Smiling calmly as he spoke, "There is no need to rush to uncover my identity. I am confident that we shall meet again soon." With that, he executed a remarkable display of lightness akin to a swallow, swiftly darting away like a bird into the distance. Witnessing Chu Luobei's attempt to flee, the head of the Wei family was instantly engulfed by a fierce murderous intent, bellowing, "Pursue him. We cannot allow this person to escape." At his command, those behind him leapt into action, closely trailing the silhouette of Chu Luobei. Noticing the woman's indifferent expression, the Wei family head quickly donned a fawning smile. Attempting to appease her, "I sincerely apologize, Miss Yen. The Zhou family has always exhibited such rudeness. I beg your forgiveness on their behalf, and hope you can overlook their transgressions. Today, as hospitality has been somewhat lacking, and I ask for your understanding." However, the woman seemed entirely unperturbed by the old man's words. Her brow furrowed as her gaze remained fixed ahead, murmuring to herself, "Is it him? How could he be here?" Upon hearing her murmurs, the Wei family head was momentarily taken aback and hastily approached her, inquiring, "Oh, does Miss Yen know this person? What is the relationship between you two?" The woman let out a scoff, replying coldly, "He is not what you presume to be from the Zhou family. He is one of the Rakshasa. That is all I can divulge. Now, I have matters of importance to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She added, "As the head of your family, shouldn't you go and meet those from the Zhou family? After all, some matters are best handled personally." With a slight upward curve of her lips, a smile that was neither here nor there, she cast a glance at the Wei family head before gracefully taking her leave, soaring away like a delicate butterfly. Watching her retreating figure, the Wei family head initially stood in shock, but soon his smile faded, replaced by an unmistakable chill in his demeanor. He muttered under his breath, "This woman is becoming increasingly arrogant. Yet, for now, I cannot afford to confront her directly. I shall endure for a time." With that, he adjusted his attire and hastened toward the gathering of the Zhou family. Meanwhile, the woman, employing her agility, swiftly ascended to the summit of a towering pavilion. Atop the building awaited a well-dressed, refined middle-aged man. Upon her arrival, he greeted her with a slight smile and a respectful bow. "High Priestess, you have arrived a step late." The woman returned the smile with calm indifference. choosing not to respond. Just then, the rain began to fall. The man, unfazed, opened his umbrella to shield her as they both observed the throngs gathering below. Fortunately, today the city lord possessed foresight. Otherwise, the high priestess would have been caught in the rain, he remarked. The woman, veiling her face, looked down and replied, "Is that so? The city lord is indeed considerate. After today, the Zhou family will no longer be as they once were, and the conditions set forth by the high priestess will be delivered shortly." The man smiled, acknowledging Yunjia is the esteemed city lord of Spring City. The lady smiled gently, assuring with confidence that not only the Zhou family, but also the Wei family had likely fallen into ruin. What piqued Qing Li's curiosity was the significant influence of the Zhou family, which even the city lord regarded with caution. Yet, what could account for the Wei family's demise? Yunjia replied with a calm smile, "Merchants, after all, are driven by profit. Spring City stands as the second largest commercial market of Haowu. I harbor a disdain for merchants. Thus, the city lord's Spring City does not require such sordid elements to tarnish it." It is rather amusing, isn't it? A seemingly upright city lord engaging in collaboration with us from Shiliang. Amusing, perhaps? Chapter 84. The confrontation of two families by the Chongqing River at this moment. The members of the Zhou family arrived in full force, led by the family patriarch. Their imposing presence was magnificent, drawing the attention of onlookers. Each individual was armed with various weapons, gleaming coldly and exuding an aura of fierce intensity. Beside the patriarch stood a middle-aged man with short hair, his robust physique and defined muscles giving him an air of formidable strength. Yet, the atmosphere was palpably tense, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The skies were shrouded in thick clouds, and large raindrops began to fall in a torrent, splashing against the ground and creating a flurry of water droplets. Shifting focus towards the Wei family's direction, one could see a considerable gathering, including several individuals clad in peculiar attire from the western Liang region. Observing this scene, the Zhou patriarch furrowed his brow and turned to the man named Mr. Quan beside him, inquiring, "Mr. Quan, given your capabilities, can you manage this situation?" Mr. Quan's expression tightened as he replied solemnly, "Patriarch, to speak candidly, the prowess of those Western Liang individuals is inscrutable, and I truly cannot discern their levels," leaving me without complete assurance. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed the Zhou patriarch's face as he sighed, "Alas, this matter stems from a commercial dispute. Were it not for the significant interests at stake, we ought to invite the city lord to mediate." "Rest assured, Patriarch," Mr. Quan reassured with a faint smile, "His Highness, the Prince of Langia, has already been apprised of the situation and will soon dispatch formidable allies to our aid. Thus, as long as the Wei family does not act with excessive arrogance or dare to take reckless actions, they will surely face severe repercussions, even to the extent of potential annihilation." Despite Mr. Quan's confident assertions, the Zhou patriarch remained deeply troubled, exhaling slowly, "Alas. While that may be so, I fear that our family's enterprises will be difficult to preserve." With these words, he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Before long, the Wei patriarch strode over with great confidence, his face radiating a welcoming smile, as if spring breezes were caressing the surroundings. After exchanging pleasantries with Mu Han and others for a moment, he proudly positioned himself between the two factions and boisterously declared, "Zhou patriarch, if you are willing to relinquish half of your assets, I shall turn and leave immediately, causing no further entanglement. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the Zhou patriarch could not help but snort coldly, glaring fiercely at the Wei patriarch, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You old scoundrel, do not indulge in daydreams. Even if it means the complete ruin of my family's enterprises, I shall not part with a single coin." "Ha ha!" The laughter of the Wei patriarch rang out, harsh and jarring amidst the downpour. "In that case, it seems we have no grounds for negotiation. Very well, Zhou old man, do not regret your decision today." Before his words could fully settle, the Wei patriarch turned on his heel and strode away without hesitation, casting a sycophantic smile back at Mu Han as he respectfully remarked, "Esteemed elder, please proceed." Mu Hen's expression was as serene as still water. He nodded slightly and spoke calmly. I shall deal with that hulking brute, while you handle the remaining lackeys. The group from Shiliang, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and surged forward like fierce tigers descending a mountain. Meanwhile, Mu Hen remained composed, uttering a single word, kill. Seeing the unfolding situation, the head of the Zhou family flashed a piercing gaze, raised his hand, and shouted, charge. In an instant, the already torrential downpour intensified, and the two sides clashed fiercely in a brutal melee. As a distinguished master of the fist sect, Mu Hen's prowess was formidable. Although the burly man opposing him was also a peak martial artist, he was evidently inferior to Mu Hen. As they faced each other, the man eagerly drew his long spear and brandished it with the ferocity of a tempest, thrusting it towards Mu Hen. Mu Hen slightly tilted his head, his body leaning subtly, with his feet firmly planted in the ground like the roots of an ancient tree. His left hand formed a tight fist. Muscles coiling as power surged within. At that moment, the opponent's spear, swift as lightning, lunged forward, accompanied by a fierce wind and a chilling intent to kill. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Mu Hen appeared remarkably calm. He nonchalantly unleashed his right fist, meeting the incoming spear with precision. A tremendous clash of forces erupted, producing a thunderous sound that echoed far and wide. The air around them seemed ignited, unleashing a violent shockwave. The previously relentless rain, struck by this force, shattered into countless tiny droplets that scattered in all directions. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, one exclaiming, "Martial sovereign." A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Mu Hen's mouth as he coldly remarked, "Only now, do you realize? It is too late." Before his words faded, he exerted himself once more, an overwhelming fist intent surging from his fist. With a sharp crack, the sturdy spear broke in two. The residual shockwave, like a wild stallion, charged towards a man's chest. As he braced for impact, the man, in despair, closed his eyes, silently lamenting his fate. Just as the dire moment approached, a shadow suddenly materialized before him. A powerful iron fist struck out, intercepting the menacing force. With the crisis averted, both men swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Mu Hen. He regarded the figure of Chu Luobei before him, his brow furrowing as he coldly remarked, "So it is you. I never expected that after your narrow escape last time, you not only survived, but also ascended to martial sovereign. However, how foolish it is for you to seek trouble with me, given your limited capabilities." Chu Luobei responded with a composed smile. "I have long declared that our next meeting would mark the day I take your life. Today I fulfill my promise." Such brazen arrogance. It is hard to believe that merely a year apart, you have ascended to the realm of martial sovereign. I must concede, your talent is indeed remarkable, bordering on the monstrous. Yet, alas, your penchant for showing off and your ignorance of the greater world shall ultimately become your Achilles heel. Today, let me demonstrate to you that even among martial sovereigns, there exists a vast chasm between us. A glint of cold light flickered in Mu Hen's eyes, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread. Chu Luobei smiled indifferently and remarked, "Eager, are we?" With a scoff, he unleashed heavenly absolute fist. A furious roar echoed as Mu Hen radiated an overwhelming murderous intent, surging forward like an unstoppable torrent. His speed was akin to lightning slicing through the night sky, astonishing all who beheld it. The man who had been rescued turned pale at the sight, his heart quaking in fear as he cried out, "Young hero, be cautious." However, facing the onslaught of Mu Hen, Chu Luobei remained remarkably composed. A slight smile graced his lips as he swiftly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly rooted to the ground. Fists clenched, gathering his latent energy. Just as Mu Hen's fist was about to strike Chu Luobei, he shouted, "Howling Wolf Strike." With that cry, the power he had accumulated erupted forth like a volcano. Bang! The two fists met with a thunderous clash. The immense shockwave seemed to freeze the surrounding air, while droplets of water sprayed outward at an astonishing velocity. Witnessing such a fierce confrontation, the combatants on both sides halted their skirmishes. hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At that moment, the members of the Zhou and Wei families stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the scene, pondering the identity of this sudden appearance of the cloaked youth. Chu Luobei and Mu Hen continued their relentless exchange of blows, neither yielding an inch, making it impossible to discern a victor. Chapter 85. The King's Contempt. Mu Hen fixed his gaze upon his opponent, momentarily stunned to discover that Chu Luobei was also a practitioner of the fist sect. However, a spark of excitement quickly flickered in his eyes as he erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a domineering intent in your fists. Young man, I hope you will not disappoint me." At that moment, Chu Xuanyuan's voice suddenly resonated in Chu Luobei's ear. "Target his abdomen. That is the key point where he gathers his energy." Upon hearing his mentor's reminder, Chu Luobei's heart leaped with joy, prompting an immediate shift in strategy from defense to offense. He swiftly evaded Mu Hen's heavy punch and, taking advantage of the opening, lunged forward, raising his right fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, and struck fiercely at Mu Hen's midsection. Caught off guard, Mu Hen hurriedly raised his hand to block the blow. Yet, Chu Luobei's assault was relentless, a flurry of punches raining down upon Mu Hen, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, nearly losing his balance. After enduring several ferocious strikes, Mu Hen could no longer withstand the onslaught and stumbled, barely preventing himself from collapsing onto the ground. He quickly distanced himself, furrowing his brow and muttering, "This kid knows how to attack my lower defenses. Quite clever, but humph." In the next moment, Mu Hen swiftly unfastened the buttons of his shirt, yanking it off, allowing it to cascade to the ground like fallen leaves. His robust and muscular physique was instantly revealed, with his hands clenched into tight fists, the joints whitening from exertion. Suddenly, Mu Hen threw his head back and unleashed a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, diamond body." With this exclamation, a torrent of formidable, true energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire being like a roaring tidal wave. The energy shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, forming a solid shield around him. "Cool me. If you have the guts, try to kill me." Before his words faded, Mu Hen's figure shot forth towards Chu Luobei like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, stirring up a whirlwind that rustled the surrounding leaves. Seeing this, Chu Luobei furrowed his brow slightly, but did not falter. He lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself forward at an equally rapid pace to confront Mu Hen. In an instant, they collided, and the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, producing a chorus of sharp whistles. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet colliding, their unleashed true energy splattering in all directions, nearly impacting the spectators nearby. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Yunjia observed the fierce confrontation before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Is this the trump card of the Zhou family?" Yan Qingli replied, "No, this is not the Zhou family's trump card. This man is a Rakshasa assassin. However, he shall not escape today." A barely perceptible cold smile crept across her face as she commanded soul curse technique. "Strike," and gradually closed her eyes. At this moment, Chu Luobei found himself once again exchanging blows with the frenzied Mu Hen. However, just as he prepared to retaliate, he realized that Mu Hen's fist was already hurtling towards him like a tempest. Instinctively, Chu Luobei raised his arm to defend, but the moment his hand made contact with Mu Hen's fist, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He suddenly felt his vision become obscured, as if a thick fog had enveloped the scene before him. Simultaneously, he sensed the internal energy that had once coalesced in his grasp swiftly dissipate like a flood breaching a dam, slipping entirely beyond his control. Before Chu Luobei could react further, Mu Hen's fist landed squarely on his face. With a thud, Chu Luobei's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. He was propelled several steps back, half kneeling as he shook his dazed head, furrowing his brow to glance at the towering building behind him. Mu Hen's expression was one of fury. "I can, please do not strike." The high priest atop the skyscraper sneered dismissively, showing no intent to halt his assault. Chu Xianyuan calmly declared, Soul attack. Little one, it seems you cannot prevail right now. Teacher, what if I activate my bloodline power? Chu Luobei queried. Determination etched on his face. Then fight. Teacher taught me, activate. Are you sure, you little rascal? That sensation can be quite overwhelming. I can. Very well. Focus your internal energy at your heart. Apply pressure. Chu Luobei swallowed hard, channeling his energy to his heart, and then he was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Yet, the bloodline power appeared uncooperative and unable to endure the strain. He released it, gasping for air. Teacher, this sensation is intoxicating. Forget it. We shall not use it, but I must eliminate him. Chu Luobei coldly regarded his opponent. Sighing, Chu Xianyuan conceded, all right. I shall protect your soul. Unleash your attack. Despite his current limited soul power, he felt capable against the martial sovereign. Thank you, teacher, Chu Luobei replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his killing intent palpable. Come again. Mu Hen, perplexed by the previous antics, engaged in another fierce exchange of blows. On the rooftop, Yin Qingli, the high priest, frowned slightly, contemplating. They can still continue to fight? This soul power is remarkably potent. Beside her, Yinja questioned with a puzzled expression. High priest, this individual is formidable. With a disdainful snort, Yin Qingli retorted, formidable or not. Anyone who obstructs me is destined for death. No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed another ferocious soul attack. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As a soul attack surged into Chu Luobei's soul space like a bolt of lightning, she anticipated an easy victory, only to discover that this seemingly mundane soul space was utterly vacant. To her astonishment, her recent strike appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Just as Yin Qingli was engulfed in doubt, two golden eyes slowly emerged from the depths of the pitch-black soul space. They radiated an indescribable aura of nobility and indifference, as if they were the true sovereigns of this realm. A mere glance was enough to leave Yin Qingli in shock, her heart swelling with an uncontrollable fear. She instinctively yearned to turn and flee from this place, but regrettably, it was far too late. With a gasp, Yin Qingli opened her eyes, spitting out blood, her heart racing, overwhelmed by an inexplicable palpitation. The terrifying gaze was enough to make her bleed. Yinja supported Yin Qingli, frowning as he inquired, Great priest, are you all right? No worries. But what on earth is it? How could it be so fearsome? Within Chu Luobei's soul space, Chu Xianyuan emerged with an air of arrogance, his sharp gaze fixed on the outside where Chu Luobei was fiercely engaged in combat with Mu Hen. With a slight smile, he remarked, Little one, are you not going to act decisively? Chu Luobei, feeling a bit awkward, replied to Chu Xianyuan, Master, this is one of the few in the Fist sect. I must learn from him. Merely a small martial sect practitioner. Eliminate him. In the future, I shall train with you. All right. Chu Luobei's eyes dimmed with disappointment. In the next moment, Mu Hen, feeling a sense of trepidation, attempted to create distance, but Chu Luobei's gaze sharpened, and his punching speed accelerated, the force becoming increasingly terrifying. In a moment of inattention, Mu Hen was struck in the abdomen by a punch, instantly spitting blood and being flung backward. Chu Luobei swiftly flew over, seizing his hand, causing Mu Hen to startle and attempt to retaliate. However, Chu Luobei transformed as if a different person, delivering yet another punch. With a gasp, Yin Qingli could no longer restrain herself, wanting to rush forward. But in the next instant, she heard a voice warning, It is best not to move. Otherwise, the true self will kill you. Yin Qingli was taken aback, gazing at Mu Hen's tragic state, clenching her fists, but ultimately she released them, overcome by fear. Those eyes were too terrifying. Yunja furrowed his brow, looking at Yin Qingli with confusion. Great priest, why are you not making a move? What is the matter? Please assist me. Yin Qingli grasped his hand, a hint of ambiguity in her tone. Yunja was taken aback. As a mere half-step martial sect practitioner, how could he intervene? Mu Hen was at the pinnacle of the martial sect, and he could not compete, so he chose to act as if he had not heard. Yin Qingli was nearly driven to despair. What should she do? Chapter 86, A Worthy Choice Yet. Both Chu Luobei and Mu Hin were so elevated in stature that they failed to notice the crimson hue beginning to manifest in Chu Luobei's gaze. Mu Hin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Luobei, finally coming to a startling realization. This bizarre and formidable state was one he had previously witnessed with a national master. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. But before he could contemplate further, Chu Luobei bellowed, "Sanglong force." Accompanying this fierce cry was an ear-splitting howl that reverberated through the heavens. Almost immediately, Mu Hin felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if a ferocious beast were rending his body with its razor-sharp claws. Looking down, he was met with a ghastly sight. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In terror, Mu Hin attempted to clutch the wound, but it was far too late. His life force ebbed swiftly, and he collapsed limply, utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Yan Qingli observed this gruesome scene with an impassive expression, yet her heart churned with tumultuous waves. Fixating on Chu Luobei, her voice, frigid and piercing, emerged from between gritted teeth. "Who are you truly?" This inquiry was directed not only at Chu Luobei, but also at the unseen figure who had communicated in secret. In response to Yan Qingli's probing, Chu Luobei merely smiled faintly, his demeanor calm as he uttered 4 words. "Rakshasa, Northern Region." No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered, vanishing from sight with a ghostly agility. Seeing this, Yan Qingli's countenance darkened further, as she turned to the equally astonished city lord beside her, stating coldly, "City Lord, it seems our collaboration has become unnecessary. I take my leave." With that, she turned away without a trace of regret, leaving the city lord standing alone. Yinja, the city lord, furrowed his brow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he murmured to himself, "Have we truly failed?" Sighing, he recognized the urgency of managing the aftermath. Otherwise, should he provoke the Wang of Langya, he could not bear the weight of such culpability. "Master Wei, it appears you shall have to bear the brunt of this misfortune," he scoffed, before sweeping away, leaving behind a scene stained with blood and an eerie silence. Mu Hin's lifeless form crumpled to the ground, the crimson liquid saturating the earth, marking the end of his existence. Witnessing this, the individuals from Shiliang turned pale, their urgency compelling them to flee without delay. At that moment, a tall man, exuding an imposing aura, emerged from the crowd. He radiated a powerful presence, a formidable warrior standing at the cusp of becoming a martial sovereign. With an expressionless gaze fixed upon Master Wei, he coldly declared, "Master Wei, it appears you have utterly succumbed." Hearing this, Master Wei's lips twitched involuntarily. His heart brimmed with resentment and fury as he silently cursed, "Damn it! How could this happen? To lose in such a manner, in that detestable northern region. I will not let him escape." However, the present circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Master Wei. He understood all too well that remaining here would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he made a swift decision to return to the Wei residence, intending to organize everything before hastily departing from this place. The head of the Wei family, consumed by urgency, hurried back to the manor with his kin, preparing to lead them away when he suddenly discovered that the entrance was besieged by a dense throng of soldiers. These troops, fully armed and on high alert, were none other than the city's guards. Upon witnessing this, the head of the Wei family was instantly engulfed in fury. It was evident that this was the work of those scoundrels from Shiliang. Just as he was about to explain his situation to the guards, he caught sight of the city lord, Yunjia, riding a magnificent steed, leisurely approaching. With a smile on his face, yet a glint of coldness in his eyes, Yunjia drew near, looking down upon the head of the Wei family, and said indifferently, "Head of the Wei family, your collusion with the enemy is tantamount to treason. Even if I wish to protect you, I am powerless to do so." "Guards, take him away." "City Lord." No, City Lord, I truly did not." The head of the Wei family, filled with terror, desperately pleaded for belief. However, regardless of his entreaties, the guards approached him mercilessly, apprehending him and escorting him to the dungeon. A slight smile graced Yunjia's lips as he remarked, In truth, such an outcome is not entirely unacceptable. However, for the Zhou family, it is imperative to devise a long-term strategy. After all, in this capital, the Zhou family is intricately connected with both major powers. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, in a dilapidated and drafty hut, Chu Luobei lay on the cold ground, his complexion pale and his condition exceedingly frail. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from his soul space. It was his master, Chu Xinyuan. With a look of exasperation, Chu Xinyuan gazed at his disciple and scolded, "You little rascal, how dare you feign ignorance here? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true physical state." In response to his master's reprimand, Chu Luobei remained unfazed, grinning and cheerfully replying, Master, you truly have an eye for detail. Nothing escapes your keen perception. To be honest, this time I was in quite a bit of pain. I nearly lost control." Chu Xinyuan snorted in disdain, shooting him a glare as he retorted, "Spare me your theatrics. You clearly suppressed some of your bloodline power. Are you afraid I might notice?" Chu Luobei hastily waved his hands in denial, explaining, "Oh, master, you misunderstand your disciple. How could I dare to harbor such thoughts? The situation was dire. Had I not retained some strength, if that woman had suddenly attacked, I would have been utterly defenseless. As the saying goes, a frog in warm water." Chu Xinyuan scoffed, dismissively saying, "Is a mere boxing sect worthy of such obsession?" Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei became agitated, gritting his teeth in response. "Master, you are unaware. Back in the day, I nearly lost my life, all thanks to that wretch. Such a deep-seated enmity cannot go unavenged. My heart will not find peace until I settle this score. Regardless of the cost, I am determined to personally eliminate him." Chu Xinyuan appeared somewhat helpless, as if he harbored concerns about Chu Luobei's temperament. After engaging in a skirmish with an esteemed martial arts master, he surely must have gained considerable insight. Embrace the understanding tightly, for I shall protect you. Master, what would happen if I were to cultivate both sword and fist simultaneously? Chu Luobei inquired with curiosity. Sword and fist. You are exceedingly ambitious. However, it is not entirely impossible. I simply lack a master to teach you the art of boxing. Master, you never taught me boxing when I was learning. Chu Lubi zestet. Depart. Quickly. Yes, master, it is settled then. With that, Chu Luobei entered a state of serene contemplation. A faint smile crept upon Chu Xuanyuan's lips as he gazed at the moonlit sky, remarking, "Perhaps this is a commendable choice." Chapter 87. Baidi City the following morning. As anticipated, the king of Langia dispatched a general to Chuncheong, both to caution the city lord to exercise restraint and to deliver cultivation resources to the Zhou family. Subsequently, after the annihilation of the Wei family, the general chose to forego holding the city lord accountable, though his gaze sharpened at the sight of Mu Hen's corpse. He recognized the man, Mu Hen, the Grand General of Shiliang. Such a revelation was not trivial. He swiftly mounted his steed and returned to the capital to report the incident. However, it remains a mystery how, later on, he perished at the edge of a cliff en route to the capital, preventing the news from leaking. Meanwhile, in Luobei City, Ziqing cautiously cradled an immense box, her steps light yet somewhat labored as she entered the imposing and solemn residence of the Marquis of Zhenbei. As she walked, her eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on Lin Ke, who was diligently painting beside a tranquil pavilion. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of concern surged within Ziqing, yet she quickly composed herself, donning her characteristic cheerful expression, and approached Lin Ke with brisk steps. "Sister Ke, what are you busy with?" Ziqing inquired with curiosity as she drew near. Without lifting her head, Lin Ke continued to let her brush dance across the canvas, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied nonchalantly, "Painting." Intrigued, Ziqing leaned closer to investigate. Before her was a vivid portrayal of a figure clad in black, standing silently. The figure wore a conical hat and a mysterious fox mask, obscuring their true identity. Ziqing gazed at the artwork for a moment before her curiosity compelled her to ask, "Who is this, Sister Ke?" At the question, Lin Ke paused momentarily, then lifted her gaze to meet Ziqing's, her eyes shimmering with joy and sweetness. "This is my beloved," she said with a smile. After uttering those words, she returned her focus to the canvas, as if the entire universe had narrowed to just her and the painting before her. Ziqing, taken aback by this revelation, found herself pondering. Alas, while the young master and she may seem a suitable match, their emotional connection appears minimal. It seems her heart is already claimed. With a resigned shake of her head, Ziqing soon rallied her spirits and exclaimed, "Hey, sister, don't get too engrossed in your painting. Come see what delightful treasure I have brought for you." With that, Ziqing gently placed a large box onto a nearby stone table and carefully lifted the lid. Instantly, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Inside the box lay a golden-hued roasted fish, perfectly cooked to achieve a crispy exterior and tender interior. The enticing scent alone made it clear that it was a culinary delight. This is a unique delicacy from our Luobai city, famously known as Luobai roast fish. In the past, the young master often murmured that only this particular grilled fish could evoke the flavors of home. "What do you think, Sister Kuer? Would you care to take a bite?" Ziqing gazed at Lin Kuer with eager anticipation, enthusiastically introducing the dish. Lin Kuer silently contemplated the grilled fish before her, her thoughts inadvertently drifting back to the past. She recalled the fish that had once been grilled for her in the north, its skin far more crisp than this, and a wave of nostalgia surged within her, subtly revealing itself upon her delicate visage. After a soft hum of acknowledgement, Lin Kuer gradually extended her hand, picking up the chopsticks with care to select a piece of fish and bringing it to her lips. As she chewed gently, she initially found nothing remarkable about it, but as her taste buds awakened, she couldn't help but be slightly astonished. While the flavor might not quite match the exquisite quality of the northern delicacy, it was indeed strikingly similar overall. Ziqing, observing every detail, felt a secret joy bloom within her heart as she saw Lin Kuer so engrossed in her meal. "How does it taste? Isn't it delicious?" She giggled, eagerly grabbing a piece for herself, savoring it with abandon, leaving her lips glistening with grease. Upon hearing Ziqing's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Kuer's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a wry smile, softly murmuring, "I told you. How could it possibly be grilled by his own hands?" Yet, this disappointment was swiftly concealed. "Sister Kuer, do you enjoy this grilled fish?" Ziqing inquired, swallowing a morsel with anticipation. Lin Kuer nodded gently. "Then perhaps I shall take you to see how this grilled fish is prepared." Ziqing proposed enthusiastically. "Sound good?" Lin Kuer responded with a smile. Seeing Lin Kuer so readily agree filled Ziqing with delight. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Kuer, you must be quite bored at home all day. How about I share some intriguing tales that have been circulating in the realm recently?" "Oh, do go on." Lin Kaya and Kuhagat. One tale involves a place called Baidi City within the Hao realm, where the Lord will soon hold a heroes' gathering. It is said that many skilled individuals will attend, but alas, we cannot go. Otherwise, we could witness it ourselves, she chuckled. "Indeed. Will your young master be attending?" Lin Kuer inquired. I'm not sure. The young master's whereabouts are always kept confidential, so I wouldn't know," Ziqing replied somewhat awkwardly. "Is that so?" "He is becoming increasingly mysterious," Lin Kuer remarked with a subtle smile. "By the way, there is another tale concerning Prince Langya." "Oh, do tell." "Recently, there was a conflict between the Zhou family of Jiangnan and the Wei family. I'm not sure what sparked it, but they ended up fighting. Just when it seemed they would prevail, a figure descended from the heavens, someone with a past grievance against the Wei family. The situation turned in an instant, and the Wei family found themselves retreating under fierce blows, with their leader being vanquished in a single punch. What a relief. Afterward, he departed gracefully, known as, Luosha from the north. Such a peculiar name. And then, it was the Prince of Langya. Her gaze sharp as she demanded, "What is his name?" "From the north." "Why, do you know him, Sister Kuer?" Ziqing asked. "The north with his fists? What does he look like?" "There is no specific appearance. I have heard that he wears a fox mask and a conical hat." It seems somewhat reminiscent of the way Sister Kuer depicted him. Could it be? Ziqing's eyes widened. Lin Kuer, immediately felt a surge of joy. Though she was uncertain why he would resort to violence, it must indicate a personal vendetta. This is how she perceives a chivalrous figure, someone who avenges grievances. Soon, she composed herself and earnestly cautioned Zi Qing. You must not speak of this to anyone. Understood? Zi Qing cautiously inquired. Really? Yes, Lin Kuo replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sigh. I can only hope he does not disappoint Sister Kuo. Poor my young master. Zi Qing sighed. He. Zi Qing. Isn't this wonderful? You do have feelings for your young master, don't you? You could Lin Kuo teased. Oh dear, Sister Kuo, you always know how to jest about me. Regarding his news, you must keep me informed, all right? Understood. I have never seen Sister Kuo care for someone so much. Ha. Are you feeling envious, Zi Qing? Thank you for your fish, Zi Qing said. Fine. Whether you eat or not, I will take it away. Oh, eat. All right. Since it was brought by Zi Qing, it must be finished, right? Zi Qing continued, and Lin Kuo laughed. Then there's your father, who sent a general. But on the way back, he mysteriously died. He died? Lin Kuo furrowed her brows. This raises numerous questions, doesn't it? This is quite troubling. Indeed, subsequently, the king of Langia dispatched General Xiahou Jing to thoroughly investigate the matter. They should have arrived in Spring City by now. Yes, indeed. My father's subordinates do not perish in vain. Zi Qing nodded in agreement, but remained puzzled. The mask-wearing figure in Lin Kuo's drawing seemed strikingly similar to the one her young master used to wear. Could it be her young master? Chapter 88. The Sanctuary of Leisure Master. This woman is truly malicious, exclaimed Chu Luobei, standing atop a grand tree and gazing at the departing carriage in the distance. Previously, he had been deep in contemplation about the whereabouts of the enigmatic woman. His search led him to a startling revelation. She was stealthily tracking the general. By the precipice, he observed as the woman employed her puppet mastery, effortlessly manipulating the general to march towards the abyss of death. Moreover, the noble steed beneath the general was not spared, cruelly pushed off the cliff. To his astonishment, after the general met his demise, this ruthless high priestess cunningly staged the scene to depict the general as a victim of treachery. In a display of sheer brutality, she severed the general's limbs. Her methods shockingly vicious. Witnessing this scene, Chu Luobei's countenance instantly darkened, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. However, he found himself surprisingly indifferent to the woman's callousness. For the deceased general bore no blood relation to him. From that moment on, Chu Luobei embarked on a prolonged pursuit of this mysterious woman, aided by the extraordinary tortoise-breathing technique imparted by Chu Xianyuan. With such a skill, evading detection by the formidable high priestess and successfully tailing her was hardly a challenge. In the upper realm, such occurrences are commonplace and hardly warrant concern, he mused. Oh dear, master, your words have completely extinguished my interest in the upper realm, Chu Luobei murmured with a pout. Do you truly feel this way? Chu Suanian in Guit, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his originally icy gaze. Startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Chu Luobei felt a tremor in his heart and a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He keenly sensed that voicing his true thoughts at this moment might provoke the seemingly stern master into a merciless reaction. Thus, he quickly amended his tone, chuckling, master. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. You nearly frightened me. Enough chatter. Hasten and follow her. Chu Xianyuan reprimanded sharply. Ahead lies Baidi City. What did she possibly want there? Without further thought, Chu Luobei stealthily pursued her. Baidi City, a majestic and ancient fortress that has withstood the test of millennia, stands proudly in the mortal realm. Governed by a venerable clan, this city sparkles like a brilliant jewel embedded in the earth. Remarkably, despite the frequent upheavals in national governance and countless dynastic changes, the city has retained its original charm and order, remaining unaltered. Each newly established dynasty seems to silently acknowledge and respect this unique existence, and even the current era of Haowu is no exception. Within the city resides its own military force, tasked with the solemn duty of safeguarding the lives and properties of its inhabitants. This army, well-trained and disciplined, has become an indomitable shield for the city. When Chu Luobei first set foot on this land, he was profoundly struck by the scene before him. The towering city walls rose majestically into the clouds. The grand gates stood awe-inspiring, and ancient buildings lined the streets in a harmonious arrangement. He could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent ancient city!" At that moment, a voice from behind, belonging to Chu Xianyuan, gently reached his ears. "Young one, do not underestimate this city. It is, in fact, one of the palaces within the upper realms, 3 palaces and 5 halls. The Hall of Leisure. This hall specializes in the way of the leisure sword, and is one of the few neutral powers in the upper realm." Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "The Hall of Leisure? Teacher, are you implying that all forces in the lower realm are intricately connected to that mysterious upper realm?" Chu Xianyuan smiled slightly and calmly nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. The upper realm often manipulates the circumstances of the lower realm through various means to maintain its dominion. However, as time passes and you gain more experience, you will naturally cease to be so astonished by it." With a sigh of resignation, Chu Luobei reflected, "Alas, it truly is an era where strength reigns supreme." With that, he began to scrutinize the diverse architecture around him with a heart full of curiosity as he successfully entered the city. To his surprise, it seemed as though everyone had gathered here by mutual accord. Moreover, these individuals were equipped with an array of weaponry. Some wielded long blades, while others bore sharp swords, clearly indicating that they were martial practitioners. The sheer number of warriors was staggering. Chu Luobei visited several inns in succession, but without exception, every guest room was fully booked. Faced with this predicament, he reluctantly sought a tavern to rest, ordering food and drink to quench his hunger and thirst. "Waiter," he raised his cup and took a sip before calling out loudly, "Ah, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Bring me your finest wine and most delectable dishes." Chu Luobei declared with a grand gesture. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." The waiter acknowledged and hurried away. Before long, the food and drink began to arrive at the table. Just as Chu Luobei was about to indulge, a question surfaced in his mind, prompting him to call out to the departing waiter, "Hold on, waiter, I wish to inquire about something. Is it always this bustling and mighty city?" The waiter paused for a moment, then chuckled as he replied, Certainly not, esteemed guest. Tomorrow is the day of the Hero Conference, personally hosted by our city lord, which is why so many martial heroes have gathered here today. Were you unaware of this?" Chu Luobei gently shook his head. Observing this, the waiter couldn't help but chuckle softly and explained, "Esteemed guest, the announcement for the Hero Conference was made months ago. It is not surprising that you have not been aware of this news, given your infrequent outings. Thank you for your understanding." With that said, Chu Luobei handed him several pieces of silver. "The heroic assembly? How fortuitous! Let me observe the renowned powers in this world. Young one, do you not wish to learn the art of the sword? Here lies your opportunity. The celestial sanctuary is indeed a bastion of swordsmanship," Chu Xianyuan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, master, you are an expert in the sword arts. Why not instruct me?" Chu Luobei inquired with a hint of confusion. Chu Xianyuan, rendered speechless, clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to strike him. "It is said that collaboration breeds wisdom. Do you understand?" Chu Lubi Sai Haupa, aware that the high priest on the rooftop was the reason for his current presence. "Master, might I utilize puppetry to exert control over her?" "Control? My boy, your spiritual power is not robust. It would be a challenge. What if the bloodline power were to manifest? I cannot say for certain, but the bloodline power significantly enhances strength and speed, with minimal augmentation to spiritual prowess." Chu Xianyuan sighed, lamenting the limitations of the Chu bloodline. "Very well. Alas, it seems that Chu Luobei is missing something," a sense of regret etched upon his face. Chapter 89. Trouble at the Gambling House. Moments latte, Chu Luobei, Boting, began to eat her meal. Just then, a soldier clad in armor, wielding a sword, entered and directly approached Yan Xingli on the first floor, offering a salute. "Miss, the city lord requests your presence." Yan Xingli responded with a serene smile, saying, "Let us go." With that, Several men from Shiliang and the armored soldier departed from the tavern. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback, wanting to follow, but was stopped by Chu Xianyuan. Do not be anxious. She is the high priestess of Shiliang. It is improbable that she would stay at an inn here. This is merely a formality. Pouting, Chu Luobei expressed her displeasure. Fine. After all, this is not the city governed by Haowu. Meanwhile, within the grand and magnificent city lord's residence, a faint aroma of tea wafted through the spacious and bright reception hall. At that moment, a middle-aged man sat upright in the main seat, his stature tall and commanding, exuding an air of heroism, particularly emphasized by his sharp, sword-like eyebrows, evoking visions of a striking young man who must have captivated countless maidens in his youth. The middle-aged man gently sipped from his exquisite teacup, then turned his gaze towards the elegant Yin Qingli standing not far away, smiling and gesturing for her to take a seat. Yin Qingli moved gracefully, approaching her chair and sitting down with poise. High Priestess of Shiliang, I have heard of your numerous heroic deeds in the land of Haowu. The middle-aged man began, his tone calm and gentle. Yin Qingli's lips curved into a subtle smile. Oh, esteemed city lord, you flatter me. Those are merely trivial matters. She continued, I shall depart promptly tomorrow, ensuring I do not linger unnecessarily, so as to avoid causing you any inconvenience. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow is the heroic assembly, where many distinguished individuals will gather. High Priestess, I must advise you to refrain from any impulsive actions during this time. It is wise to remain prudent. After all, this is not the upper realm, and caution is paramount. Upon finishing his words, he slowly rose and turned to the respectful butler standing nearby, instructing, Please escort the High Priestess to her quarters for rest. Certainly, the butler promptly bowed in acknowledgement, then turned to Yin Qingli, gesturing courteously, Miss, please follow me. Yin Qingli nodded slightly, and as she rose, she cast a final glance at the middle-aged man, her eyes glimmering with a hint of charming intrigue, before following the butler out of the reception hall. Once Yin Qingli had departed, the middle-aged man's previously serene countenance transformed into one of grave seriousness. He furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, Come forth. As his words echoed, soft footsteps were heard, and soon a young girl of about 19 years, dressed in blue, emerged from behind the screen. This girl was exceptionally lovely, her long, lustrous black hair braided into two long plaits cascading down her chest, enhancing her innocent charm. The girl approached the middle-aged man, respectfully bowing, and softly addressed him. Yinshan pays her respects to you, father. This pure and charming girl was none other than Hua Zhengshuan's only beloved daughter, Hua Yinshan. You mischievous girl, always eavesdropping. Hua Yinshan pouted her delicate lips, her face radiating a playful charm as she teasingly remarked, That wretched woman is the High Priestess of Shiliang. Standing nearby, Hua Zhengshuan wore an expression of helplessness, secretly sighing within. He had indulged this precious daughter to such an extent that she was almost becoming the head of the family, which truly vexed Hua Zhengshuan. With a furrowed brow, Hua Yinshan indignantly declared, I do not like her at all. Just look at her. She is nothing but a heartless, venomous woman. Humph. Hua Zhengshuan shot her an exasperated glance and slowly replied, Tomorrow is the heroic assembly. We must find you a suitable match. You must behave yourself from now on. Upon hearing this, Hua Yinshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her previously fair face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, What? Old man, how dare you take such liberties? I refuse to marry. With that, she turned to leave. Hua Zhengshuan was nearly overwhelmed with frustration, but he suppressed his anger, striving to calm himself. He then allowed a sly smile to cross his lips, muttering to himself, Hee, this was your mother's idea, little miss. As anticipated, the following morning, just as dawn broke, Hua Yinshan, wearing a look of resignation, stealthily slipped out of the residence. Meanwhile, her father, Hua Zhengshuan, stood atop a tall pavilion, observing the scene from afar. He shook his head gently, sighed in resignation, and instructed his companion, Uncle Luo, please ensure the young lady's safety. A shadow suddenly appeared. An elderly man with a hunchback nodded and limped away. On the other side, the unfortunate Chu Luobei, unable to find a place to rest, dragged his weary body towards the brightly lit and raucous gambling house. Big or small? Big. Chu Luobei eagerly leaned over the gambling table, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. The surrounding crowd seemed poised, awaiting his command. He slightly raised his hand and pointed to the largest betting spot, and the onlookers, without hesitation, placed their fortunes there, each face displaying a near-blind confidence in his judgment. That night, the casino was charged with an atmosphere of fervor and excitement, particularly when the enigmatic man wearing a fox mask entered, beginning with a mere few taels of silver as his starting stake. He swiftly amassed thousands of taels within just a few rounds. In that moment, everyone realized that this masked figure was no ordinary person. Indeed, it was soon proven that he possessed extraordinary skill and luck. As the night wore on, no matter how the situation shifted or how complex the circumstances became, he astonishingly did not lose even once. Upon a rough estimation, the wealth he had amassed had already reached several thousand taels of gold and silver. Simultaneously, the gamblers surrounding him had also profited immensely from their bets alongside him, creating a joyous atmosphere for all. It aptly echoed the adage, "Fortunes bless all directions." Finally, the last throw of the dice unveiled the mystery. Indeed, it was a grand victory. At that moment, the attendant responsible for rolling the dice merely smiled faintly and respectfully addressed the man in the fox mask. "Sir, you are truly favored by fortune. Yet again you triumph." Chu Luobei appeared unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nonchalantly gathered the mountain of silver before him. Then, lifting his gaze, he remarked with a smile, "Let this suffice for today. I shall return another day to showcase my prowess." No sooner had he spoken than he turned and strode away with purpose, scarcely glancing back. However, those still basking in the euphoria of victory suddenly found themselves flustered, urgently calling out, "Brother, don't leave. Stay and play a little longer." Alas, regardless of their pleas, Chu Luobei's figure had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the casino's manager, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes slightly in contemplation and glanced upward. There, at the railing of the second floor, stood a middle-aged man clutching a string of prayer beads, quietly observing the unfolding event below. After receiving his silent approval, the manager nodded and resumed his indifference. Chapter 90. A tire of indecency on the other side. Chu Luobei swaggered out with a money pouch slung over his shoulder, his face adorned with skepticism. "Teacher," he queried, "do you think those old hounds will come back to capture me after I've made them so much money?" "Humph. They seem rather pleased with themselves, moving so slowly." Chu Xianyuan initially expressed surprise, marveling at the multitude of skills this young man had acquired while navigating a life of mischief. He sighed, pondering how this fellow lacked the sense to temper his exuberance. "Here they come." Chu Xuanyuan's voice rang out, and soon after, a dozen masked men in black, brandishing knives, shouted, "Stop!" With a coy smile, Chu Luobei retorted, "Ah, it appears every gambling den is much the same. Thankfully, they're all alike, otherwise it would be rather dull." With that, he took off running. Today marked the grand assembly of heroes, a day when the once bustling streets, filled with vendors selling vegetables, now saw only the comings and goings of various knights and distinguished young lords. As Chu Luobei glided through the throng with the grace of a specter, his agile movements rendered him nearly impossible to capture. However, unbeknownst to him, several keen observers had begun to take note of his prowess. "Such exquisite agility," one murmured in admiration. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei's heart swelled with pride, and he turned to his teacher, exclaiming, "Teacher, look at this. This is a unique skill I honed in the capital. Impressive, isn't it? I've even given it a grand title, Casino Speed." Chu Xianyuan gazed at his disciple in disbelief, silently reflecting, "I expected him to unveil some earth-shattering technique, yet here we are. What a peculiar name he has chosen." At that moment, perhaps due to his earlier excitement, Chu Luobei inadvertently collided with a woman clad in green. Panic washed over him as he hastily retreated, repeatedly apologizing. "My apologies, miss. I'm terribly sorry for bumping into you." Just as he uttered these words, he noticed a group of fierce pursuers charging toward him. With no time to spare, he dashed away without a second thought. The unfortunate recipient of his collision was none other than Hua Yunsuan, the esteemed daughter of the city lord. With wide eyes, she glared at the masked man who had crashed into her, only to see him turn and flee without a word, just as she prepared to unleash her fury upon this audacious individual. After all, how could she, as the daughter of the city lord, tolerate such impudence? Her attention was suddenly drawn to the throng of men pursuing Chu Luobei with menacing intent. Hua Yinshan couldn't help but pout, pondering to herself, this fellow does possess some skill. Pursued relentlessly by two martial masters, he still managed to escape unharmed. How intriguing! With this thought, the fury that had once consumed her began to dissipate significantly. However, she soon regained her composure, recalling how audaciously the man had dared to collide with her, reigniting her anger. Thus, she playfully huffed and called out to her companion, "Humph, how infuriating! How dare he bump into me? Lao Luo, quickly bring that man back." No sooner had she spoken than Lao Luo emerged from a narrow alley, his expression awkward. It turned out he had been discreetly protecting Hua Yinshan, but had not anticipated being discovered so easily. Upon seeing him, she immediately pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "I knew it was you hiding there, Lao Luo. It must be that old man who sent you. No wonder I felt such an eerie presence behind me." Lao Luo, hearing this, displayed a hint of embarrassment and hastily explained, Miss, the master is merely concerned for your safety. Enough chatter. Lao Luo, hurry and fetch him for me. I shall wait in this tavern," Hua Yunshan commanded without hesitation. Lao Luo, his face revealing reluctance, hesitated before saying, "But, miss, if you remain here alone, what shall we do if something occurs? Allow me to escort you home first." "Humph, what could possibly happen to me? Who would dare lay a hand on me? Stop dawdling and go capture him. If you delay any longer, that rascal will surely escape." Hua Yinshan placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lao Luo in exasperation. Very well. With that, Lao Luo vanished in an instant, and Hua Yinshan, satisfied, stepped into the tavern. Meanwhile, Chu Luobei was reveling in his freedom, making up for years of unspent joy in the capital. "Ha, come at me. Stop right there. You can't escape from here in Baidi City." To his surprise, as Chu Luobei turned around, he noticed an old man hunched over on the rooftop, pursuing him relentlessly. A twitch formed at the corner of Chu Luobei's mouth. A martial master. Was it really worth it for just a few thousand pieces of silver? Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he instinctively propelled himself forward, his speed reaching its peak. Meanwhile, the martial masters hot on his trail were now panting heavily, their faces a mix of astonishment and fury. One of them gasped, "This brat runs like a rabbit. Why didn't we see him move this fast before? Has he been toying with us? What an utterly detestable little rascal. We must not let him escape." Another, furiously hopping in place, shouted, "This is infuriating." Yet, just as they were in a frenzy, Chu Luobei's figure vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Luobei finally found a secluded spot devoid of any onlookers. After calming his mind, he pondered, "Teacher, with my abilities, can I defeat this fellow?" Immediately, a reassuring voice echoed in his mind, "Yes." With the teacher's affirmation, Chu Luobei's confidence surged, and he shouted, "Excellent." In the blink of an eye, he abruptly turned, channeling all his strength into his palms, resembling a fierce tiger poised to pounce. He targeted the direction from which the old man was about to appear, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. At that moment, old Luo was taken aback. Upon realizing that Luobei, despite his youth, had already attained the martial sovereign realm, he was utterly astonished. He thought to himself that this could spell great trouble. He had initially perceived the youth as a mere novice, only to discover he was a master concealing his prowess. As he contemplated how to respond, he observed the young man making a move against him without uttering a word. Startled, he paled, hastily dropping his cane and retreating while anxiously exclaiming, "Oh dear, young friend, do not rush. Please do not act impulsively." Chu Luobei furrowed his brow, pondering, "Is my aura truly that formidable? Could this man be a false martial sovereign, displaying such weakness? However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, he tempered his intent, casting a sharp gaze at the old man, who appeared rather unseemly in his attire. If old Luo were to hear such thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in indignation, exclaiming, "You, wearing a mask and draped in black, who is truly unseemly here." Chapter 91. The White Emperor's City and the Absence of Combat. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, old Luo finally relaxed. The young friend before him appeared to be an outsider, did he not? Well, then, is it that your gambling house takes pleasure in bullying us outsiders? Chu Luobei furrowed his brow. Ah, young friend, you are mistaken. I am not affiliated with that gambling den, old Luo replied. Not affiliated? Then why were you chasing after me? Chu Luobei retorted, his lips twitching. Ah, young friend, did you not accidentally bump into a woman clad in green on the street earlier? Old Luo inquired. Chu Luobei pondered for a moment, recalling a girl resembling a lotus flower, quite beautiful, albeit not as stunning as his own cur. What of it? I have already apologized. Must you persist in this matter? Sighing inwardly, old Luo thought to himself, this little ancestor. He then smiled at Chu Luobei. Since you have arrived, you ought to be aware of the rules of the White Emperor's City. One must not use internal energy to inflict harm. My earlier warning was merely to prevent you from breaking this rule, for such actions could lead to severe injury or even the loss of one's martial skills. What sort of rule is that? Is a martial competition merely an exhibition of swordplay? Chu Luobei shot him a disdainful glance. Old Luo hastily explained, young friend, you may not be aware, but this is the decree of the Lord of White Emperor's City. Naturally, modifications can be made, yet the hero conference shall not be conducted in such a manner. Very well, but why are you following me? Chu Luobei finally grasped the situation. Looking utterly bemused, this old fellow is rather dishonest. To be candid, young friend, my lady did not hear your earlier apology and wishes to. Ah, old Luo faltered. Chu Luobei's lips twitched. You cannot be suggesting that I return to apologize to your lady, can you? Your lady seems quite intriguing. With that, Chu Luobei turned to leave, eager to distance himself from these eccentric young ladies with their myriad of quirks. Ah, young friend, please wait, old Luo implored, stepping forward with a humble smile. What is it? Why should I indulge your lady's troublesome behavior? Chu Luobei retorted, brimming with indignation. Ah, young friend, I am merely an old man. You see, old Luo began, but Chu Luobei, glancing back at the pitiful old man, continued his departure. I do not know you. Young friend, please. Old Luo, as if resolved to something, called out loudly. Chu Luobei, perplexed, turned to see what scheme the old man was concocting. What is it? Speak. Old Luo retrieved a peculiar, glowing stone from his sleeve. Behold, this is a crystal stone. Chu Luobei looked on in confusion, while the voice of Chu Xianyuan echoed in his mind. A crystal stone. Young friend, this crystal is a treasure from the upper realm, highly beneficial for cultivation. Alas, I'm too old to absorb its energy. I had intended to keep a portion for my lady, old Luo explained. Luobei, this item can either be kept or used to eliminate him. Chu Xuanyuan Vimak Gon Li. Chu Luobei grew increasingly curious. Why offer it to me? Naturally, it is merely to forge a friendly bond with you. What say you? Old Luo replied with a chuckle. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Luobei accepted the stone, scrutinizing it closely. Is this truly genuine? Indeed, my eyes are seldom mistaken, came Chu Xuanyuan's voice. Very well, accept it. All right, then I'll return with you, Chu Luobei replied, tucking the item into his sleeve. Thank you, young friend. However, as he gazed at the enormous sack on his back, a sense of unease crept in, his brow furrowing in concern. Alas, am I not drawing too much attention to myself? He muttered, struggling to adjust the weight on his shoulder. Observing this, elder Luo, who stood nearby, donned a gentle smile and reassured him, do not fret, young friend. You can easily exchange this gold for more manageable silver notes. Upon hearing this, Chu Luobei paused momentarily, then shook his head decisively. Enough of that. The gambling house is undoubtedly still searching for me. Consider this sack of gold as a reward for acquiring this crystal. With that, he casually tossed the heavy sack at Elder Luo's feet. Elder Luo was taken aback by this sudden display of generosity. How could this young man be so lavish? The sack brimmed with gold, surely weighing several thousand taels, not to mention whether he could even utilize the crystal. While Elder Luo remained in stunned silence, Chu Luobei had already begun to stride forward, turning back to urge, "Come now, old man, stop dawdling and lead the way." "Haha, of course, young friend. Right this way." Elder Luo quickly collected himself, hoisting the sack and following Chu Luobei. Before long, passers-by witnessed a peculiar sight on the street. An elderly man, hair as white as snow, straining under the weight of a hefty bag, while beside him walked a young man, adorned with a fox mask. This young man appeared utterly at ease, casually chewing on a stalk of grass, seemingly oblivious to the curious gazes of those around him. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, with some unable to contain their disapproval. "Look at that. The old man is panting under such a heavy load, while this young lad is too busy posing and strutting around in a mask. What a disgrace." Chu Luobei felt exasperated by their remarks. "What is this? Ha ha ha. Young friend, please," he said, feeling quite displeased. He entered a building and ascended to the third floor, where he spotted a girl in a green dress, her back turned to him, leisurely eating a chicken leg. This scene evoked memories of a past self within Chu Luobei. Elder Luo approached and bowed, addressing her, "Miss Hua Yunsan." The girl, with greasy lips, cast a sideways glance at him, and after a moment, stared at Elder Luo in shock. "Elder Luo, what on earth are you carrying?" Elder Luo chuckled. "This is gold." Mississippi Hua Yunsan's expression twitched. "Elder Luo, you haven't robbed anyone, have you?" "This is so brazen, if my father finds out." With a resigned smile, Elder Luo replied, "Miss, this was gifted by this young gentleman." Only then did Hua Yunsan turn her attention to Chu Luobei. Why are you still wearing a mask? Is this how Elder Luo subdued you?" she observed, her expression a mixture of intrigue and disdain. Removing the mask, Chu Luobei coldly scoffed. "Who are you to command me?" Old Luo, teach him a lesson," Hua Yunshan exclaimed with indignation. Chu Luobei was momentarily taken aback. There was something endearing about her when she was angry. However, shifting his gaze to old Luo, he silently chanted "Kerr is the most beautiful 20 times in his mind. In his spiritual realm, Chu Xuanyuan's lips twitched. This brat dared to entertain such thoughts. In truth, he could indulge in such fantasies, for this girl possessed a rare, ethereal sword body, which would greatly benefit your future swordsmanship. Chu Luobei's eyes sparkled as he envisioned Hua Yunshan not as a beauty, but as a treasured sword. "Really?" he mused. "You truly dare to think so?" Chu Xianyuan replied with an air of indifference. Master, I was mistaken. My heart belongs solely to Kerr," Chu Luobei chuckled. Yet this only fueled Hua Yunshan's anger further. "Old Luo," she exclaimed. "Alas, miss, we cannot engage in combat here in Baidi City. And this young friend harbors no ill intentions." Old Luo interjected to mediate. Hua Yunshan finally took her seat. Chu Luobei gazed at the delectable spread before him, a smile of delight gracing his face. Without hesitation, he approached the table, boldly sitting across from the young lady, and quickly seized his chopsticks to indulge in the feast. He mumbled, This tastes delightful. By the way, the old man mentioned that when I was being chased and accidentally bumped into you, I truly apologize. I hope you can forgive me." At that moment, Hua Yunshan, seated across from him, wore a vacant expression, as if her soul had departed, merely staring blankly at the ravenous Chu Luobei. Suddenly, a flicker of animosity crossed her eyes. Gritting her silver teeth, she managed to utter through clenched jaws, "It's nothing, Old Luo, let us leave. I haven't touched a single bite. Let this young master settle the bill himself." Before her words had fully settled, she stood up and swiftly walked away without a backward glance. Chu Luobei, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. All right, not a single bite taken. Yet her lips are still greasy. At that moment, the ever-silent old Luo, standing to the side, smiled and said, "Young friend, do not be anxious. Feel free to enjoy your meal. Here are 10 taels of gold, meant to cover your dining expenses. My young miss was rather impolite today. I hope you will not take it to heart." Chapter 92. mastery of sword techniques upon concluding his words. He placed the heavy gold ingots upon the table before Chu Luobei and hurriedly turned to pursue his young mistress. Chu Luobei gazed at the 10 gleaming tails of gold resting in his palm, exhaling a deep sigh of relief and murmuring to himself, "Thank heavens, at last. I need not endure a meal in the house." Almost immediately, a thought struck him, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Master, could you elucidate for me the nature of crystal stones? And what exactly is the ethereal sword body?" The so-called crystal stone is a rock imbued with the energy of natural forces, which can be refined. However, this power is ancient, and one must exercise caution in the refining process. Should one succeed, it can enhance one's strength. In the higher realms, such stones are quite common. For those formidable beings, hundreds are consumed daily. As for someone of your caliber, a martial artist, caution is advised. I perceive that there is not much energy within these stones. Oh, so it can be refined. Should I consume it or? Chu Xianyuan interjected. Refining involves allowing the energy to permeate your skin. If you wish to consume stones, that is not entirely out of the question. Very well, master. What then is the ethereal sword body? The ethereal sword body harbors within a seed known as the ethereal sword heart, which is currently in the process of budding and growing. This indicates that she possesses an extraordinary comprehension of the sword path, and her physique is rather commendable. However, the unfortunate reality is that, being in this lower realm, she is exceedingly weak at present and requires abundant spiritual energy to thrive. With the scarcity of resources here, despite her exceptional talent, she may only ascend to the realm of a martial artist in this lifetime. Yet, should she be fortunate enough to ascend to the higher realms, once the sword seed fully matures, she will undoubtedly become an unparalleled genius, a rarity seen once in a millennium. Sword seed? Master, what precisely is a sword seed? The young man asked, his face a portrait of confusion. Chu Xianyuan slightly tilted his head, revealing a hint of disdain as he explained, the sword seed is, in essence, a unique manifestation of will, akin to the martial intent you have come to understand. However, at this stage, its efficacy is minimal. Only upon reaching maturity can it reveal its true power. Chu Luobei nodded thoughtfully before pressing further. So, this implies that various types of sword seeds exist in the world? Indeed, Chu Xianyuan affirmed. However, the heart and nature required for the ethereal sword body must be pure and untainted. I never anticipated this young girl to possess such innocence and clarity of thought. Ah, you might even attempt to deceive her. His words were abruptly cut off by Chu Luobei. With a look of exasperation, Chu Luobei protested, "Master, how have you become so gossipy? I could never behave in such a manner." At this, Chu Xianyuan scoffed lightly, casting a derisive glance at him, as if to say, "Are you quite certain you are not?" Just as the two were at an impasse, a sudden voice interrupted their exchange. "Hey, hey, hey." Chu Luobei returned to his senses and turned towards the sound, only to find a shopkeeper staring at him with evident disdain. "I say, esteemed guest, is there something particularly captivating about this chicken leg which has been nibbled upon? I have observed you fixated on it for quite some time." Chu Luobei's face was a canvas of exasperation, embodying a profound sense of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had concluded a conversation with Chu Xianyuan that was utterly perplexing, riddled with ambiguity and vagueness. All right, my apologies for my prattling. Do you wish to continue your meal, esteemed guest?" The innkeeper, noticing the displeasure etched across Chu Luobei's visage, hastily inquired with a forced smile. "I shan't partake any longer," Chu Luobei retorted brusquely, then seized a pristine chicken leg from the platter and took a hearty bite, muttering between chews, "I am not short of gold." With that, he nonchalantly tossed 2 taels of gold to the innkeeper and strode away without a backward glance. The innkeeper, witnessing this, instantly brightened, exclaiming with delight, "Safe travels, esteemed guest. We eagerly await your return." Upon exiting the establishment, Chu Luobei disdainfully discarded the partially eaten chicken leg onto the ground. With a sneer, he remarked, "Pah, the flavor is merely mediocre. I expected something far more delectable." In comparison to the culinary delights of our capital, this is utterly lacking. Yet not long ago, he had savored a similar chicken leg, one he had offered to his father, Chu Patian, all the while lamenting its lack of taste. In retrospect, the derisive gaze Chu Xianyuan cast upon him seemed to sharpen in clarity. Nevertheless, such matters held little significance now, for Chu Luobei had arrived before his silk shop. He paused, scrutinizing his somewhat disheveled attire, a stark contrast to his usual elegant demeanor. Gazing at the vibrant, high-quality silks within the shop, an idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. Meanwhile, at the peak of Baidi Mountain, numerous cultivators soared through the air, employing sword techniques or lightness skills, ascending like birds towards the venue of the forthcoming hero assembly. At that moment, a group of individuals from Shiliang also arrived, each adorned with wide-brimmed hats obscuring their faces. The leader of this group was Yin Qingli, who, upon gazing up at the magnificent and towering Baidi Mountain, could not help but let a subtle smile grace her lips. Beside her, several attendants whispered, "High Priestess, look yonder, that is the young lady of the city lord's estate." They gestured towards the distance. Yin Qingli followed there, and indeed beheld an elderly man and a young woman clad in green leisurely ascending the mountain. Curiously, the young woman wore an exquisite fox mask, adding an air of mystery to her appearance. It appeared that the pair had no interest in utilizing lightness techniques, choosing instead to amble forward at their own pace. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Qingli's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning, followed by a cold smile as she murmured to herself, "How intriguing, I never expected to encounter her here. It appears this is what they call fate. You all may proceed up the mountain. This priestess shall go greet her." With that, Yin Qingli donned her hat and quickened her pace to catch up. The few disciples from Shiliang complied with her command, employing their lightness skills to swiftly ascend towards the mountain peak. Before long, Yin Qingli had arrived behind the woman in green, calling out sweetly. Little sister focused on her ascent, while Yun San turned around, her heart filled with suspicion, her gaze landing upon the approaching Yin Qingli. The latter was clad in a flowing purple dress, her figure graceful, a smile adorning her face as she approached leisurely. Upon getting closer, Yin Qingli chuckled again and inquired, "Little sister, why do you walk so leisurely up the mountain all alone?" However, beneath the mask, Hua Yinsan's face betrayed an extreme aversion, for this voice was all too familiar, emanating from that insufferable woman from Shiliang. "Humph, lacking in strength, you should just walk properly," Hua Yunsan retorted, quickening her pace and hastily pulling along the elderly Luo beside her, as if eager to escape the clutches of this bothersome individual. Meanwhile, Yin Qingli regarded the retreating Hua Yunsan with confusion. Logically, it seemed they had never met before. Just as Yin Qingli pondered this, Hua Yunsan vanished as if swept away by the wind, disappearing in mere moments. Seeing this, Yin Qingli could not help but sigh in resignation. If I were to pursue her now, it would appear overly deliberate. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, she gracefully leapt, employing her lightness skill to vanish from sight like a flying swallow. Unbeknownst to anyone, just after Yin Qingli departed, a figure emerged slowly, none other than Chu Luobei, also adorned with a fox mask and dressed in pristine white. He stood quietly, gazing at the majestic mountain before him, gently caressing the sword in his hand, known as Lingjian Xinheng. Originally, it had been kept within the estate of the northern town Marquis, but considering the need for maintenance, Chu Luobei had willed it to come forth. To his astonishment, the sword truly responded to his summons, instantly traversing space to appear by his side, a marvel indeed. Then, an idea struck Chu Luobei. He wished to employ this sword for flight. Alas, no matter how he channeled his internal energy, the sword remained utterly unresponsive, as though it were in a deep slumber. Chu Xianyuan remarked, "You can't even master sword flight. It possesses a spirit, yet how can it bear your weight?" Chu Lubi. Chapter 93. The gathering of various forces in a moment of helplessness. Chu Luobei took a deep breath and, with a swift motion, executed an extraordinary lightness skill, racing towards the mountaintop like a soaring bird. He moved with the grace of a swallow, his garments billowing as if he were one with the wind. However, to his astonishment, the peak of the mountain was exceedingly high, piercing the clouds. After considerable effort, Chu Luobei finally reached the summit. At that moment, the mountaintop was already teeming with a bustling crowd, filled with lively chatter and a vibrant atmosphere. Chu Lubi, like a specter, silently blended into the throng, drawing no attention to himself. He stood quietly, listening intently to the conversations around him. He overheard someone remark, "Look, that person from the Wind and Rain Tower has actually arrived. By D-City truly commands great respect." In the past, during the so-called martial arts conference held by Shiliang, they would have completely disregarded a hidden sect like Wind and Rain Tower, not even a shadow in sight. Another person burst into laughter, replying, "Indeed, who knows? Perhaps Shiliang has offended too many people over the years. But speaking of which, even those from the Rakshasa have come today. See that group of individuals clad in black over there?" Upon hearing this, a nearby individual gasped, lowering his voice to say, "Goodness, those shadowy figures who rarely show themselves dare to appear openly. I wonder what schemes they are plotting." Someone quickly cautioned, "Shh, keep your voice down. I've heard they are narrow-minded and hold grudges fiercely. It would be wise not to provoke them." Just then, the crowd's attention was suddenly drawn to a swordsman in white attire in the distance. He wielded a long sword, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, look at that swordsman in white. Could he be the legendary sword immortally Tai Bai? This fellow is truly formidable." It is said he is a self-taught sword master, though that may be somewhat of an exaggeration. Others nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed." And there is also Lei Hung from the Lei family fortress, another exceptionally talented individual. Chu Luobei observed these people, gaining a deeper understanding of the various factions in the martial world, such as the Wind and Rain Tower and the Lei family fortress. He inquired, "Master, which upper realm families do these factions belong to?" The Lei family fortress is part of the Lei clan among the 18 royal families. The Xuanhua Gorge belongs to the Yin clan, and the Rakshasa is associated with the Shura Sacred Hall, came the reply. They are all interconnected. As for Li Tai Bai, he possesses the Azure Lotus Sword Heart, which is quite remarkable. Chu Xian Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded Li Tai Bai with keen interest, softly stating, "The Azure Lotus Sword body has never been seen in that